The apocalypse descends, the world becomes a game, monstrous beings run rampant, and humanity struggles for survival. Xiao Yi, burdened with the resentment and bitterness of betrayal and abandonment from his past life, is reborn on the very day of his class transition. While others eagerly anticipate awakening powerful combat professions, he is bestowed with the derided title of Necromancer. Necromancer? Isn't that merely a worthless profession that can summon skeletal remains? Yet, Xiao Yi chuckles coldly, for he knows that his Necromancer is a unique hidden class. It possesses the divine talent. Undead Devour. Summoned entities can consume energy, souls, and even divinity to evolve, and divine passive. Immortal Contract. All damage to the body is transferred to the summoned entities, which are indestructible while the body remains immortal. While other class transitioners toil to level up, helpless against formidable monsters, Xiao Yi Skeletal Warrior has evolved into a Death Knight wielding a colossal axe. The Lich Mage chants a forbidden spell capable of rending space, as an undead dragon soars through the sky, devouring the divinity of the Abyssal Lord. Gods, merely nourishment for my evolution. He sits upon a throne forged from the bones of gods and demons, leaving desolation in the wake of his vast army of undead, where not a blade of grass survives, and all that remains are bones. When the celestial deities descend, attempting to conquer the blue star, they find themselves confronted by an endless army of death and an eternally immortal dark sovereign. I am not a calamity. I am the calamity itself. Submit, or become a part of my legion. Chapter 1. I have returned from hell. The intense ringing in his ears and the blinding white light caused Xiao Ron's consciousness to waver. The surrounding cacophony of voices felt as though filtered through a thick curtain of water, indistinctly penetrating his ears. Students, silence. The class transition ceremony is about to commence. Please remain quiet and attune yourselves to the guiding pillar of light above. A loud, familiar voice thundered in Xiao Ron's mind like a clap of thunder. He abruptly opened his eyes, his heart pounding wildly. What met his gaze was neither the ruins of his past life, gnawed to mere remnants by monsters, nor the face he could never forget, adorned with feigned sympathy. This is the class transition square of Jiangsheng First High School. A colossal white pillar of light descends from the heavens, enveloping the entire square, where thousands of students clad in uniforms, their faces etched with anxiety and anticipation, gaze upward. The moment is precisely the day before the apocalypse, the day of universal class transition. I have returned. Xiao Ron looks down at his unscathed hands, his pristine uniform, and his youthful, vibrant body. This is not a dream. In the next moment, the torment of his past life, torn apart, devoured, and abandoned, overwhelms his reason like a ferocious tide. Lin Wanner, the woman he had devoted everything to protect, willing to shield her from lethal blows, had, in his moment of grievous injury, plucked the divine crystal he fought for with his life and placed it in another man's embrace. Xiao Ron, I am sorry, but Wang Hao needs it more than you. For the future of humanity, may you rest in peace. Those cold, hypocritical words still echo in his ears. Wang Hao, his former brother, the one who proclaimed camaraderie in his presence while secretly entangling himself with Lin Wanner behind his back. Xiao Ron, do not blame us. If you must blame someone, blame your naivety. Your talent, though commendable, is ultimately merely auxiliary and cannot achieve great things. Lin Wanner must follow me to realize her fullest potential. The smug countenance of that petty individual, reveling in mockery while clutching Lin Wanner, is etched into the depths of Xiao Ron's soul frame by frame. Ultimately, he was completely engulfed by the ceaseless tide of monsters, torn asunder. Xiao Ron gasped for breath, his nails digging deeply into his palm, the searing pain jolting him into instant clarity. He was not dead. He had been reborn. Following the tumultuous waves of hatred and unwillingness, an unparalleled ecstasy surged within him. The heavens had granted him a second chance. Lin Wanner, Wang Hao, Xiao Ron's lips silently moved, his eyes swirling with an unfathomable coldness and murderous intent. In this lifetime, I shall not allow your sweet dreams to persist. The suffering you have inflicted upon me shall be repaid 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold. He returned not only with a decade's worth of apocalyptic memories from his past life, but, more importantly, he harbored a secret known solely to himself. Today, he was on the verge of awakening his profession, one that had been universally misunderstood as a worthless support role, yet concealed within it lay unimaginable destructive power. Excellent. Everything is still within reach. Xiao slowly raised his head, his gaze sweeping across the faces in the square, each displaying either excitement or trepidation. In his eyes, these individuals were merely a flock of sheep blissfully unaware of the impending bloody apocalypse. And he, Xiao, would emerge as the sole hunter in this cataclysm. The first group, Zhang Wei, Li Li, Wang Hao, step forward to accept your class change. The loudspeaker once again resonated with a commanding voice. Xiaoran's gaze instantly locked onto the young man, striding confidently out of the crowd towards the center of the beam of light. Wang Hao, he retained that self-important demeanor, basking in the envious glances of his peers. A chilling smile curled at the corners of Xiaoran's lips. The grand performance was about to commence. Chapter 2, an S-Class talent? Mere rubbish. Wang Hao basked in the adulation of the crowd, unable to suppress the pride radiating from his countenance. Born into affluence, he had always been the center of attention, and today he was resolute in his belief that he would awaken a formidable combat profession. Thus embarking on the pinnacle of his life, he positioned himself in the center of the square, closed his eyes, and extended his arms, fervently awaiting the decree of fate. In an instant, a resplendent golden beam of light descended from the heavens, enveloping him entirely. Heavens! It is golden light. Golden, at the very least. An A-class combat profession. Wang Hao is indeed impressive. The crowd erupted in astonished gasps, their faces awash with envy. In this world, the color of the awakening light directly signifies the potential of a profession. White is the lowest, followed by green, blue, purple, gold, and the legendary multicolored. Gold represents the utmost limit conceivable for ordinary individuals. Amidst the brilliance, Wang Hao's physique began to transform. His muscles swelled at an observable rate, and a faint metallic sheen appeared upon his skin, emanating a wild and fervent aura. Profession awakening successful. Awakened. Wang Hao. Awakened profession. A-class rare profession. Berserk, war god. Awakened talent. S-class talent. Fury bloodline. The lower the health, the greater the increase in attack power, attack speed, and defense. The cold voice of the system reverberated throughout the square. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted into fervor. An A-class rare profession. And a war god type no less. Even more terrifying was that talent, S-class. This was akin to an indomitable cockroach, growing fiercer with each blow. Wang Hao was truly destined to soar to great heights. Listening to the thunderous praises and astonishment surrounding him, Wang Hao slowly opened his eyes, reveling in the explosive power coursing through him, a proud smile gracing his lips. His gaze swept across the assembly, ultimately resting upon Lin Wanner amidst the throng, and he raised his chin in triumph. Lin Wanner reciprocated with a gentle and adoring smile. Xiao Ren observed the entire scene with cold indifference, harboring not a shred of emotion, only a chilling mockery. Berserk, war god, fury bloodline. Huh, it certainly sounds impressive. In the early days of his previous life, Wang Hao indeed basked in glory thanks to this profession and talent. Yet, in the true apocalypse, before high-tier magical beasts capable of obliterating entire cities, such a profession that relies on sacrificing health for power is merely a slightly upgraded cannon fodder. Moreover, no matter how potent his talent, could it ever rival a divine-level gift? In my eyes, it is nothing but refuse, Xiao Ran assessed quietly in his heart. The subsequent profession awakening ceremony continued. One by one, students stepped forward, awakening various professions. Awakened profession, B-class fire mage. Awakened profession, C-class heavy shield guardian. Awakened profession, B-class rare profession, Gale archer. Most awakened professions were of B-class and C-class, with occasional A-class appearances causing a notable stir. Soon, it was Lin Wanner's turn. As the campus bell, she was already under considerable scrutiny. As she gracefully walked towards the center of the square, nearly every male gaze converged upon her. A gentle azure light enveloped her, brimming with the essence of life. Awakened profession, A-class support profession, life priestess. Awakened talent, A-class talent. Holy light healing. Healing effects increased by 50 and can dispel certain negative statuses. Another A-class. Though a support profession, the formidable healing capabilities are the cornerstone of any team, holding value that rivals that of a combat profession. While Lin Wanner is also A-class, she and Wang Hao are perfectly matched, one a fighter, the other a healer. A match made in heaven. Wang Hao immediately stepped forward, beaming as he took Lin Wanner's hand, the two standing side by side, resembling a pair of celestial lovers. Basking in the blessings and envy of the crowd, Xiao Ran regarded the couple with a cold gaze, the memories of betrayal from his past life resurfacing, causing him to unconsciously press his palm against his wound until it bled. He silently mused, "Enjoy your fleeting glory while it lasts. Soon you shall comprehend the true meaning of despair." The next group comprised Chen Fati, Zhao Lei, and and Xiao Ran. Upon hearing his name, Xiao Ran took a deep breath, suppressing the surging intent to kill within him, and stepped forward. He could sense the gazes of Wang Hao and Lin Wanner upon him, tinged with disdain and scrutiny. Particularly Wang Hao, who seemed to recall Xiao Ran's previous attempts to curry favor with Lin Wanner. His eyes now regarded Xiao Ran as a foolish jester. Xiao Ran paid them no mind, proceeding directly to his designated spot. He knew that his moment was finally at hand. He closed his eyes, allowing the beam of light above to descend upon him. However, what enveloped him was neither golden nor azure, but a dim, lifeless gray light, exuding an ominous aura. Chapter 3, A Necromancer. The whole crowd bursts into laughter. As the dim, lifeless gray light enveloped Xiao Ran, the square fell into an immediate silence. Confusion and disbelief were etched onto the faces of the onlookers. What color is this light? Gray? I have never witnessed such a hue of awakening light. It feels quite unsettling. It certainly does not appear to signify a powerful profession. Whispers spread through the crowd, the earlier fervent atmosphere dissipating, replaced by an eerie stillness. Even the teacher overseeing the ceremony furrowed his brow. In his teaching career, he had never encountered such an ominous light. Amidst the silence, the cold system announcement pierced through the air, clear and audible to all. Profession awakening successful. Awakened, Xiao Ran. Awakened profession, D-class special profession, Necromancer. Necromancer, D-class. After a brief moment of stunned silence, someone in the crowd let out a snicker. Soon, this laughter spread like wildfire, culminating in an uproarious cacophony of laughter. Ha ha ha. A necromancer? What kind of ridiculous profession is that? Summoning skeletons? D-class. Did I hear that correctly? D-class. It's barely better than the most wretched F-class. How hilarious. I thought this gray light was some hidden profession, but it turns out to be a fighter among refuse. A profession that plays with corpses? How disgusting. Who would dare team up with him in the future? Mockery, disdain, and unabashed ridicule rained down upon Xiao Ran like arrows from all directions. To those who had awakened powerful professions, Xiao Ran's D-class necromancer was nothing short of a tremendous joke, a blemish upon this grand profession awakening ceremony. Wang Hao was doubled over in laughter, moving beside Lin Wanner, draping an arm around her shoulders, and pointing at the figure shrouded in gray light, exclaiming loudly, "Wanner, see? I told you he was worthless. A necromancer, ha ha ha. Is he going to dig up graves in the cemetery from now on?" Lin Wanner's brows knitted slightly. Though she did not laugh as boisterously as Wang Hao, the glimmer of disappointment and distance in her gaze was unmistakable. She gently shook her head, seemingly regretting having ever associated with such a person. For one who had awakened an A-class profession, a D-class waste was no longer worthy of her attention. Xiao Ran stood amidst the gray light, oblivious to the world around him. His visage betrayed no anger or shame, nor even the faintest hint of emotion. 4. At the precise moment the system notification chimed, another voice, audible solely to him, resonated within his mind. Detected unique host, binding conditions met. Eternal undead contract system. Officially activated. Detected host profession, Necromancer, automatically matched with godly talents. Godly talent, Undead Devour, passive. All undead units you summon can consume the flesh, souls, and energy of slain foes to enhance and evolve themselves. There is no limit to this consumption. Your undead army possesses infinite potential for evolution. Godly talent, Immortal Pact, passive. You share life with your undead legion. Any damage you receive will automatically transfer to any of your undead units under your command. As long as you have at least one undead unit, you will be immune to all fatal damage, attaining a semblance of immortality. This is it. A surge of ecstasy roared within Xiao Ran's heart. In his previous life, he had awakened as a necromancer, yet these two godly talents had eluded him. He had merely possessed an ordinary D-rank profession, his summoned skeletal soldiers crumbling at the slightest touch. Nonetheless, leveraging his wisdom and caution from his past existence, he had struggled for a decade to survive in the apocalypse. Now, not only did he carry 10 years of apocalyptic experience, but he also possessed these two extraordinary godly talents. Undead Devour. This meant his skeletal soldiers were no longer disposable cannon fodder, but rather formidable weapons of war capable of continuous growth, even surpassing the might of gods and demons. Immortal Pact. This indicated that as long as he had a single skeletal soldier alive, he essentially possessed countless lives. In the apocalypse, what could be more vital than immortality? The combination of these two talents was utterly insurmountable. Meanwhile, those fools outside continued to revel in their A and S rank talents. Little did they know, in the face of his true, godly talents, their so-called S ranks were not even worthy of carrying his shoes. A pitiful swarm of insects. Xiao Ran chuckled coldly in his heart. He slowly opened his eyes, the gray light dissipating to reveal a face that was disturbingly calm. Ignoring the derision and gossip surrounding him, his gaze fixed intently on the edge of the square, where a virtual blue screen was gradually unfolding. Name: Xiao. Level: 1-0-100. Profession: Necromancer. Strength: 5. Agility: 6. Constitution: 5. Spirit: 15. Magic power: 100-100. Talents: Undead Devour, Godly. Immortal Pact, Godly. Skill: Skeleton Resurrection, LV1. Consumes 10 magic points and 1 corpse to resurrect a skeletal soldier to fight for you. Current controllable number: 5. As he beheld this concise, yet infinitely promising panel, a mysterious smile crept upon Xiao Ran's lips. Chapter 4. Godly Talents, Immortality, and Devour. Xiao Ran's attention became wholly absorbed by his system panel, the cacophony of the outside world fading to mere background noise. His gaze was fixed unwaveringly on the talent section. Undead Devour, Godly. Immortal Pact, Godly. These two resplendent, godly titles represented his greatest assets in this lifetime for survival, vengeance, and retribution. Undead Devour, he silently recited in his mind. In his previous life, the skeletal soldiers he summoned had fixed strengths. What they were upon summoning, they remained forever. Against even moderately stronger monsters, they crumbled like paper upon contact. This was the fundamental reason why necromancers were deemed a trash profession, too weak with virtually no growth potential. But now, with Undead Devour, everything had changed. Each of his skeletal soldiers became an account capable of infinite upgrades. As long as there were sufficient experience packages, namely, the corpses of enemies, they could continuously devour and evolve. From ordinary skeletal soldiers to bronze skeletons, silver skeletons, gold skeletons. Moreover, if they consumed the corpse of a dragon, could they not evolve into a bone dragon? If they devoured the remains of a deity, could they not ascend to become undead deities? At this thought, even Xiao Ran, whose heart had long been as cold as iron, felt a surge of warmth. This was hardly a trash profession. It was clearly a supreme divine path toward becoming the undead emperor. Now, to examine the other talent, Immortal Pact. The description of this talent was even more straightforward and brutal. Any damage you receive will automatically transfer to any of your undead units under your command. Xiao Ran took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement swelling within him. What did this mean? It implied that from this day forth, as long as his undead legion was not completely annihilated, he, Xiao Ran, would be invincible. Immortal. Assassination, siege, traps, all futile. Every ounce of damage would be absorbed by his endless skeletal fodder. Meanwhile, he could stand safely behind his army, coldly reaping everything in sight. In his previous life, he had suffered grievously during an expedition to a ruin, protecting Lin Wanner from an elite-level monster's ambush, which had granted Wang Hao and Lin Wanner the opportunity to betray him. Had he possessed Immortal Pact, then, that ambush would have merely cost him an inconsequential skeletal soldier. He would have been unharmed, and he would not have fallen into such a tragic plight. He couldn't help but chuckle softly, his laughter tinged with an uncontainable delight and eeriness. With these two godly talents, all his past regrets and grievances would have the chance to be amended and rewritten. All he needed to do was swiftly amass his first batch of undead, and then grow his legion like a snowball. Skeleton Resurrection, LV1, current controllable number, 5. His gaze fell upon his soul skill. This was the Necromancer's initial skill, and also its core ability. At present, its level only allowed for the summoning of the most basic skeletal soldiers, and simultaneously, he could only control 5. The number was still too limited, he mused. However, he felt no urgency. He knew that both skill levels and controllable numbers would increase alongside his own level. Once he began leveling up, his undead legion would soon attain a considerable scale. Hey, the one called Xiao Ran, don't just stand there foolishly, hurry down. Don't delay the others. The officiating teacher urged impatiently. To him, a D-rank profession was hardly worth a second glance. Xiao Ran's thoughts were interrupted. He lifted his head, his expression returning to an unsettling calm. Wordlessly, he descended from the high platform and returned to the edge of the crowd. The moment he stood still, a few classmates, with whom he shared a decent rapport, gathered around him, their faces marked with sympathy and regret. Xiao Ran, don't be too disheartened. Although you are D-rank, perhaps you'll encounter some fortuitous event in the future? A classmate named Chin Fatty consoled. Xiao Ran cast a fleeting glance at him, recalling how, during the early days of the apocalypse in his previous life, this plump fellow had shared half a loaf of bread with him. He was among the few who had not taken the opportunity to kick him when he was down. I'm fine, Xiao Ran replied curtly, his tone devoid of warmth. Chun, the rotund man, was momentarily taken aback by his response. Today, Xiao Ran seemed markedly different, exuding a chill that was palpable. At that moment, Wang Hao strode over, arm around Lin Wanner, flanked by a throng of admirers. his demeanor brimming with arrogance. He deliberately halted before Xiao Ran, gazing down upon him with a mocking grin. "Oh, isn't this our esteemed necromancer? Have you decided which cemetery to intern at yet? I could recommend a splendid location. The Western Cemetery boasts excellent feng shui." Laughter erupted from his entourage, a cacophony of derision. Lin Wan'er, standing aside, observed Xiao Ran's disheveled state, a flicker of complex emotions crossing her features, yet ultimately transforming into an icy indifference. She gently tugged at Wang Hao's sleeve, murmuring, "Ah Hao, please don't say that. After all, he's still a classmate." "You're just too kind, Wan'er," Wang Hao retorted, squeezing her hand, his smugness intensifying. "Why should we show courtesy to such a waste?" Xiao Ran raised his eyelids, calmly regarding the brazen couple before him. His gaze held no anger, no envy, only a profound indifference akin to observing the dead. He couldn't be bothered to retort, for he knew that against such individuals, words were but hollow echoes. The most resounding response would come in the future, when he would tread upon their corpses, shattering their so-called pride and talent into dust. Just as Wang Hao was about to utter further insults aimed at Xiao Ran, a piercing alarm suddenly reverberated throughout the city of Jiang. "Woo! Woo! Warning! Warning! An unknown spatial rift has been detected. A horde of magical creatures is invading. All citizens are advised to seek shelter immediately. All combat personnel who have completed their class transitions, please proceed to the outskirts of the novice village to repel the initial wave of magical creatures. Repeat, all combat personnel who have completed their class transitions." The shrill sirens and urgent announcements caused the smiles on everyone's south faces in the square to freeze instantaneously. The apocalypse had arrived ahead of schedule. Chapter 5. The Invasion of Magical Creatures, the Panic of Novices. The blaring alarm, akin to the death knell, instantly shattered the joyful and harmonious atmosphere of the transition square. Magical creatures invading? How is that possible? Aren't they supposed to start tomorrow? One student exclaimed in terror, pointing skyward. To their shock, the once clear sky had been marred by gaping black fissures, resembling scars. From within these rifts, chaotic energies surged forth, and grotesque, contorted figures began to emerge, plummeting towards the ground like dumplings. These figures, with green skin and wielding crude bone clubs and stone axes, emitted discordant cries. They were none other than the lowly goblins, the most common and numerous magical creatures at the onset of the apocalypse. "Ah, monsters! Run!" Chaos erupted in the square. Just a moment ago, students, filled with a sense of invincibility after awakening their powerful classes, now wore expressions of sheer terror and confusion. Though they had gained extraordinary powers, they remained mere sheltered blooms unacquainted with bloodshed. Theoretical knowledge and practical combat were two entirely different realms. "Do not panic. Maintain your composure." The instructors overseeing the ceremony and the school's security team sprang into action, their bodies radiating various professional auras as they began to organize the students' evacuation. All non-combat and support classes, follow the teachers into the underground shelter immediately. All combat classes, seize your novice weapons and prepare to fight. This is your first lesson and your mission, roared a middle-aged instructor clad in armor and wielding a massive sword. Wang Hao and Lin Wan'er paled slightly. Even the elite of the A-class, facing such bloodshed for the first time, could not help but feel trepidation. "Ah Hao, I'm scared." Lin Wan'er's voice quivered as she clutched Wang Hao's arm tightly. "Don't be afraid, Wan'er, I'm here." Wang Hao feigned calmness, grabbing a standard longsword that shimmered faintly from a nearby weapon rack. He took a deep breath, muttering to himself, "I am the A-class berserker. These are merely lowly goblins. I can handle this." His bloodline of fury seemed to sense the tension and fear, beginning to warm slightly, instilling him with a measure of courage. Yet amidst this turmoil, Xiao Ran stood as the sole figure of absolute calm. His gaze was not fixed upon the swarm of goblins overhead, but rather intently focused on the periphery of the city. He understood that these creatures falling from the sky were merely an appetizer. The true first wave of the invasion would commence from the novice village area outside the city. There lay the optimal location for him to procure his first batch of materials. A gaggle of novices, unacquainted with despair, occupied Xiao Ran's thoughts as he observed his classmates floundering, some unable to even grasp their weapons steadily. A cold smile crept across his face. They were entirely unaware that this was merely the onset of the apocalypse, compared to the impending tides of magical creatures capable of decimating cities and nations. The goblins before them were akin to harmless chicks. Disregarding the teacher's evacuation orders, Xiao Ran moved against the tide, stealthily heading towards another exit of the square. His objective was clear, the goblin spawn point on the outskirts of the novice village. He must seize the first corpse before anyone else. To summon his first skeletal soldier. "Xiao Ran, where are you going? It's dangerous over there." Chun, the rotund man, noticed Xiao Ran's trajectory and called out urgently. He had awakened as a C-class culinary profession and was preparing to follow the main group to the shelter. Xiaoran did not halt, merely casting a casual glance back at him. I'm going to hunt monsters. Hunt monsters? Are you mad? As a D-class necromancer, you lack any offensive skills. Are you seeking death? Chen exclaimed, his forehead beaded with sweat. Xiaoran offered no further reply. Seeking death? Soon, you will understand who is truly courting demise. With a few agile movements, he vanished into the chaos of the crowd. The novice village, designated as the initial leveling area for all newly transitioned adventurers, lay on the outskirts of Jiang City. At this moment, it had devolved into a battlefield. A deluge of goblins surged forth from the nearby rifts, coalescing into a green tide that relentlessly assaulted the makeshift defenses erected by the city guard. Hold the line. Mage squad, prepare fireball spells to cover. Warriors, hold the front. Priests, focus on healing. The commander of the city guard bellowed hoarsely. However, the sheer number of goblins was overwhelming. Their reckless ferocity resulted in continuous injuries and even fatalities among the soldiers on the line. At that juncture, the first batch of student adventurers arrived to lend support to the battlefield. Wang Hao led the charge. Upon spotting a goblin breaching the defenses, poised to attack an injured soldier, he roared and launched himself forward, seeking death. His long sword sliced through the air, crashing down upon the goblin's head. With a sickening squelch, green blood and brain matter splattered forth as the goblin collapsed. I killed one. Wang Hao gazed at the bloodstains on his sword, initially taken aback, then overwhelmed by a surge of exhilaration. Goblin slain, gained 10 experience points. Hearing the system prompt only bolstered his confidence, prompting him to roar and charge once more into the horde of monsters. Other students, emboldened, began to engage in the fray against the magical creatures. In an instant, fireballs, ice arrows, and the glint of blades wove together in a chaotic tapestry upon the battlefield. Yet, they were mere novices, their coordination lacking, their attacks haphazard. Many flailed in confusion, peril lurking at every turn. At the edge of the fray, in a secluded corner, the silhouette of Xiaoran quietly emerged. He did not hasten to join the combat, but rather, like a specter, he calmly surveyed the unfolding chaos, seeking his first target. Soon, he spotted a solitary goblin, struck down by an arrow from the city guards, its anguished cries echoing as it collapsed behind a thicket, struggling momentarily before falling still. There, in that unnoticed blind spot, Xiaoran's eyes sparkled with keen interest. Chapter 6. The First Corpse. The Summoning Begins. This was it. A surge of excitement coursed through Xiaoran's veins as he moved with the stealth of a cheetah, silently traversing the chaotic periphery of the battlefield until he reached the thicket. The pungent scent of blood mingled with the goblin's distinctive stench assailed his senses. Any ordinary student would likely retch at the odor. Yet, Xiaoran's expression remained impassive, even tinged with exhilaration. In his eyes, this grotesque green corpse was not a repugnant sight, but rather the foundational stone for his burgeoning undead legion. It was the first step towards his ascension to the exalted throne. He crouched down, extending his right hand to gently press against the still warm body of the goblin. System. Activate the skill, Skeleton Resurrection. Xiaoran silently intoned. Command confirmed. Activating skill, Skeleton Resurrection. Magic power consumed, 10 points. Material consumed, 1 goblin corpse. Resurrection in progress. In the next moment, a bizarre scene unfolded. A miniature gray magical circle erupted into brilliance in the palm of Xiaoran's hand, countless arcane runes swirling within. The gray light emitted by the magical circle enveloped the entire goblin corpse like living tendrils. Gurgle, gurgle. The sound of boiling water resonated, as the flesh and blood of the goblin were visibly disintegrated, peeled away, and dissolved by the gray luminescence. In merely 2 or 3 seconds, what had once been a relatively intact body was reduced to a pale skeleton streaked with remnants of green blood. Then, the disassembled bones began to quiver violently. Crack, crack. The sound of bone grinding echoed painfully in the stillness of the corner. Each bone was seemingly guided by invisible threads, autonomously reassembling and connecting. Ribs returned to their rightful places, vertebrae aligned, limbs reconstructed, until finally, a hollow skull was positioned atop the cervical vertebrae. Buzz. As the entire skeleton took form, 2 crimson flames of soul ignited abruptly in its empty eye sockets. Skeleton Soldier, Common, summoned successfully. Level, 1. Strength, 3. Agility, 4. Constitution, 2. Skeletal Structure. Skills, none. A diminutive skeleton, barely reaching Xiaoran's waist, its frame frail, bones yellowed, and missing several ribs, unsteadily rose from the ground. Unarmed, it appeared as if a gust of wind could easily topple it. This was the initial summoning of a necromancer. In his previous life, Countless Necromancer players were disheartened upon witnessing the abysmal initial attributes of this creature, unable to even best a single goblin, prompting them to delete their accounts and start anew. But to Xiao, the two flickering crimson flames of soul were more resplendent than any gem. He could distinctly feel a robust mental link forged between him and this little being. He could command it to perform any action with the same ease as he would his own arm. My first soldier. Xiao extended his hand, gently brushing against the smooth skull of the skeleton soldier. The flickering soul flame within its eye sockets pulsed in response, as if sensing its master's emotions. Obediently bowing its head to receive Xiao's touch. Too weak, he murmured to himself, but that is of little consequence. His gaze drifted beyond the thicket towards the tumultuous battlefield not far away. There, countless experience, orbs, and evolution materials awaited. At that moment, a goblin, startled by an explosion, carelessly darted towards this corner. It immediately spotted Xiao crouching amidst the thicket, alongside the peculiar skeletal figure. Though the goblin possessed a low intellect, it still harbored the instinct to prey on the weak. Seeing only a solitary human and a seemingly fragile skeleton, it swiftly deemed Xiao an easy target. Caw! The goblin screeched, raising its bone club and unhesitatingly swinging it towards Xiao's head. Any level 1 novice would likely be paralyzed in fear by such an unexpected assault. Yet, Xiao merely lifted his gaze, cold and unperturbed. He couldn't even be bothered to move. Go! A simple mental command was dispatched. In an instant, the skeleton soldier sprang into action. Despite its diminutive stature, its agility was slightly superior to that of the goblin. With a deft sidestep, it evaded the goblin's bone club and, with its bare skeletal claws, lunged fiercely at the goblin's ankle. Chapter 7. The Undead Devour. Grant me evolution. Crack. A crisp sound rang out. Though the skeleton soldier's claws appeared fragile, their hardness was beyond expectation. It seized the goblin's ankle, its 5 bony fingers clamping down like iron pincers, leaving deep gashes in the goblin's shin. Gah! The goblin cried out in pain, astonished that this little skeleton could react so swiftly and possess such strength. It wildly swung its bone club, attempting to shatter the skeleton beneath it. But once again, Xiao's command resounded. Trip it. The skeleton soldier harbored no notion of defense, faithfully executing its master's command as it yanked back its body with a sudden force. The goblin, already off balance from having one foot ensnared, was sent sprawling backward with a wail, its head striking the ground with a thud against a stone. Dazed, it momentarily lost consciousness. The entire sequence unfolded fluidly, a perfect interplay of control executed in the blink of an eye. Such was the disparity in battle experience. While other novices would have recklessly engaged the goblin head-on, Xiao utilized the skeleton soldier's slight agility advantage and precise judgment of the enemy's weaknesses to effortlessly resolve what appeared to be a perilous encounter. Well done. Xiao nodded in approval. He did not rush to slay the unconscious goblin. Instead, his gaze shifted back to the skeleton soldier. In the struggle, the goblin's bone club had grazed the skeleton soldier's arm, leaving a faint crack. In his previous life, such damage would have been irreversible, accumulated where would lead to the disintegration of the skeleton soldier. But now, a cold smile crept across Xiao's lips. He approached the unconscious goblin, picking up a sharp stone from the ground, and without hesitation, plunged it directly into the goblin's heart. Thud! Green blood erupted forth. The goblin convulsed twice, then fell silent. Independent kill of a goblin. Kills by summoned creatures count as host kills. Experience gained, 10. Current experience, 10100. The experience was secured. However, this was not the focal point. The crux lay in the fact that a long-anticipated voice resonated in Xiao's mind. Your summoned skeleton soldier has slain the target goblin. The divine talent Undead Devour has been triggered. Will you proceed with the Devour? Yes. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao confirmed. In the next instant, the skeleton soldier standing beside him felt an instinctual compulsion, its empty eye sockets suddenly ablaze with 2 points of crimson soul fire. It extended its cracked bony claw and pressed it upon the goblin's corpse. A hum. An eerie gray light materialized once more, but this time, it emanated not from Xiao, but from the palm of the skeleton soldier. The goblin's remains began to dissolve, as if immersed in concentrated sulfuric acid. Flesh, bones, and even the faint remnants of its spirit transformed into visible streams of gray energy, continuously siphoned into the skeleton soldier's form. This process was imbued with a sinister and terrifying beauty. The skeleton soldier's body emitted a series of crackling sounds as it was washed in this energy. The minuscule fissure on its arm began to visibly mend. Its once yellowed bones appeared even whiter, their texture growing sturdier. Even the soul fire in its eye sockets burned brighter than before. Your summoned skeleton soldier has devoured the goblin's flesh and soul, achieving a slight enhancement. Strength, 001. Constitution, 002. Bone resilience has been marginally improved. Upon witnessing the system notification, Xiao Ran's breath quickened with excitement. It was indeed possible. The potential for devouring and evolution was real. Although the incremental increases of 001 and 002 seemed trivial, this was merely the consumption of the weakest goblin. What if he were to devour 10? 100? What if he devoured higher-tier monsters? This path was open, and it was a broad avenue of opportunity. Excellent, very excellent. Suppressing his internal ecstasy, Xiao Ran gazed at the revitalized skeleton soldier as if beholding a flawless work of art. He understood that his plan for an undead legion had successfully taken its first step. The next step was to repeat this process: kill, summon, devour, evolve. He cast his gaze toward the battlefield not far away. At this moment, the goblins, once fearsome creatures, now appeared to him as mere experience points waiting to be devoured and materials for evolution. The game had only just begun. Xiao Ran's cold voice echoed from the corner as he issued a new command to the already enhanced skeleton soldier. Continue, seek the next target. Chapter 8. The Skeleton Sea Tactic, King of Efficiency. With the first successful instance, Xiao Ran's plan began to unfold methodically. He did not recklessly charge into the heart of the battlefield with his solitary skeleton soldier. He was acutely aware of his own fragility. Although his lone skeleton soldier had gained some enhancement, it remained vulnerable. Should it be besieged, it would disintegrate in an instant. Instead, he opted for a shrewd and efficient method of scavenging along the edges of the battlefield. Disrupt, ensnare its legs. Beside a trench, a goblin was entangled in a tussle with a clumsy warrior apprentice. Xiao Ran calmly observed for several seconds, seizing upon a moment of vulnerability as the warrior's swing missed its mark, and promptly commanded the skeleton soldier. Like a wraith emerging from the shadows, the skeleton soldier lunged forth, executing its tried-and-true grappling technique to firmly ensnare the goblin's legs. The goblin stumbled, still disoriented, just as the warrior apprentice's sword came crashing down, striking true upon its neck. Assist in killing the goblin. Gain experience, 5. In the instant the corpse fell, Xiao Ran wasted no time allowing the warrior apprentice to react, immediately commanding the skeleton soldier to commence devouring. The gray light flared, and the goblin's corpse rapidly shriveled. Hey, what are you doing? The warrior apprentice, momentarily stunned, angrily pointed at Xiao Ran, exclaiming, "What have you done to the corpse? How disgusting!" Xiao Ran didn't even spare him a glance. The skeleton soldier, having completed the devouring, now bore even whiter bones, and he swiftly led his creation into the next shadowy corner. The warrior apprentice was left speechless with rage. But the multitude of monsters on the battlefield left him no time to pursue. Thus, Xiao Ran, akin to a scavenger on the battlefield, navigated through the various corners with his skeleton soldier. He never initiated attacks against fully healthy foes, instead targeting isolated and wounded goblins. His skeleton soldier served as the perfect control tool, tripping, ensnaring legs, and executing throws with minimal cost, creating opportunities for lethal strikes for himself or passing allies. Then, amidst the astonished, disgusted, or perplexed gazes of onlookers, he would complete the devour right there. Kill the goblin. Gain experience, 10. Your summoned skeleton soldier has consumed the goblin's constitution, 002. Assist in killing the goblin. Gain experience, 5. Your summoned skeleton soldier has consumed the goblin's strength, 001. Soon, Xiao Ran's experience bar surged to 50100. Meanwhile, his initial skeleton soldier had undergone significant transformation after continuously devouring 4 or 5 goblins. Its bones had turned as white as jade. It seemed to have gained a slight increase in height, and the soul fire in its eye sockets blazed with greater intensity. Most importantly, its attributes had far surpassed its initial state. Skeleton soldier, ordinary. Level, 1. Strength, 305. Agility, 403. Constitution, 210. Do not underestimate this fractional increase. For a level 1 creature with inherently low base attributes, it represented a qualitative leap. The mana was sufficient. He could summon a second one. Glancing at his remaining mana, which stood at 90 points, he quickly sought out another corpse on the battlefield. Before long, he discovered a goblin corpse slain by the city guard's arrows. Skeleton resurrection. A gray magic circle illuminated, flesh stripped away, bones reassembled, and the soul fire ignited. The second unsteady skeleton soldier materialized before Xiao Ran. Excellent. Efficiency could now double. Satisfied, Xiao Ran nodded in approval. Now, with 2 skeleton soldiers at his disposal, one could serve as a tank to draw attention, while the other could maneuver for side control or attack. His scavenging endeavors became increasingly seamless. Meanwhile, The scene on the battlefield was starkly different. Wang Hao, wielding a long sword and drenched in blood, fought valiantly, leveraging his berserker-class advantages to cut through the ranks of goblins. Yet his fighting style lacked finesse, relying solely on fervor and equipment superiority to hack away. After such prolonged combat, he had indeed leveled up to 2, but his body bore numerous injuries, and he was panting heavily, having depleted a significant portion of his mana, fighting spirit. Damn it, why won't these damned creatures stop coming? Wang Hao cleaved a goblin in half with a single stroke, cursing in irritation. His efficiency, however, was far from impressive. Meanwhile, his fellow students were in disarray, many of them already injured and struggling under the ministrations of the cleric. Their rate of experience acquisition paled in comparison to Wang Hao's. They fought like headless flies, squandering vast amounts of energy on futile pursuits and ineffective attacks. Unnoticed by anyone, at the edge of the battlefield, Xiao Ran quietly amassed his own power with a terrifying efficiency that they could scarcely comprehend. One skeleton soldier became 2, and 2 rapidly transformed into 3. By the time Xiao Ran leveled up to level 2, and his skeleton resurrection skill ascended to LV2, allowing him to command up to 10 skeletons. He was already accompanied by a full cadre of 5 skeleton soldiers. Each of these skeletal warriors had devoured several goblins, their bones resilient and movements swift. Though still mere cannon fodder, they constituted a force to be reckoned with. The 5 skeletons formed a small formation, advancing and retreating in an orderly fashion, providing mutual cover as they besieged a solitary goblin, resembling adults bullying a child in kindergarten. Attack! With Xiao Ran's command, the 5 skeletons surged forward, their claws, bones, and teeth tearing the goblin to shreds in an instant. 5 beams of gray light flared simultaneously, consuming the spoils. This scene finally captured the attention of others. Chapter 9. Silence. Do not disturb my farming. Hey, look over there, gasped a mage apprentice, barely escaping the clutches of a goblin. Pointing in shock at Xiao Ran not far away, his companions followed his gaze, equally stunned. In a corner of the battlefield, a figure stood calmly while directing 5 pallid skeletons in an exceptionally efficient hunt for goblins. One skeleton lunged from the front, wrapping its bony arms around the goblin's waist. 2 other skeletons immediately flanked it, relentlessly assaulting the goblin's lower half with their bone claws. The remaining 2 circled behind the goblin, one leaping to strangle it while the other targeted the back of its head. The entire process was executed with impeccable coordination, devoid of any extraneous movements. The unfortunate goblin could not mount even a semblance of resistance, being utterly dismembered within mere seconds. What on earth is that? Exclaimed a bewildered swordsman student. Isn't that Xiao Ran, the D-class necromancer? How does he have so many skeletons, and why are they so formidable? Another archer rubbed his eyes in disbelief. In their minds, necromancer skeletons were nothing but fragile trash, easily shattered upon contact. Yet in Xiao Ran's hands, they transformed into a pack of trained wolves. What unsettled them most was witnessing the 5 skeletons hunched over the goblin's corpse, gray wisps of energy emanating from the body and being absorbed by them. Were they consuming the corpse? The mage apprentice felt a wave of nausea wash over him, his complexion paling. This eerie yet efficient scene starkly contrasted with their own chaotic and perilous battle. While they struggled as a team to slay a single goblin, often risking injury, Xiao Ran effortlessly commanded his 5 skeletons, dispatching foes as if they were mere vegetables. Could this truly be the D-class failure that everyone had mocked? Let us go see. The swordsman student, unable to suppress his curiosity, bravely led his companions toward Xiao Ran. As they approached, Xiao Ran's cold gaze swept over them. What do you want? His voice was devoid of emotion, as he busied himself feeding his skeletal army, uninterested in the novices. Xiao Ran, the swordsman stammered, feeling a chill under the intensity of his gaze. What is the deal with your skeletons? Why are they different from what we know? Is it necessary for me to explain my affairs to you? Xiao Ran retorted coldly. The swordsman was left speechless, his face alternating between shades of green and white. As a B-class professional, he had ventured forth to engage, only to be silenced by a D-class. Nearby, the mage apprentice hurried to mediate. Xiao Ran, please don't misunderstand. We mean no harm. We just think you're impressive and wanted to ask if we could form a party. We could help you draw aggro. And you could handle the kills. That would be way more efficient. He spoke the truth. After witnessing Xiao Ran's terrifying efficiency in dispatching foes, they quickly realized that aligning with him would be significantly safer and a faster route to leveling up than their current haphazard efforts. Necromancer disgust? In the face of safety and experience, such feelings were trifling. Upon hearing this, a sardonic smile crept across Xiao Ran's lips. Join a party? With a bunch of novices who can't even grasp movement? You would draw the monsters over and likely have my skeletons wiped out by area of effect skills. I do not require dead weight. Xiao Ran's voice was soft, yet each word pierced like an icicle. Who are you calling deadweight? The swordsman student erupted, feeling humiliated. Whoever fits the description, Xiao Ran replied, his gaze sweeping over them. Your attacks lack coordination, your energy distribution is chaotic, and your positioning is a complete disaster. Teaming with me would only hinder my efficiency in farming. His words struck a nerve. They had indeed fought in a disorganized manner, nearly injuring each other several times. Their faces flushed with embarrassment and indignation. What do you have to be arrogant about as a D-class? The swordsman student seethed, fuming. D-class. Xiao Ran chuckled as if he had heard the grandest joke. He raised his hand, pointing at another lone goblin not far away, and issued commands to his 5 skeletons. Eliminated. In an instant, the 5 skeletons transformed into white flashes, converging from different angles. This time, they employed no complex tactics, only pure, unadulterated force. After rounds of devouring enhancements, their strength and speed had surpassed that of ordinary goblins. With a series of sickening crunches, the goblin was torn apart before it could even utter a cry. The students stood agape, their eyes nearly bulging out of their heads. Xiao Ran slowly lowered his hand, turning to them with an incredulous look. Do you still consider me a D-class? He paused, his tone growing increasingly impatient. Silence. Do not impede my farming. With that, he dismissed the stunned group, directing his skeletal squad toward the next target. For him, every second wasted conversing with these fools delayed the evolution of his undead army. Chapter 10. Elite Monsters? My experience, babies. Humiliated publicly by Xiao Ran, the B-class swordsman student trembled with rage, his face flushed. You wait. He spat, leaving behind an empty threat. Yet, glancing at the swift, decisive skeletons, he ultimately lacked the courage to confront Xiao Ran. Accompanied only by his comrades, he was compelled to retreat in disarray to another location to engage in monster hunting, his heart now filled with resentment toward Xiao Ran, however, remained entirely indifferent. The envy of a throng of insignificant ants held no significance for him. His entire focus was devoted to the efficient expansion of his undead legion. As time elapsed, the initial wave of goblin assaults drew to a close. The coordination between the city guards and the students gradually became more harmonious as they steadily eradicated the remaining monsters. Xiao Ran's level had quietly ascended to 3. Name, Xiao Ran. Level, 3, 120400. Class, Necromancer. Spirit, 17. Mana, 120120. Skill, Skeleton Resurrection, LV2. Consumes 10 points of mana and 1 corpse to resurrect a skeleton warrior to fight for you. Current controllable quantity, 10. Upon reaching level 3, both his spirit attribute and mana capacity had been enhanced. More importantly, the cap on controllable skeletons had now increased to 10. At this moment, 7 formidable skeleton warriors trailed behind him. Each of these skeletons had devoured at least 3 or 4 goblins, resulting in a comprehensive enhancement of their attributes. They stood in 2 rows, following closely behind Xiao Ran, their eye sockets aglow with crimson soul flames, exuding a disquieting aura. This small, undead battalion caused other students to instinctively steer clear, their gazes filled with awe and trepidation. It was nearly time to relocate. The quality of nutrients here was far too low. Xiao Ran surveyed the ground littered with goblin corpses, his brow slightly furrowed. The enhancement effects provided by regular goblins had diminished significantly. After consuming 7 or 8, his skeleton warriors experienced minimal growth, evidently having reached a bottleneck. To continue evolving, he needed to seek out more advanced sustenance. Just then, a commotion and cries of alarm erupted from deep within the battlefield. Be careful, it's an elite monster. Goblin Captain. Everyone scatter. From behind the goblin horde, a creature loomed, considerably larger than its ordinary kin, its skin a deep green, wielding a massive spiked club, roaring as it charged into the throng. Goblin Captain, Elite. Level, 5. Each swing of its club was accompanied by a whistling wind, effortlessly sending a student, shield and all, hurtling through the air. Ordinary blades and swords merely clanged against its body, leaving only faint white marks. A warrior student, unable to evade in time, was struck by the edge of the club, soaring through the air like a broken kite, blood spilling from his mouth as he sustained grave injuries. Wang Hao also took notice of the disturbance, bellowing in rage as he unleashed his berserker charge skill, rushing forward. Beast, I will confront you. His sword struck fiercely against the shoulder of the goblin captain. Clang. Sparks flew. This strike barely broke the creature's skin, inflicting only limited damage. Gur, the goblin captain, stung by pain, erupted in fury, swinging its spiked club in retaliation. Wang Hao hastily raised his sword to block, the overwhelming force numbing his hands and forcing him to stagger back several steps, his complexion paling. What immense strength! Wang Hao's heart raced in fear. Surrounding mages and archers began to focus their attacks, fireballs and ice arrows raining down upon the goblin captain, yet the damage inflicted was minimal, only serving to further provoke this elite monster. It roared defiantly, enduring the onslaught as it relentlessly pursued the ranged fighters, plunging the scene into chaos. Observing the goblin captain wreaking havoc amidst the crowd, leaving even an A-level genius like Wang Hao at a loss, Xiaoran's eyes suddenly gleamed with excitement. In his perception, this was not a fearsome elite monster at all. Rather, it was a moving treasure trove of experience, exuding an enticing aroma, and the perfect material for evolution. If only my skeletons could consume it. Xiaoran's heart raced uncontrollably. He was certain that devouring this level 5 elite creature would allow his skeleton warriors to undergo a minor transformation, potentially evolving to the next phase. The temptation was overwhelming. Everyone was drawn to its presence, providing the perfect opportunity for him to act. Xiaoran calmly assessed the situation. Although the goblin captain was formidable, it was singular in existence and possessed limited intelligence, merely smashing everything in densely populated areas. Meanwhile, he commanded 7 fearless and utterly obedient skeleton warriors. It was worth a try? Without further hesitation, Xiaoran led his undead squad, stealthily maneuvering around the battlefield's periphery to encircle the rampaging goblin captain. As the goblin captain sent a hapless shield-bearer flying with a mighty blow, it reveled in its moment of victory, oblivious to the 7 pale specters silently surrounding it from all directions. A cold smirk graced Xiaoran's lips as he subtly commanded, "Attack, tear it apart." Chapter 11. 7 skeletons surround the elite. Xiaoran's command resonated like an invisible wave, instantly reaching the soul flames of each skeleton warrior. "Attack, tear it apart." With a single directive, the 7 white specters at the edge of the battlefield sprang into action. They abandoned their previous cautious stealth and transformed into 7 bolts of white lightning, charging with resolute killing intent towards the massive, deep green figure of the goblin captain. At that moment, the goblin captain had just sent a shield-bearer flying and was trampling on the shield, howling defiantly towards the sky. It basked in the fear of the surrounding humans, relishing its own formidable power. Wang Hao, panting heavily, was preparing to rally with several newly joined combat students for another charge. "Everyone, let us go? I refuse to believe we can't wear it down," Wang Hao roared, rallying himself and his companions. The pride of his A-level class preventing him from accepting the humiliation of being overwhelmed by an elite monster. Lin Wanner stood at a distance, her fingertips aglow with healing light, anxiously observing the battle. Her brow was furrowed as she weighed the risks and rewards of this confrontation. Just as everyone's attention was focused on how to confront the elite monster head-on, the entrance of the 7 skeletons abruptly disrupted the balance of the battlefield. "What is that?" An astute archer was the first to notice something was amiss. "It's Xiaoran's skeletons. What is he planning? Has he lost his mind? Sending his skeletons to attack an elite monster? Isn't that tantamount to delivering them to their doom? This is madness." The students present, including Wang Hao, were struck not by anticipation but by shock and ridicule at this sight. To them, Xiaoran's D-level skeletons challenging a level 5 elite monster was akin to throwing eggs against a rock. Wang Hao even shouted, "Idiot! Don't come and make things worse." In his eyes, Xiaoran was merely seeking attention, using his fragile cannon fodder to disrupt the rhythm of their battle. However, what transpired in the next moment nearly made everyone's eyes bulge out in disbelief. The 2 skeleton warriors at the forefront did not foolishly charge at the goblin captain's resilient body. As they approached, one of the skeletal warriors executed a daring low slide, latching onto the robust ankle of the goblin commander. The creature's roar was abruptly silenced, clearly taken aback by the audacity of these diminutive bone figures daring to assault it. Lowering its gaze, it disdainfully lifted its foot, intending to crush them into a fine powder. Yet, at that very instant, 2 more skeletal warriors lunged from the side. One clung to its supporting leg's knee while the other, summoning all its strength, charged fiercely at its flank. The goblin commander's massive form staggered violently, losing its balance. A startled screech escaped its lips. An opportunity. Under Xiao Ran's precise command, the remaining 3 skeletal warriors seized this rare moment like the most elite of assassins. One skeleton leaped high, its bare arms tightening around the goblin commander's neck, using its weight to pull it backward. Another circled behind, its bony claws targeting the vulnerable lower back and spine exposed by the creature's loss of balance, scratching furiously. The final one, the most ferocious, dove beneath the goblin commander's legs, directing its full might at its most vulnerable spot, swinging its bony claws with abandon. A howl erupted, not resembling a beast's roar, but rather akin to the anguished cries of a slaughtered pig, echoing across the battlefield. The goblin commander's colossal body trembled violently, as it wildly swung its spiked club, attempting to crush the bothersome fleas clinging to it. Thud! The spike club came crashing down, striking one skeleton that had ensnared its neck, instantly reducing its upper half to a flurry of bone fragments. Your summoned skeleton has perished. The talent Immortal Pact has been triggered. Fatal damage assessment complete. Damage absorbed by the summoned creature. Host remains unscathed. Xiao Ran's body jolted as a surge of excruciating pain, which should have been inflicted upon him, was immediately redirected. He merely felt a brief disconnection of the spiritual link and a slight heaviness in his chest, but otherwise, he remained unharmed. Indeed, a wave of elation surged within Xiao Ran as the formidable strength of the Immortal Pact was validated in real combat for the first time. He may have lost a skeleton, but the goblin commander, racked with pain and frenzied movements, completely lost its balance and crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud. Now was the moment. All of you advance. At Xiao Ran's command, the remaining 6 skeletal warriors, including the one whose upper body had just been obliterated, its lower half still faithfully clinging to the goblin commander's thigh, charged forward with reckless abandon. The 6 skeletons surged, launching a primal and savage assault on the fallen goblin commander's eyes, throat, and heart, targeting every conceivable weakness. In that instant, the entire battlefield seemed to have been muted. Everyone stood, gaping in disbelief at the scene before them. The elite creature that had just moments ago wreaked havoc, rendering them powerless, now lay on the ground like a defenseless woman besieged by ruffians, utterly incapable of mounting a defense against the frenzied onslaught of diminutive skeletal warriors. This revolutionary spectacle profoundly shook the worldviews of everyone present. Chapter 12. Stop. Do not steal my kill. What in the world is this strategy? A warrior student struggled to maintain his grip on his sword, watching the skeletal warriors claw, bite, and batter the goblin commander, feeling an unsettling dryness in his throat. This was not combat. It was a street brawl, and the most reckless and ruthless kind at that. Do they not fear death? A nearby priestess whispered, her voice trembling. Just moments ago, one skeleton had been smashed into oblivion, yet the remaining one showed no signs of hesitation or fear, only a heightened frenzy. This absolute commitment and fearless spirit sent chills down the spines of the freshly transitioned students. Wang Hao's complexion darkened to an extreme. His face flushed as he fixed his gaze on the goblin commander being besieged by the skeletons, turmoil churning within him. How could this be? It was impossible. He could not fathom how an elite creature, confronted by an A-rank rare class wielding exceptional weapons, could be subdued by the summons of a D-rank class. Moreover, using such a disgraceful and underhanded tactic, tripping, choking, attacking its weak points, this was an affront to the warrior class. Yet, it was precisely this method, which he scorned the most, that yielded the most astonishing results. He felt his face burn, as if Xiao Ran had slapped him repeatedly from afar. Just moments before, he had derided Xiao Ran as a fool, urging him not to interfere, yet now, that very individual had managed to control the elite creature single-handedly. What did that make him? A failure who could not even handle an elite monster? No, that elite monster is mine. The experience and loot from the first kill must be mine. A surge of intense jealousy and resentment welled up within Wang Hao. He could not bear the thought of being outshone by a well-known failure on the very first day of his new class. What are you all standing around for? The monster is under control. Attack. Focus fire and take it down. Wang Hao shouted at his stunned companions, the first to react. He charged forward once more. His bloodline of fury ignited by humiliation, radiating a faint red glow as his power and speed surged. Die for me. He leaped high, driving his sword toward the goblin commander's heart with all his might. The others, as if awakening from a dream, quickly joined in. Yes, attack. Steal the kill. In an instant, fireballs, frost arrows, wind blades, and the blades of other warriors rained down upon the immobilized goblin commander. They reasoned simply. Xiao Ran's skeletal warriors could only control. Their output capabilities were surely lacking. The final blow would undoubtedly fall to them, the true combat professionals. However, how could Xiao Ran allow them that opportunity? As Wang Hao and the others launched their assault, Xiao Ran's gaze turned icy. You wish to steal my experience? Dream on. He scoffed inwardly, focusing his mental energy with precision, issuing a new command to the 6 skeletal warriors besieging the goblin commander. Abandon all defense, attack its eyes. At the moment the command was given, the skeletal warriors' actions transformed abruptly. They disregarded their body's other vulnerabilities, instead frenziedly directing all their claws and teeth toward the goblin commander's enormous, like eyes. With sickening sounds, the last remnants of the goblin commander's resistance shattered under the agonizing pain of its eyes being pierced. Its massive form stiffened momentarily before collapsing entirely, the spark of life rapidly fading. Almost simultaneously, Wang Hao's sword successfully pierced its heart. But it was too late. Your summoned creature has slain the goblin commander, elite. Triggered an overlevel kill reward. Gained 500 experience points. Congratulations, host. Level up. Current level 4220800. Your skill Skeleton Resurrection has leveled up. Current LV3, controllable quantity 15. A cacophony of system notification sounds erupted in Xiao Ran's mind. A warm surge coursing through his entire body, the exhilarating sensation brought about by the upgrade prompting him to involuntarily squint his eyes. In contrast, Wang Hao, after inserting his sword, waited in vain for any notification, bewildered by the absence of any sound. What was happening? Where was the experience? Where were the system prompts? Wang Hao stood in stunned silence, pulling his sword from the lifeless goblin commander, disbelief etched across his face. Did I not secure the kill? At that moment, he witnessed a scene that made his eyes widen in horror. The 6 skeletal warriors, upon the death of the goblin commander, abruptly ceased all movement. Their hollow eye sockets turned towards their master, Xiao Ran, as if awaiting some command. A cold smirk curled at the corners of Xiao Ran's mouth. He ignored everyone around him, including the furious Wang Hao, and simply uttered a single word: consume. With the command given, the 6 skeletal soldiers immediately bowed down, their bony claws pressing against the colossal corpse of the goblin commander. A powerful gray light, far more intense than any previous manifestation, erupted from them. Wang Hao finally came to his senses, watching in horror as the body of the goblin commander shriveled and dissolved at a visible pace. The spoils that rightfully belonged to him being consumed in an unfathomably sinister manner. Stop! Wang Hao's eyes turned crimson, his reason obliterated by rage as he raised his sword, pointing it menacingly at the distant Xiao Ran, bellowing, Xiao Ran, you despicable thief! Cease this at once. You shall not steal my kill. Chapter 13. All Evolution, Skeletal Warriors. Wang Hao's roar, filled with resentment and fury, reverberated across the silent battlefield. Yet, Xiao Ran barely lifted an eyelid. Steal your kill? How preposterous. From beginning to end, it was my skeletal warriors who dominated the battlefield, from control to execution. You were merely a scavenging hyena attempting to snatch a share at the last moment. Now, you dare to claim that I have stolen your kill? Xiao Ran couldn't even be bothered to counter him verbally. All his focus was on the grand feast unfolding before him. The goblin commander's corpse was a sumptuous delicacy for these skeletal warriors, who had subsisted on meager scraps until now. The vast essence of flesh and blood, coupled with the formidable soul energy far exceeding that of an ordinary goblin, transformed into a rich gray stream, akin to a flood bursting its banks, which the 6 skeletal warriors ravenously absorbed. Crack, crack, a series of rapid, crisp sounds echoed from within the bodies of the 6 skeletal warriors. Their bones were undergoing a monumental transformation. The once pristine white bones rapidly darkened, beginning from the claws that contacted the corpse, as the darkness spread like a living entity along their arms, torsos, spines, and skulls. In a matter of seconds, the 6 skeletal warriors, once stark white, had metamorphosed into ebony black skeletons. Moreover, this black hue was not merely a change in color under the sunlight. Their skeletal surfaces gleamed with a cold metallic luster, as if they were no longer fragile bone, but forged from some resilient alloy. Their forms also grew taller, with their previously slender frames becoming more robust, especially in the chest and limbs, radiating a sense of power. Even in their hollow right hands, the black finger bones began to twist, extend, and reorganize, gradually forming rudimentary yet sharp bone weapons, bone knives, bone spears, and bone axes. Buzz! As the goblin commander's corpse was completely drained, disintegrating into a cloud of ash, the 6 black skeletons stood up simultaneously. The flames of souls in their eye sockets transformed from the previous crimson to a deeper, colder azure. Your summoned skeleton warriors have successfully devoured the elite unit, Goblin Commander, absorbing sufficient high-tier energy to meet the evolution criteria. Evolution successful. Skeleton Warrior, Ordinary, has evolved into Skeleton Warrior, Black Iron Grade. Skeleton Warrior, Black Iron Grade. Level, 4. Strength, 15. Agility, 12. Vitality, 18. Black Iron Skeleton. Skills, Basic Weapon Mastery, Passive, Charge, Active. As the new data popped up on the system panel, Xiao Ran's heart raced with exhilaration. It worked. They truly evolved. The attributes had skyrocketed dramatically. Strength, agility, vitality. Each stat had multiplied several times over. The designation of Black Iron Skeleton in parentheses next to vitality indicated their defense had dramatically improved. More crucially, they had acquired skills. Basic Weapon Mastery meant they were no longer mere beasts clawing at foes. They were now true soldiers adept at wielding weapons. Charge was the quintessential skill for any warrior. This was no longer mere cannon fodder. This was clearly a small battalion of heavy infantry. Xiao Ran, are you listening to me? Wang Hao's furious shout once again interrupted Xiao Ran's elation. Seeing Xiao Ran disregard him entirely, even allowing the skeletons to consume the spoils right before his eyes. A surge of blood rushed to Wang Hao's head, and he could no longer endure the humiliation and indifference. You seek death, Wang Hao roared, his crimson aura intensifying, propelling him like a cannonball directly towards Xiao Ran. He was determined to teach this ignorant fool a lesson, to make him understand that the dignity of an A-grade profession was not to be trifled with. The surrounding students gasped. A fight was about to break out. Wang Hao was going to confront Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran was in trouble. No matter how formidable his skeletons were, he was still merely a mage, and being approached by the rampaging warrior would spell his doom. Lin Wanner, too, grew anxious. Her concern was not for Xiao Ran's life, but for the trouble Wang Hao would attract by killing someone in public. She urgently called out, Hao, don't be impulsive. But it was too late. Wang Hao's speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he was within 10 meters of Xiao Ran. A sinister grin on his face as he envisioned slicing Xiao Ran in half with his sword. However, Xiao Ran's expression remained as placid as a tranquil lake. He didn't even shift his stance. Just as Wang Hao's sword was about to reach him, Xiao Ran merely lifted his eyelids and, with a cold gaze, surveyed the 6 newly evolved skeleton warriors. A silent command was issued through their mental link. Intercept him. Whoosh. The 2 closest skeleton warriors sprang into action. Their speed had more than doubled. Almost simultaneously as Wang Hao charged, they became 2 dark afterimages, flanking him on either side, meeting his charge head-on. They employed no flashy techniques. They simply swung their bone knives and axes across Wang Hao's path with brutal force. Wang Hao's pupils constricted sharply. So fast. He was shocked. Completely unprepared for the terrifying speed of these black skeletons. He attempted to veer off course, but in his charging state, he had no time to react. He could only watch helplessly as he hurtled towards the 2 gleaming bone weapons. Chapter 14. This is the rebirth, and I have grown stronger. With a resounding clang that pierced the ears of all present, Wang Hao's charge was abruptly halted. The exquisite longsword in his grasp collided violently with the skeletal warrior's bone knife and bone axe, erupting into a dazzling spray of sparks. An unimaginable force reverberated back through the blade, numbing Wang Hao's entire arm and tearing his palm, blood gushing forth. How is this possible? Astonishment and disbelief etched across Wang Hao's face. It felt as though he had crashed against 2 solid iron walls rather than mere bone weapons. The 2 black skeletal warriors, after enduring his charge, merely swayed slightly before sliding back less than half a meter, regaining their stance. Not a single noticeable dent marred their bony weapons. What kind of bones are these? Harder than my splendid longsword. A void filled his mind, and the strength he had once prided himself on seemed utterly laughable in this moment. Before he could recover from the shock, for other skeletal warriors had already encircled him from various directions, their ghostly blue soul flames locking onto him from all angles. The chill of death and emotionless murderous intent pressed upon him like a tangible blade against his back. Wang Hao's body stiffened instantly. He could feel that should he dare to move, those 4 glimmering bone weapons would unhesitatingly pierce his body from 4 different angles. Cold sweat soaked his back. He was afraid. This was the first time since his class change that he felt the threat of death. And it came from a creature he had always looked down upon, a D-rank Necromancer summon. The battlefield fell into a heavy silence once more. Everyone was stunned by the spectacle. His charge had been blocked. Wang Hao's assault had been thwarted head-on by 2 skeletons. My heavens, what are those black skeletons? Their defense and strength are utterly terrifying. Xiao Ran had merely stood still. With just a glance, he had nearly dispatched Wang Hao in an instant. If previously Xiao Ran's command of the skeletons to overwhelm elite monsters had instilled a tactical shock, now the direct confrontation of 2 skeletal warriors with an A-rank berserker brought forth sheer dominance and terror. This experience had completely transcended their understanding of D-rank professions. Lin Wanner covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes filled with uncertainty. She fixated on Wang Hao, encircled by the skeletal warriors, then glanced at the aloof Xiao Ran, who seemed detached from the unfolding chaos. For the first time, a flicker of doubt and regret stirred within her heart. Did I truly misjudge him? This Xiao Ran possesses an unexpectedly terrifying hidden strength? At that moment, Xiao Ran paid no heed to Wang Hao's fate. He was intently attuned to the changes in his own body. The instant the skeletal warriors completed their evolution, a weak but exceedingly pure energy began to flow back into him from the 6 skeletal warriors through the mental link they shared. Your summoned skeletal warriors have completed their evolution. The talent Undead Devour has triggered a special effect of evolution and rebirth. You have received partial energy feedback from the evolution of your summons. Your constitution has permanently increased by 0.1. Your spirit has permanently increased by 0.2. Your magical power limit has permanently increased by 10. A warm current flowed through his limbs and bones. Unlike the overwhelming exhilaration of leveling up, this nurturing energy was gentler and more profound. It felt as though it was transforming the very essence of Xiao Ran's being. He could distinctly sense an increase in the density of his bones and a firming of his muscles. The fatigue from issuing commands dissipated, leaving his mind astonishingly clear, even making his thoughts seem to operate with greater speed. Is this the rebirth? Xiao Ran clenched his fist, savoring the subtle, yet tangible growth within him. Incredible. This is a delightful surprise. He had initially believed that Undead Devour merely enhanced his summons, but he had not anticipated that their evolution could also fortify him. Though the increase in attributes was modest, 0-1 in constitution and 0-2 in spirit, this was merely the beginning. He had only devoured a level 5 elite monster. What if he were to consume a lord level, overlord level, or even a divine level creature in the future? To what heights would his body be strengthened? As this thought ignited a fervor within him, Xiao Ran lifted his gaze, sweeping it across the paralyzed Wang Hao, whose fear rendered him immobile. There was a hint of pity in his eyes. How could this fool, still reveling in his A-rank profession, comprehend the divine path he was treading? Leave. Xiao Ran finally spoke, his voice cold and devoid of emotion, as if he were dismissing an irritating fly. Wang Hao's face flushed a deep shade of crimson. A tumult of humiliation, rage, and fear swirling within him, threatening to drive him mad. Yet, as he beheld the 6 pairs of eyes glowing with ghostly blue flames around him, he dared not utter another word. Gritting his teeth, he silently retreated, sheathing his sword, resembling a dog with its tail tucked between its legs. Chapter 15, System Task, Goblin Nest. Watching Wang Hao humiliatedly retreat back into the crowd under the watchful eyes of his skeletal warriors, Xiao Ran felt no satisfaction. To him, Wang Hao no longer merited being considered his opponent. In this lifetime, his enemies were those lurking in the depths of the apocalypse, capable of annihilating the world at a whim, as well as all those who had driven him to despair in his past life. Wang Hao and Lin Wan'er were merely 2 insignificant insects to be crushed on his path of vengeance. Now, the paramount focus was to continue growing stronger. His gaze swept across the ravaged battlefield. The initial wave of goblin assaults had concluded with the death of the goblin commander. The remaining scattered goblins had been eradicated by the city guards and students. The air was thick with the stench of blood and charred corpses. Most students lay exhausted on the ground, gasping for breath, their faces reflecting both relief and fatigue after the harrowing ordeal. The battle had taken an immense toll on them. In stark contrast, Xiao Ran, shielded by his undead army, had expended hardly any effort. Not only was he unscathed, but his level had skyrocketed to 4. And he had also acquired 6 formidable skeletal warriors. His gaze fell upon the newly summoned ordinary skeletons that had yet to evolve. The nourishment was still insufficient. Xiao Ran pondered. With only 1 goblin commander, the energy contained within the remaining ordinary goblin corpses was too low to allow the skeletons to evolve into skeletal warriors. He needed to find more advanced sustenance. Just then, a solemn and grand system announcement reverberated throughout the entire Jiang City area, clearly resonating in the minds of every class changer. Regional announcement. The first wave of monster assaults has been successfully repelled. The Novice Guide quest is officially initiated. Quest name, Exterminate the Goblin Nest. Quest type, Regional Public Quest. All level 110 Transcenders may participate. Quest description, deep within the mines on the outskirts of the city, a large goblin nest has emerged. Goblin shamans are gathering their forces, intending to launch a second wave of even greater attacks. For the safety of Jiang City, we implore all brave Transcenders to delve into the nest, eliminate the goblin shamans, and destroy their war altars. Quest rewards, abundant experience points, a novice equipment treasure chest, and 1 professional skill point. Special note, the team that first completes this quest will receive an additional rare reward. Upon the announcement's release, the previously exhausted students were instantly revitalized. A new quest, a formal task released by the system. The rewards are bountiful. There are even skill points. Skill points indeed. Such treasures cannot be bought, even with wealth. They can be utilized to upgrade skills or learn new ones. Moreover, there are first completion rewards. We must seize them. All eyes sparkled with excitement, and breaths quickened. The arrival of the apocalypse signifies both crisis and opportunity. The system's quest is the finest ladder for ordinary individuals to ascend to greatness. Wang Hao's eyes glimmered with fervor. He had just suffered a significant loss of face with Xiao Ran and was troubled with how to regain it. The first completion reward was the perfect opportunity for him to restore his reputation and reaffirm his status as the foremost. He immediately stood up, surveyed his surroundings, and proclaimed loudly, "Fellow classmates, this task pertains to the safety of Jiang City and, more importantly, our futures. I, Wang Hao, A-class berserker, Hereby officially establish an elite strategy team with a singular goal, to achieve the first completion. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the crowd as he began to call out names. Lin Wanner, you shall be our chief healer. Is that agreeable? Lin Wanner promptly nodded and replied with a smile, of course, Hao. She naturally stepped beside Wang Hao. Li Rui, A-class Gale Archer, your ranged output is crucial. Zhao Shenyu, B-class Heavy Shield Guardian, you will serve as our main tank. Those named were all students who had awakened to A-class or B-class formidable professions. They immediately gathered around, forming an elite team centered around Wang Hao and Lin Wanner. Their glances toward the other students brimmed with a sense of superiority. Once Wang Hao had assembled his team, his gaze lingered deliberately on Xiao Ran, the provocation and disdain in his eyes unmistakable. The implication was clear. Do you see this? This is the realm of the strong. You, a D-class necromancer, may possess peculiar methods, but you will never integrate into our circle. Just wait and watch as we achieve the first completion and leave you far behind. Xiao Ran scoffed at his childish antics. Goblin nest, goblin shamans. He lightly tapped his arm, his mind racing. In his past life, he had also participated in this quest. He vividly recalled the complex terrain of that nest, fraught with traps, and the diverse types of goblins present, including goblin spearmen, goblin scouts, and more. Most crucially, there was the goblin shaman. That creature was a spellcaster, capable of wielding low-level curses and fireball spells, posing a significant threat to novice teams. The shaman spellcaster made Xiao Ran's eyes narrow. He accessed his system, and a rudimentary interface that he had just unlocked appeared before him. Undead Codex. On the Codex, only two icons were illuminated. One for Skeleton Soldier and one for Skeleton Warrior. Beside them lay numerous gray, locked icons. One of these icons depicted a skeleton wielding a bow. Skeleton Archer, locked. Unlock conditions. 1. Host level must reach level 5. 2. Use the Skeleton Resurrection skill to transform a deceased creature with ranged attack capabilities into a skeleton. Upon seeing this, Xiao Ran's heart raced. A deceased creature with ranged attack capabilities. The goblin spearmen within the goblin nest were the perfect materials. Chapter 16. Great One, please take us along. The mere thought of unlocking the skeleton archer ignited a fervor within Xiao Ran's heart. His undead army currently lacked ranged attack capabilities. While the 6 skeleton warriors were formidable in close combat, they became disadvantaged against complex terrains or aerial foes. Having a battalion of skeleton archers would truly elevate his undead army into a 3-dimensional force, drastically enhancing tactical flexibility. He must go to the goblin nest. And swiftly, Xiao Ran promptly made his decision. Not only would he go, but he would also strive to be ahead of everyone else, claiming all valuable materials within as his own. Just as he prepared to set off, a voice called out from behind him. That Xiao Ran classmate. Turning around, he found the B-class swordsman student, whom he had previously scorned as a burden, approaching awkwardly alongside his mage and archer companions. The swordsman's previous arrogance and anger had vanished, replaced by a complex expression of awe, appeasement, and embarrassment. Is there something you need? Xiao Ran's tone remained frosty. The swordsman rubbed his hands together, struggling to find the right words. Finally, he took a deep breath and bowed deeply before Xiao Ran. Great One Xiao Ran, I apologize. We previously failed to recognize your stature and look down upon you. Please do not hold it against us. His attitude had undertaken a complete reversal, directly addressing Xiao Ran as Great One instead of classmate. The mage and archer behind him quickly followed suit, bowing in apology. Indeed, Great One, we were in the wrong. You are magnanimous. Please disregard us. They were genuinely afraid and sincerely humbled. Having witnessed Xiao Ran's skeleton warrior stand firm against Wang Hao, they finally understood how foolish and laughable their earlier provocation had been. He was far from a D-class failure. He was a hidden powerhouse. Now, with the system quest announced, the goblin nest sounded perilous. They could not aspire to Wang Hao's elite team, and the remaining students were mere scattered individuals, utterly unreliable. After much contemplation, the safest and most dependable option was, astonishingly, the very Xiao Ran they had just offended. If they could align themselves with this powerful ally, they would gladly go so far as to kneel and beg for forgiveness. Xiao Ran regarded their sycophantic demeanor with indifference. This is the apocalypse. This is human nature. When you are weak, everyone will trample upon you. When you display sufficient strength, those who once stepped on you will turn around and grovel. He had witnessed this too many times in his previous life. I accept your apology, Xiao Ran said coolly. You may leave now. The swordsman was taken aback, lifting his head in urgency. Great One, please. We genuinely wish to apologize, and, moreover, we desire to team up with you for the Goblin Nest quest. Look, we have a swordsman, a mage, and an archer. Our configuration is complete. We can assist you by drawing aggro, tanking damage, and providing ranged support. We can do anything you need. Indeed, esteemed one, please lead us. The mage eagerly exclaimed. We require no equipment or loot. We merely wish to accompany you and gain some experience, ensuring a safe completion of the task. In their desperation for survival, they humbled themselves significantly. Nearby, several students who had not managed to join Wang Hao's team observed this scene with intrigue. They too yearned to approach, but were deterred by Xiao Ran's icy demeanor, leaving them to watch from a distance. Xiao Ran's gaze swept over the trio, a B-rank swordsman, a B-rank fire mage, and a C-rank archer. Frankly speaking, this configuration could be deemed a commendable standard party for novices, had it been the unremarkable self from his past life. Possessing such companions would have filled him with uncontainable joy. However, now, I have already stated, Xiao Ran's voice was devoid of warmth. I do not require burdens. Those 3 words fell upon the trio like a cascade of ice water, freezing the smiles upon their faces instantaneously. But, great one. Our swordsman cohort still wishes to make an appeal. What can you possibly offer? Xiao Ran interjected bluntly, his gaze fixed upon the swordsman. Can you withstand the curse of a goblin shaman? He then turned his attention to the mage. Can your fireball breach the stone defenses within the goblin lair? Finally, he regarded the archer. Can your arrows penetrate the leather armor of a goblin captain? These 3 inquiries left the trio speechless, their faces paling in horror. They had no inkling of what lay within the lair, and none could provide an answer to Xiao Ran's questions. With a cold sneer, he continued, You are incapable of accomplishing anything. Following me will only hinder my progress, distract my focus, and may even lead to situations akin to what transpired with Wang Hao, where you might attempt to seize my spoils. No, we would never. The swordsman's student hastily vowed. Your assurances are worthless. Xiao Ran's gaze was as frigid as steel. In this apocalypse, I trust only myself and them. He gestured to the 6 skeletal warriors emanating an aura of chill behind him. Now, take your ludicrous notions of forming a party and vanish from my sight. Do not trouble me again. With that, Xiao Ran turned his back on them, striding resolutely towards the outskirts of the city and the mine. Behind him, the 6 skeletal warriors marched in perfect unison, resembling the most loyal of sentinels, following closely. This left the trio of students and a crowd of stunned onlookers, rendered speechless, standing in a daze. They gazed at Xiao Ran's solitary yet formidable silhouette, their minds echoing a singular thought. This man is far too powerful and far too ruthless. He requires no allies. Chapter 17. Do you think you deserve to form a party with me? Xiao Ran, solitary in his pursuit, led his undead squad towards the goblin lair. His figure was elongated by the setting sun's rays, exuding an aura of pride and determination. The students remaining behind watched him depart, their expressions a tapestry of varied emotions. The rejected swordsman trio wore faces of humiliation and resentment, their spirits fluctuating between indignation and despair. How dare he speak of us in such a manner? The archer boy could no longer contain his frustration, muttering under his breath. We approached him in good faith to apologize and seek to form a party. Yet he reduced us to mere nothingness. Exactly. He is insufferably arrogant. What are a few formidable skeletons, after all? Once we level up and equip ourselves, we shall surely match his prowess. The mage chimed in, equally aggrieved. Only the lead B-rank swordsman remained silent for a moment before shaking his head in resignation. Enough. He spoke the truth. What? The other 2 looked at him in astonishment. The swordsman's face reflected defeat as he murmured, Did you not perceive it? When he posed those 3 questions, he was not merely mocking us. He seemed to truly comprehend what awaited in that lair. His confidence was not feigned. He recalled Xiao Ran's cold, perceptive gaze, and a shiver ran down his spine. Moreover, consider this. How long has it been since the monster invasion? In that brief span, he has not only reached level 4, but has also evolved his summons into those terrifying black skeletons. Meanwhile, we 3, working as a team, have barely managed to scrape by to level 2, nearly perishing multiple times. The disparity between us is beyond mere talent. The swordsman's words doused the flames of anger in his companions, replacing them with a profound sense of helplessness. Indeed, the chasm was too great. Their once proud B-rank classes now appeared laughable in the face of Xiao Ran's extraordinary might. What shall we do now? Are we truly to venture into that lair alone? The mage asked, his voice tinged with trepidation. The swordsman glanced at Wang Hao and his group nearby, who were preparing to embark with fervor. He then surveyed the scattered players around them, anxiety etched on their faces. Gritting his teeth, he declared, What other choice do we have? Let us form our own party and see how far we can go. It is better than facing death alone. We must secure the skill points from the quest rewards. Meanwhile, Wang Hao and Lin Wanner's elite strategy team had also noted Xiao Ran's solitary venture. Humph, that fool truly dares to go alone. An A-rank archer beside Wang Hao scoffed disdainfully. He's a madman. Pay him no mind. Wang Hao grunted, his frustration palpable as he recalled the recent humiliation he had suffered. The lair is not like this flat terrain. The landscape is complex and fraught with traps. His oversized skeletons will make him a target, though he spoke with bravado. A flicker of unease stirred within him. The psychological impact of Xiao Ran's skeletal warriors weighed heavily on his mind. How? We should hasten our departure to avoid being beaten to the punch, Lin Wanner gently urged, her gaze drifting from Xiao Ran's retreating form, her expression tinged with complexity. She felt instinctively that matters would not unfold as Wang Hao had asserted. The once timid, ordinary Xiao Ran had seemingly transformed into a being she could no longer comprehend. Yet, she had chosen to side with Wang Hao and must steadfastly remain committed. The honor and rewards of being the first to complete the quest were crucial to her and Wang Hao's future development. Indeed, let us depart. Let that way see what true efficiency and strategy looks like, Wang Hao proclaimed, leading his elite team towards the goblin lair with great fanfare. Armed with superior gear and a well-thought-out class composition, they brimmed with confidence, determined to seize the first completion. In their wake, other students hastily formed several makeshift teams, filled with trepidation and anticipation, following suit. In an instant, the path to the outskirts of the city was bustling with activity. Meanwhile, Xiao Ran had already left them far behind. His speed was remarkable, the attributes gained from reaching level 4, coupled with the enhanced endurance from his previous training, set him apart. More importantly, he had no need to conserve energy, for he possessed the Undying Pact. Before him lay the entrance to the mine. Xiao Ran halted, gazing at the darkened mouth of the cave not far ahead. Scattered about were abandoned mine carts and tools, while a few goblin scouts stealthily patrolled the entrance. In the case of any other team, this would be the moment to meticulously devise a stealth plan, first neutralizing the external sentinels. Yet, within the lexicon of Xiao Ran, the term stealth finds no place. For the army of the undead, the most effective tactic has always been to simply trample over their foes. He cast a glance at the 6 skeletal warriors behind him, then turned his gaze to the 4 ordinary skeletons still in their nascent forms. Perfect. They shall be the ones to make the final sacrifices, fulfilling the last 4 evolution slots. Xiao Ran's eyes glinted with cold resolve as he issued the simplest of commands to the patrolling goblin scouts. Kill. With the command given, the 10 skeletons behind him surged forth like unleashed tigers, launching an unannounced assault toward the entrance of the mine. Chapter 18. The Undead Battle Array, a relentless advance. The goblin scouts, stationed at the entrance, clearly did not anticipate such a crude and direct assault. As they emitted sounds of confusion, the 6 skeletal warriors transformed into streaks of black lightning, covering dozens of meters in an instant and arriving before the goblins. Charge! Under Xiao Ran's command, the 6 skeletal warriors simultaneously activated their newly acquired skills. Their speed surged once more, bodies sinking slightly, shoulders thrusting forward like miniature battering rams, colliding violently with the unsuspecting goblin scouts. Bang! 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 The resounding thuds echoed through the air. The diminutive goblin scouts, in the face of the black iron skeletal warriors, were as frail as paper. Before they could even let out a cry of despair, the tremendous force shattered their bones, sending them flying and resulting in instant demise. An execution, a pure display of overwhelming strength and velocity. Meanwhile, the 4 ordinary skeletons, under Xiao Ran's command, swiftly pounced upon the fallen bodies, expertly sinking their bony claws into the remains and commencing their feast. Your summoned entities have slain a goblin scout, earning 15 experience points. Your summoned skeleton soldiers have triggered Undead Devour. A grayish light flickered and extinguished, all within a matter of mere seconds. The threat at the cave's entrance was eradicated completely. Xiao Ran nodded in satisfaction. Quite efficient. He did not rush inside. Instead, he remained in place, awaiting the evolution of the last 4 skeletons. After devouring the flesh and souls of the goblin scouts, the 4 ordinary skeletons began to emit crackling sounds, their bones transforming toward a deep, obsidian hue. Though the energy of the goblin scouts was not as formidable as that of the commanders, these skeletons had previously consumed a substantial number of ordinary goblins, accumulating a solid foundation. Minutes later, as 4 ethereal blue flames ignited, Xiao Ran's ranks swelled with 4 new skeletal warriors. Thus, his undead legion began to take shape. 10 skeletal warriors, each nearly 2 meters tall, cloaked in a pitch-black sheen, wielding an array of bone weaponry, with ghostly blue flames flickering in their eye sockets, stood in perfect formation behind Xiao Ran. They remained utterly still, akin to the most elite of demonic royal guards, exuding an aura of deathly silence and oppressive might that would deter any novice team from approaching. Excellent. As Xiao Ran gazed upon his meticulously crafted masterpiece, a sense of accomplishment filled his heart. With a wave of his hand, he issued a new command. Pair up, 4 in front and 6 behind. Defensive formation, advance. The 10 skeletal warriors sprang into action, displaying no signs of disorder, immediately forming the most standardized tactical squad formation. 2 skeletal warriors led the way as vanguards and shields, while 4 others flanked Xiao Ran, ensuring his absolute safety. The last 4 skeletal warriors brought up the rear, guarding against any potential ambush from behind. The entire formation resembled a moving iron fortress, nearly devoid of any vulnerabilities. Thus, this small battalion of the undead marched forward with steady, synchronized steps into the abyss of the black mine. Inside the mine, the atmosphere was dark and damp, filled with the earthy stench mingled with the distinct odor of goblins. The passage was narrow, allowing only 3 or 4 individuals to walk side by side, the ground littered with rubble and puddles of water, requiring careful navigation for any ordinary person. However, this posed no challenge for the skeletal warriors. They trod upon the debris, creating a rhythmic crunch that echoed eerily in the silent passageway. Not far ahead, a rustling noise suddenly emanated from around the corner. The 2 leading skeletal vanguards immediately halted, raising their bone knives and shields, assuming a defensive posture while relaying information to Xiao Ran. An ambush? A cold smile crept across Xiao Ran's lips. In his previous life, it was here that he had been caught off guard by goblins, nearly losing half his life. But now, there was no need for caution, merely charge through. Xiao Ran issued his ruthless command. Upon receiving the order, the 2 vanguard skeletons hesitated no longer, striding boldly toward the corner. At the very instant they appeared, a dozen poisoned spears shot forth from the stone walls on either side of the corridor. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The spears, imbued with a greenish glow, sealed off all avenues of evasion for the skeletal warriors. This was a trap the goblins excelled at. Any human team, faced with such a sudden ambush, would surely flounder, likely resulting in injuries to 1 or 2 members. Yet, meeting these spears were shields forged from pure black iron. Clang, clang, clang. A rapid series of sharp sounds erupted. Every single spear was deflected by the bone shields, clattering to the ground. Some spearheads even shattered from the sheer force of impact. The 2 bone shields bore merely shallow white marks. The trap, rendered ineffective. The 7 or 8 goblin spear throwers, lying in wait around the corner, were left dumbfounded by this unexpected turn of events. They could not fathom why their prized poisoned spears had no effect on these 2 black skeletal figures. While they stood in confusion, the 2 skeletal warriors had already closed the distance, initiating an inevitable massacre. Chapter 19. Wang Hao stared in shock. How could this be possible? Within the confines of the narrow mine shaft, goblin spear throwers, as ranged units, faced certain slaughter when confronted by heavy infantry like the skeletal warriors. Thud, crack. Bone knives swung, bone axes cleaved. Accompanied by the wretched screams of goblins, the battle concluded in less than half a minute. All 7 or 8 goblin spear throwers were reduced to mere remnants upon the ground. A sliver of satisfaction finally graced Xiao Ran's face. He approached slowly, his gaze locking onto a still relatively intact goblin spear thrower corpse. At last, he had found the materials needed to unlock a new unit type. He extended his hand, activating Skeletal Resurrection. Command confirmed. Skill Skeletal Resurrection activated. Magic power cost, 10 points. Material consumed. Goblin spear thrower corpse, possessing ranged attack capability. Meets special transformation conditions. Proceed with transformation? Yes. Xiao Ran confirmed without hesitation. A gray magical circle illuminated, enveloping the corpse of the goblin spear thrower. Unlike before, this time, after the flesh was torn away, the magic circle not only reassembled the skeletal structure, but also materialized a rudimentary short bow crafted from bone, along with a quiver filled with bone arrows. When the ethereal blue flame of the soul ignited within the skull's eye sockets, it automatically picked up the bone bow and quiver from the ground. Special transformation successful. New unit unlocked in the Undead Codex. Skeleton Archer. Skeleton Archer, Black Iron Grade. Level, 4. Strength, 8. Agility, 15. Constitution, 10. Black Iron Skeleton. Skill, Precision Shot, LV1. Undead Arrow. Passive. Arrows shot carry a faint shadow damage. Observing this newly birthed unit, Xiao Ran's breath quickened slightly. It was accomplished. His first ranged unit. Though its strength was significantly lower than that of the skeleton warriors of the same level, its agility was notably higher, and it possessed 2 practical range skills. This indicated that his undead legion now wielded aerial superiority and remote firepower suppression. Excellent. My army is finally complete. A sense of calm washed over Xiao Ran. He immediately commanded the remaining 9 skeleton warriors to consume the corpses of the goblin spear throwers scattered on the ground, further enhancing their attributes. Meanwhile, he continued deeper into the mine, accompanied by the newly born skeleton archer. About 10 minutes later, the elite expedition team, led by Wang Hao, finally arrived at the mine's entrance. Be cautious. Intelligence reports indicate goblin scouts patrol the entrance. Zhao Shenyu, you take the lead and prepare to engage. Wang Hao commanded with spirited confidence. They approached with utmost care, yet when they reached the cave's mouth, they found themselves in a state of shock. The entrance was utterly vacant, save for a few dismembered goblin corpses and a floor stained with dried green blood. Where are the monsters? How could they all be slain? Wang Hao furrowed his brow. The condition of these bodies is gruesome, Lin Wanner remarked, gazing at the mangled remains. A wave of nausea washing over her. Someone must have gotten here first. A-grade archer Li Rue examined the bodies and spoke solemnly, judging by the coagulation of the blood. It must have happened just a dozen minutes ago. The assailant was merciless. Wang Hao's expression darkened instantly. Could it be that scoundrel Xiao Ran? He immediately thought of him. Unlikely, right? How could he possibly clear out all the scouts so swiftly on his own? Someone nearby voiced doubt. Who else could it be? Wang Hao scoffed. Let us not forget his undead minions. We must enter quickly. We cannot allow him to claim all the spoils. With complex emotions, the group rushed into the mine. Upon reaching the first corner, they were once again stunned by the sight before them. Scattered on the ground were a dozen broken short spears, and the stone walls were riddled with shallow indentations. Around the corner lay another 7 or 8 goblin spear thrower corpses, brutally disassembled. Was there a battle here? It seemed someone had triggered a trap and subsequently vanquished the ambushed monsters. Zhao Shenyu, serving as the shield warrior, quickly discerned the situation. Noting the formidable defensive capabilities that had withstood such a barrage of poisoned spears, Wang Hao's expression grew increasingly grim. He was nearly certain that this was the work of Xiao Ran. That D-grade profession, which he had deemed feeble, had inexplicably crushed everything in its path. How had he achieved this? For the first time, Wang Hao felt a flicker of trepidation towards Xiao Ran, beyond mere anger and jealousy. How? It seems we have fallen too far behind. Lin Wanner's voice trembled slightly. Their elite team of over 10 members was proceeding with extreme caution, while Xiao Ran traversed the mine as if it were his own backyard, demonstrating a terrifying efficiency. The contrast was painfully stark. Pursue. Move at full speed. Wang Hao provoked, bellowed, abandoning any pretense of caution, and led his team in a frantic dash through the tunnels. As they hurried onward, they encountered a plethora of goblin corpses. The bodies of goblin warriors and laborers lay strewn across their path. Every obstacle had been ruthlessly torn apart. Yet, they had not seen a single living goblin. It was as though a relentless meat grinder had paved the way before them, crushing everything in its wake. Finally, in a relatively spacious hall within the mine, they caught up. What they witnessed would be etched in their memories forever. At the far end of the hall, Xiao Ran stood calmly. Before him, 9 black skeleton warriors formed an unassailable steel line, engaged in a fierce battle against 2 to 3 dozen goblins. Behind Xiao Ran, another black skeleton archer stood atop a high rock, continuously drawing its bone bow and accurately shooting arrows imbued with shadow energy at the goblins attempting to sneak in. The entire combat scene was a vivid tapestry of violence and the aesthetics of death. The skeleton warriors fought fearlessly, and the goblins fell before their cleaving strikes like wheat before the scythe. Each shot from the skeleton archer claimed a goblin's life. Throughout it all, Xiao Ran remained a silent observer, akin to a king surveying his army. Wang Hao and his entire elite team stood dumbfounded. They gaped, entranced by the hellish tableau before them, their minds blank. Was that a mere army? He was a one-man army. How could this be possible? Wang Hao muttered in a daze, feeling as if his worldview had been utterly shattered in that moment. Chapter 20. Unlocked. The desire for skeleton archers. Wang Hao and the elite expedition team behind him stood frozen at the entrance of the hall, like a group of mortals who had stumbled into a battlefield of gods and demons, scarcely daring to breathe. The spectacle before them had entirely surpassed their understanding. When did that skeleton with the bow appear? A-grade archer Li Rue's voice trembled. As an archer, he could distinctly sense that the skeleton archer stationed above was fast, precise, ruthless, and shot from astute angles, targeting the enemy's vital points. Its shooting technique was even more refined than his own A-grade skills. His skeletons have multiplied, and they appear to have evolved. B-grade shield warrior Zhao Shenyu fixated on the 9 skeleton warriors forming the defensive line. He observed their seamless coordination, advancing and retreating with purpose, sometimes forming a shield wall to withstand charges, other times dispersing to encircle foes. They were no mere mindless summons. They were a well-trained elite fighting force. Lin Wanner was equally shaken. She witnessed one skeleton warrior being overwhelmed and dismembered by 3 goblins in a moment of valiant sacrifice to protect the formation. Yet, Xiao Ran exhibited no signs of sorrow or surprise. He merely observed with calm detachment. The sacrifice of that skeleton warrior created an excellent opportunity for its comrades, who swiftly dispatched the 3 goblins. Efficient, cold-blooded, and with absolute execution. What instilled the most terror in her was the sight of the skeletons skillfully dragging the corpses of fallen goblins to the rear during the lulls in battle, subsequently engaging in their eerie act of consumption. With each corpse devoured, the ominous black light emanating from them seemed to grow increasingly solidified. This was a terrifying legion capable of self-replenishment and self-evolution through the chaos of war. The true monstrosity lay not in the creatures themselves, but in Lin Wanner, whose lips had turned pale as she gazed at the serene figure of Xiao Ran in the distance. For the first time, a wave of fear surged within her. Regret began to take root, not for her betrayal, but for failing to recognize Xiao Ransworth sooner. Had she chosen him, she would now be standing behind this army of the undead. Wang Hao's heart was aflame with jealousy and a sense of bitter indignation. Feeling as though he had been grievously wounded, he had assumed that by leading an elite team at full speed, even if he could not surpass Xiao Ran, at the very least, they would progress side by side. Yet the reality was stark. Xiao Ran had been here for an indeterminate time, clearing out monsters, while they had not even managed to catch a glimpse of a single living goblin. As he observed Xiao Ran's burgeoning army of the undead, and then glanced back at his own cadre, who, despite their commendable talents, wore expressions of pallor and low morale. An unprecedented sense of defeat washed over him like a tidal wave. At that moment, the battle in the hall reached its climax. The last goblin fell, pierced through the throat by an arrow from a skeleton archer, pinned against the wall. The hall was left with nothing but the scattered corpses, and Xiao Ran stood amidst his 10 cold, undead creations. It was as if he had only just now acknowledged the presence of Wang Hao and the others. He turned his head slowly, his gaze sweeping over them with a calmness that suggested they were mere inconsequential passers-by. Then, he averted his eyes and began issuing new commands. The 9 skeleton warriors immediately set about the grim task of clearing the battlefield, gathering all the goblin corpses for collective consumption. Meanwhile, the newly formed skeleton archer nimbly leaped down from the rocky heights to kneel before Xiao Ran, awaiting inspection like a soldier ready for review. Xiao Ran extended his hand, scrutinizing this new unit with care. He could perceive that the skeletal structure of the archer was far more agile than that of the warrior, making it ideally suited for nimble movement and accurate shooting. One was still insufficient, he mused. A solitary skeleton archer could merely serve to harass and eliminate targets. But what if there were 100, or even 1,000? That would unleash a deluge of deathly arrows, blotting out the sun. Any foe daring to stand before his legion of the undead would be reduced to a pincushion upon their charge. He must unlock more ranged units. A fierce yearning ignited in Xiao Ran's eyes. He reopened the Undead Compendium. Beside the icon for Skeleton Archer, there was another grayed-out icon depicting a skeleton wielding a staff. Skeleton Mage, unlocked. Unlock conditions. 1. Host level reaches level 10. 2. Utilize the Skeleton Resurrection skill to convert a corpse of a creature with spellcasting abilities. Spellcasting abilities. Xiao Ran's gaze instantaneously pierced through the hall and into the deeper recesses of the mine. The Goblin Shaman, that elite creature, dwelling in the innermost lair, proficient in curses and fireball spells, was the perfect candidate. If he could slay it, and then utilize its corpse for transformation, he would unlock the spellcasting units of his undead army. At that moment, his legion would truly possess a complete array of frontline tanks, melee fighters, ranged attackers, and spellcasters, evolving into a fully equipped and versatile army. With that thought, Xiao Ran could no longer contain himself. He disregarded the still-dazed Wang Hao and the others, gesturing toward his bolstered undead army, now even more powerful from their recent feast. Advance. Our target, the shaman's altar. The 10 dark undead marched in unison, following their master as they strode toward the far end of the hall, disappearing into a deeper, darker passage. Only Wang Hao and his companions remained, standing amidst the chaos of the hall, exchanging bewildered and shocked glances. Chapter 21. Follow behind me and eat dust. Wang Hao and the members of his elite strategy team stood rigidly at the entrance of the mine's hall, like statues petrified by a spell. Each of their minds buzzed, overwhelmed by the spectacle before them, rendering coherent thought nearly impossible. He just went in there? A-level archer Li Rue stammered, breaking the oppressive silence. His voice was dry, laced with disbelief. We chased all the way here and didn't see a single living goblin, and he has already cleared this place alone? B-level shield warrior Zhao Sheniyu's voice carried a hint of despair. His once proud defense appeared laughably inadequate against Xiao Ran's ironclad army of the undead. Indeed, their small group, equipped with top-tier gear and boasting an impressive class composition, had proceeded with utmost caution, yet the outcome was that they were merely left eating dust behind someone else. They hadn't even been able to sip a drop of soup. This sensation was 1,000 times more painful than a slap to the face. Wang Hao's complexion turned ashen, his fists clenched tightly, the nails digging deep into his palms, drawing blood without him even noticing. He glared at the dark passage where Xiao Ran had vanished, and for the first time, alongside jealousy and rage, an overwhelming sense of powerlessness surged uncontrollably within him. How could this be? Why is this happening? I am clearly an A-level rare class, with S-level talent. I am the chosen one, the protagonist of this era. Why has all the limelight been stolen by that D-level waste? No, he is not a waste. If he is a waste, then what does that make me? Am I even less than that? Wang Hao's mind roared in turmoil, his pride and dignity shattered by the harsh reality Xiao Ran had presented. Hey Hao, what do we do now? Lin Wanner's voice gently broke the silence, tinged with an almost imperceptible tremor. She stepped closer to Wang Hao, attempting to offer him solace. Yet her own heart was tumultuous. Gazing at the strewn goblin corpses and then at her team of dispirited elites, confusion about her choices began to plague her thoughts. The power Xiao Ran displayed had far surpassed any reasonable expectation. He appeared as an unfathomable abyss. Just when one thought they had grasped his strength, he revealed yet another despairing facet of his capabilities. Was following Wang Hao truly the right choice? Lin Wanner's heart was in disarray. She watched Wang Hao's face contort with jealousy, then recalled Xiao Ran's expression, which remained serene throughout, and an inexplicable irritation surged within her. What should we do? Wang Hao abruptly whirled around, resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped on, and bellowed at Lin Wanner. What else can we do? Keep pursuing. I refuse to believe he can clear the entire dungeon alone. His voice was loud, a mixture of self-encouragement and an attempt to mask the fear within. The innermost lair houses the goblin shaman. That is the true elite spellcaster, capable of curses and area spells. His measly skeletons cannot withstand a barrage of spells. We still have a chance. As long as we can arrive before him, or when he and the shaman are mutually vanquished, the first kill shall still be ours. Wang Hao's words ignited a flicker of hope among the surrounding team members. Indeed, Wang Gu is right. The Necromancer is most vulnerable to magic-wielding foes. No matter how formidable his skeletons are, he himself is merely a fragile mage, susceptible to even a mere brush of the shaman's fireball. Let us hasten. Perhaps we may seize the opportunity. Like a lifeline discovered, the group instantly regained their spirits, abandoning any semblance of formation as they chaotically pursued the direction in which Xiao Ran had departed. Lin Wanner gazed at their retreating figures, letting out a soft sigh, and could only follow suit. Yet within her heart, that sense of unease intensified. Seize the opportunity? The chilling gaze of Xiao Ran involuntarily surfaced in her mind. Was he someone who would grant others the chance to take advantage? Meanwhile, deep within the mind's passage, Xiao Ran paid Wang Hao and his group no heed whatsoever. A bunch of novices unworthy even to serve as my cannon fodder, and they dare to vie for the BOSS? How naive and laughable. My current objective is clear, the Goblin Shaman. By defeating it and utilizing its corpse, I shall unlock my first magical unit, the Skeleton Mage. With the mage in my ranks, my undead legion will achieve a true trinity, marking a qualitative leap in tactical prowess. Ahead in the passage, the shaman's personal guard should await, the goblin warriors. As I walked, I pondered within my mind. My memories from the last life are vivid. In the final stretch leading to the shaman's altar, the guards were no longer mere goblins, but larger goblin warriors, wielding crude metal weapons and clad in tattered leather armor. Their strength ranged from levels 4 to 5, slightly weaker than the goblin commanders outside, yet they were greater in number and possessed a rudimentary sense of coordination. For an ordinary novice team, this would present an insurmountable obstacle. But for me, I glanced back at the 10 imposing skeleton warriors behind me, along with the already positioned skeleton archer. Perfect, a chance for my children to taste blood and hone their battle formation. All units on high alert, prepare for engagement. I commanded. The 11 undead minions instantly entered combat mode, the skeleton warriors raising their bone shields before them, while their bone swords and axes subtly lowered, poised for action. The skeleton archer tautly drew its bowstring, a spectral arrow resting on the string, the eerie blue flame of its soul firmly locking onto the darkness ahead in the passage. The sound of footsteps grew ever closer. Chapter 22. To the shaman's altar, I come. Roar. Accompanied by a coarse roar. The first figure emerged at the end of the dark passage. It was a creature half a head taller than a common goblin, its skin a deep brown, muscles rippling. Clad in a rudimentary leather armor stitched together from various beast pelts. Most notably, it wielded not a bone club or stone axe, but a rusted yet glinting metal cleaver. Goblin Warrior, common. Level 4. Following closely, 2 to 3 more goblin warriors surged forth from the shadows, blocking the entire passage, brandishing their weapons and letting out bloodthirsty roars as they charged towards my undead formation. Finally, a worthy appetizer had arrived. I scoffed internally. These goblin warriors far surpassed the common rabble in both strength and defense. If Wang Hao's so-called elite team were to encounter them, they would undoubtedly find themselves embroiled in a fierce battle. Yet they face me. Archers, target the knee of the leftmost one. I calmly issued my first command. The skeleton archer behind me hesitated not for an instant, swiftly drawing back the bowstring. Whoosh! A streak of black light, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, accurately struck the charging leftmost goblin warrior. Thud! The undead arrow pierced through its leather armor, embedding deep into the joint of the goblin warrior's knee. A howl erupted from the goblin warrior, its charge abruptly faltering as it stumbled, colliding with a nearby companion. Their already disorganized charge was thrown into disarray. An opportunity. Frontline. Shield bash. Disperse them. My second command followed swiftly. The two foremost skeleton warriors, their blue flames flickering brightly within their eye sockets, chose not to attack with their weapons, but instead thrust their bone shields forward with great force. Bang! Bang! The heavy bone shields, propelled by the momentum of their charge, collided with the chests of two goblin warriors. The tremendous impact sent the two goblin warriors flying backward, crashing into two of their comrades behind them, causing the entire goblin squad to tumble into chaos. A textbook tactic. First, disrupt their formation with ranged attacks to create openings. Then, expand the gains with the control skills of the meat shields, utterly dismantling the enemy's structure. This is the stark contrast between possessing a commander and lacking one. All units. Free attack. Eliminate them. I issued my final harvesting command. The remaining 8 skeleton warriors surged forth like tigers among sheep, emerging from behind the 2 vanguard skeletons, their bone swords and axes transforming into a whirlwind of death as they ruthlessly struck down at the fallen goblin warriors, who had yet to regain their footing. What should have been an evenly matched encounter morphed under my command into a thorough slaughter. In less than a minute, silence returned to the passage. On the ground lay only a few mangled corpses of the goblin warriors. Goblin warrior killed, gained 40 experience points. Goblin warrior killed, gained 40 experience points. A series of experience notifications caused my experience bar to rise slightly. Dispose of them and continue forward. I commanded my skeletons, devoid of expression, to consume these high-value nutrients. Then pressed deeper into the mine. The path ahead presented 2 more waves of goblin warriors, yet without exception. They were all crushed by my undead formation in the same efficient and merciless manner. My skeleton warriors, having feasted on the remains of numerous goblin warriors, exhibited a deeper sheen of dark iron, their attributes further enhanced. Meanwhile, my skeleton archer, through continuous practical shooting, saw the proficiency of its precision shot skill steadily rising, with its speed and accuracy becoming increasingly formidable. At last, after traversing the final narrow passage, my surroundings opened up before me. A colossal underground cavern materialized, dominated by a circular altar constructed from massive stone blocks. Atop the altar, eerie green flames flickered, while 4 totemic pillars, inscribed with bizarre runes, stood sentinel at each corner. An amalgamation of blood, decay, and sulfur filled the air with an ominous stench. At the pinnacle of the altar stood a diminutive figure with its back to me, clad in a tattered black robe, gripping a staff fashioned from the skull of an unknown creature. It raised the staff high, murmuring incantations, seemingly engaged in some nefarious ritual. Surrounding it stood a dozen fully armed goblin warriors, alongside 2 imposing goblin captains, each wielding massive axes and clad in metallic armor. Goblin Shaman, Elite Boss. Level 8. Goblin Captain, Elite. Level 6. Upon witnessing this formidable assembly, rather than feeling any trepidation, I was filled with exhilaration. An 8th level spellcasting boss, 2 6th level elite guards, complemented by a dozen 4th and 5th level retainers. This was nothing short of a feast for experience and souls. If I could devour them all, my undead legion would undoubtedly undergo a qualitative leap. My own level could potentially surge to level 5, or even beyond. At long last, my quarry had arrived. I licked my parched lips, the bloodlust in my eyes becoming impossible to contain. It seemed the diminutive figure atop the altar sensed my presence, slowly turning to face me. There lay a green visage, heavily creased and lined, with murky eyes flickering with a cunning and malicious gleam. It beheld me, and the 11 undead creations exuding an aura of death that stood behind me. Gibbering humans? Undead. The goblin shaman rasped in a harsh, discordant voice, raising its skeletal staff and pointing at me. You who have trespassed into my sanctum shall perish. Become fodder for my sacrifices. No sooner had it spoken than 2 points of crimson light flared within the eye sockets of the skull atop its staff. Chapter 23, Goblin Shaman Die? As the goblin shaman's staff ignited, an invisible wave of malevolent energy surged forth. A chilling wail, seemingly emanating from the depths of hell, reverberated throughout the cavern. The 10 skeletal warriors under my command were simultaneously enveloped by a faint shroud of darkness. The azure flames in their eye sockets flickered uncontrollably, and their movements grew slightly sluggish. Your summoned skeleton warriors have succumbed to a curse of slowness, reducing attack and movement speeds by 20. Your summoned skeleton warriors have fallen under a curse of weakness, diminishing attack and defense by 15. Right from the onset, I was struck by 2 debilitating effects. Truly, this spellcasting boss was formidable. Any novice team would find their combat effectiveness diminished by at least 30% upon being afflicted with such debilitating debuffs, and their morale would plummet significantly. Roar. The goblin warriors and captains below the altar, witnessing my skeletons ensnared by curses, were instantly invigorated. They howled and brandished their weapons, surging forth like a tide of brown, rushing toward my undead formation. The goblin shaman, standing atop the altar, revealed a cruel smile, once again raising its staff to begin casting another spell. A fist-sized, dark red fireball swiftly coalesced at the tip of its staff. Its strategy was clear: weaken my front line with curses, then let the melee troops charge and hold the line while it unleashed indiscriminate firepower from the rear, a classic and highly effective tactic for a spellcasting boss. Unfortunately for it, it was facing me. Skeleton archers interrupt its casting. I paid no heed to the approaching melee goblins. My first command targeted the greatest threat, the goblin shaman. The skeleton archers stationed behind me had already locked onto their target. The moment my directive was issued, they released their bows. Whoosh! The undead arrows transformed into lethal black streaks, traversing nearly 100 meters, aimed directly at the goblin shaman engaged in its incantation atop the altar. The goblin shaman clearly did not anticipate my counterattack to be so swift and decisive. A flicker of panic crossed its murky eyes as it attempted to evade. But the arrow's speed was too great. Thud! The arrow struck true, embedding itself in its shoulder, the force causing it to stagger backward. And the fireball it had just begun to form dissipated with a pop. Its spellcasting was interrupted. Well done, I silently praised. This exemplified the advantage of possessing ranged units. When confronting a spellcasting adversary, a reliable long-range unit capable of consistently interrupting spellcasting holds strategic value far exceeding that of 10 melee fighters. Though the curses still lingered. As long as I could curtail the shaman's output, the melee goblins below would not breach my defenses. Frontline, form a shield wall. Hold fast. Rear guards, cross and advance. Divide the battlefield. My commands were issued calmly and clearly through our mental link. The 4 skeletal warriors at the forefront immediately combined their bone shields to form an impenetrable wall of darkness. Clang, clang, clang. The goblin warriors' blades rained down upon the shield wall, sending sparks flying, yet they could only leave shallow white marks. The resilience of their black iron bones, coupled with their still formidable constitution even after the weakening curse, rendered them an insurmountable barrier. Meanwhile, the 6 skeletal warriors following behind, under my guidance, surged forth from the flanks of the shield wall, like 2 sharp daggers piercing into the goblin horde's side. Their target was explicitly clear, not the ordinary goblin warriors, but the 2 goblin captains wielding massive axes, the most significant threats. The goblin formation was instantly torn asunder by my flanking assault. Roar! The 2 goblin captains found themselves besieged by 3 skeletal warriors, plunging into a fierce struggle. Though they were powerful, facing 3 relentless and coordinated undead proved a challenge they could not easily overcome. The entire battlefield was swiftly segmented into 3 zones. The frontline shield wall absorbed the majority of the lesser foes, while the flanking assault teams engaged the enemy elite units. As for me and my skeletal archers, we enjoyed the most advantageous environment for output. Our singular target remained unwavering, the goblin shaman atop the altar. Cackling. The goblin shaman, witnessing its elite guards being easily divided and restrained, erupted into a furious screech. Ignoring the arrow wound in its shoulder, it raised its staff once more. This time, it had learned its lesson, enveloping itself in a glow of green light. Energy shield. You think you can withstand my onslaught? I scoffed. Archers, continue firing. Do not cease. Deplete its shield. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The skeletal archers transformed into an unyielding arrow tower, unleashing a relentless barrage of undead arrows toward the altar. Each arrow struck the same point on the energy shield with precision. Crack, crack, crack. The energy shield rippled as its light dimmed at a visible pace. The goblin shaman's expression shifted from rage to horror. It could not fathom why this human summons had such rapid and accurate fire. Its magical energy was being swiftly drained. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 15 seconds. The moment the 12th arrow was loosed by the skeletal archers. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as the goblin shaman's energy shield shattered. At that instant, despair flickered in the goblin shaman's eyes. It realized that the 13th arrow was already upon it, growing larger in its hollow gaze. No. It emitted a final, reluctant roar. Thud. A spectral arrow pierced through its brow. Your summoned entity has slain the goblin shaman, elite boss. Triggered a level up kill reward. Gained 1200 experience points. Congratulations, host. Level increased. Current level, 56401600. Your skill, Skeleton Resurrection, has leveled up. Current LV4, controllable quantity, 20. Congratulations on becoming the first class changer to defeat the goblin shaman, completing the extermination quest of the goblin nest with a first kill. Received first kill rewards, 1 skill point, rare treasure, Shaman's Legacy X1, special blueprint, Soul Furnace X1. The goblin shaman's body collapsed weakly from the altar. With its demise, the morale boost among all goblins vanished instantaneously, while the curse upon our skeletons dissipated as well. In this ebb and flow, the remaining battle held no suspense whatsoever. Just then, Wang Hao and his group burst into the cave, panting heavily. Their eyes were immediately drawn to the sight of the goblin shaman. Struck by an arrow and tumbling from the altar, alongside the figure standing behind the undead army, slowly lowering his arm, a cold smile gracing his face, Xiao ran. Chapter 24 unlocked. The Necromancer Corps. Wang Hao and his elite raid team were once again turned to stone. They stood dumbfounded at the entrance of the cave, gazing at the one-sided massacre below the altar, witnessing the lifeless body of the goblin shaman gradually cooling, their faces etched with absurdity and bewilderment. Is it over? The first kill is gone? Are we merely spectators once again? One team member muttered in a daze, his weapon clattering to the ground, oblivious to his surroundings. This marked their third time arriving breathless, only to find that Xiao Ran had already resolved everything. Once could be a coincidence, twice might be an accident, but thrice? This could only indicate one thing. They and Xiao Ran existed on entirely different levels. Their so-called elite raid team was nothing but a complete farce in the face of Xiao Ran's terrifying pace. Wang Hao's body swayed, almost collapsing to the ground. His mind was filled solely with the system's cold regional announcement. Regional announcement. Congratulations to class changer Xiao Ran, leading his team to successfully achieve the first kill of the Goblin Nest's final boss, the Goblin Shaman. Earned substantial rewards. Xiao Ran. Once again, it was Xiao Ran. That name burned like a red-hot iron, searing itself into his heart. Everything he had prided himself on, his A-grade profession, his S-grade talent, his meticulously assembled team, at that moment, became mere backdrops to highlight Xiao Ran's overwhelming prowess. He was the protagonist. Why was the script unfolding this way? Uffed. Wang Hao felt a sweetness in his throat as he abruptly spat out a mouthful of blood. Humiliation, rage, jealousy, reluctance, and a deep sense of powerlessness erupted within him like poison, causing his temper to flare, and he ended up spewing blood in frustration. How? Lin Wanner gasped, quickly supporting him, her fingertips glowing with holy light, attempting to heal him. But Wang Hao shoved her away, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Xiao Ran in the distance, as if he wished to devour him alive. As for me, I had no interest in their arrival or Wang Hao's disgraceful display. My attention was solely focused on the abundant reward notifications echoing in my mind. I had reached level 5. My Skeleton Resurrection had also ascended to LV4 with a controllable limit of 20. This signified that the scale of my undead army could be doubled. More importantly, the first kill rewards. 1 skill point. This was a truly strategic resource. Whether used to upgrade existing skills or to learn new ones, it would yield significant improvements. Rare treasure, Shaman's Legacy. One could easily surmise that it contained valuable items. And the special blueprint, Soul Furnace. Although I was unaware of its nature, being a special blueprint rewarded by the system, it was undoubtedly extraordinary. I suppressed my inner excitement. The immediate priority was to address the most crucial loot at hand. My gaze fell upon the relatively intact body of the Goblin Shaman. This was the key to unlocking my mage unit. Clear the battlefield and bring that body over. I issued the command. The remaining goblin captains and warriors, having lost their shaman, collapsed entirely, swiftly falling victim to my skeletal warriors. One skeletal warrior dragged the goblin shaman's body to me. I crouched down, extending my hand to rest upon the head, pierced by the spectral arrow. System, execute the skill Skeleton Resurrection. Command confirmed. Skill Skeleton Resurrection activated. Cost, 10 mana points. Material consumed, Goblin Shaman's corpse, possessing casting ability. Meets special transformation conditions. Proceed with transformation. Yes. Without hesitation, I confirm my choice. This scene was vividly imprinted in the eyes of Wang Hao, Lin Wanner, and the others. They were clueless as to Xiao Ran's intentions. merely able to watch as the eerie gray magic circle lit up once more. Under the embrace of the gray light, the goblin shaman's corpse rapidly dissolved into nothingness. However, this time, the reformed skeleton was entirely different from the previous skeletal warriors and archers. Its frame was more slender, the spine slightly hunched, embodying the posture unique to spellcasters. Most crucially, in its right hand, a bone staff, formed from the shaman's vertebrae and skull, emanating a faint green glow, was gradually taking shape. Buzz, as a soul flame, brighter and deeper than that of the skeletal warriors, ignited within its hollow eye sockets. A chill and formidable surge of magical power radiated outward from it. Special transformation successful. The Undead Compendium has unlocked a new unit, Skeleton Mage. Skeleton Mage, Black Iron Grade. Level, 5. Strength, 6. Agility, 8. Constitution, 9. Black Iron Skeleton. Spirit, 20. Skills, Shadow Arrow, LV1. Slow Curse, LV1. Gazing at this brand new unit panel, my heart raced with excitement, nearly leaping from my chest. It was done. My Skeleton Mage. With an astounding initial spirit attribute of 20, it came equipped with a single target attack spell and a crowd control spell. This was nothing short of a natural artillery piece and a master of battlefield control. From this moment forth, my undead army would possess its very own spellcaster. I rose to my feet, observing this new member, who knelt before me with staff in hand, before glancing back at the 11 menacing melee and ranged units behind me. A meat shield, melee damage dealers, ranged physical attackers, and ranged spellcasters. My undead army had finally taken shape. Slowly, I turned around, my gaze meeting for the first time the ashen-faced elites at the cave's entrance. The corners of my mouth curled into a chilling arc. The game has only just begun. Chapter 25. The Soul Furnace. Utilization of Waste. My gaze, sharp as a blade, sliced through the faces of Wang Hao, Lin Wanner, and each elite member behind them. Those who met my eyes instinctively averted their gaze, some even stepping back slightly in fear. They were terrified of my strength, my legion of the undead, and my utterly unreasonable rate of growth. Wang Hao's face turned as pale as parchment, the blood at the corner of his mouth still fresh, trembling uncontrollably under my scrutiny. He yearned to utter some harsh words to salvage his meager dignity, yet when he opened his mouth, not a single word emerged. He understood that, in the face of absolute strength, any bravado would only render him more like a clown. Seeing his pitiful demeanor, I felt nothing but amusement. In my previous life, this very man had risen to power through schemes and the assistance of Lin Wanner, stepping over my corpse to seize my achievements. Now, stripped of those conspiracies, he lacked even the courage to stand before me in a direct confrontation. Truly, he was a waste. I withdrew my gaze, uninterested in wasting further time on them. It was time to clear the battlefield and prepare for departure. I issued commands to my legion of the undead. The skeletons promptly began their task, consuming every goblin corpse on the ground, regardless of rank, leaving nothing behind. This was a process of accumulation. Although the energy from ordinary goblin corpses was negligible, their sheer number still fortified my skeletal warriors. I would not squander a single resource. This was the first principle of survival in the apocalypse. Wang Hao and the others watched in stunned silence as the spoils, which should have belonged to the dungeon conquerors, were devoured clean by a horde of skeletons. Not even a single intact bone remaining. Their hearts bled, yet none dared to intervene. Soon, the battlefield was cleared. After consuming a substantial amount of goblins, my undead legion's aura solidified further. I paid no heed to Wang Hao and the others, instead turning away and retracing my steps with my army. As my legion marched past them in orderly formation, the oppressive sensation, a blend of death, steel, and arcane power, left everyone breathless. Only when my silhouette vanished into the darkness of the passage did they seem to come alive again, gasping for air. Goodness! I felt as though I was suffocating just now. Who on earth is he? Is he truly a D-grade necromancer? The terror of surviving and the overwhelming sense of defeat due to the vast disparity in power shattered the so-called elite raid group completely. I departed the goblin nest with my legion. The night had fully descended outside. Rather than returning to town, I relied on my memories from my previous life to locate an abandoned factory nearby, suitable as a temporary stronghold. The location was sufficiently remote and spacious, ideal for my undead legion to regroup. Once I stationed the skeletons around the factory as sentinels, I finally had the opportunity to assess the significant spoils from this venture. I sat cross-legged and opened my system backpack. First, there was the rare treasure, the Shaman's Legacy. Opening it revealed, "You have opened the rare treasure, Shaman's Legacy. You have obtained Goblin Shaman Staff, blue quality. You have obtained Skill Book Summon Lesser Demon, green rare quality. You have obtained Gold X 500. Oh, a blue weapon and a skill book dropped as well. I picked up the staff. and its attributes immediately revealed themselves. Goblin Shaman Staff. Quality: Blue Excellent. Required level: 5. Attributes: Spirit 5, Spell Damage 10. Special effect: when casting shadow or fire spells, there is a 5 chance to deal double damage. Impressive. This attribute is certainly exceptional for the early stages of a novice. The boosts to spirit and spell damage will directly enhance my combat prowess. I promptly replaced the shabby wooden staff given to me upon starting. Next, I examined the skill book, Summon Lesser Demon. The Lesser Demon is a low-tier imp that throws small fireballs. While not particularly useful, it is convenient to summon, serving as a disposable distraction. Better than nothing, I suppose. I chose to learn it without hesitation. Finally, my gaze fell upon the ancient, mysterious blueprint. Special Blueprint, Soul Furnace. Using it, I confirmed. You have used the Special Blueprint, Soul Furnace. System function unlocked, Soul Furnace. As the system notification chimed, a new icon, glowing with a dark golden hue, appeared on my system interface. Curiosity piqued, I clicked on it. A massive furnace, seemingly forged from obsidian, manifested in my consciousness, with soul blue flames flickering below. Detailed descriptions accompanied it. Soul Furnace. Function 1. Soul Refinement. You can input shattered souls captured from defeated enemies into the furnace, refining them into pure soul crystals. Soul crystals are high-energy currency in the realm of the undead, usable for strengthening designated undead units or as offerings for summoning higher-tier undead. Function 2. Waste Utilization. You can input surplus, low-value summoned undead into the furnace, breaking them down into basic soul fragments and bone powder for repairing or creating other undead units. Current furnace level, LV1. Refinement Efficiency. 10 shattered souls yield 1 standard soul crystal. Reading through these functionalities, my breath quickened. This is nothing short of a divine skill. I immediately checked my resource panel, and indeed, a new resource had appeared beneath my experience points in gold. Shattered souls, 257. These were the souls I had collected from the goblins I had slain since entering the dungeon. Until now, I had been oblivious to their purpose. I never expected they would serve as fuel for the soul furnace. Waste Utilization. This is the true essence of waste utilization. Without hesitation, I mentally commanded, System, input all shattered souls into the soul furnace for refinement. Chapter 26, Soul Crystal Enhancement, Power Surge. Command confirmed. 257 shattered souls have been input into the soul furnace. Refinement commencing. As my command was issued, the obsidian furnace in my consciousness erupted into flames. I witnessed the 257 shattered souls, resembling gray mist, being drawn into the furnace by an unseen force. The ghostly blue flames beneath surged, engulfing, burning, compressing, and purifying all the souls. This process was filled with a violent yet arcane beauty. The chaotic memories, tumultuous emotions, and lowly wills contained within those souls were all incinerated into ashes in the furnace's inferno. Ultimately, only the most pure and primordial soul energy remains. Refinement complete. Congratulations. You have obtained Standard Soul Crystals X25, Fractured Souls X7. The refinement efficiency stands at 101. From 257 fractured souls, precisely 25 standard soul crystals have been extracted, leaving 7 that are insufficient for further refinement, remaining in their fractured state. I immediately opened my inventory, and there lay 25 diamond-like crystals, as black as onyx, quietly radiating an ethereal glow in my item slot. I summoned one with my mind. Standard Soul Crystal. Type: Consumable Material. Effect 1. Direct Absorption grants 100 experience points. Effect 2. When used on a designated undead unit, it permanently enhances all attributes slightly, with a minuscule probability of imparting a new skill. Effect 3. One of the essential materials required for high-tier undead summoning transformation rituals. Gazing at these 3 effect descriptions, my heart raced with excitement. This is it. I have truly struck it rich. 1 soul crystal can be exchanged for 100 experience points. With 25, that amounts to 2,500 experience points. Currently, at level 5, I need 1,600 experience points to ascend to level 6, which means, should I wish it, I could immediately elevate to level 6 and still have ample surplus. However, converting them directly to experience would be a waste. The second effect is the real key, a permanent enhancement of all attributes for undead units. Not to mention the chance to acquire new skills. This is exponentially more efficient than having them consume the corpses of lowly goblins. Consuming corpses only leads to a slow growth, and soon enough, they will encounter a bottleneck. Yet, the enhancement from soul crystals infuses them with high-level energy, transforming them. This is a qualitative leap. It must be utilized on the most critical units. I swiftly made my decision. I currently command 12 undead, 10 skeletal warriors, 1 skeletal archer, and 1 skeletal mage. While the skeletal warriors form the backbone of my army, their numbers limit their potential, making it less cost-effective to expend soul crystals on them. The true core lies in my two unique units, the skeletal archer and the skeletal mage. They are my trump cards. Without any hesitation, I focused my consciousness on my singular skeletal mage. System, use 10 standard soul crystals on the skeletal mage. Command confirmed. Do you wish to use 10 standard soul crystals on your summoned skeletal mage? Yes. In the next instant, the 10 soul crystals in my inventory vanished in an instant. Simultaneously, the skeletal mage before me trembled violently. 10 streams of pure black energy surged forth from the void, akin to 10 serpents, frantically slithering into its form. Crack, crack. The skeletal mage's bones creaked under the weight of the influx. The ghostly blue flames in its eye sockets flickered wildly, expanding as if on the verge of exploding. A surge of magical energy, several times stronger than before, erupted from its center. Your summoned skeletal mage has absorbed the energy of 10 standard soul crystals, receiving immense enhancement. Strength 1, Agility 2, Constitution 2, Spirit 8. Your summoned skeletal mage has comprehended a new skill, Mana Drain, LV1, under the energy wash. Witnessing the information pop up on the system panel, I was nearly overwhelmed with joy. This is incredible. The enhancement effect is nothing short of miraculous. With just 10 soul crystals, my skeletal mage's spirit attribute skyrocketed to 28 points. That surpasses many level 10 mages of equivalent class. More importantly, it truly acquired a new skill. Mana Drain, LV1 passive skill. Upon slaying an enemy, the skeletal mage can absorb the residual magical energy, restoring 10 of its maximum mana. A sustainability skill. This is a divine ability tailor-made for me. It signifies that as long as the battle continues, my skeletal mage can operate as a perpetual mana pump. I suppressed my exhilaration and turned my gaze to the skeletal archer. System, use 10 standard soul crystals on the skeletal archer. The same process unfolded again. After absorbing 10 soul crystals, my skeletal archer also experienced a terrifying growth in attributes. Your summoned skeletal archer has absorbed the energy of 10 standard soul crystals, receiving immense enhancement. Strength 2, Agility 8, Constitution 2, Spirit 1. Your summoned skeletal archer has comprehended a new skill, Rapid Shot, LV1, under the energy wash. Agility soared to 23 points. Its rate of fire must be so swift that it creates afterimages. The new skill, Rapid Shot, allows it to unleash formidable damage in a short burst. Remarkable. I still have 5 soul crystals remaining, which I decided to keep for emergencies. Merely 20 soul crystals have transformed my 2 core combatants into entirely new entities. They can no longer be classified as mere black iron units. They are now truly black iron elites. Feeling the faint, pure energy feedback from my 2 powerful summons, I sense my own body becoming slightly stronger as well. This is a virtuous cycle. The stronger I become, the stronger my summons grow. The stronger my summons, in turn, allow me to become even mightier. Excellent. It is time to return to the city. I rose, brushing the dust from my attire. The ordeal with the goblin nest had reached its conclusion, and my strength had undergone a substantial enhancement. Now, I need to return to the city to procure essential supplies for survival in the impending apocalypse. Food, water, medicine, and more materials. For I distinctly remember that on this very night in my past life, the outer defenses of Jiang City would be breached by a new and more formidable monstrosity. The true chaos is about to commence. Chapter 27, the one I missed in my past life. With my undead legion in tow, I silently returned to the outskirts of Jiang City. The city now appeared utterly transformed from the time I had left. The air was thick with the faint scent of gunpowder. In the distance, sporadic gunfire and the panicked screams of people echoed. Military helicopters whirred overhead, their searchlights sweeping the ground, creating an atmosphere of palpable tension. The streets were nearly devoid of pedestrians. Most shops had shuttered their doors, with only a few large supermarkets and pharmacies still besieged by throngs of desperate individuals clamoring for supplies. The scene a chaotic one. Order had begun to unravel. I stood in the shadow of a tall building, coldly observing the unfolding chaos. I knew this was merely the beginning. Once the outer defenses were breached, and more powerful monsters flooded into the city, the concepts of law and morality would be rendered obsolete, and the entire city would devolve into a dark forest where the weak are devoured by the strong. I did not rush to seize supplies. In places crowded with people, troubles abound. I had no desire to stir up unnecessary complications. I concealed 10 skeletal warriors and a skeletal mage in the shadows of nearby alleys, accompanied only by the most agile skeletal archer, who glided like a phantom through the shadows of the buildings, making its way toward the largest warehouse-style supermarket in the city center. This location boasted the most abundant supplies, and given its relatively secluded position, It was likely that the number of shoppers would be few at this hour. Drawing upon my memories from a past life, I deftly navigated through several districts where low-level monsters, such as lesser demons and ghouls, had begun to appear, swiftly arriving near the large supermarket named Wardlong. As anticipated, while there were indeed several individuals arriving by car to stock up, the order here was still somewhat maintained compared to the chaos at the central supermarkets. A few security personnel, clad in uniforms and wielding electric batons, were vociferously attempting to enforce order, allowing only small groups to enter at a time. I had no desire to stand in line. Instead, I maneuvered to the side of the supermarket, seeking an employee entrance. It was locked. However, this posed no challenge for me. I issued a command to the skeletal archer beside me. It extended its black iron-like claws and effortlessly dismantled the lock, then silently pushed the door open, allowing us to slip inside. Within the supermarket's warehouse, an array of goods lay piled high: food, water, and daily necessities in abundance. Excellent. All of this shall be mine. In high spirits, I commenced my collection. My primary focus was on long-lasting canned goods, compressed biscuits, bottled water, and substantial quantities of salt and sugar. In the apocalypse, these items held great value. Although I could not carry much on my own, it mattered not. I filled several of the largest carts in the warehouse to the brim and wheeled them toward the rear entrance. Soon, I would summon my skeletal warriors to serve as free laborers. A legion of the undead is not only capable of combat, but can also undertake menial tasks, truly the best companions in a world turned to ruin. Just as I was engrossed in my work, a cacophony of footsteps and voices erupted from the other end of the warehouse. I told you, this is an employee entrance. You can't come in. Nonsense. We're here to collect supplies, not to listen to your drivel. Get out of the way. Exactly. If you don't move, I swear I'll make you regret it. It appeared that a group of individuals had forcefully entered and were clashing with the supermarket staff. I furrowed my brow, intending to disregard them. As long as they did not disturb me, I had no desire to involve myself in their trivialities. I pushed a cart full of canned goods, preparing to exit through another exit. However, as I rounded a shelf, my steps abruptly halted. My pupils constricted to the size of the most perilous pinprick. A torrent of hatred erupted within me like a dormant volcano, threatening to consume my reason. I saw her. Among the survivors who had intruded, there stood a figure so familiar that I could never forget, even unto death. She wore a white dress that seemed out of place in this chaotic and filthy environment. With her long, raven-black hair and a face of innocent beauty, she now bore an expression of fear and helplessness, cowering behind a tall young man. Her pitiful demeanor mirrored the hypocritical pity she displayed in my past life, as she watched me being torn apart by monsters. Xiao. In my previous life, she was Lin Wanner's closest confidant. She was also the one who, alongside Wang Hao and Lin Wanner, coldly observed as I lay gravely injured, even assisting Wang Hao in blocking my other teammates from reaching me. I could never forget her sorrowful expression, uttering the words, "Xiaoran, I'm sorry. For the sake of everyone, I must sacrifice you," while her eyes glinted with pleasure and indifference. I gripped my palm fiercely, using the sharp pain to force myself to regain composure. I must not act impulsively. Now is not the time. The tall young man beside her, I recognized as Zhou Kai, who had awakened an A-class defensive profession and was also a formidable player in my previous life. Though my strength had increased significantly, my legion of the undead remained too few, and I was still vulnerable. If I rushed out now, in the confined space of the warehouse, should they focus their attacks on me, my skeletal warriors might not be able to protect me. I could not take that risk. It would be unwise to endanger myself for the sake of dealing with these minor nuisances. Remain calm, Xiaoran. You must remain calm. I repeated this mantra within my mind. A gentleman's revenge is never too late, but I cannot wait 10 years. There is no need to rush. I shall let them bask in their glory, believing themselves to wield control over their fates, only to crush all their hopes, piece by piece, with my own hands when the time is right. Such vengeance is truly an art. The overwhelming desire for retribution was forcibly suppressed deep within me. My gaze returned to its icy demeanor. Xiao, you seem to sense something. Instinctively glancing in my direction, yet all she beheld was the empty corner of a shelf. I had already vanished with my skeletal archer. Like a specter retreating into the shadows, we brushed past each other. Yet, this enmity was forged between us. No, rather, the deep-seated grudge between us was set to be reckoned with from this moment onward. Chapter 28. The city falls, order disintegrates. I departed the supermarket warehouse quietly, accompanied by my skeletal archer. As for Xiao and her group, I had no desire to cast them another glance. They were mere footnotes on my future list of vengeance, not even ranking within the top 10. To kill them now would be far too lenient. I intended for them to survive, to grow strong enough until they believed they had mastery over their destinies, only for me to shatter all their hopes, piece by piece. That is the artistry of revenge. Upon returning to my temporary base at the abandoned factory, I promptly summoned all the skeletal warriors, assigning them the task of transporting the several carts of supplies I had hidden at the supermarket's rear entrance back in batches. 10 towering, immensely strong black iron skeletons as laborers. Such efficiency was beyond that of any human. In less than half an hour, enough provisions for several months had filled a small corner of the factory. Once this task was complete, the sky had darkened entirely. Jiangcheng, once a bustling metropolis, now resembled a dying beast, struggling to survive in the darkness. The city's power grid had begun to falter, with most areas plunged into darkness, save for military installations and a few crucial government buildings, which still glimmered with light. Suddenly, a wailing air raid siren, more piercing and urgent than any preceding it, echoed across the entirety of Jiangcheng. Following this, an emergency broadcast, laden with static, struggled to relay through the city's entire broadcasting system. Attention, all citizens, please be advised. Warning. Attention, all citizens, please be advised. The City West Line 3 has been breached. Repeat, the City West Line 3 has been breached. A large number of Zilla gargoyles and shadow hounds have infiltrated the urban area. All citizens, please enter underground shelters immediately. Do not go outside. Repeat, do not go outside. All combat personnel, please proceed to Zilla and the district assembly points immediately to resist the monster invasion. Defend Jiangcheng. The crackling sound of the broadcast was intermittently interrupted by static, culminating in a sharp hiss before it ceased entirely. Yet, I had already gleaned the information I sought. They had arrived. I approached the shattered window of the factory, gazing towards the western part of the city. Indeed, in the night sky of that direction, I beheld a swarm of dark silhouettes, akin to bats, swirling and diving at low altitudes. Gargoyles, a type of flying monstrosity, renowned for their formidable physical defenses and razor-sharp claws, making them exceedingly troublesome adversaries. Meanwhile, on the ground, a cacophony of bone-chilling roars and barking echoed, growing ever nearer. Shadowhounds, a breed of canine monstrosities, swift and adept at ambush, capable of momentarily merging with the shadows, rendering them nearly undetectable. Both of these creatures ranged from level 5 to 10 and operated in packs. Their emergence signified that the fragile defense line established by the military and city guards, relying on firearms and a scant number of trans-ferries, had utterly failed. From this moment forth, no corner of the city would be unequivocally safe. Chaos would become the sole order of the day. Boom. In the distance, the uppermost floor of a building erupted in a violent explosion, flames illuminating the night sky. Shortly thereafter, I observed a shadow, likely a gargoyle, seizing an individual and soaring from the building, abruptly releasing its grip in midair. A piercing scream sliced through the night, only to be abruptly silenced. On the streets, the sounds of gunfire, explosions, anguished cries, and the roars of monstrosities intertwined to form a symphony of apocalypse. I gazed coldly upon the scene, devoid of any semblance of compassion. This was the end of days. In my past life, I had witnessed countless scenes far more brutal than this. The fall of cities, the demise of nations, humanity corralled and slaughtered like livestock. Such trivialities could hardly stir my heart. On the contrary, I felt a thrill of excitement. For me, chaos spelled opportunity. The greater the disarray, the more chances I would have to profit from the turmoil. The more chaos, the more resources I could acquire, whether it be gargoyles or shadow hounds. Their carcasses represented excellent material for my evolution, especially the gargoyles, with their ability to fly and high physical defense. If I could utilize their remains to summon undead units, would I not then possess an aerial legion of the undead? The thought ignited a fervor within my heart. There was no time to waste. I promptly decided to employ my newly acquired skill book, Summon Lesser Demon. This skill required no corpses, merely the expenditure of mana to conjure a one-time use, fireball-throwing low-tier demon. Although of limited utility, it could serve to divert attention or provide fire support in certain situations. Subsequently, I unhesitatingly allocated that precious point of skill to Skeleton Revival. Your skill Skeleton Revival has leveled up. Current LV 5. Controllable quantity, 25. The cap of my Undead Legion had risen once more. Having completed these preparations, I surveyed the chaotic night beyond the window, my eyes gleaming with the fervor of a hunter spotting its prey. The hunt was about to commence. With a flick of my wrist, 12 undead minions, like emissaries risen from the depths of hell, silently trailed behind me, blending into the city of Jiangcheng, now transformed into a hunting ground. Chapter 29, The Desperate One, My Prey. Nightfall serves as the finest guise, especially for me and my legion of the undead. Accompanied by my 12 undead, I glided through the shadows of the city like a specter. My objective was clear, to target the gargoyles and shadow hounds that had recently infiltrated the urban landscape. Before long, at an intersection, I discovered my first batch of prey. 3 shadow hounds were besieging a police car that had overturned at the roadside. Inside, it seemed there were survivors futilely retaliating with handguns. Bang! Bang! The bullets struck the shadow hounds, merely sparking clusters of black embers, utterly incapable of penetrating their shadowy hides. The shadow hounds moved with astonishing speed, darting around the police car, transforming into fleeting black phantoms as they sought an opportunity to strike. One shadow hound leapt fiercely, its sharp claws scraping across the metal of the police vehicle, producing a sound that sent shivers down the spine, leaving deep gashes. The occupants of the car emitted desperate screams. I observed coldly, refraining from immediate intervention. I was waiting for the perfect moment to strike. At that instant, one shadow hound appeared to lose its patience, accelerating with a sudden burst, its body seemingly merging with the shadows on the ground. In the next heartbeat, it materialized silently before the car window, jaws agape. Now, my heart quickened. Skeleton archers, fire. Skeleton mages, cast slow curse. The 2 commands were issued simultaneously. The skeleton archer beside me drew its bow in an instant. Enhanced by soul crystals, its rate of fire was astonishing. Whoosh! The undead arrow, released with preemptive speed, struck the shadow hound squarely in the eye just as it was about to shatter the window. Howl! The shadow hound let out a harrowing wail. Its attack interrupted as it tumbled from the shadows. Simultaneously, the skeleton mage's staff glowed with an ethereal light, unleashing an invisible wave of curse energy that radiated outward, enveloping the other 2 shadow hounds. The 2 hounds, previously in rapid motion, suddenly sank as if ensnared in a quagmire, their speed halved. Skeleton warriors, forward! Eliminate them! With a wave of my hand, 10 skeleton warriors surged forth like tigers descending from the mountains, charging toward the 3 shadow hounds now at a disadvantage. It was a battle devoid of suspense. The compromised and slowed shadow hounds, beset by 10 iron-grade skeleton warriors, could not withstand even 5 seconds before being torn to shreds. The occupants of the car were clearly stunned by this sudden turn of events. They watched the black skeletons that had appeared out of nowhere to save them, momentarily forgetting to shoot or scream. I paid them no mind, directly commanding my skeletons to begin devouring the shadow hounds' corpses. The souls and flesh of the shadow hounds were far superior to goblins, providing my skeleton warriors with quality nourishment. As my undead legion scoured the battlefield, a sudden cacophony of fierce combat and a woman's scream erupted from a nearby alley. Jokai, watch out behind you. My leg. I can't hold on any longer. This damn thing is too fast. That voice. My brow furrowed. It was Xiao Yi. I immediately urged my skeletons to hasten their consumption, then stealthily made my way toward the alley. I was eager to witness how my dear friend was faring in her current predicament. I concealed myself behind a wall, peering out. In the alley, Xiao Yi and her squad of 5 or 6 individuals were cornered by an exceptionally robust shadow hound. This beast was significantly larger than the ordinary shadow hounds I had just dispatched, its fur darker and its eyes glowing with a more intense red light. Unmistakably an elite monster. Shadow Hunter Elite. Level 9. Jokai, the companion of Xiao Yi, who held an A-class defensive profession, was desperately bracing himself at the forefront with an energy shield. However, the shield was already riddled with cracks, clearly on the verge of collapse. Behind him, one of the team members lay on the ground, clutching a bleeding thigh and wailing in agony. The other combat professionals, in a state of panic, unleashed their skills in a frantic attempt to attack, but the Shadow Hunter evaded most of their strikes with its ghostly speed. Xiao Yi, cowering at the back, appeared to be a support or crafting profession, her face drained of color from fear, as she could only scream incessantly. Jokai, what should we do? We're going to be killed, she cried, her voice thick with tears. Shut up, Jokai roared, overwhelmed by pressure as the Shadow Hunter's claw struck his shield, pushing him back another step and causing more cracks to appear. I can barely hold on, he yelled. The Shadow Hunter, seemingly losing patience, let out a furious roar and transformed into a swirling vortex of darkness, charging violently at Jokai's shield. With a sharp crack, Jokai's energy shield shattered in response. The tremendous force sent him flying, blood spewing from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. With the loss of their only meat shield, the remaining members were now completely exposed to the elite monster's claws. A piercing scream of despair echoed through the alley. Xiao Yi, watching the Shadow Hunter draw nearer, felt her legs give way beneath her, collapsing onto the ground, her face etched with helplessness and terror. She was certain she was going to die. This singular thought consumed her mind. I stood in the shadows, coldly observing this scene, taking in her expression of despair. In my past life, did I not wear a similar face when surrounded by monsters? No, my expression must have been one of greater unwillingness and rage. She, on the other hand, was merely a pitiful creature paralyzed by fear. Eliminating this shadow hunter would be a trivial task for me. But why should I save her? To rescue someone who betrayed me in my previous life? How laughable. I turned to leave, intending to let them fend for themselves. Yet, in that fleeting moment of turning away, a thought suddenly emerged from the depths of my heart. Wait, if I kill them, won't their corpses go to waste? Jokai. A body of an A-class profession. The others were all transmutters as well. Their remains would provide me with materials far superior to goblins. Especially Sumyigzu. Gazing upon her tear-streaked face, a more sinister and amusing idea began to take shape in my mind. To slay her, and then transform her into a skeleton that would forever obey my commands. Using the very bones of the body she once took pride in to serve me in battle. This seemed far more intriguing than simply killing her. With this thought, I changed my mind. I would not only save her, but also ensure she witnessed my power. The power of a discarded wretch who had been abandoned by them. Now a formidable force. I relished the thought of witnessing the collapse of their worldview, especially that of my enemies. Chapter 30. Now who is the god? Just as the shadow hunter's claws were about to tear into Sumyigzu's throat, a swift black streak, accompanied by a whisper of death, shot in from the alley's entrance, striking precisely at the shadow hunter's head. Roar? The shadow hunter recoiled in pain, its movements abruptly halting as it turned angrily toward the alley entrance. Sumyigzu and her surviving teammates instinctively followed the trajectory of the arrow. Emerging from the darkness, a towering, pitch-black skeleton slowly lowered its bone bow. Behind it stood another skeleton wielding a bone staff and a mysterious figure clad in a black hood, much of their face obscured by shadows. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, a resounding thud echoed from the alley's entrance. 10 skeletal warriors, brandishing bone knives and axes, also black as ink, marched in a disciplined formation, resembling a deathly legion rising from the depths of hell, effectively sealing off the entire alley. The ghostly blue flames of their eye sockets coalesced in the darkness, radiating a chilling aura of death that seemed to lower the temperature of the alley by several degrees. Sumyigzu and her companions were utterly dumbfounded. Their mouths agape, they stared blankly at the sudden appearance of this undead army, their minds a blank slate. Skeletons? So many. And all black. They are transmutters. A survivor exclaimed, filled with excitement at the unexpected rescue. The shadow hunter, evidently infuriated by this display, abandoned its readily available prey, roaring as it transformed into a blur, charging headlong toward my undead legion, determined to eliminate the skeleton archer that had dared to wound it. How naive. I stood behind the legion, coldly uttering 2 words. Mage, curse. The front line formed a defensive line. The skeleton mage's staff glowed, unleashing a slow curse that accurately struck the charging shadow hunter. The creature's speed diminished by at least 30%. Meanwhile, the 4 skeletal warriors in the front had already formed an unyielding wall of protection. Crash! The shadow hunter collided with the shield wall, producing a thunderous sound. Had it struck Zhou Kai's energy shield, it would have shattered instantly. However, it collided with a formidable steel defense formed by 4 reinforced black iron skeletal warriors, whose physical attributes were frightfully high. The 4 skeletal warriors merely swayed slightly before regaining their footing, while the shadow hunter, reeling from the enormous backlash, became momentarily disoriented. Now, my icy voice rang out. Archers, rapid fire. The rest, concentrate fire, tear it apart. The flames in the skeleton archer's eye sockets flared brightly as it activated its newly learned skill. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 undead arrows transformed into streaks of shadow, forming a triangle as they raced toward the shadow hunter's head in less than a second. Meanwhile, the other 6 skeletal warriors surged forth from behind the shield wall, their bone knives and axes slicing through the air, sealing off all escape routes for the shadow hunter. Roar! The shadow hunter let out its final, anguished, and defiant scream. In the next moment, its voice was utterly drowned out by the sounds of shattering bones and blades piercing flesh. Blood splattered. What was destined to be a life-or-death crisis, a seemingly insurmountable level 9 elite monster, did not last even 10 seconds before my undead legion completely tore it to shreds. The alley fell once more into a deathly silence. Sumyigzu and her 2 surviving teammates sat on the ground, gazing at the powerful, efficient, and cold-blooded undead army before them, alongside the mysterious figure who had merely stood behind them directing the assault. They could not fathom when Jiang City had given rise to such a terrifying individual. Is this truly the power that a human class changer can possess? Just as their astonishment reached its zenith, I emerged slowly from behind the undead legion. With deliberate steps, I approached the crumpled figure of Sumu Shui. Seated helplessly on the ground, I looked down upon her, observing her visage, which was marred by fear, shock, and a hint of relief as if she had narrowly escaped calamity. Then, with a measured grace, I lowered my hood, revealing my face, a countenance once intimately familiar to her. now rendered utterly alien. Su Mu Shui. I murmured her name, my tone laced with a playful malice and an unending chill. It has been a long time. The moment she beheld my visage, it was as if she had been struck by lightning. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, her pupils constricting violently as her expression froze, replaced by sheer horror and incredulity. Xiaoran, she shrieked, her voice piercing and distorted by overwhelming shock. How can it be you? This is impossible. Are these skeletons yours? Her words tumbled incoherently as she felt her entire worldview shatter and collapse in this instant. The Xiaoran, whom she had perceived as unremarkable, even somewhat cowardly, who had ultimately perished like a dog, how could he have transformed into this terrifying entity that commanded a legion of death? I reveled in the twisted pleasure surging within me as I gazed at her ghostly expression. Yes, this was the expression I cherished. I knelt down slowly, extending my hand to gently lift her trembling chin with my icy fingertips, compelling her to meet my gaze. Leaning closer to her ear, in a whisper audible only to us, I said, "Are you surprised? When you all watched me being torn apart by monsters, did you not perceive me as nothing more than a disposable wretch? Now, look at me, and then at yourselves." I released her, rising to my full height, arms outstretched as if to embrace the very darkness. Behind me loomed 12 frigid specters, accompanied by the warm corpse of an elite foe. And behind her lay her gravely wounded comrades, amidst a pool of blood and despair. I regarded her pale visage, the corners of my mouth curling into a cruel smile. Tell me, Su Mu Shui, who is the god now? Who is the worthless one? In the silence of the alley, my voice, though soft, resonated like thunder in the depths of Su Mu Shui's mind. Xiaoran. How can it be Xiaoran? This name acted like a rusty key, forcefully prying open a long-sealed box in her memory, one dusted with cobwebs. Inside lay a blurred figure, a man who, in the early days of the apocalypse, had endeavored to please her, possessing some strength but lacking wit, and a touch naive. He had been the one discarded without hesitation, gravely wounded by monsters while protecting Lin Wan Air. Surely, he had perished in that exploration, torn to shreds by endless beasts, leaving not a single bone intact. She had witnessed it. Lin Wan Air and Wang Hao had seen it too. Yet now, this man, who should have been dead, stood before her. Not merely alive, but transformed into a terrifying presence she could scarcely comprehend. Was this formidable legion of undead his? The skeletal archer who had grievously injured a level 9 elite? The skeletal mage who ensnared elite foes in mire with a mere flick of his wrist? Su Mu Shui's mind spiraled into chaos, a tumult of conflicting thoughts threatening to overwhelm her consciousness. She gazed at me, at this face still familiar, yet now imbued with an unsettling strangeness. The warmth of admiration and affection that once lingered in my eyes had vanished, replaced by an unfathomable chill and a predatory amusement. And no, it cannot be. Who are you? Su Mu Shui's voice trembled uncontrollably, unable to accept this reality. She would rather believe that the person before her was merely a monster resembling Xiaoran. Who am I? I chuckled, the sound low yet rife with mockery. Have you forgotten? I am the pitiful creature you discarded like a stepping stone, cast into a horde of monsters, without even a proper burial. Each word struck her heart like a dagger. The color drained from her face at an alarming pace, rendering her as pale as the corpses on the ground. Why, you're not dead? Thanks to you. I clawed my way back from the abyss. I looked down at her, savoring the shattered expression that adorned her face. I have returned to reclaim all that was rightfully mine, and, of course, to have a good chat with my old friends. The phrase old friends was particularly emphasized. The two surviving comrades behind Su Mu Shui finally emerged from their stupor. Though they could not decipher our conversation, the gravity of the situation was crystal clear. This enigmatic man commanding the Undead Legion seemed to harbor a vendetta against Su Mu Shui. What do you want? One brave young man stammered, standing with a fire axe clutched tightly in hand, his voice trembling. We are not with her. We just formed a temporary alliance. If you seek vengeance, take it out on her. Do not involve us. In the face of impending doom, human nature reveals its stark reality. In times of crisis, so-called allies become burdens easily discarded. The other survivor hastily nodded in agreement. Yes, yes. We barely know her. Great one, please let us go. Upon hearing this, Su Mu Shui trembled violently, disbelief flooding her as she turned to the very comrades who had fought alongside her moments ago, her eyes brimming with despair and the anguish of betrayal. I observed this scene with a deepening smile. You see, Su Mu Shui, doesn't this feeling seem familiar? I whispered, being abandoned by your comrades. Does it not sting? In that moment, Su Mu Shui's psychological defenses crumbled entirely. She looked at me, her eyes filled with terror and desperation, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. Xiaoran, no, I was wrong. I truly made a mistake. I didn't mean it back then. It was all Wang Hao. Wang Hao and Lin Wan Air forced my hand. I had no choice. She began to weep, pleading for mercy, attempting to evoke my sympathy with tears and lies. Just as in our previous life, she remained hypocritical and adept at performing. Unfortunately for her, I was no longer the gullible fool swayed by a few tears. I regarded her tear-streaked face with no trace of compassion, only a wave of nausea. I slowly crouched down, extending my cold fingertips to gently lift her quivering chin, compelling her to meet my gaze once more. Leaning into her ear, I whispered, "Are you surprised? When you all watched me being torn apart by monsters, did you not perceive me as nothing more than a disposable wretch? Now, cast your gaze upon me, then upon yourselves." I release my grip, rise to my feet, and extend my arms as if to embrace the entirety of darkness. Behind me stand 12 icy specters, alongside the warm corpse of the elite beast. And behind her lie our gravely injured comrades, amidst a sea of blood and despair. I observe her pallid visage, her lips curling into an exquisitely cruel smile. Tell me, Su Mu Shui, who now embodies divinity, who is the truly worthless? Chapter 32. Submit or become a corpse. My inquiry strikes Su Mu Shui's heart like a heavy hammer. Divinity? Worthlessness? She gazes vacantly at me, then at the legion of specters behind me, resembling demonic sentinels, before shifting her gaze to her own side. One comrade unconscious and severely wounded, 2 others paralyzed by fear, while she herself crumples to the ground, devoid of the strength to rise. Does the answer require further articulation? Her mouth opens, yet no words emerge. Her throat feels as if stuffed with cotton, producing only incoherent, gasping sounds. Terror has thoroughly ensnared her soul. The 2 male companions behind her are equally petrified by my words. They have finally grasped the grim reality that this terrifying man before them harbors a deep-seated vendetta against Su Mu Shui, and they, by unfortunate coincidence, are her allies. It is over. We are doomed. Great One, spare us, O Great One. The youth who had previously sought to distance himself from her now collapses to his knees, fervently bowing his head to me. We truly do not know her well. We were deceived. She claimed to know an A-rank master, which is why we allied with her. Had we known she had offended a being of your caliber, 100 lifetimes would not have compelled us to proceed. The other kneels as well, crying out, "Yes, Great One, we are but 2 inconsequential F-rank professionals, hardly worth your notice. Please, regard us as mere trifles, and let us go." In their desperate bid for survival, they cast all blame upon Su Mu Shui, reducing themselves to mere dust. I listened to their pleas, a smirk tugging at my lips. F-rank, in your eyes? Doesn't my D-rank status render me equally as worthless? Now you deign to call me a divine being? How utterly ironic. I pay no heed to the 2 groveling before me. My gaze remains firmly fixed upon Su Mu Shui. I relish in her current state. Having plummeted from the heights of arrogance into the depths of despair, all pretenses and pride shredded, leaving only the raw essence of fear and hopelessness. Finally, Su Mu Shui regains a semblance of voice, trembling as she speaks in a near-pleading tone. I implore you, spare me. I can give you anything, just let me go. Anything you desire? My brow arches with interest. Does that include your life? Su Mu Shui's body stiffens abruptly, the last vestiges of color draining from her face. I observe her, my smile gradually fading, replaced by a cold indifference. Su Mu Shui, I offer you, and your 2 companions, a singular opportunity. All 3 of them tremble simultaneously, a glimmer of hope igniting in their eyes. The presence of choice signifies the possibility of survival. The first option, I extend a finger, my voice calm yet imbued with undeniable authority. You may choose to die right now. I shall command my children to act. The process will be swift and devoid of suffering. Following that, I shall transform your remains into one of them. I gesture toward the cold skeletal warriors behind me. You will serve me in an entirely different capacity. At this proclamation, the color drains from their faces. Death, only to be reborn as mindless, slaughtering monstrosities? This is a fate far more terrifying than mere execution. No. The timid survivor is nearly wetting himself in fear. I disregard his whimpers and extend a second finger. The second option, my voice dripping with devilish temptation, is to submit to me, sign the necromantic contract, and become my most loyal servant. From this moment forth, your lives, indeed all that you are, shall belong to me. I shall allow you to live, and if you perform well, I may even grant you greater strength. However, I shift my tone, my gaze sharpening like a blade. You will forever relinquish your freedom, your thoughts, your will be under my control. Any inkling of betrayal will lead you to a fate worse than death. I lay the 2 choices before them with stark clarity. Either face immediate death and become soulless skeletons, or forfeit all dignity and freedom to become my slaves, surviving in a state of perpetual misery. It is an exceedingly cruel yet unambiguous dilemma. The alley descends into an oppressive silence, save for the labored, terrified breaths of the 3 remaining souls. The two male survivors are ensnared in a struggle of indecision. They wish to live, yet fear the loss of freedom even more. The prospect of becoming another's thrall, a profound humiliation for those who have just acquired extraordinary power, believing themselves destined for greatness. As for Sumu Shui, she simply stares at me, her tears long since dried, leaving only an abyss of emptiness and despair in her eyes. She realizes that, regardless of her choice, she has already plunged into hell. The sole distinction lies in whether she dies instantly or endures a fate worse than death. I do not rush them. I merely stand there, a patient hunter, relishing the final struggles of my prey, ensnared in the trap. Time ticks by, second by second. At last, the youth who had once contemplated resistance sees his mental fortitude collapse. He glances at the skeletal figures emanating death behind me, then at the shredded remains of the elite beast upon the ground, understanding that he possesses no chance of resistance. I choose the second option. He cries hoarsely, as if expending every ounce of his strength. I am willing to submit. I am willing to be your servant. Please, grant me the chance to live. As he speaks, he prostrates himself, burying his head deeply into the ground, no longer daring to meet my gaze. With the first to lead, the second survivor quickly follows suit. I, too, choose the second option. I am willing. Now, only Sumu Shui remains. I watch her, awaiting her response. Her body trembles violently, her mind racing with countless images, memories of past lives, the reunion of this existence, my overwhelming power, her utter despondence. In the end, all visions crystallize upon my cold, indifferent face. She understands I am not jesting. Should she utter a single dissenting word, the next moment, those black skeletons will unhesitatingly rend her asunder. She does not wish to die. More than anyone, she dreads death. She struggles to part her lips, summoning the last vestiges of strength, forcing out a few words from her throat. I choose option 2. Chapter 33. Sign the contract, and you shall be my hound. Sumu Shui's voice is as faint as a mosquito's buzz, yet in the stillness of the alley, it resonates clearly in my ears. I smile. I knew she would make this choice. Such a self-serving individual, who values her own life above all else, would seize any flicker of hope, even if it meant abandoning her dignity and becoming a mere dog. Very well, you have made a prudent choice. I uttered this with an air of indifference, as if it were a trivial matter. Approaching the three of them, I looked down upon them from my elevated position. Raise your right hands. The trio dared not defy me in the slightest. Trembling, they extended their right hands, palms facing upward. I extended my index finger, and from its tip, a faint yet exquisitely pure essence of deathly magic began to coalesce, forming a gray point of light the size of a grain of rice. The necromantic contract is the honor I bestow upon you, as well as the shackles binding your souls. My voice was frigid, devoid of any emotion. Once the pact was sealed, your lives and deaths would be but a thought away from me. Any thought that poses a detriment to me shall subject you to the torment of your souls being rent asunder. Moreover, any action that contravenes my commands will result in your souls being obliterated into dust by the very power of the contract. Remember, from this day forth, you are no longer yourselves. You are merely my tools, my possessions. My words sliced through their final vestiges of hope like icy blades, laying bare the harsh reality before them. The three trembled more violently, their faces etched with terror and humiliation, yet none dared to resist. I pointed my finger first at the young man who had surrendered most readily. A soft sound echoed as my fingertip pressed into his palm. The gray point of light branded his hand like a hot iron. A miniature magical array, composed of countless bizarre runes, instantly materialized on his skin before swiftly vanishing, leaving behind a faint, almost imperceptible mark of a skull. The young man emitted a short cry of pain, feeling as though his soul were seized by something fierce, leaving an indelible mark upon him. A primal fear and reverence surged through him, robbing him of the courage to even gaze upon me. I could distinctly sense a one-way, absolute control link establishing between us. I could perceive his heartbeat, his fear, and even vaguely discern the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. Necromantic contract, beginner, successfully signed. Servant, Zhang Long. Loyalty, 35, fear. A prompt appeared on the system panel. A loyalty level of merely 35, with the annotation of fear in parentheses. Quite normal. They now submit to me solely out of fear of death. Genuine loyalty will require further training. I proceeded to brand the second survivor with the contract mark as well. Necromantic contract, beginner, successfully signed. Servant, Li Hu. Finally, I approached Sumu Shui. She had her eyes closed, tears glistening on her long lashes. Her body trembling slightly from fear, her pitiful appearance could evoke compassion in any man. Alas, I am not human. I am a demon risen from the depths of hell. I gazed at her delicate, fair hand, devoid of any tender sentiment. I pressed my finger firmly into her palm. Sumu Shui stifled a cry of pain, her body tensing as her beautiful face contorted in agony. The branding was complete. Necromantic contract, beginner, successfully signed. Servant, Sumu Shui. Loyalty, 20, fear and hatred. Oh, a lower loyalty rating, with an added tag of hatred. I regarded her with a smirk of amusement. It seems she still harbors some defiance within her heart. However, it matters not. I possess ample time and means to transform her pitiful hatred into the most abject submission, piece by piece. Very well, the contracts have been signed. I rose to my feet and clapped my hands, as if I had merely accomplished a trivial task. From this moment forth, the three of you shall be my inaugural servants. Zhang Long, Li Hu, you two are to bring that unconscious fellow over there, along with the corpses on the ground. I issued my first command. Zhang Long and Li Hu shuddered, though they were filled with reluctance and revulsion. The power of the contract from the depths of their souls rendered them unable to resist. They could only rise, trembling, to obey my command and drag the mangled corpses. My gaze finally settled on Sumu Shui, who remained sprawled on the ground. As for you, Sumu Shui, her body quivered violently as she lifted her head, regarding me with an expression of profound complexity. Your task is simple. I gestured toward the gruesomely torn body of the elite creature, the Shadow Hunter, not far away. Go. Piece it together, bit by bit, in its entirety. I require it. Sumu Shui followed my pointed direction, and upon witnessing the pile of flesh and entrails mingled with shattered bones, her stomach churned violently, threatening to expel its contents. To ask a sheltered girl, who had never even seen a chicken slaughtered, to touch such a thing. Instinctively, she sought to refuse. Yet before the words could escape her lips, the skull mark on her palm seared her with a wave of excruciating pain. Ah, she screamed, feeling as though her very soul were being torn apart. It appears you have yet to comprehend your identity. My voice was cold, devoid of any warmth. My commands are not open for negotiation. Either comply, or I shall allow you to experience the true meaning of soul obliteration. The color drained from Sumu Shui's face in an instant. She gazed into my emotionless eyes and finally understood that the Xiao Ran before her was no longer the obedient sycophant she once knew. He was a demon, a devil who reveled in her torment. Humiliating tears streamed down her cheeks once more, but this time, she dared not oppose me. Gritting her teeth, she steadied herself on trembling hands and crawled toward the repulsive mass of flesh. Chapter 34, Elite Evolution, Shadow Archer. Observing Sumu Shui's pitiful yet defiant demeanor, I felt no stirrings of emotion within. This is merely the beginning. The suffering you inflicted upon me in my past life shall be repaid to you in ways you find utterly intolerable, 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold. I no longer paid her any mind, shifting my focus to the corpses dragged over by Zhang Long and Li Hu. One was the critically injured A-rank shield guardian, Zhou Kai, still unconscious, while the other two were the bodies of trans fairies slain by the Shadow Hunter in the earlier battle, one a C-rank warrior, the other a D-rank scout. Zhou Kai was not dead yet, and held no immediate utility. I extended my hand and pressed it against the body of the C-rank warrior. Skeleton resurrection. A flash of gray light, and a new, ordinary skeleton soldier wobbled to its feet. Though merely an ordinary skeleton, its initial attributes were slightly superior to those derived from goblin corpses due to its origin as a transferee's body. I employed the same method to transform the body of the D-rank scout. Thus, the number of my undead legion reached 14. 10 skeletal warriors, a skeletal archer, a skeletal mage, and 2 freshly transformed ordinary skeletons. After completing this, progress was finally made on Su Mixu's side. She suppressed her nausea and fear, using trembling hands to piece together the remnants of the Shadow Hunter bit by bit. Although the reconstruction was chaotic, a rough outline emerged. Her body was smeared with dark green blood and flesh. Her white dress became heavily soiled, and she appeared utterly disheveled. That will suffice, I remarked with a calm demeanor. Su Mixu, as if granted a reprieve, scrambled away on all fours, desperately retching. I approached the makeshift corpse of the elite creature, excitement flickering in my eyes. This was a level 9 elite, a creature of agility and stealth, belonging to the shadow attribute. I wondered what transformation would occur when it was used to enhance my skeletal archer. Without hesitation, I issued the command. Skeletal archer, devour it. The skeletal archer beside me flared its ghostly blue flames. It stepped forward, pressing its bony claws onto the corpse of the Shadow Hunter. Buzz. A more intense gray light erupted than ever before. The massive body of the Shadow Hunter, along with its powerful soul energy, transformed into a visible, almost tangible black torrent, surging madly into the skeletal archer's body. Crack, crack, crack. The skeletal archer's body emitted violent sounds, as if it were about to disintegrate. Its bones were undergoing astonishing changes under the immense energy. The originally jet-black surface of its bones began to shimmer with a faint, shadow-like glow. Its form elongated and lightened, and even special structures resembling silencing mechanisms appeared at the joints. Most astonishing of all was the bone bow in its hand. The once rudimentary bone bow began to twist and reshape upon absorbing the Shadow Hunter's energy, its ends sharpened, and the bowstring was enveloped in visible strands of black shadow energy. Your summon, the Skeletal Archer, has successfully devoured the elite unit, Shadow Hunter, absorbing sufficient high-tier energy and special bloodline, fulfilling the conditions for evolution. Evolution successful. Skeletal Archer, Black Iron rank, has evolved into Shadow Archer, Bronze rank. Bronze rank. My first Bronze rank unit. I immediately opened its attribute panel, breath hitching in my throat. Shadow Archer, Bronze rank. Level, 6. Strength, 15. Agility, 35. Vitality, 18. Shadow Bones. Mentality, 10. Skill 1. Precision Shot, LV2. Skill 2. Rapid Fire, LV1. Skill 3. New Shadow Strike. Active, can briefly merge into shadows. Next attack carries armor piercing and critical effects. Skill 4. New Shadow Arrow. Passive, arrows fired carry shadow damage and have a chance to blind enemies. Incredible. These attributes, these skills, are nothing short of a metamorphosis. A staggering 35 points in agility. What does that even mean? Even some agility-oriented classes above level 15 might not reach this figure. More terrifying is that it has comprehended 2 new skills. Shadow Strike. This is the hallmark skill of an assassin. An archer that can become invisible. How fearsome is that? Shadow Arrow. Not only does it deal damage, but it can also blind. This is undoubtedly a godlike control skill in battle. I gazed at the newly transformed Shadow Archer. Its entire form seemingly enveloped in a faint shadow, my heart swelling with elation. It was no longer merely a shooter. It was a harbinger of death hidden in the shadows. Su Mingxiu, Zhang Long, and Li Hu stared in astonishment at this scene. They had witnessed firsthand how a skeleton, after consuming an elite creature, had transformed into a more powerful and terrifying entity. Such a subversion of their understanding deepened their fear of me. They finally comprehended that my promise to make them stronger was not an empty boast. As long as they followed me, as long as they could receive my favor, they might truly attain unimaginable power. I keenly sensed the fleeting glimmers of greed and desire in their eyes. Excellent. Fear is the finest rain, while profit serves as the best bait. By skillfully wielding these 2 elements, I could transform them into the most obedient hounds at my command. Enough dawdling, I said, reclaiming my focus with an icy tone. Clean this place up, prepare to depart. The night has only just begun. Chapter 35. Your role is merely bait. My command jolted Su Mingxiu and the others from their stupor. Depart? Boss, where are we going? Zhang Long stammered. Outside, the city had become a haven for monsters, with gunfire, explosions, and screams echoing incessantly. To them, seeking a safe place to hide until dawn seemed the wisest choice. Hunting, I replied succinctly, as if discussing the most mundane matter. Hunting, the trio exclaimed in unison, disbelief etched across their faces. In such dire circumstances, while others scrambled to evade danger, this man sought to venture out in search of monsters? Had he lost his mind? What, do you have objections? I shot them a glance, my voice devoid of warmth. The skeletal mark on my palm seemed to sense my displeasure, warming slightly. The 3 of them immediately shuddered, shaking their heads vigorously. And no objections. Boss, wherever you say to go, we shall follow. Li Hu hurriedly declared. Yes, yes, we will heed your command. They had just witnessed how effortlessly my undead legion dispatched a level 9 elite creature, and saw how my summons grew stronger through consumption. Their feelings towards me were now steeped in primal fear. Let alone merely hunting. Even if I commanded them to assault a military stronghold, they would steel themselves and comply. Very well. I nodded in satisfaction, gathering everything I could carry, particularly that shield bearer. I gestured towards the still unconscious Zhou Kai. An A-grade meat shield, though currently a burden, would still prove useful once healed. I couldn't simply discard him. Zhang Long and Li Hu, not daring to delay, hastily hoisted Zhou Kai. Su Mingxiu silently rose from the ground, picking up a backpack to stow away some food and water they had previously collected. Her movements were stiff, her gaze vacant, resembling a marionette devoid of a soul. Yet, her heart was far more complex than her exterior suggested. What had Xiao Ran experienced? Why had he become so powerful? So cold? When he said he would make us stronger, was it true? If I obediently complied and performed well, would he also enhance me like he did with that skeletal archer? An absurd yet tantalizing notion unfurled uncontrollably within her heart. She cast a glance at the shadowy archer behind me, exuding an aura of terror, then at her own hands, sullied and grimy. Whereupon a powerful sense of humiliation intertwined with a tinge of morbid desire surged within her. I chose to disregard her fleeting thoughts. Once all was prepared, I gestured with a sweep of my hand. We set forth. My legion of the undead stirred once more. 14 undead, alongside the 4 of us still living, formed a considerable contingent, seamlessly merging into the nocturnal tapestry of the city. This time, I refrained from actively seeking prey, for I knew that in the current state of Jiang City, the prey would come seeking us. We departed from the narrow alley, advancing along a relatively broad street. The scene before us was one of utter devastation. Abandoned vehicles lay haphazardly, their charred remains illuminated by the flickering flames that danced against the shattered storefronts. The air was thick with the nauseating mixture of blood and burnt flesh. Not far ahead, a sudden cacophony of gunfire erupted from a nearby residential building, accompanied by the shattering of glass. In the next instant, a shadowy figure, resembling a great bat, erupted from a broken second-floor window, clutching a squirming individual. It was a gargoyle. Help! Help me! The captured person screamed in sheer terror. Yet the gargoyle showed no signs of relinquishing its grip, soaring higher into the sky as if relishing the thrill of a high-altitude drop. At last, my aerial assets had arrived. A glint of anticipation flickered in my eyes. The gargoyle, with its formidable physical defenses and ability to fly, would ordinarily pose a daunting challenge. However, to me, it was merely a moving target. Shadow Archer. I issued a succinct command, aim for its wings. The recently evolved Shadow Archer promptly raised its longbow. It did not unleash an arrow immediately. Instead, the eerie blue flames in its eye sockets flickered momentarily, and its form began to dissolve as if merging into the surrounding darkness, vanishing from sight. Shadow Strike. It activated its invisibility skill. Su Miexu and the others stood in stunned silence, rubbing their eyes in disbelief as the terrifying skeletal archer seemingly evaporated before them. The next moment, whoosh. A sound, sharp and lethal, pierced through the air. An arrow, entwined with dark shadow energy, appeared to materialize from the void, striking the circling gargoyle's right wing with a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. With a sickening thud, the arrow pierced through the joint at the base of its wing. Gah! The gargoyle emitted a howl of pain and fury as its right wing went limp, sending its body spiraling downward like a kite severed from its string. The individual it had grasped also plummeted alongside it, their screams escalating in despair. Well done. I nodded in approval. This exemplified the prowess of an elite unit. A single strike, a resounding success. The gargoyle, along with its unfortunate quarry, crashed heavily onto the street, producing a dull thud. The one ensnared by the creature met a gruesome fate, reduced to a mere pulp upon impact. The gargoyle, though not dead, was disoriented and crippled, one wing rendered useless, flailing helplessly on the ground. Now, it is your turn. I turned to Su Miexu, Zhang Long, and Li Hu, who were visibly unsettled. Uncertain of my intentions, I pointed at the struggling gargoyle, a cold smile gracing my lips. Do you see that creature? Yes, yes. They nodded frantically. It can no longer fly, and its defenses have diminished due to its injuries. It is at its weakest now. I stated flatly. I command the 3 of you to approach and slay it. What? They exclaimed in unison, terror etched across their faces. To task them with killing a gargoyle? This was absurd. A creature so formidable that even heavy machine guns struggled to bring it down. Even in its wounded state, it was far beyond their capacity to confront. Boss, we can't do this. Zhang Long was nearly in tears. We are 2 F ranks, and she is merely a support. We would be walking to our deaths. I did not claim that they could triumph over it. My tone remained monotonous, yet the content of my words plunged them into icy despair. Your role is quite simple. You will serve as bait. Approach. Use your bodies to attract its attention and exhaust its strength. My legion of the undead will deliver the fatal blow at the opportune moment. Now, execute the command. Chapter 36. Welcome to my hunting ground. Bait. The words pierced their hearts like icy needles, and they instantly comprehended my intent. I had no expectation that they would vanquish the gargoyle. I merely sought to utilize their living forms to draw the creature's ire and deplete its stamina, crafting the perfect environment for my undead legion to reap the harvest. In plain terms, they were expendable, valuable fodder ready for sacrifice. And no, please, boss. Li Hu collapsed onto the ground, tears streaming down his face. We would truly die if we go. That thing could squash us with a single claw. Zhang Long's complexion turned pale, his body trembling like a leaf in the wind. They feared death, and thus chose to submit. Yet now, submission led them to a forced demise. This was entirely contrary to their expectations. Su Miexu trembled violently, her eyes pleading and incredulous as she looked at me. She had believed that compliance would ensure her survival. Yet, she had not fathomed the depths of my ruthlessness. I truly intended to make them the bait. It appears you still do not grasp your predicament. I regarded their pitiful state with growing impatience, furrowing my brow. I raised my hand and snapped my fingers lightly. Snap! In unison, Su Miexu, Zhang Long, and Li Hu emitted anguished cries. Ah! The skeletal mark upon their palms suddenly ignited with a searing heat, an indescribable agony erupting from the depths of their souls. They felt as though their very essence were gripped by an unseen hand, twisted and torn with all its might. The torment was 1,000 times more horrifying than any corporeal wound. I was wrong. Boss, I was wrong. Spare us. Spare us. The three rolled on the ground, wailing in desperation, pleading for release from this hellish suffering. I observed them coldly until their cries grew hoarse, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Before snapping my fingers once more, the excruciating pain ceased abruptly. The three individuals lay sprawled on the ground, akin to 3 fish out of water, gasping for breath. Their bodies drenched in cold sweat. The glances they cast upon me were devoid of any lingering hope, leaving only the purest, most primal form of fear. Now, do you comprehend my command? My voice resonated like a chilling wind emanating from the depths of the underworld. Upon hearing this, Zhang Long mustered all his strength to squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth. Very well. I pointed at the gargoyle, which had recovered from its daze and was struggling to rise. I shall grant you one final opportunity. Either step forward now and serve as your own bait, or I shall allow you to experience the sensation of having your soul utterly pulverized. This time, no one dared to voice any dissent. The threat of death, coupled with the harrowing agony of a tortured soul, obliterated all resistance within them. Zhang Long and Li Hu supported each other as they rose from the ground. They picked up 2 steel pipes from the roadside, wielding them as makeshift weapons, though their hands trembled so violently that they could scarcely grip the pipes. They gritted their teeth and advanced step by step toward the gargoyle. Su Miexu also rose from the ground, unarmed, for she understood that with her strength, wielding a weapon would be futile. Her face bore no expression, only the pallor of despair. She cast a glance at the grotesque creature and then turned back, looking deeply at me, who stood in the shadows, observing everything with cold indifference. Her eyes were filled with boundless regret and hopelessness. She finally comprehended. From the moment she, along with Wang Hao and Lin Wanner, chose to betray me, her fate had been sealed. She took a step forward, following Zhang Long and Li Hu, resembling a condemned prisoner marching toward the gallows. The injured gargoyle had also noticed these 3 willing offerings. Though its wings were rendered useless, its ferocity remained undiminished. It let out a hideous roar, dragging its injured body forward, its sharp claws lunging towards the trio. Ah, it's coming, Zhang Long screamed, shutting his eyes as he wildly swung the steel pipe in his hands. Bang! The pipe struck the gargoyle, producing a sharp sound before bending upon impact. Yet the gargoyle did not flinch. With a swipe of its claw, it sent Zhang Long, along with the steel pipe, flying. Zhang Long let out a wretched scream as he crashed to the ground several meters away, his chest caved in, evidently beyond saving. Zhang Long, Li Hu, terrified, turned to flee, but the gargoyle was swifter. It closed in with a single stride, its other claw slicing through the air in a flash. Thud! Li Hu's body was cleaved in half at the waist. His upper and lower halves separated, blood and entrails spilling onto the ground. He didn't even have time to scream before meeting his demise. In the blink of an eye, 2 living souls had been transformed into lifeless corpses. Now, only Su Miexu remained. She stood frozen in place, staring at the gruesome bodies, watching as the blood-soaked gargoyle advanced toward her with deliberate steps. Her mind went blank. Death had never felt so imminent. The gargoyle loomed before her, gazing down at this minuscule and fragile prey. It opened its cavernous maw, a wave of rancid odor assaulting her senses. Su Miexu closed her eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. However, the anticipated agony did not ensue. Instead, a cold, monotonous voice echoed in her ear. Indeed, a commendable bait. Now, it is time for me to close the net. Su Miexu opened her eyes. To her astonishment, 12 frigid specters had materialized from all directions, encircling the gargoyle. I stood before her, shielding her from the creature's gaze. My voice rang in her ears once more, akin to a whisper from the depths of hell. Welcome to my hunting ground. Chapter 37. Wang Hao, a mere buffoon. The gargoyle clearly did not anticipate the sudden emergence of so many adversaries radiating an aura of death. It let out an enraged roar, abandoning the dazed prey in front of it and redirecting its fury towards the encircling legion of the undead. Though it was injured, as a creature nearing level 10, its feral instincts remained intact. It lunged at the nearest skeletal warrior with its razor-sharp claws. Seeking death, I scoffed. If this creature were in the skies, it would indeed be formidable. But now it had fallen to the ground, its wing crippled, and before my well-equipped legion of the undead, it was merely a lamb awaiting slaughter. Mages, curse it. Shield bearers, take the front. Archers, continue to attack its wounds. My orders were issued with unerring precision. The skeletal mage unleashed a sluggish curse, enveloping the gargoyle in a layer of deceleration debuff. Two skeletal warriors promptly raised their bone shields, bracing for the gargoyle's claws. Clang! A thunderous sound reverberated as the gargoyle's talons collided with the black iron shields, sending sparks flying. The two skeletal warriors staggered back from the immense force, but successfully absorbed the blow. Simultaneously, the shadow archers, concealed in the darkness, launched their assault. Whoosh! An arrow of shadow struck precisely at the gargoyle's wing joint, exacerbating its prior injury. Grah! Inflicted with new wounds atop old. The gargoyle emitted an even more anguished wail, its body convulsing from the searing pain, revealing a massive opening. Now, everyone, focus fire. Seizing this opportunity, the remaining 8 skeletal warriors surged forward like sharks sensing blood. Bone daggers and axes, glinting with the chill of death, rained down upon the gargoyle's vulnerable joints and abdomen, places devoid of its stone-like armor. Thud! Crack! The sounds of blades piercing flesh and bones shattering filled the air. The gargoyle thrashed wildly, its claws smashing through one skeletal warrior's body. Yet it was futile. The undead know neither pain nor fear. Even if reduced to a single hand, they would faithfully execute my commands until reduced to mere fragments of bone. Under the relentless onslaught of the undaunted undead, this once mighty gargoyle soon met the same fate as the previous shadow hunter. Its body was cleaved to pieces, ultimately silenced by a single blow from a skeletal warrior's axe, severing its head completely. Your summoned creature has slain the gargoyle, gaining 250 experience points. You have acquired a fragmented soul X1. The battle concluded. The entire process unfolded with fluidity and efficiency, akin to a finely tuned machine of slaughter. Liches, you sat limply on the ground, staring blankly at the scene. She beheld the once ferocious gargoyle, now reduced to a heap of shattered remains, and glanced at the two companions who had just been murdered, their lifeless bodies sprawled nearby, blood pooling around them. In mere minutes, life and death, strength and weakness formed a profoundly ironic contrast. From the very beginning to the end, I merely stood by, wielding the power of life and death over all with but a flick of my tongue. In this moment, she finally grasped the profound and desperate meaning of my words. Who, then, is the deity? Before me, she and her so-called allies were truly less than mere ants. I paid no heed to her internal turmoil. My focus was solely on the corpse of the gargoyle, the remains of a flying unit. This was the key to unlocking my air force. Approaching the gargoyle's lifeless body, I extended my hand and invoked Skeleton Resurrection. Command confirmed. Skill Skeleton Resurrection activated. Mana cost, 10 points. Material consumed. Gargoyle corpse, possessing flight capabilities. Meets special transformation conditions. Proceed with transformation. Yes, I silently affirmed. A gray magical circle illuminated, enveloping the gargoyle's remains. Flesh was stripped away, bones reassembled. A brand new, uniquely shaped undead materialized before me. It retained the general skeletal outline of the gargoyle, yet its body was more graceful, with bones exhibiting a grayish hue. Most importantly, it sported a pair of grand wings fashioned from bone. Special transformation successful. Undead Compendium has unlocked a new unit. Bone Vulture. Bone Vulture, Black Iron Grade. Level, 6. Strength, 12. Agility, 20. Constitution, 25. Stone-like bones. Skill, Dive Attack, LV1. Aerial Reconnaissance, Passive. I had succeeded. My first aerial unit, although merely of Black Iron Grade, its strategic significance was immeasurable. Aerial Reconnaissance. This meant I possessed my very own unmanned reconnaissance aircraft, capable of preemptively discerning the surrounding environment and enemy presence. Dive Attack. This elevated my offensive capabilities from 2 dimensions to 3. I gazed at the newly birthed Bone Vulture, utterly satisfied. My Legion of the Undead, a combined land and air combat system, was taking shape. Now, let us also transform those 2 corpses. I directed Skeleton Resurrection at the remains of Zhang Long and Li Hu. 2 new ordinary skeleton soldiers arose. The number of my undead legion had now reached 16. After completing this task, I turned my attention to the sole survivor in the alley, Liches, as she beheld the 3 newly acquired undead minions, 2 of whom were her former comrades. Her expression had entirely faded, leaving only numbness. Now, you should understand your worth. I approached her, speaking in a flat tone. In my domain, there are no useless beings. The living possess their utility, and the dead have theirs. Your continued existence is due to your value. Should you ever give me reason to believe that your life is less useful than your death, then you shall become one of them. I gestured towards the 2 skeletons formed from her allies. Liches's body trembled involuntarily. She comprehended that I was not merely attempting to intimidate her. Now, inform me of matters that pique my interest. I shifted the topic, inquiring, where are Wang Hao and Lin Wan'er now? Though I no longer regarded them as adversaries. It was necessary for me to be aware of the movements of my greatest foes from my previous life. Upon hearing their names, Su Miyexu's gaze flickered. She hesitated for a few seconds, seemingly contemplating something. I do not know where they are, she replied softly, after we exited the goblin nest. We parted ways. Is that so? I regarded her with a smile. Su Miyexu, it seems that the lesson you just received was not profound enough. I raised my hand. Instantly, her face turned ashen. No, don't. She cried out. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. She genuinely feared the agony of having her soul torn asunder. They took people to the gymnasium in the east of the city. She spoke rapidly. Wang Hao said that the terrain is open, easy to defend and hard to attack, and there is a temporary shelter established by the military. He wants to build his own power there. A gymnasium? Establish his own power? I paused momentarily at her words before breaking into laughter. With that brain of his, and that ragtag bunch? Establish power? What a ridiculous gesture. Chapter 38. A Gaze from Hell. Establish power? I echoed those 4 words, my derision unmistakable. Just based on Wang Hao, a fool who only knows brute force. And his entourage, who cannot even handle elite monsters. My words caused Su Miyexu to lower her head further. She had no strength to refute me, for she had witnessed firsthand the disarray of Wang Hao's team in the goblin nest, while I had navigated it with ease. In comparison, Wang Hao's so-called establishment of power indeed resembled a farce. He certainly knows how to choose a location. I stroked my chin, contemplating. The gymnasium in the east was indeed one of the largest survivor gathering places in Jiangsheng during my previous life. Its structure was solid, with relatively abundant supplies, and it was patrolled by military forces. In the early days of the apocalypse, it was considered a relatively safe haven. Wang Hao's decision to go there indicated that he was not entirely dim-witted. At least, he recognized how to leverage existing advantages. He must be quite prominent now. I remarked casually to Su Miyexu. Su Miyexu's body stiffened slightly as she answered in a hushed tone. Yes, yes. Wang Hao's A-grade profession and S-grade talent are among the top tier among ordinary survivors. Lin Wan'er, being a powerful healer, has attracted quite a few transmutters. Indeed, they have considerable prestige at the gymnasium. Prestige? I scoffed. A flock of sheep merely selecting a slightly stronger ram. When the real wolves arrive, they will flee faster than anyone. Nevertheless, this is also for the best. The higher they stand, the greater the fall. I relish witnessing the downfall of those who reach the apex, especially my enemies. I understand now. I nodded, choosing not to pursue the topic further. It was not yet the time to seek trouble with them. My primary objective now was to seize the opportunity presented by the chaos in the city to continue expanding and strengthening my legion of the undead. The gargoyle and shadow hounds were merely appetizers. I knew that as time passed, even more formidable monsters would emerge from every corner of this city. They would all serve as my materials. Let us depart. I instructed Su Miyexu, then turned to leave the bloody alleyway. Wait. Suddenly, Su Miyexu summoned her courage and called out to me. I turned back, raising an eyebrow. Is there something else? I am also a transmutter. She looked at me, her eyes brimming with struggle, before finally gritting her teeth and saying, I awakened a life-class profession, alchemist, beginner. An alchemist? I was somewhat taken aback upon hearing this profession. In my previous life, it was considered a relatively rare life profession, though lacking combat prowess in the early stages. It could produce various powerful potions, enchanted scrolls, and even alchemical puppets in the later stages, holding considerable strategic value. So, I gazed upon her, perplexed by the meaning behind her words. I can assist you with the materials, concoct some basic potions. Su Miyexu's voice was barely a whisper, laden with uncertainty, such as hemostatic powder, or perhaps some inferior potions that could temporarily enhance strength. While their efficacy may be lacking, at the very least, I can be of some use. Not merely a burden. Upon finishing her statement, she cast a nervous glance at me, awaiting my judgment. Fear enveloped her. She dreaded the implication of my earlier words. If ever I felt that your existence was less beneficial than death, then you would join their ranks. She was terrified of becoming one of those mindless skeletons. Thus, she was compelled to prove her worth, however insignificant it might be. Observing her cautious demeanor, as if she were on the brink of abandonment, I couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. A novice alchemist's creations held little value for me. Yet, I found satisfaction in her newfound willingness to serve. This was a promising beginning. An alchemist, I pondered for a moment before responding. Very well. From now on, the materials collected by my undead legion, aside from corpses and souls, as well as certain rare monster organs, shall be entrusted to you for processing. Consider it an opportunity for redemption. Upon hearing this, a spark of hope ignited in Su Miyexu's eyes, as if she had clutched at the last straw of salvation. Thank you. Thank you so much. I will strive to do my utmost. Her excitement rendered her somewhat incoherent, as she momentarily forgot the torment she had just endured at my hands. Such is human nature, in the face of absolute mortal peril. Even the faintest glimmer of hope is magnified beyond measure. I paid her no further mind, and, accompanied by my undead legion and this newly acquired, yet unproven logistics personnel, departed from the location. For the next several hours, we navigated through the ruins of the city. I was the apex hunter within this dark metropolis. The newly joined skeletal vulture proved to be of unimaginable strategic value. It soared high above, akin to my vigilant eye, capturing every movement within several hundred meters. Where lone monsters roamed, where small groups of beasts congregated, where survivors fought against their monstrous adversaries, nothing escaped my reconnaissance. With this omniscient perspective, my hunting became unprecedentedly efficient. 300 meters to the left, at the convenience store's entrance, 2 gargoyles are attacking survivors. The skeletal vulture relayed through our mental link. Eliminate them, I commanded. The shadow archers vanished into the darkness. Mere moments later, the air was pierced by the agonized cries of the gargoyles. In the alley to the right, 5 shadow hounds have been detected. I instructed the skeletal warrior squad to eliminate them. Like a general orchestrating a grand strategy, I continually maneuvered my forces, harvesting the monsters that wandered the city. My undead legion grew stronger with each battle and feast, and my experience point soared. Meanwhile, Xiao trailed behind me. Witnessing it all, she regarded me with an almost divine reverence as I commanded the undead army, effortlessly dispatching the monsters that instilled terror in the hearts of other survivors. She observed with widening eyes as my legion visibly grew in strength before her. Her initial feelings of fear and resentment gradually metamorphosed into an unacknowledged sense of numbness and awe. She began to realize that perhaps submitting to such an unfathomable man was not entirely a lamentable fate. Just as I was directing my undead legion and preparing to send Xiao to gather materials after dispatching a small wave of monsters, my skeletal vulture abruptly transmitted an intriguing piece of information from above. Master, to the southeast, 2 kilometers away, on the rooftop of the gymnasium, numerous human transmutters have been detected. Among them, several exhibit powerful energy fluctuations. The gymnasium? My interest piqued, and I promptly commanded the skeletal vulture to share its visual findings with me. In an instant, a vivid image, akin to a satellite's aerial view, materialized in my mind. I beheld a throng atop the gymnasium's roof. Wang Hao stood at the center of the crowd, adorned in a pristine suit of glimmering armor, brandishing a longsword, passionately addressing the masses below. Lin Wanner, as ever, stood gracefully by his side, a pure white lotus amidst the chaos. Surrounding them were hundreds of survivors, with at least 30 or 40 being transmutters, gazing up at Wang Hao and Lin Wanner with eyes filled with admiration and trust. I couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of this tableau of heroism and sanctity. How lively it was. I adjusted the vulture's perspective, allowing it to soar closer and lower. I hung silently in the dark sky above the gymnasium, akin to a specter from the abyss, casting a cold gaze upon the pitiful souls below, blissfully ignorant of the impending doom. Chapter 39. A grand gift awaits. Brothers and sisters. On the rooftop of the gymnasium, Wang Hao stood upon a makeshift platform, his voice resonant and incendiary. Monsters have invaded, and the city has fallen, but this is by no means the end. This marks the dawn of our new era. We are the chosen ones, the transmutters. We possess extraordinary power. We are the hope of humanity's future. His words ignited fervor among the hundreds of survivors below. Brother Wang is right. If we follow Brother Wang, we shall surely survive. He is our savior. Hearing the cheers, an immensely satisfied smile spread across Wang Hao's face. The self-esteem shattered in the goblin lair had been profoundly mended by the adulation of these ordinary survivors. He reveled in this sensation, the feeling of being hailed as a hero and a leader. A glance at Lin Wanner, who regarded him with warmth and admiration, only deepened his pride. Do you see this, Xiaoran? What does your peculiar prowess matter? You can only scurry like a rat in the shadows. Whereas I, Wang Hao, am the hero who can stand in the sunlight and rally the masses. Rest assured, everyone. Wang Hao cleared his throat and continued. I have negotiated with the military officials stationed here. From this day forth, we shall establish the Dawn Alliance. I will jointly manage this refuge with the military. All combat personnel will be organized into teams responsible for clearing the surrounding monsters and scouring for supplies. All logistical personnel will fulfill their respective duties to ensure the refuge operates smoothly. As long as we stand united, with a shared resolve, we shall surely build our own haven amidst this apocalypse. Build a haven. Long live the Dawn Alliance. The atmosphere surged to a fever pitch. Through the vulture's perspective, I coldly observed the spectacle, akin to a poorly executed theatrical performance. Build a haven? How naive and laughable. They remain utterly oblivious to the true visage of the apocalypse. The stone gargoyles and shadow hounds they now confront are but the most rudimentary of cannon fodder. In a matter of days, when the initial wave of a minor magical tide descends upon them, and thousands of monstrous entities surge forth like a relentless tide, this so-called Dawn Alliance will be utterly submerged, unable to even stir a ripple. However, I cannot afford to wait that long. I have no interest in witnessing their trivial games of make-believe heroics. Since you revel in playing the hero, basking in the adoration of the masses, I shall bestow upon you a grand gift, enabling you to embody the title more authentically. A cold smile creased my lips as a plan rapidly took shape in my mind. I am aware that in this city, the monstrosities are not randomly distributed. The majority are drawn to certain unique sources. For instance, stable points of spatial rifts or objects imbued with extraordinary energy. Furthermore, there are powerful entities of their kind that exude an alluring aura. In my previous life, I was familiar with a location, an abattoir in the western part of the city, where the cataclysm had claimed a multitude of livestock, their blood flowing like rivers. That surging scent of blood created a natural beacon, attracting a horde of carrion eaters and predators. Among them lurked a formidable elite-level creature, the Plague Ghoul Leader. This creature, boasting a level of 12, not only possessed tremendous combat prowess, but also wielded an aura-like skill known as Plague Stench. This aura perpetually emanated a distinctive foul odor, which proved irresistibly enticing to lesser monstrosities. It could be said that the Plague Ghoul Leader was a veritable mobile summoning device for monsters. In my previous life, it was this very being that summoned thousands of ghouls, shadow hounds, and other creatures, igniting the first wave of a minor magical tide in Jiang City, overwhelming several survivor outposts and causing catastrophic casualties. Coincidentally, the stadium where Wang Hao and his companions were located lay directly downwind from that abattoir. How delightful, I mused. This is a fortuitous opportunity. I need not intervene directly. I merely must lend a small hand to the Plague Ghoul Leader, hastening its summoning of monstrosities. I intend to amplify the reach and precision of its foul stench. My gaze turned to Xiao beside me. Come here, I commanded. Xiao trembled slightly, hastening to my side, her head bowed, unwilling to meet my eyes. Master, how may I serve you? She had begun to adopt this demeaning title. Your profession is that of an alchemist, is it not? I inquired. Yes it is, she affirmed. Then you should know how to handle the glands of monsters and concoct potions with distinct aromas. Yes? My voice carried a hint of seduction. Xiao hesitated for a moment before grasping my intent. Are you referring to pheromone potions? She asked uncertainly. I can attempt it. Certain monsters' foul glands or musk glands can indeed be used to create potions that attract or repel their kind. However, I am merely a novice alchemist, with a low success rate, and the products would only be of inferior quality. Inferior quality will suffice, I nodded. What I require is not high-grade merchandise. I need merely a catalyst, a means to link the Plague Ghoul Leader's stench to the direction of the stadium. Very well. I regarded Xiao with a satisfied smile. Now, your first official task awaits. Accompany me to the abattoir. I require you to personally prepare an irresistible gift for my old friend. I deliberately emphasized the word personally. Xiao's body quivered violently. She gazed at the devilish smile on my face, a chill racing from her toes to the crown of her head. She understood that I was about to exploit her for some exceedingly cruel undertaking, and this time, the targets were her former allies, Wang Hao and Lin Wanner. Chapter 40. Despair, my dear brother. The western abattoir stood far from the city center, surrounded by abandoned factories and warehouses, a desolate expanse. Yet at this moment, it was more bustling than any place within the city. Before we even approached, a potent stench of blood and decay assailed us, nearly suffocating. The entrance to the abattoir had been forcefully breached, and inside, it was teeming with all manner of monstrosities. Hordes of lowly ghouls, packs of shadow hounds, and even a few gargoyles circling in the low sky were engaged in a frenzied feast upon the rotting carcasses strewn across the ground. The cacophony of crunching bones and satisfied growls painting a scene reminiscent of hell itself. Xiao trailed behind me, her face pale in horror as she beheld the gruesome spectacle. Master, there are too many monsters here. Her voice trembled. Are we truly going in? What is there to fear? I glanced back at her, my tone flat. With me here, they cannot harm you. My confidence was not unfounded. I had dispatched the skeletal vulture to scout from above, while shadow archers remained concealed in the shadows. Xiao and I were enveloped by a protective barrier of 12 skeletal warriors and mages, forming a mobile fortress of bone. The lowly monstrosities, sensing the deathly aura radiating from my undead army, instinctively recoiled, daring not to approach. What we sought lay within the depths of the abattoir. Drawing upon my memories from my previous life, I made my way toward the cold storage at the heart of the slaughterhouse. There lay the lair of the Plague Ghoul Leader. As we traversed the premises, we encountered several waves of unwitting monsters attempting to attack. Yet each was swiftly dispatched by my skeletal warriors with unerring efficiency. Xiao followed behind, witnessing my undead army carve a path through this paradise of monsters. Her initial fear gradually morphed into a peculiar numbness. She began to feel that being beside such an overwhelmingly powerful man was not so terrifying after all. At the very least, she no longer had to spend the day in dread of even the most mundane of creatures. Before long, we arrived at the entrance to the cold storage. A stench tenfold more potent than that outside wafted forth from within. It was a bizarre amalgamation of rotting flesh, putrid fluids, and some chemical agents. Merely inhaling it sent waves of dizziness through me. I knew that this was the plague stench. It resided within. I paused, addressing Xiao. Wait here. My army will go inside and draw it out. You must collect the plague glands from its corpse as swiftly as possible after it perishes. Remember, you have only 5 minutes of active time. If you miss it, it will be of no use. Yes, I understand. Xiao nodded vigorously, aware that this was my test for her, and she dared not slacken her efforts. Excellent. I nodded in approval and then issued commands to my undead legions. Skeletal Vulture. Enter through the ventilation and commence aerial harassment. Skeleton warriors, breach the door. Launch a fierce assault. Mages and archers, prepare to concentrate fire at the entrance. At the sound of my command, my legion of the undead, this finely tuned war machine, sprang into action without delay. The skeletal vulture emitted a raspy cry, soaring high and darting through the broken vent at the top of the cold storage. Boom. 2 skeleton warriors crashed into the heavy iron door with a brutal force, warping it under their assault. Following this, 10 skeleton warriors formed a charging formation, roaring as they plunged into the foul darkness ahead. Roar. Almost simultaneously, an enraged and vicious growl resonated from deep within the cold storage. The sound was far more resonant than that of an ordinary ghoul, exuding a powerful aura of intimidation. The battle erupted in an instant. I remained outside, calmly orchestrating the fray through my mental link with the undead. Inside the cold storage, the space was cramped. Although my skeleton warriors outnumbered the foe, they struggled against the level 12 elite leader. The plague ghoul leader, towering more than twice the size of a normal ghoul, oozed a putrid green ichor, its claws sharper than blades and imbued with immense strength. Fortunately, the plague stench aura had no effect on my undead minions. Mages, cast curses upon it. Archers, target its joints. Shield bearers, entangle it. Do not let it break free. Under my command, the skeletons coordinated seamlessly, relentlessly dragging the furious elite leader deeper into the cold storage. 5 minutes later, accompanied by a cry of unwilling despair, the once mighty plague ghoul leader was struck down by my shadow archers' shadow strike, a precise shot that pierced through its skull, causing it to crash to the ground. Your summoned creature has slain the plague ghoul leader, earning 1,500 experience points. Congratulations, host. Level up. Current level, 715403200. Experience secured. Xiao. It is your turn now. I turned to Xiao, who had long been prepared. Gritting her teeth, she suppressed her nausea and dashed into the stench-ridden cold storage, wielding the dissection knife I had provided. A few minutes later, she emerged, her face ashen, cradling a pulsating green tumor the size of a fist, exuding a vile odor. This is the plague gland. Excellent. I nodded in satisfaction. Now, with your alchemical skills, transform it into the most exquisite gift. Without hesitation, Xiao retrieved various vials from her backpack and began her first, though most nefarious, alchemy experiment. Half an hour later, a deep green potion, emitting an unusual fragrance, was completed. This aroma, imperceptible to ordinary humans, would serve as a beacon to the keen-nosed monstrosities, brimming with lethal allure. Well done. I accepted the vial of potion, a satisfied smile gracing my face. Now, all is in readiness, save for the east wind. I secured the pheromone bomb to the talons of my skeletal vulture. Through the shared vision of the skeletal vulture, I pinpointed the brightly lit gymnasium 2 kilometers away, filled with laughter and cheer. Wang Hao, my good brother, was still there, basking in the adoration and acclaim of the crowd, lost in his savior's dream. Go forth. I issued my final command to the skeletal vulture. Deliver this grand gift to my brother's doorstep. The skeletal vulture screeched, soaring high, transforming into a shadow that silently glided towards the gymnasium. It would shatter the vial from above, allowing the concentrated plague stench to waft down with the wind, enveloping the entire gymnasium area. And in the slaughterhouse, the thousands of already frenzied monstrosities, roused by the scent of blood and decay, would undoubtedly respond to this royal aroma. They would charge like madmen towards the source of the scent, launching an unprecedented death surge. I could almost see it, The expressions of shock on Wang Hao and his ragtag followers as they faced the tidal wave of monsters. I envisioned the look of terror and despair etched upon Lin Wanner's pure visage. I foresaw how their so-called Dawn Alliance would crumble under the weight of sheer numbers. Enjoy yourself, Wang Hao. I stood in the shadow of the ruins, gazing toward the gymnasium, a cruel smile curling upon my lips. This is my first gift to you. Despair, my good brother. Chapter 41. The feast begins, the tide of monsters approaches. Within the gymnasium, the atmosphere blazed with fervor. Under the spotlight, Wang Hao donned a brand new set of A-grade enchanted armor, wielding a runic longsword, emanating an aura akin to a celestial being. His voice echoed throughout the gymnasium, infused with power and hope. We are the darlings of the new era. We are the future of humanity. As long as we stand united, the Dawn Alliance shall become the most formidable bastion in this city. Brother Wang is magnificent. Long live the Dawn Alliance. The thunderous applause swelled, deepening the pride in Wang Hao's smile. He reveled in the attention, basking in the intoxicating power of controlling the fates of all present. A glance at Lin Wanner, clad in a flowing white dress, her eyes filled with adoration and infatuation, satisfied his vanity like never before. Xiao, that gloomy waste? Even if he were alive, even with his peculiar necromantic abilities, what of it? He would forever scurry in the shadows, unseen by the light. I, Wang Hao, am the true protagonist of this age. Elevated above, he remained oblivious to the nearly invisible shadow that glided through the gymnasium's air like a specter. The skeletal vulture's bony talons precisely shattered the deep green glass vial. An intangible, colorless aroma, yet irresistibly alluring, transformed into an invisible haze, drifting with the wind, like a death summons, extending toward the slaughterhouse. Having completed this task, the skeletal vulture flapped its wings and vanished into the depths of the night, as if it had never existed. The revelry atop the gymnasium continued unabated. All right, brothers, rest well tonight. Tomorrow, we shall commence a thorough sweep of the Eastern District, reclaiming all resources under our control. Wang Hao enthusiastically announced his grand plans. The crowd erupted in fervent cheers once more. However, at that moment, a particularly sensitive D-class scout furrowed his brow, inhaling deeply through his nose. Strange, do you smell something? He questioned those nearby, a hint of confusion lacing his tone. Smell? What smell? Isn't it just the scent of sweat and blood? A nearby warrior replied nonchalantly. No, the scout shook his head, unease creeping into his expression. It's a peculiar scent, somewhat reminiscent of decay, yet accompanied by an unsettling sweetness that is quite discomforting. His words failed to garner much attention. In this apocalyptic world, what foul stench was not present in the city? Who would heed such a trivial anomaly? Lin Wanner seemed to sense something amiss. Her delicate brows knitted together as she softly murmured to Wang Hao. Wang Hao, I too detect a peculiar odor that stirs a sense of unease within me. What are you uneasy about? Wang Hao waved his hand dismissively, chuckling lightly. Wanner, you are simply too sensitive. With me and so many comrades here, not to mention the military's heavy artillery support, what in Jiang City could possibly threaten us? Relax, our good days have only just begun. His confident demeanor gradually eased the flicker of apprehension in Lin Wanner's heart. Indeed, Wang Hao was an A-class powerhouse, and there were dozens of job changers present. Alongside tanks and heavy machine guns from the military, perhaps she was overthinking things. However, none of them noticed that at the far end of their vision, in the direction of the western part of the city, an abnormal agitation began to stir within the depths of the eerie darkness. Within the slaughterhouse, adjacent to the corpse of the plague ghoul leader that had just been devoured, thousands of monsters suddenly froze, as if a pause button had been pressed, ceasing their feasting. They raised their heads, their crimson eyes collectively fixated on a singular direction, the Eastern Stadium. The miasma of plague that wafted through the air, imbued with the aura of a ruler, surged into their brains like a potent stimulant. It was a summoning from a higher echelon of their kind, an invitation to a feast brimming with flesh and souls. Roar! A robust ghoul was the first to unleash a frenzied roar, abandoning the putrid flesh at its side and charging towards the source of the scent with wild abandon. Its movement acted as a signal. Howl! Gur! In the next moment, the monsters within the slaughterhouse erupted into chaos. Hundreds upon hundreds of ghouls, shadow hounds, and even gargoyles coalesced into a torrent of darkness, surging out of the slaughterhouse and onto the streets like an uncontrollable army of death, sweeping towards the stadium. They barreled through every obstacle in their path, emitting earth-shattering roars. The terrifying cacophony pierced through several kilometers, finally reaching the revelers still celebrating within the stadium. A deep, distant roar, reminiscent of something from the depths of hell, echoed faintly. The cheers from the rooftop of the stadium began to wane. Everyone halted their movements, straining to listen. What is that sound? Someone uncertainly inquired. It sounds like the roars of monsters? Impossible. Can we hear them from this far away? How many monsters could there be? Wang Hao's expression shifted for the first time. He darted to the edge of the rooftop, gazing towards the direction of the sound. In the next instant, his pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. On the distant horizon, illuminated by the city's lights, an endless line composed of countless black shadows was rapidly advancing towards their location. That was not merely a roar. It was the sound of thousands of monsters running and roaring in unison, a tidal wave of death converging upon them. Enemy attack. A piercing alarm shattered the night sky over the stadium. Wang Hao's confidence and pride froze instantly, replaced by unprecedented horror and disbelief. What on earth is happening? Monster tide. The monster tide has arrived. My God, how can there be so many creatures? Run. As the black wave of death appeared in everyone's sight. Panic erupted within the stadium like a viral contagion. The survivors, who had just been immersed in dreams of building a home, were now thrown into utter chaos. Screams, cries, and desperate howls melded into a cacophony as everyone frantically sought a place to hide. Calm down. Everyone, stay composed. Wang Hao bellowed hoarsely, striving to overpower the din with his voice. He drew his long sword, its blade shimmering with the energy of an A-class profession, exuding a formidable pressure. Return to your positions. Combat personnel, to the walls. Brothers from the military, activate all defensive measures. Quickly. In that moment, his authority had a modicum of effect. The job changers from the Dawn Alliance, though pale and trembling, instinctively obeyed the orders, shakily climbing up to the defensive walls surrounding the stadium. The military officer stationed there, a captain named Li Jianguo, also wore a grave expression as he relayed commands through his radio. All units, attention. Initiate defense plan number 1. Power up the magic energy electric net to maximum. Deactivate the safety on all automated defense turrets. Heavy machine gunners, prepare. Bring all armor-piercing rounds up. Buzz. Blue arcs of electricity flared to life around the stadium's perimeter, forming a massive magic energy electric net. On the walls, ominous automated turrets began to rotate, locking onto the approaching horde of monsters. Yet, these defensive measures appeared trivial and laughable in the face of such a cataclysmic tide of beasts. Wang Hao, what on earth is happening? A young job changer, who usually idolized Wang Hao, stammered with trembling voice. Why are there so many monsters? It seems they are coming for us. This question echoed the concerns of everyone present. It was too abnormal. Since the invasion of the monsters, while danger lurked everywhere in the city, there had never been such a large-scale, organized, and purposeful group of monsters. They resembled a well-trained army, with a singular objective, to reach the stadium. How should I know? Wang Hao snapped irritably, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. No one was more anxious than he. His ambitions of establishing power seemed like a mere bubble, ready to burst before the overwhelming tide of monsters. He could not fathom what had gone wrong. Could it be that the establishment of the Dawn Alliance had drawn the attention of some powerful monster? No, that was impossible. This was certainly no coincidence. Someone must be orchestrating this from behind the scenes. A dark, icy face, tinged with mockery, uncontrollably surfaced in the depths of his mind. Xiaoran. Could it be him? The moment this thought emerged, Wang Hao was taken aback. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could that waste possess the ability to command such a terrifying tide of beasts? He must have long perished in some corner, devoured to the bone by the monsters. He must be overthinking it. Wang Hao, what do we do now? Lin Wanner clutched his arm, her voice tinged with sobs. Her once pure and beautiful face now bore signs of fear. What can we do? Fight. Wang Hao gritted his teeth, a glint of madness and ferocity flashing in his eyes. We have no retreat. Everyone listen. Today, anyone who dares to take a step back, I will be the first to slay them. He raised his long sword, pointing it at the encroaching black tide, and with all his might, he roared, to survive. We shall confront them. His shout, amidst the thunderous roars of the monsters, seemed so feeble and pale. Meanwhile, 2 kilometers away, on the rooftop of a tall building, Xiaoran leisurely observed the impending spectacle from the stadium through the shared vision of the bone vulture. Enjoying the fireworks show that was about to unfold, beside him, Sun Yixu stood in a daze, equally witnessing the apocalyptic scene. The dark mass loomed ominously, resembling a horde of locusts descending upon the land, causing her heart to feel as though it were clasped by an unseen hand, rendering her breaths laborious. She finally comprehended the true purpose behind Xiaoran's request for her to concoct that vial of potion. She now grasped the terrifying nature of the grand gift he had alluded to. This was no mere present. It was a meticulously orchestrated massacre. A veritable slaughter that he had designed with his own hands. Is this all you're doing? Su Mushue's voice trembled uncontrollably. Otherwise, what do you suppose it could be? Xiaoran replied, not bothering to glance back, his tone as nonchalant as if he were discussing the weather. I merely showed them the way. Showed them the way. Upon hearing these words, a chill surged from the soles of her feet to the crown of her head. She gazed at Xiao Ran's profile. And under the glow of the city's flames, the once familiar visage appeared utterly alien and terrifying. How had he accomplished this? What manner of monster had he become? To command thousands of creatures solely for the purpose of vengeance against a single individual. This level of ambition and intent exceeded anything she could fathom. Look! Xiao Ran suddenly pointed into the distance. The great hero you envision now resembles nothing more than a frightened bear, doesn't he? Following his gesture, Sumu Shui peered into the distance. With her extraordinary vision, she could clearly see Wang Hao standing atop the wall. His voice harsh as he bellowed orders to his subordinates. Yet his trembling legs and pallid complexion betrayed his profound fear. A hero? The image of Wang Hao, brimming with confidence beneath the spotlight not long ago, flooded her mind. And now, this stark contrast evoked an indescribable sense of irony within her. She suddenly realized that Xiao Ran was indeed correct. The present-day Wang Hao truly resembled a mere dog. Watch closely. Xiao Ran's voice whispered like a devil in her ear. This performance has merely begun. No sooner had he finished speaking than the first wave of shadow hounds and ghouls collided violently with the thin barrier of the magical energy grid surrounding the stadium. With a crackling sound, the night sky reverberated with the sharp crackle of electricity. The foremost shadow hounds and ghouls crashed into the blue energy net. The terrifying high-voltage current instantaneously coursed through their bodies, turning them into charred remnants, while the air filled with the stench of scorched flesh. It works. The grid is effective. A soldier atop the wall exclaimed in delight. Yet, before his words could fully resonate, more monsters, frenzied and undeterred, charged toward the energy net. 1, 2, 10, 100. They hurled themselves against the grid, their bodies falling in succession. The energy of the net began to deplete rapidly, the blue arcs flickering dimly, while the magic generator strained under the burden, emitting a distressed hum. Not good. We're overloading. A military technician cried out in panic. Boom. With a thunderous roar. The magical energy grid, having endured the suicidal onslaught of hundreds of creatures, finally reached its breaking point, collapsing into a shower of electric sparks. The first line of defense was utterly obliterated in less than 30 seconds after the battle commenced. Open fire. For the love of all that is holy, open fire. Lieutenant Li Jiangwo's eyes blazed crimson as he roared in frenzy. Rat-a-tat-tat. On the wall, several heavy machine guns unleashed torrents of fire. The specially crafted armor-piercing rounds fueled by magical crystals crafting a tempest of metal that rained down upon the advancing tide of beasts. Automated defense turrets began to roar, each shell detonating amidst the horde, tearing several creatures to shreds. The soldiers atop the wall snapped into action, unleashing their signature spells. Fireball, Ice Spike Array, Wind Blade. In that moment, a kaleidoscope of magical brilliance intertwined with the machine gun fire, creating a veritable death zone outside the stadium. The monsters at the forefront fell in droves, their corpses quickly accumulating to over a meter high. Have we managed to hold them back? A young mage gasped, having just unleashed 7 or 8 fireballs. His magical energy nearly depleted. Do not celebrate prematurely. Wang Hao's expression remained grim as he pointed into the distance. Look behind. The crowd's hearts sank as they followed his gaze. Beyond the small area they had painstakingly cleared lay an even greater horde of monsters. A dark, endless sea of creatures surged forward, trampling over the corpses of their fallen comrades, roaring and howling as they charged toward the stadium once more. The recently cleared death zone was rapidly refilled. Despair. A profound sense of despair enveloped everyone's hearts. These monsters were seemingly endless. Suddenly, piercing shrieks erupted from the sky. The crowd looked up to see several gargoyles, like black specters, soaring overhead, diving toward the group of survivors within the stadium. Not good. Protect the civilians. Li Jiangwo shouted in alarm. But it was already too late. The gargoyles moved with blinding speed, their targets being the unarmed, ordinary people. A cacophony of screams erupted from within the stadium. One gargoyle's claws effortlessly tore through a man's chest, while another snatched a woman into the air before violently slamming her to the ground, reducing her to a gruesome pulp. Panic and chaos erupted among the survivors. Damn it! Wang Hao cursed, fully aware that if disorder took root within, their doom would be sealed. Bladestorm! He roared, leaping from the wall, spinning like a top. Countless razor-sharp blades erupted from his form, forming a miniature tornado of sword energy that instantly shredded 2 of the rampaging gargoyles into fragments. The formidable prowess of an A-rank blade master was laid bare in that moment. Brother Wang, well done. Eliminate these beasts. Wang Hao's actions temporarily steadied the nerves of some. Lin Wan'er also rushed over, her hands clasped together as a gentle holy light emanated from her being. Healing light. The warm radiance cascaded down. mending the wounds of several survivors who had been clawed by the gargoyles at a visibly rapid pace. With her S-rank talent for Holy Light affinity combined with her B-rank priest profession, her healing capabilities far surpassed those of her peers. Yet, their combined strength was but a drop in the ocean amidst the grand scale of the battle. More monsters had already reached the corners of the wall. They began to claw, bite, and even ram their bodies against the stadium walls with wild abandon. Boom, boom, boom. The entire stadium shook violently, as if it might collapse at any moment. Sinister cracks began to spider across the walls. We can't hold. The walls are going to fall. A soldier cried out in terror. Hold the line. Everyone, hold the line. Wang Hao, having just dispatched a few gargoyles, barely had a moment to catch his breath before the news of the impending breach reached him, and his heart plummeted. The Dawn Alliance. A source of immense pride for him. The team he painstakingly gathered, the fortress he believed to be unassailable, before the true tide of beasts. It crumbled like a house of cards. Roar. At that moment, a roar louder than all the monsters erupted from the rear of the monstrous horde. A colossal creature, 3 times the size of an ordinary ghoul, covered in green pustules and exuding a foul stench, emerged onto the battlefield. It was a kin of the plague ghoul leader that Xiao Ran had slain. Moreover, it seemed to possess an even greater ferocity than its predecessor. Upon its arrival, the lower-tier monsters surged with a newfound frenzy, as if invigorated by a potent stimulant. It advanced with heavy strides, disregarding the hail of gunfire, and charged directly at the walls of the gymnasium. Boom! A thunderous roar reverberated. A section of the southern wall of the gymnasium collapsed under its savage impact, as if made of paper, creating a massive breach in the defenses of the Dawn Alliance. An unending torrent of monsters surged through that gap like a flood breaking its dam. The defense line was utterly obliterated. Chapter 44. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow bird awaits. It was all over. As he beheld the monstrous tide flooding into the gymnasium, a young trans fairy sat despondently on the wall, his staff rolling away from his grasp. He was the young man who once idolized Wang Hao. He had believed that following a hero like Wang Hao would ensure his survival and even prosperity in this apocalyptic world. Yet, the harsh reality before him delivered a crushing blow of despair. A hero? In the face of genuine calamity, a hero was merely a jest. From atop a tall building, Xiao Ran surveyed the scene through the eyes of the skeletal vulture, his expression betraying no emotion, as if watching a film entirely disconnected from himself. Look, he turned to the terrified Su Miexu beside him. This is the man you once clung to at all costs. This is your pride, the Dawn Alliance. Frail and feeble. The icy words pierced Su Miexu's heart like 4 daggers. She gazed at the gymnasium, now transformed into a hellish nightmare, at the trans fairy she had once exchanged pleasantries with, now being torn apart by the monsters, and at Wang Hao and Lin Wanner, struggling desperately amidst the endless horde. Her body trembled uncontrollably, overwhelmed by a blend of fear, shock, and an inexplicable, morbid thrill. She loathed Wang Hao and Lin Wanner. They had thrust her into the clutches of this demon, Xiao Ran. Now, witnessing their dire fate, a flicker of vindictive satisfaction ignited within her. Yet, that satisfaction swiftly morphed into a deeper terror. For she knew that the architect of this chaos was the very man beside her. With but a flick of his finger, he could reduce a refuge housing thousands to mere ashes. What if he turned his attention towards her? She lacked even the merit to invoke his wrath. Master, I beseech you, spare them. Su Miexu was unsure why those words escaped her lips. Perhaps a remnant of compassion lingered within her. Or perhaps it was the dread of becoming the next victim after witnessing the demise of those two. Spare them? Xiao Ran regarded her as if she had uttered the grandest of jokes, turning to look down at her with a gaze as frigid as ancient ice. Did you plead for mercy when they cast me into the throng of monsters? His words rendered Su Miexu speechless, her face draining of color. Indeed, back then, she had merely watched with indifference, even believing that Xiao Ran, a worthless wretch, deserved his fate. What right did she have to plead for their lives? Remember your place. Su Miexu, Xiao Ran's voice was devoid of emotion. You are merely my dog now. While your master enjoys the spectacle, a dog must remain quietly at the side. I know I was wrong, Su Miexu muttered, her head bowed deeply as humiliating tears soaked the ground. Xiao Ran paid her no mind, redirecting his focus back to the battlefield. He was not a deity, uninterested in judging right from wrong. He was merely a harbinger of vengeance, a specter risen from the depths of hell, demanding blood from all his foes. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow bird awaits. A cold smile curled at the corners of Xiao Ran's lips. The more chaotic the brawl, the greater his harvest. He waved his hand, issuing new commands. All skeletal warriors and skeletal mages advanced to the battlefield's edge, hunting in squads. Target all solitary monsters fleeing from the gymnasium. Remember, Do not engage in the core battlefield. Do not expose yourselves. We are hunters, not brutes. Understood, Master. 16 undead moved silently, like phantoms lurking in the shadows, spreading amidst the ruins and darkness surrounding the gymnasium, awaiting their prey. Soon, a target presented itself. An injured gargoyle, having strayed from the main battlefield in search of refuge, flew into a narrow alley. Yet had barely settled when whoosh. An arrow imbued with shadow energy shot forth from the darkness, striking its head with deadly precision. The shadow archer had been lying in wait. Meanwhile, 3 solitary ghouls, startled by the explosions within the gymnasium, fled chaotically into an abandoned building. As they entered, 2 skeletal warriors brandishing bone shields and bone knives sprang forth from behind the door, swiftly toppling them to the ground. Your summon has slain a gargoyle, earning 250 experience points. Your summon has slain a ghoul, earning 30 experience points. Your summon has slain a ghoul, earning 30 experience points. The system's notification echoed incessantly in Xiao Ran's mind, as his experience points soared. This was his strategy, to let Wang Hao and his Dawn Alliance act as the bait, drawing fire like cicadas, while he leisurely positioned himself as the yellow bird, ready to reap the rewards. The battle within the gymnasium had reached a fever pitch. With the defenses breached and monsters flooding in, the human ranks were thrown into disarray, each fighting for their survival. Wang Hao and Captain Li Jianguo, with their elite forces, formed a makeshift core position, struggling to hold the line, yet their numbers dwindled. The magical energy of the trans fairies and the ammunition of the soldiers were rapidly depleting. This won't hold. We must find a way to break through. Wang Hao shouted as he cleaved through an advancing shadow hound, turning to Li Jianguo. Break through? Where to? Li Jianguo retorted, smashing a ghoul's skull with his rifle. His face splattered with blood. Outside, it's swarming with monsters. Charging out, there is a death sentence. Anything is better than waiting here to die. Wang Hao's eyes glimmered with a frenzied light. Look over there. He pointed toward the western side of the gymnasium. The walls there remained relatively intact and fortified, predominantly manned by ordinary survivors lacking combat prowess and a handful of low-level job changers of modest capability. If we manage to lure the creatures there, we can carve a bloody path through the eastern gate. Wang Hao's voice was laced with a chilling ruthlessness. Li Jianguo was taken aback upon hearing this. He gazed incredulously at Wang Hao. Are you suggesting we sacrifice those civilians? This is not sacrifice. It is a means to preserve the flicker of humanity. Wang Hao thundered with righteous fervor. Lieutenant Li, compassion will only lead us all to our demise. You must choose. Will you accompany your elite to survival, or perish alongside these useless beings? Li Jianguo's face was a canvas of conflict. As a soldier, his duty was to protect the populace. Yet now, as he witnessed fallen comrades around him and the seemingly endless tide of monsters, he recognized the grim truth in Wang Hao's words. If they did not devise a strategy soon, they would face annihilation. At that moment, as Xiao Ran observed Wang Hao through shared vision, preparing to witness his momentous decision, his shadow archer suddenly transmitted a new message. Master, a powerful energy source has been detected on the western edge of the battlefield. It appears to be a high-level job changer, currently besieged by 3 elite shadow hounds and on the verge of defeat. A high-level job changer? Xiao Ran felt a surge of intrigue and swiftly shifted his focus. In a corner, he beheld a striking woman clad in a tight red combat suit, wielding 2 daggers engulfed in flames, engaged in a fierce struggle against the monstrous shadow hounds. Her movements were swift, each strike accompanied by searing fire. B-class profession, flame dancer. Moreover, her level was at least 12, a formidable opponent. However, her situation was dire. She bore multiple claw marks and her stamina was critically depleted, facing the relentless assault of the 3 elite shadow hounds. An intriguing quarry. A smirk creased Xiao Ran's lips. He issued new directives to the shadow archer. Ensure she does not perish, nor escape. When she and the shadow hounds are sufficiently worn down, bring them all back. Chapter 45 Wang Hao, you are truly damned. On the western side of the gymnasium, die. A flicker of desperate madness flashed in Wang Hao's eyes as he bellowed at his loyal subordinates. Use your loudest voices to draw all the monsters from the west. Understood, Brother Wang. His closest followers, already paralyzed with fear at the gruesome scene before them, dared not defy his command. They immediately began to hoarsely shout towards the western direction, simultaneously launching several flares. In an instant, they captured the attention of all nearby creatures. Hundreds of monsters, previously assaulting the central stronghold, immediately shifted their course like sharks sensing blood, surging towards the weakest line of defense composed of ordinary survivors. No, stop, help. Wang Hao, you beast. May you suffer a terrible fate. The people on the western front could only watch in horror as the dark tide of beasts approached, their faces etched with despair and bitterness. They understood Wang Hao's intentions all too well. They were mere pawns, expendable fodder meant to buy time. Yet, against overwhelming force, their curses and cries were rendered utterly powerless. The monstrous floods swiftly engulfed them. A boy, who had just awakened his profession, barely had time to unleash his first skill before being brought down by a ghoul, his throat torn open. A mother cradling her child knelt in anguish, pleading desperately, only to be impaled alongside her child by the beast's sharp claws. The cacophony of screams, crunching bones, and the grim symphony of death intertwined into a chilling requiem. Lin Wanner stood frozen, her beautiful face etched with disbelief and profound sorrow. Wang Hao, how could you do this? She trembled, pointing at the hellscape before her. Her voice tinged with tears. They are human too. They believed in you. Silence. Wang Hao seized her wrist, his grip so fierce it nearly crushed her bones. His eyes burned red with madness, his visage twisted, devoid of any semblance of the gentleman he once was. If you wish to survive, remain compliant. Compassion will only doom us all. He had completely lost his sanity. What hero, what leader, what hope for humanity? In the face of death, all of it was mere nonsense. His singular desire was to survive, at any cost. Lieutenant Li Jianguo and his soldiers bore witness to this inhumane spectacle. Many young soldiers turned their heads away, unable to endure the sight. Their faces were filled with fury and contempt. Li Jianguo gripped his steel rifle tightly, his knuckles whitening from the strain. His mind was torn in conflict. Rationality dictated that Wang Hao's actions were the only feasible means of escape under the current circumstances. Yet his conscience, his soldier's spirit, vehemently condemned such behavior. Everyone, prepare. Wang Hao disregarded the thoughts of others as he seized the precious moment provided by the collapse of the Western Front. Shouting to his remaining elite subordinates and Li Jianguo's troops, follow me through the eastern gate and fight your way out. From atop a high building, Su Mingxiu, through the shared vision with Xiao Ran, witnessed this unforgettable scene. She saw how Wang Hao callously sacrificed hundreds of survivors and the agony etched onto Lin Wanner's face. Suddenly, she felt how ludicrous her previous views of Wang Hao had been. She had betrayed Xiao Ran for this selfish man, willing to sacrifice everything for his own survival. And now, this man had cast aside even more lives in the same manner. A wave of nausea surged from her stomach. Do you see? Xiao Ran's cold voice echoed in her ears. This is humanity. In the apocalypse, the most unreliable aspect is this. Were you not the same before? Xiao Ran's words pierced her heart like a dagger. Su Mingxiu shuddered, recalling her past life. In that ruin, how she, Wang Hao, and Lin Wanner had unhesitatingly used the injured Xiao Ran as bait, casting him to the monsters. It turned out, she and he were of the same ilk. No, perhaps she was even more contemptible. At least he acted to save his own life. She, on the other hand, had merely sought to please Wang Hao and Lin Wanner to remain in their powerful ranks. In truth, the most deserving of condemnation was herself. At that moment, Su Mingxiu's psychological defenses shattered completely. She collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably, her cries filled with boundless regret and self-loathing. Xiao Ran cast her a cold glance, devoid of any sympathy. Regret now? It is too late. His attention swiftly returned to the quarry on the other side. In the corner of the western battlefield, the B-class flame dancer ultimately could not endure any longer. She was ambushed from behind by an elite shadow hound, its sharp claws leaving 3 gaping wounds that exposed her very bones. Gasping, she coughed up a mouthful of blood, and the flame dagger in her hand flickered dimly as she sank to one knee. 3 elite shadow hounds, drooling hungrily, formed a triangular formation around her, inching closer with predatory intent. Despair and defiance flickered across her face. She refused to accept death in this moment. There were scores yet to settle. Just as the 3 hounds prepared to deliver the fatal blow and feast upon their delectable prey, a sudden whoosh echoed through the air. 3 arrows, entwined with dark shadow energy, shot forth silently from 3 distinct angles, like harbingers of doom from the abyss. Swift as the wind, the elite shadow hounds had scarcely a moment to react before each was struck through the skull with pinpoint precision. Their massive bodies collapsed with a resounding thud, lifeless. The unexpected turn of events left the dying woman momentarily stunned. She lifted her head, summoning her last vestige of strength to gaze in the direction from whence the arrows came. Emerging from the shadows not far away was a skeleton, cloaked in ebony, its eye sockets ablaze with eerie blue flames, wielding a shadowy longbow. Behind it trailed a dozen spectral entities, exuding an aura of death. A necromancer, the woman murmured, her eyes wide with shock. Before she could contemplate further, a sharp pain pierced her nape, and darkness enveloped her as consciousness slipped away. It was the skeletal mage, delivering a basic mental shock that rendered her unconscious. Well done. A voice resonated within the minds of all the undead. Bring her, along with the corpses of the 3 elite shadow hounds, back. Once that task is complete, The gaze of the skeletal mage shifted once more to the eastern gate of the stadium. Wang Hao had begun to break through with the remnants of his forces. Thinking of fleeing? A cruel smile curled upon Xiao Ran's lips. Did I grant permission? He raised his hand, issuing a new command to the skeletal vulture that circled high above. Go, inform those still wandering outside. The true feast is about to emerge from its cage. Chapter 46. Abandon everything. Flee for your life. Kill. Wang Hao's eyes glowed crimson as the runic longsword in his grasp transformed into lethal arcs of cold light, instantly decapitating several ghouls obstructing the east gate. The elite members of the Dawn Alliance behind him erupted with their utmost strength, forcefully carving a narrow passage through the horde of monsters. Hurry, keep up, Wang Hao shouted at the hesitant Li Jiangguo and his soldiers. Li Jiangguo surveyed the scene within the stadium, now a veritable slaughterhouse, then glanced at his remaining 20-odd soldiers. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and made a choice. First row, cover. Second row, charge with me. In the face of absolute death, he had chosen to survive. With the military reinforcements joining the fray, the pressure on their escape lessened considerably. The soldiers' magical rifles proved more effective in this small-scale breakout than the powers of the Transcenders, their concentrated gunfire forming impenetrable lines of fire that mowed down the encroaching monsters in droves. Charge. Once we break through, we will be safe. Wang Hao swung his sword wildly, rallying the troops' morale. Under his leadership, this motley crew of remnants miraculously surged forth from the eastern gate of the stadium. The anguished screams of more survivors echoed from behind, but no one dared to look back. All they craved was to distance themselves from this hell on earth. We did it. We escaped. A Transcender, relieved to be alive, shouted with unrestrained joy. Yet, his elation was short-lived. As they burst onto the street, despair washed over them as they discovered the situation outside was scarcely better than within the stadium. The streets teemed with prowling monsters. Though not as densely populated as inside the stadium, their numbers remained formidable. Drawn by the commotion, they converged from every corner of the city. They had merely escaped from one small cage into a larger one. Caw! At that moment, a hoarse cry pierced the air from above. The group instinctively gazed upward to see a strangely shaped skeletal bird circling ominously in the night sky above them. Its hollow eye sockets seemed to mock their plight as lost souls. What on earth is that? A soldier trembled, raising his weapon to fire. Ignore it. Run. Wang Hao's foreboding sense grew stronger. He felt as though a pair of eyes lurked in the darkness, coldly observing their every move. After a single circle, the skeletal bird veered off in another direction. It flew toward the throngs of monsters still aimlessly wandering the city ruins. A series of peculiar, urgent calls erupted from it, as if conveying some special command. In the next instant, horror gripped Wang Hao and his companions as the previously scattered monsters, upon hearing the bird's cries, abruptly pivoted in unison, encircling their escape team as if commanded by an unseen force. No, it cannot be. Li Jiangguo stared in disbelief, utterly flabbergasted. These creatures, they have a commander. A terrifying realization dawned upon everyone. The beast tide was not a natural disaster from the outset. It was orchestrated. An ominous presence was pulling the strings behind the scenes. Run. Run for your lives. Wang Hao could no longer afford to maintain any semblance of composure. His sole thought was to flee. He seized Lin Wanner, exerting every ounce of strength to sprint toward the least populated area of monsters. Those behind him, his subordinates and soldiers, fell into utter disarray, following him like headless flies in the ruins of the city. The so-called alliance, the so-called army, crumbled entirely in that moment. They abandoned all injured comrades, forsaking their supplies, and even relinquished the last vestiges of human dignity. From atop a high-rise, Xiao Ran coldly observed the unfolding farce. Almost there, he remarked blandly. Su Migxiu, gather our belongings. It is time to greet my old friend. Su Migxiu trembled, rising from the ground to silently begin packing. Her face bore no expression, only a numbed demeanor. She understood that the real spectacle was about to commence. Xiao Ran turned away from the distant chase, approaching the unconscious woman in red who had just been brought back. He extended his hand, pressing it against her forehead. A pure essence of death magic seeped slowly into her, not to harm her, but to probe. Moments later, a glimmer of intrigue appeared on Xiao Ran's face. This woman possesses some interest. Within her being, alongside the energy of a class transition, resided a faint yet exceedingly domineering bloodline power. This was an advanced bloodline intimately connected to flames. Although it was scarce, its quality was unparalleled. A diminutive descendant of the Phoenix bloodline, perhaps? Xiao Ran mused. No wonder she could awaken a B-rank profession, and no wonder she could contend against 3 elite monsters of the same level with her 12th level strength. This truly was a treasure unearthed. A B-rank powerhouse possessing the Phoenix bloodline. If only she could be transformed into his servant. No. Reducing her to mere servitude would be a waste. Her will appeared formidable and driven by a vendetta should he attempt to control her through a necromantic contract. Her loyalty would undoubtedly be minimal, and she would likely harbor thoughts of rebellion. A glimmer of calculation flickered in Xiao Ran's eyes. He possessed a far superior method, one that would ensure she willingly served him. From the depths of his system space, he retrieved an object. It was a crystal, pulsating with a faint red glow, resembling a heart. Heart of the Flame Demon, rare material. A magical core that has a minuscule chance of forming from the heart of a high-level fire demon lord upon death. It contains immense fire energy, making it a premier material for crafting fire-based equipment and potions. This was a precious item Xiao Ran had painstakingly acquired in a previous life from a dungeon, something he had hesitated to use until now. Unexpectedly, it would prove useful today. He crushed the heart of the flame demon, channeling the vast, pure fire energy entirely into the woman's body. Simultaneously, he infused a trace of his own deathly essence, subtle yet potent, intertwining it with the energy and embedding it deep within her bloodline. This was akin to a seed that only he could detonate. Having completed this, Xiao Ran stood, brushing off his hands. He regarded the woman. Her face flushed crimson from absorbing the immense fire energy, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. When you awaken, you shall find yourself indebted to me for a monumental favor, a favor that you shall be destined to repay across lifetimes. He turned away, dismissing this future ace enforcer, and gestured to his undead legion. Let us proceed to the execution ground we have prepared for our guest. Chapter 47. Welcome to my necromantic feast. The stadium had been utterly transformed into a city of the dead. Fiery flames pierced the night sky, painting it crimson. The air was thick with the pungent stench of blood and char. Thousands of corpses, some human, others monstrous, lay piled upon one another, creating a harrowing tableau of hell on earth. Sporadic battles continued, but they were merely the last, desperate gasps of resistance. The forsaken survivors, facing an unending tide of monsters, had but one fate: to be torn asunder. Amidst this wasteland of blood and fire, a new army descended silently. Xiao Ran, accompanied by his legion of the undead, strode into the recently breached fortress like a sovereign surveying his domain. Following him was Su Miexu, pale as ash, alongside several skeletal figures exuding an aura of cold death. What a grand display of fireworks! Xiao Ran marveled at the scene before him, his heartfelt exclamations devoid of any compassion, filled only with anticipation for the bounty that lay ahead. Here were thousands of fresh corpses, powerful class transitioners, elite soldiers, and a variety of slain monsters. All of these would serve as his materials. Begin the cleanup. Xiao Ran issued a succinct command. Prioritize the conversion of those in military garb and the bodies exhibiting energy fluctuations. Ordinary corpses hold no value. Understood, Master. In an instant, the Undead Legion transformed into the most efficient of cleanup crews, meticulously sifting through the mountain of corpses, extracting valuable materials, and presenting them before Xiao Ran. In one corner, a few survivors, fortunate enough to hide behind cover, stared in astonishment at this bizarre spectacle. What are those things? A young man trembled, pointing at the skeletal figures transporting corpses. They are the undead, the conjurations of a necromancer. Another, seemingly more knowledgeable individual exclaimed in terror. Oh heavens! Could it be that the beast tide was truly summoned by him? Is he here to rescue us, or? This question remained unanswered, for they observed the man standing amidst the legion of undead, like a demonic deity, coldly extending his hand toward the array of dragged corpses. A gray luminescence flickered repeatedly. One by one, new skeletons trembled into existence, rising from the ground to join the ranks of the cleanup crew. This scene sent shivers through the souls of the survivors. This man was not here to save them. He was not even here to slay them. He had come solely to harvest corpses. In his eyes, perhaps, there was no distinction between the living and the dead. They were merely materials. Xiao Ran paid no heed to the survivors' thoughts. His focus was entirely on the ever-expanding legion of the undead. Skull Resurrection. Conversion successful. You have acquired a new skeletal soldier. Skull Resurrection. Conversion successful. You have acquired a new skeletal soldier. Detected C-rank warrior corpse. Proceed with conversion. Yes. Conversion successful. You have acquired a new skeletal warrior. The system's notifications resonated in his mind like the most exquisite symphony, as the number of his undead legion burgeoned at an astonishing rate. 20, 30, 50, 80. Soon, the number of his undead surpassed 100. Moreover, the majority were converted from the bodies of class transitioners and soldiers, their base attributes far exceeding those of ordinary skeletal soldiers. This was the spoils of war. A battle involving thousands had provided him with more sustenance than he could have gathered through arduous hunting over 10 days or more. The sensation was exhilarating. As Xiao Ran felt the mental connection with over 100 undead, the intoxicating feeling of controlling everything consumed him. Just then, a skeletal warrior approached, dragging a relatively intact corpse before him. It was the body of a middle-aged man clad in a captain's uniform, a gaping wound in his chest. Yet the rest of his body remained intact. This was none other than Captain Li Jianguo, who had previously attempted to break through with Wang Hao, but ultimately perished along the way. It seemed he had fallen victim to a sudden attack from an elite monster. An A-rank shield guard's corpse? Xiao Ran's eyes sparkled. This was a valuable find. An A-rank tank, whose skeletal strength and constitution surpassed that of an ordinary person. The undead he could create from this body would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Without hesitation, Xiao Ran extended his hand and pressed it upon Li Jianguo's corpse. Skull resurrection. He summoned forth a deathly power greater than he had ever unleashed before. Buzz. A dense and nearly tangible gray light enveloped the lifeless body of Li Jianguo completely. Flesh and blood swiftly deteriorated and dissolved under the corrupting influence of death's magic. A frame more robust and weighty than that of an ordinary skeletal warrior slowly reassembled from the remnants of flesh and blood, rising to its feet. Its bones exhibited a peculiar dark golden hue, resembling metal forged in a furnace. In its grasp, there was no bone blade. Instead, it spontaneously coalesced into an enormous, formidable bone tower shield and a hefty bone warhammer. Detected high-quality material, A-grade shield guardian, triggering special evolution. Transformation successful. The Undead Compendium has unlocked a new unit, Bone Tyrant. It had come to fruition. A radiant ecstasy erupted in Xiao Ran's eyes. He promptly opened the attributes panel of this new unit. Bone Tyrant, bronze grade. Level, 10. Strength, 40. Agility, 10. Constitution, 65. Adamantine skeleton. Spirit, 15. Skill 1. Shield Slam, LV2. Skill 2. Taunt Roar, LV1. Active, emits a roar that forcibly attracts the hatred of surrounding enemies. Skill 3. Unyielding as a mountain, passive. While in shield stance, significantly enhances physical defense and grants immunity to knockback effects. Powerful. Incredibly powerful. These attributes, these skills, represent a flawless, indestructible war machine. A constitution of 65. This surpasses the combined constitution of all his undead minions. And the Taunt Roar, that miraculous skill. With it, his undead legion has gained a true core, a genuine main tank. Xiao Ran gazed with satisfaction at the nearly 3-meter-tall bone tyrant before him. Akin to a small hill, his heart swelling with ambition. He could sense that his strength had once again undergone a qualitative leap. With a wave of his hand, over 100 undead surged forth, surrounding the newly joined bone tyrant like a tide, pouring out from the ruins of the stadium. Their singular target lay ahead, the group of prey desperately fleeing for their lives. Standing atop the remnants of the stadium, Xiao Ran surveyed the undead army he had meticulously forged, a sinister smile creeping across his lips. He opened his arms as if to embrace this land of death. Wang Hao Lin Wanner, welcome to my banquet of the undead. A skeletal warrior quietly approached his feet, placing a bloody banner, salvaged from the ruins, upon the ground. The 4 characters Dawn Alliance on the banner appeared glaringly absurd and laughable. The bone tyrant lifted its heavy bony foot and stomped down forcefully. Crack. The flagpole shattered with a resounding snap. Chapter 48. A-grade officer, new toy. Under the cloak of night, the city ruins transformed into a vast hunting ground. Wang Hao and his band of fewer than 30 disheartened soldiers became the hunted within this arena. Behind them, an endless horde of monsters pursued relentlessly. Faster. Run faster. Wang Hao shouted hoarsely, his voice strained. The A-grade enchanted armor he wore had long lost its luster, now marred with claw marks and bloodstains. His handsome visage was etched with terror and exhaustion. He couldn't comprehend why. Why did those creatures seem to possess a sixth sense, relentlessly pursuing them? No matter where they fled or how they concealed themselves, those monsters invariably located their position within minutes, lunging at them like rabid dogs sensing blood. Wong Wong. I can't run anymore. A class changer wailed from behind, a substantial chunk of flesh torn from his leg by a shadow hound, blood gushing forth. Useless. If you can't run, then die. Wang Hao snapped coldly without looking back. He felt that even uttering another word was a waste of energy. The lagging class changer was swiftly overwhelmed by a few approaching ghouls, his anguished screams abruptly silenced. Another one had fallen from their ranks. Lin Wanner was roughly pulled along by Wang Hao, stumbling as they ran. Her face had drained of color, tears and sweat mingling together, rendering her a pitiful sight. She watched as those around her fell one by one, torn apart by the monsters. She beheld the fear-stricken face of Wang Hao, and the monument of faith in her heart crumbled inch by inch. Was this the man she admired? Was this the hero she believed could lead humanity into the future? In the face of death, He was no different from those ordinary people she had scorned. Perhaps even more selfish and cold-hearted. Over there's a warehouse. Li Jiangguo shouted, pointing towards a nearby building that appeared relatively sturdy. His remaining soldiers numbered less than 10, and their ammunition was nearly expended. They had reached a dead end. Good. A glimmer of hope sparked in Wang Hao's eyes. They summoned their last vestiges of strength, rushing to the warehouse door, forcing it open with all their might, and then exerting every ounce of energy to slam the heavy iron door shut, propping it against some discarded shelves. Boom, boom, boom. The monsters outside quickly arrived, beginning a frenzied assault on the iron door. Inside the warehouse, everyone collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Their faces etched with relief and profound fatigue from having narrowly escaped death. Finally, we can catch our breath, a surviving class changer murmured weakly. Don't celebrate too soon. Li Jiangguo leaned against the wall, speaking bitterly. This door won't hold for long. We've merely postponed our death by a fraction. His words extinguished the flicker of hope that had just arisen. Indeed, outside lay thousands of monsters. They were merely fish in a barrel. Wang Hao remained silent, leaning against a corner, greedily inhaling the air, while retrieving a bottle of expensive mana restoration potion from his backpack, downing it in one go. He needed to restore his strength as swiftly as possible. Only he had a slim chance of breaking through with Lin Wanner. As for the others, he could no longer afford to concern himself with them. Just as the atmosphere in the warehouse descended into a profound silence and despair, a thunderous roar, far louder and heavier than the monsters ramming against the door outside, suddenly reverberated from above. Everyone's heads snapped up in alarm. They beheld the metal roof of the warehouse being torn apart by an unimaginable force, creating a massive opening. Moonlight, mingled with dust, cascaded through the gaping hole. Figures exuding a chilling aura of death emerged at the edge of the rupture. Leading them was a colossal skeleton, nearly 3 meters tall, wielding a massive tower shield and warhammer, its entire form radiating a dark golden hue. It was none other than the Bone Tyrant, Xiao Ran's newly acquired toy. What in the world is that? A soldier exclaimed, unable to steady his trembling hands around his firearm at the sight of the demonic Bone Tyrant. Bronze grade? No. Even stronger. This is a Lord-level undead. A more knowledgeable class changer uttered with a despairing groan. The Bone Tyrant afforded them little time to react. It leapt directly from the gaping hole in the roof. Boom. The weighty form crashed onto the warehouse floor, causing the entire structure to tremble violently. A palpable aura of dread enveloped everyone in an instant. Behind the Bone Tyrant, more skeletal warriors and necromancers descended from the breach in the roof, like dumplings falling into boiling water. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Ran's 100-strong army of the undead had encircled the remaining soldiers within the warehouse. They did not immediately launch an attack. Instead, they stood silently, forming an impenetrable wall of bone and death, as if awaiting something, awaiting the arrival of their king. Wang Hao and Lin Wanner stared in stunned silence, their minds blank. They recognized these undead. They were identical to those that had attacked them in the goblin nest. That man, the one they believed to be long deceased, was not only alive, but had also appeared before them accompanied by such a terrifying army of the undead. At that moment, the warehouse doors were slowly pushed open by an unseen force. The monstrous entities outside had long since vanished, replaced by a tall figure who strode in against the moonlight. His footsteps were light, yet each step felt like a heartbeat echoing through the hearts of everyone present. Tap, tap, tap. Emerging from the shadows, he revealed the face that Wang Hao and Lin Wanner would never forget, a visage that inspired both dread and recognition. It was still that familiar face, yet his gaze had turned even colder and more indifferent than the undead behind him. Trailing behind him was a woman, her head bowed low. When Wang Hao and Lin Wanner discerned her features, their pupils constricted once more. Sumyixu, how could she be here? Moreover, she appeared as a submissive slave. Countless questions and fears erupted in their minds, nearly causing them to faint. Xiao Ran halted, surveying the group of old friends, akin to sheep awaiting slaughter. A sly smile creeping upon his lips. He did not regard Wang Hao or Lin Wanner. His gaze fell upon the newly acquired B-rank flame dancer who had just awakened. Her name was Qin Yan. At that moment, she leaned against the wall, shock written across her face as she beheld Xiao Ran and the formidable army of the undead. She felt the unprecedented, vast, and pure fire energy coursing within her. She understood that this man had saved her and bestowed upon her an incredible opportunity. How do you feel? Xiao Ran inquired, his tone casual. Who are you? Qin Yan's voice was somewhat hoarse yet firm. A passing benefactor. Xiao Ran replied with a smile. And I have collected a bit of interest. He gestured towards Wang Hao and the others. I have found your enemies. Now, I offer you a chance. His voice was like a devil's whisper, laden with temptation. Go kill them. Then, your debt to me shall be wiped clean. Chapter 49. Good brothers, we meet again. Xiao Ran's words detonated like a bomb in the silence of the warehouse. Wang Hao and Lin Wanner were instantaneously bewildered. Enemies? When had they offended such a powerful B-rank female adept? They racked their brains, but could not recall ever encountering anyone named Qin Yin or someone resembling her. Qin Yin, on hearing Xiao Ran's words, was equally taken aback. She lifted her head, her sharp gaze sweeping over Wang Hao, Lin Wanner, and the ragtag remnants surrounding them. When her eyes landed on an inconspicuous, armless class changer, her beautiful phoenix eyes ignited with seething hatred. Zhang Chao. She nearly spat the name through clenched teeth. The armless class changer, upon hearing her voice and seeing her face, was struck as if by lightning, his soul scattering in terror. Qin Yin, how are you still alive? He shrieked, disbelief and abject fear etched across his features. Thanks to you, I crawled back from hell. Qin Yan's voice was devoid of warmth, icy as she proclaimed. I have returned to demand blood from you and your entire Bloodwolf team. Bloodwolf team? Upon hearing this name, Wang Hao's mind buzzed as realization dawned. Zhang Chao was indeed a recent recruit of the Dawn Alliance, previously affiliated with a group called Bloodwolf. A few days prior, Zhang Chao and his comrades had ventured to explore a factory in the west of the city, only to encounter fearsome monsters, resulting in near total annihilation. With him being the sole survivor, having escaped with an arm severed, he had boasted to Wang Hao about their team's efforts to slay a formidable elite creature, albeit at a great cost. Now, it became evident that the truth was far from what he had claimed. You lie? Zhang Chao barked, his bravado crumbling. We faced monsters because of your own inadequacy and perished. It has nothing to do with us. Inadequacy? Qin Yin laughed, her laughter tinged with profound sorrow and fury. Zhang Chao, do you dare look me in the eyes and repeat that? Who was it that, in a bid to seize that elite monster core, ambushed me from behind, leaving me gravely injured and tossing me into the throng of monsters as bait to buy you time to escape? Who was it? Her last words were nearly a scream, her fiery eyes locked on Zhang Chao as though she wished to consume him whole. The truth was laid bare. Another tale of betrayal among comrades, driven by greed, unfolding amidst the apocalypse, a narrative played out daily. Xiao Ran watched with keen interest. He intended to use this moment to reveal to Wang Hao the true nature of the Dawn Alliance, composed of such despicable characters. Zhang Chao, cowed by Qin Yan's fierce presence, retreated repeatedly, rendered speechless. Meanwhile, Wang Hao's expression darkened to an alarming degree. He finally grasped how he had been ensnared by Xiao Ran's scheme. Xiao Ran had saved this woman, then leveraged her vendetta with Zhang Chao to trace it back to him. Such deep machinations, such ruthless tactics. This lady. Wang Hao forced a smile, more grotesque than tears. Addressing Qin Yan, there must be some misunderstanding. I admit, I misjudged character and took in the scoundrel Zhang Chao. I will hand him over to you for your judgment. Do with him as you please. I only ask that you convey to Mr. Xiao that we harbor no enmity towards you, and grant us a path to survival. In a bid for his life, Wang Hao unhesitatingly sold out Zhang Chao, even attempting to utilize Qin Yin to plead with Xiao Ran on their behalf. Wang Gu, you can't do this. Zhang Chao cried out in despair. Yet, Wang Hao paid him no heed. Qin Yin gazed at Wang Hao's countenance, a flicker of disdain flashing in her eyes. She remained silent, merely turning her head to look at Xiao Ran, awaiting his decision. She was acutely aware of who held the reins of authority in this place. Xiao Ran regarded Wang Hao with a mocking smile, a grin that reeked of derision. Wang Hao, oh Wang Hao, you truly have not changed at all, he mused, still relishing the idea of treating your comrades as mere pawns to be discarded at will. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. Gradually, he advanced towards Wang Hao and Lin Wanner, his legion of undead trailing ominously behind him. The amalgamation of death's aura emanating from the multitude of specters weighed heavily upon the atmosphere of the warehouse, leaving all in attendance gasping for breath. As Xiao Ran approached, Wang Hao could no longer maintain his composure. His voice trembled as he stammered, "What do you want? We have our grievances, yes, but those are matters of the past. We can negotiate now. What do you desire? A magic core? Equipment? Women? Anything I possess, I will offer. Just spare us." He began to plead for mercy, the once proud leader of the Dawn Alliance, who fancied himself the protagonist of his era, now humbled by the specter of imminent death, casting aside his ludicrous pride to beg. Lin Wanner, too, was struck by fear. Her face pale as she cowered behind Wang Hao. Her gaze toward Xiao ran a tapestry of complex emotions, terror, regret, confusion, and a hint of a plea she was reluctant to acknowledge. She wished for Xiao Ran to be the same fool from their past, willing to indulge her whims. She hoped that a few tears and soft words would soften his heart. Yet, Xiao Ran's attention lingered not on her for more than a fleeting second. As if she were a trivial passerby, This utter disregard pierced deeper than any venomous insult, leaving Lin Wan feeling both pained and humiliated. Stopping before Wang Hao, Xiao Ren looked down upon his old friend, who sat crumpled and disheveled on the ground. Negotiate? Xiao Ren chuckled, shaking his head. No, I did not come here to discuss terms. He turned to glance at Su Mu Shui, who stood behind him, her head bowed like a puppet, before directing his gaze back to Wang Hao and Lin Wan. It has been a while, my dear brother, my dear Wan. His voice was soft and gentle, yet it carried a chilling intensity that sent shivers down their spines. Do not be so anxious. We are merely old friends reminiscing. After all, we have reunited. Have we not? Chapter 50, Submit or Face Obliteration. Submit or Face Obliteration. The phrase old friends reminiscing, uttered from Xiao Ran's lips, instilled a terror in Wang Hao and Lin Wan that eclipsed the whispers of demons. Wang Hao trembled like a leaf in autumn's breeze, his heart racing as he beheld Xiao Ran's teasing smile mere inches away. Xiao Ge no. Xiao Yi. Wang Hao relinquished all remnants of dignity, yearning to crawl forward and grasp Xiao Ran's leg. I was wrong. Truly, I was blinded by folly. It was my error. I bow before you. I implore your mercy. Treat me as insignificant, and let me go. He began to bang his head on the cold ground with fervor. The once spirited leader of thousands, now reduced to a pitiful creature akin to a dog. Lin Wan finally grasped the situation, realizing that tears and weakness held no power over Xiao Ran now. Gritting her teeth, she knelt alongside him, her voice trembling as she implored, Xiao Ran, I am sorry. I know we have wronged you in many ways. If you spare us, I will do anything you ask. I am also a B-rank priest. My healing abilities are formidable. I can serve you. She endeavored to prove her worth, akin to Su Mu Shui of yore. However, Xiao Ran merely observed their performance in silence, his smile unchanging. It was not until Wang Hao's forehead bled from his fervent bows that Xiao Ran finally spoke. Anything you say? He echoed Lin Wan's words, then turned his gaze to the silent B-rank female expert, Qin Yan. Qin Yan, my earlier proposition still stands. Now, I present you with another choice. He pointed towards the kneeling Wang Hao and Lin Wan, along with their trembling remnants of an army. Their lives now belong to you. You may slay them, avenging your fallen comrades. Or, he continued, his voice dripping with a devilish allure, you may choose not to kill them. Let them sign a contract of the undead, becoming my slaves, to serve me henceforth. The choice is yours. With this, Xiao Ran effortlessly tossed the power of life and death into Qin Yan's hands. This maneuver was merciless. He sought not only to obliterate Wang Hao and Lin Wan's pride in body and spirit, but also to make them acutely aware that their fates were no longer in their own hands, but rather in the grasp of an outsider they had recently offended. This realization was far more humiliating and despairing than death itself. All eyes converged on Qin Yan in an instant. Wang Hao, Lin Wan, and the traitor Zhang Chao cast pleading glances her way. Their lives hinged on her decision. Qin Yan found herself momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated Xiao Ran would grant her such authority. She looked at the traitor Zhang Chao, who had caused her team's demise, then glanced at Wang Hao, who had sought to use her as a bargaining chip. An overwhelming tide of hatred surged within her. Kill them. A voice roared in her mind. If she merely nodded, this enigmatic and formidable man would unleash his legion of undead to rend them asunder. Her hands clenched tightly around the two fiery daggers, the searing energy beginning to coalesce in her palms. Zhang Chao, witnessing this scene, became paralyzed with terror, collapsing to the ground as a yellow liquid seeped from his trousers. Wang Hao and Lin Wan too sensed the intense murderous intent, their faces draining of color. Yet, just as Qin Yan was about to make her decision, she suddenly recalled the words Xiao Ran had whispered in her ear earlier. When you awaken, you will realize you owe me a tremendous debt of gratitude, one that you are destined to repay across lifetimes. She felt the surging fire energy within her, almost bursting forth. She understood that this power was bestowed upon her by this man. This favor outweighed all else. If she chose to kill these individuals now, it would indeed satisfy her thirst for vengeance, but it would also mean severing the bond between her and this man, leaving them forever even. However, was she truly willing to part ways with such an unfathomable man, brimming with infinite possibilities? As she gazed into Xiao Ran's profound eyes, which seemed capable of perceiving everything, a bolder and more audacious thought suddenly emerged in her mind. Revenge could be sought at any time. However, such an opportunity to alter her fate, if missed, would never return. Qin Yan inhaled deeply, allowing the flames in her palm to gradually extinguish. She lifted her head, meeting Xiao Ran's gaze, and with an unprecedented seriousness, articulated each word. I choose the second option. I do not wish to kill them, for to kill them would be too merciful. I desire for them to live like dogs, enduring eternal humiliation and suffering. I want them to become your most abject slaves, creating greater value for you and for me. Her declaration brought a sense of reprieve to Wang Hao and Lin Wanner. Although they were to become slaves, at least they would live. Upon hearing Qin Yan's response, a genuine smile of satisfaction spread across Xiao Ran's face. Astute. This woman was far more clever than he had anticipated. Not only had she discerned his intentions, but she had also aligned her choice with both her own interests and her long-term welfare. Excellent. Xiao Ran nodded approvingly. He turned back to Wang Hao and Lin Wanner, his gaze mirroring that cold, indifferent authority he had wielded when judging Su Mu Shui in the alley. You have all heard. Now, I present you with one final opportunity to choose. He extended a finger. Either die now and become one of the skeletons beneath my feet. He raised a second finger. Or sign the contract of the dead, relinquishing all that you are to become my most loyal servants. Observing the pallor of fear and despair etched onto Wang Hao and Lin Wanner's faces, a cruel smirk curled at the corners of his lips. Tell me your choice. Will you submit, or will you meet a dismembered demise? Chapter 51. The Soul Brand. Life and Death Beyond Control. Inside the warehouse, the air felt as if it had solidified. Dim moonlight streamed through the gaping holes in the roof, illuminating Wang Hao's face, which was as pale as parchment. He had heard Xiao Ran's ultimatum and Qin Yan's choice. Submission or death. This was not a mere choice. It was a matter of life and death. I'll sign. I'll sign. Wang Hao cried out, desperate not to delay a moment longer, fearing Xiao Ran would change his mind. Master Xiao, I am willing to be your servant. I am willing to toil for you. As long as I can live, what is dignity? As long as I survive, there remains a chance for a turnaround. He reassured himself, though his body trembled uncontrollably. Lin Wanner bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes, before ultimately bowing her noble head. I will sign as well. Watching this scene unfold, Xiao Ran's lips curled into a cold smile. Without further ado, he directly communicated with the system in his mind. System. Exchange for 2 low-tier soul servitude contracts. Ding. Consumed 200 soul points. Exchange successful. In the next moment, 2 sheets of parchment, exuding a faint black aura, materialized in Xiao Ran's hand. The temperature around them seemed to drop several degrees, and one could faintly hear the wails of lost souls. Drip your blood upon it. Xiao Ran disdainfully tossed the contracts before the two, as if discarding refuse. Wang Hao, trembling, picked up a shard of glass from the ground, steeling himself as he sliced his finger. Crimson droplets fell onto the black parchment, instantly absorbed. Sizzle. A sound akin to a branding iron searing flesh echoed. Wang Hao and Lin Wanner simultaneously let out a heart-wrenching scream, clutching their foreheads, writhing in agony on the ground. A dark, skull-like sigil began to materialize at their third eye, slowly imprinting itself deep within their souls. This pain was not of the flesh, but a direct assault on the very essence of their being. Qin Yan stood aside, coldly observing the spectacle. Watching the once mighty leader and goddess now writhing on the ground like worms, a sense of gratification washed over her. After a full minute, their screams gradually subsided. Wang Hao, drenched in sweat as if pulled from water, weakly lifted his head. The cunning and guile that had previously characterized his gaze was replaced by an absolute fear and compliance arising from the depths of his soul. This was the tyranny of the soul's servitude contract. Once signed, the master's commands were absolute. The slave could harbor no thoughts of rebellion, lest they suffer unending torment. How does it feel? Xiao Ran looked down at them, his tone unperturbed. Master, Wang Hao stammered, struggling to articulate the title. He could feel his very life now held in the hands of the man before him. With a mere thought from Xiao Ran, he could be obliterated. Very good. Xiao Ran nodded in satisfaction, then turned to the already petrified Zhang Chao. Zhang Chao's pants were utterly soaked, and he gazed at Xiao Ran in terror, stuttering, Master Xiao. I too wish to sign. I wish to be a dog. Please. You? Xiao Ran chuckled lightly, shaking his head. You are not even worthy of being a slave. He turned to Qin Yan. He belongs to you. In an instant, a fierce murderous intent erupted in Qin Yan's eyes. She strode toward Zhang Chao, reigniting the flame of her dagger. No, please, Qin Yan. We are teammates. With a scream, the flame swept through, severing Zhang Chao's head from his body. His face still holding the terror of death. Qin Yan flicked the blood from her dagger and turned to kneel before Xiao Ran, deeply bowing her head. Thank you for your grace, master. Her voice was resolute and powerful. This time, she genuinely wished to follow this formidable man. Xiao Ran's heart swelled with unprecedented exhilaration as he witnessed this scene. Former adversaries had now become his subjugated slaves, and past betrayers had paid the price in blood. This was the ecstasy that power brought. Su Mu Shui, Xiao Ran suddenly called out. The once invisible Su Mu Shui, who had been lurking in the shadows, jolted and hurried over. Master, I am here. Go, strip Wang Hao of his spatial ring, and take Lin Wanner's equipment as well. Xiao Ran gestured to the 2 new slaves on the ground. As slaves, they are unworthy of possessing private property. Yes, Su Mu Shui replied, immediately advancing. As she looked upon the once revered Wang Hao and Lin Wanner, a complex sense of satisfaction surged within her. Once, they had dismissed her. Now, she could rise above them. She unapologetically seized Wang Hao's hand, ruthlessly yanking off the precious spatial ring. The course action caused Wang Hao pain, yet he dared not utter a sound. Such were the rules of the apocalypse. The victors claimed all, while the vanquished were left with nothing. Chapter 52. The former leader, now a prisoner. Inside the warehouse, a one-sided plundering was underway. At this moment, Su Miexu resembled a petty tyrant, her movements swift and brutal. She forcibly stripped the spatial ring from Wang Hao's finger, indifferent to the possibility of injuring him. Next, her gaze shifted toward Lin Wanner, clad in a pristine white priest's robe, which, despite being marred by dust, still hinted at its exquisite quality. It was a rare piece of equipment that possessed a built-in mana regeneration effect. Take it off, Su Miexu commanded coldly. Lin Wanner was momentarily taken aback, instinctively clutching her chest, her eyes brimming with humiliation. This is my professional gear. A resounding slap echoed as it struck Lin Wanner's delicate face. Su Miexu shook her hand, a sinister thrill flickering across her features. The master has decreed that slaves are unworthy of personal possessions. Are you deaf, or do you wish to defy his command? That slap left Lin Wanner dazed, shattering her final remnants of dignity. She pressed her swollen cheek, tears streaming down her face. Once, Su Miexu had merely been a timid subordinate, too afraid to raise her voice against her. Yet now, this very subordinate dared to strike her. Wanner, hurry and remove it. Don't provoke the master's wrath. Wang Hao, witnessing the scene, was terrified and hastily admonished her. He had come to a full realization of the dire situation, fearing that Lin Wanner's resistance would ensnare him in the consequences. Despair flickered in Lin Wanner's eyes as she glanced at Wang Hao, the man who once vowed to protect her for a lifetime, now a complicit tormentor. Trembling, she unfastened the buttons of her robe. One piece of equipment after another was removed, leaving her in nothing but a thin undergarment. Su Miexu clutched a pile of spoils. Scurrying before Xiao ran like an eager little dog. Master, I have gathered everything. Xiao ran, without even glancing at Lin Wanner, accepted the spatial ring and delved into it with his mental prowess. Ah, quite a treasure trove, he remarked, raising an eyebrow. Wang Hao, true to his reputation as the leader of the Dawn Alliance, had indeed amassed an impressive hoard. Inside the spatial ring lay an abundance of supplies, dozens of boxes filled with compressed biscuits and canned goods, several crates of bottled water, and a multitude of medical kits. To Xiao Ran's delight, nestled in the corner were dozens of crystalline magic cores, including 2 second-tier cores radiating a faint blue glow. Additionally, there were several skill books and some unknown special materials. What a bountiful haul, Xiao Ran thought, elated. These magic cores would be sufficient to elevate his undead army to a new echelon. He casually retrieved a compressed biscuit, tore open the packaging, and took a bite. The taste was mediocre, but in a post-apocalyptic world, it was a delicacy. A loud gulp echoed as he swallowed. Turning, Xiao Ran noticed the remaining soldiers and transferees eyeing his biscuit with longing, their gazes filled with desire. They had fought tirelessly through the night, their hunger palpable. Want some? Xiao Ran teased, shaking the biscuit in his hand. The group nodded vigorously. With a smile, he tossed the remaining half of the biscuit onto the ground, right in front of Wang Hao, where it picked up some dust. A gift for you. Wang Hao stared at the half-eaten biscuit on the ground, his face turning a deep shade of crimson. To eat? That was fit only for dogs. Yet, he was on the brink of starvation. Moreover, it was the master's reward. Under Xiao Ran's cold gaze, Wang Hao trembled as he reached down, picked up the filthy biscuit, and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing forcefully. Tears mingled with dust as he swallowed. Is it delicious? Xiao Ran inquired. Very delicious. Thank you for the gift, Wang Hao mumbled, each word seeming to be scraped from his throat. A profound silence enveloped the room. The soldiers and transferees observed the scene, a wave of sorrow washing over them. If even the A-rank powerhouse Wang Hao had fallen to such a fate, how could they expect to fare any better? As for you all, Xiao Ran's gaze swept over the remaining 7 or 8 individuals. They tensed, bracing themselves for their fate. I have no need for useless trash, nor will I harbor idlers. Xiao Ran stated flatly. Leave behind all your weapons, ammunition, and food. Then be gone. What? The group exchanged incredulous glances, unable to believe their ears. In a city rife with monsters, to be stripped of weapons and food and ordered to leave was tantamount to a death sentence. What? You don't wish to depart? Xiao Ran's eyes turned icy, and behind him, the bone tyrant took a menacing step forward, emitting a low growl. Roar. A terrifying pressure engulfed the area in an instant. Go. We're leaving. The group, their legs trembling, dared not utter another word. They hastily discarded their firearms and backpacks, scrambling toward the warehouse exit. Better to chance survival outside than to be killed by this devil. Observing their panicked retreat, Qin Yan furrowed her brow and whispered, Master, are we just letting them go? What if they reveal your whereabouts? Reveal? Xiaoran scoffed. Do you truly believe those unarmed fools could escape this street alive? Qin Yan was taken aback, then peered through the crack of the warehouse door. She saw the group had barely made it far when shadows emerged from the darkness. Ah, help! The piercing screams erupted, followed by chilling sounds of gnawing. Qin Yan withdrew her gaze, her expression toward Xiaoran now tinged with awe. This man was colder than she had imagined. He did not need to lift a finger, yet his methods were more ruthless than any direct action. He offered them a glimmer of hope, only to let them perish in despair. Well then, the trash has been cleared away. Xiaoran clapped his hands and turned toward the pile of spoils. Now, it is time to attend to business. Chapter 53, Scavenging to the Core. The joy of sudden wealth. The warehouse returned to a hushed tranquility, interrupted only by the occasional roars of monsters outside, serving as a grim reminder of the apocalypse. Xiaoran disregarded the trembling figures of Wang Hao and Lin Wanner in the corner, sitting cross-legged atop a stack of supply boxes, his spirits soaring. It was a sensation of newfound wealth. Previously, he had to teeter on the brink of life and death for mere first-tier magic cores. Yet now, having looted Wang Hao, he had acquired spoils equivalent to a month's worth of effort. System, scan all magic cores and calculate the conversion to soul power, Xiaoran commanded within his mind. Ding. Scanning complete. 32 first-tier magic cores, 2 second-tier magic cores. Total convertible soul power, 5,200 points. Proceed with conversion? Convert. Xiaoran replied without hesitation. As he issued his command, the magic cores within the spatial ring visibly lost their luster, ultimately transforming into a pile of powder. Concurrently, the soul power value on Xiaoran's attribute panel began to surge. 5,200 soul power. This was a substantial sum. To summon a standard skeleton warrior required only 10 points of soul power, while a skeleton warrior demanded a mere 50 points. This amount of soul power was sufficient to assemble a small elite unit. However, mere numbers were insufficient. Quality was paramount. Xiaoran stroked his chin, his gaze landing on the bone tyrant not far away. Though formidable, it was merely of bronze rank, and its skill levels were still relatively low. In the face of true Lord-tier monsters, it would likely fall short. System, how much soul power is required to enhance the bone tyrant? Ding. The bone tyrant, bronze level, has been reinforced to LV15, requiring the expenditure of 1,000 soul points. To upgrade to silver level, which necessitates special materials, the fire of the undead, I currently lack the required materials. Thus, I shall first enhance my skills. After some contemplation, Xiaoran decided to max out Shield Slam and Taunting Roar. Ding. Consumed 800 soul points. Shield Slam, upgraded to LV5, max level. Effect, inflicts 250 physical damage with a 50 chance to stun for 3 seconds. Ding. Consumed 800 soul points. Taunting Roar, upgraded to LV5, max level. Effect, forces all enemies within a 50-meter radius to focus their hatred on the caster for 10 seconds, during which the caster's physical defense increases by 30. As the system's notifications concluded, the dark golden bones of the bone tyrant appeared to deepen in hue, while complex runes emerged upon its bone shield and warhammer. The flames of the soul within its eye sockets blazed more fervently. Xiaoran nodded in satisfaction. The current bone tyrant could indeed be deemed a competent tank. Even when faced with hordes of monsters, a single roar would effectively secure aggro, creating an optimal environment for the damage dealers in the rear. Having attended to the bone tyrant, Xiaoran then turned his gaze toward the dozen or so skeleton mages. Their current offensive capabilities were rather rudimentary, limited to casting fireballs and ice spikes. System, I wish to exchange for the Corpse Explosion skill book, allowing all skeleton mages to learn it. Ding. Corpse Explosion, Universal Undead Skill, single book exchange price, 200 soul points. Current number of skeleton mages, 12. Total consumption, 2, for 100 soul points. Proceed with exchange? Exchange. Xiaoran gritted his teeth. Though a pang of regret coursed through him, this was a divine skill. As long as there was a corpse, it could trigger a chain explosion. In the face of a beast tide, this skill was nothing short of a sweeping tool. Ethereal green light surged into the skulls of the skeleton mages. Moments later, a menacing green aura enveloped their staffs. After completing this task, Xiaoran found himself with only a scant number of soul points remaining. Yet, he felt no regret. Instead, he was filled with anticipation. Strength was the only true currency in this apocalyptic world. Qin Yan, Xiaoran called out. Immediately, Qin Yan, who had been standing by, stepped forward, Master. Xiaoran casually tossed her a dagger. It was an enchanted dagger, glowing with a blue hue, unearthed from Wang Hao's collection, far superior to her previous worn-out weapon. This Blade of the Gale is yours now. It enhances attack speed, fitting for you. Qin Yin accepted the dagger, her eyes gleaming with surprise. This was a C-grade rare equipment. In the outside world, many would fight tooth and nail for it. Thank you, master. She cherished the dagger, her loyalty quietly growing. Do not be hasty in your gratitude. Xiao Ran pointed to several boxes of canned goods on the ground. Go feed those two. Do not let them starve. We have a journey ahead tomorrow. Qin Yin hesitated for a moment, then comprehended Xiao Ran's intentions. Understood. She picked up 2 cans of luncheon meat and approached Wang Hao and Lin Wanner. Upon catching the scent of the meat, Wang Hao's eyes turned green, reaching out instinctively. Smack! Qin Yin kicked his hand away, coldly laughing as she poured the contents of the can onto the ground, mixing it with a fair amount of dirt. Feast upon it, former lord. Wang Hao gazed at the meat paste on the ground, trembling with humiliation. Yet, he dared not retaliate. The hunger gnawing at his insides rendered him devoid of reason. Like a dog, he crouched to the ground, ravenously devouring the dirt-mixed luncheon meat. Beside him, Lin Wanner watched this scene, covering her mouth as silent tears streamed down her face. She understood that her fate, too, was akin to the meat paste on the ground, trampled beneath someone else's feet. Xiao Ran observed the tableau with an unperturbed gaze. This was the apocalypse. Without strength, one was unworthy of even being called human. Chapter 54. Cleansing the garbage, leaving no survivors. The atmosphere within the warehouse was oppressive and eerie. After a brief respite, Xiao Ran felt his mental fortitude replenished. He stood, stretching his stiff neck with audible cracks. Sum Yigxiu, gather your belongings. We prepare to depart, Xiao Ran commanded. Now. Sum Yigxiu glanced outside at the pitch-black night, hesitating. Master, there are monsters everywhere. Isn't it too dangerous to leave now? The most perilous places are often the safest. Xiao Ran replied calmly. The commotion from the gymnasium is too loud. It will soon attract more formidable monsters. This warehouse may seem sturdy, but it is merely a tin coffin. If we are surrounded, we are as good as dead. He possessed the memories from his previous life and understood the nature of the monster tide all too well. The initial wave was merely an appetizer. The truly terrifying entities typically descended in the dead of night. Very well, I shall prepare at once. Sum Yigxiu dared not speak further and swiftly began stuffing supplies into Wang Hao's spatial ring. Indeed, that ring was now in Xiao Ran's possession. But he was disinclined to handle the menial task himself. Such chores were naturally left to his maid. You too, do not linger idly. Xiao Ran kicked Wang Hao, who was still feigning death on the ground. Get up and move the supplies. Wang Hao and Lin Wanner dared not defy him, enduring their aches as they rose to assist in transporting the heavy boxes of ammunition. Amidst the flurry of activity, Xiao Ran suddenly furrowed his brow. An uninvited guest had intruded upon his mental perception network. It was a chilling presence, laden with malice, swiftly approaching the warehouse from below. Everyone retreat. Xiao Ran barked. The others were momentarily stunned, still processing the command when a tremendous crash erupted from the concrete floor of the warehouse. Boom. The ground shattered, debris flying. A massive, mutated earthworm, thick as a bucket and covered in bristles, erupted from the depths. It opened its circular maw, lined with sharp teeth, emitting a piercing shriek. Is that the burrowing demon worm? Qin Yin exclaimed, her face turning pale. The burrowing demon worm was renowned for its formidable defense and vitality as a second-tier monster. It dwelled underground, elusive and notoriously difficult to deal with. Help! Lin Wanner, nearest to the creature, let out a shriek, collapsing in terror. The burrowing demon worm seemed particularly sensitive to the scent of fresh blood, opening its maw wide to lunge at Lin Wanner. Beast, seeking death. Xiao Ran scoffed, showing no intention of intervening. Roar! The bone tyrant, stationed protectively behind him, sprang into action. Its massive frame belied an astonishing speed. With a single stride, it brought its enormous bone shield crashing down upon the burrowing demon worm's head. Shield slam. Bang! With a dull thud, the burrowing demon worm's colossal body was sent careening away, slamming against the wall with a resounding crash, creating a deep indentation. Green blood splattered everywhere. Now strike. Kill. Xiao Ran commanded coolly. The 12 skeleton mages, primed and ready, simultaneously raised their staffs. Fireball. Ice spike. Bright arcs of magic illuminated the dim warehouse, raining down upon the burrowing demon worm. Hiss. The creature writhed in agony, its once impenetrable hide ruptured and torn. Qin Yin, target its weak point. 3 inches beneath its maw. Xiao Ran's voice resonated precisely in Qin Yan's ears. Her gaze sharpened, and she darted forth like a specter. The Blade of the Gale, in her hand, transformed into a streak of azure light. With a swift thrust, the dagger pierced the vulnerable spot of the subterranean demon worm. The creature convulsed violently a few times before finally succumbing to stillness. Ding! Your summoned companion has slain a second-tier demon. the subterranean demon worm, gaining 800 experience points. The battle concluded with such rapidity that Wang Hao and Lin Wanner had yet to recover from their terror. They stared blankly at the fearsome behemoth, which had been dispatched in mere seconds under Xiao Ran's command. Was this the extent of Xiao Ran's power now? Wang Hao swallowed hard. The flicker of hope in his heart extinguished. Faced with such might, even if he possessed 100 lives, he would not dare to entertain any treachery. Stop dawdling. Xiao Ran approached, deftly severing the worm's head and retrieving a yellowish magic core, rugged and resilient, perfect for crafting armor for the Bone Tyrant. As he spoke, he activated his Undead Devour talent. The Bone Tyrant stepped forward, seizing the carcass of the subterranean demon worm and voraciously devouring it. As it fed, its skeletal structure began to transform. A layer reminiscent of rock-like armor formed over its originally dark golden bones, significantly enhancing its defensive capabilities. Let us depart. Xiao Ran wiped his hands, as if he had merely crushed an ant. It was unwise to linger. The scent of blood would attract more creatures. This time, no one dared to question his decisions. The group swiftly gathered their belongings and, guided by the Bone Tyrant, exited the warehouse, vanishing into the vastness of the night. Chapter 55. Undead Evolution, Terrifying Enhancement. Upon leaving the warehouse, Xiao Ran did not opt for the main road. Though broad, it would make them susceptible to detection by large hordes of zombies. He led his team through narrow alleys and ruins. The formation of the group was meticulously arranged. The Bone Tyrant stood at the forefront, resembling a heavy tank, smashing any low-level zombies that dared to approach into a pulp. Flanking them were skeletal warriors wielding bone shields, ensuring the safety of the individuals in the center. Qin Yan served as a scout, maneuvering ahead and to the sides to scout and eliminate any lingering threats. Meanwhile, Wang Hao and Lin Wanner were positioned at the rear, the most perilous spot. Move faster. Are you hoping to feed the zombies? Sun Yixu, walking in the middle of the group, frequently turned back to admonish the pair. Wang Hao, burdened by 2 hefty backpacks, panted heavily, his shirt drenched in sweat. Yet he dared not pause, for just behind him lurked a few ravenous ghouls, their eyes fixed on him with hunger. This was a deliberate tale left by Xiao Ran to spur these 2 slaves onward. Where are we headed, Xiao Ran? Wang Hao finally could not contain his curiosity. To the Longhu Villa district in the western suburbs of Jiangqing, Xiao Ran replied without turning back. The Longhu Villa district? Wang Hao was taken aback. That was indeed the affluent area of Jiangqing, nestled by mountains and water, an excellent location for establishing a base. However, it was at least 20 kilometers away, requiring passage through the city center. Wang Hao's voice trembled. Through the city center? That is tantamount to seeking death. The density of zombies there must be so high that even inserting a needle would be difficult. Who said we must traverse the city center? Xiao Ran scoffed. We will use the subway tunnels. The subway? The group gasped in surprise. While the underground might lack large hordes of zombies, it often concealed more terrifying mutated creatures, such as the subterranean demon worm they had just encountered. Fortune favors the bold, Xiao Ran said cryptically. He chose the subway because he recalled a hidden underground armory located midway along the subway line 2, discovered inadvertently by a survivor group in his previous life, containing a substantial cache of heavy weaponry and explosives. Securing that stash would drastically enhance his strength. Furthermore, although the subway tunnels were perilous, they were also populated by numerous mutated rats and cockroaches. While repugnant, their sheer numbers could provide a perfect opportunity to harvest soul power. Here we are. Xiao Ran halted before a subway station entrance. The area was cluttered with abandoned cars and debris, clearly an attempt to block access that had failed. The gaping entrance loomed like the maw of a colossal beast, exuding a chill and the stench of decay. Skeletal warriors, clear the way. At Xiao Ran's command, several skeletal warriors advanced, working together to push aside the obstacles. A strong musty odor assaulted their senses. Ugh! Lin Wanner could not suppress the urge to retch. Silence! Xiao Ran shot her a cold glance. Make another sound, and I shall throw you in to scout. Lin Wanner immediately covered her mouth, tears welling in her eyes. The group cautiously descended the escalator. As they reached the platform level, Xiao Ran's eyes gleamed with excitement. Before them lay a spacious platform teeming with red-eyed mutated giant rats, each the size of a cat, their teeth sharp as blades. Upon sensing the intruders, the horde erupted in a frenzy. Squeak! Squeak! Their piercing cries echoed in the confined space, sending shivers down their spines. So many. Qin Yan's grip on her dagger tightened, her palms slick with sweat. The quantity must be in the thousands. What is there to fear? Xiao Ran laughed, his smile radiant. These are all walking experience packages. Bony Tyrant, taunt, and roar. With a thunderous bellow, the Bone Tyrant stepped forward, its deafening roar instantly capturing the attention of all the mutated rats. They surged toward it like a tidal wave. Skeletal mages, prepare. The flames of souls danced in Xiao Ran's eyes. Corpse explosion technique, unleash. As the first mutated rat fell beneath the bone tyrant's foot, an explosion resounded. A cloud of green toxic miasma enveloped the surrounding rats. Soon after, the second and third explosions followed. Boom, boom, boom. The subway station reverberated with continuous detonations. The chain reaction of the corpse explosion technique wreaked havoc amidst the densely packed monsters, resulting in a cataclysmic scene. Blood and entrails flew, severed limbs scattered everywhere. The system notifications flooded the screen. Killed mutated giant rat, gained 10 experience points. Killed mutated giant rat, gained 10 experience points. Xiao Ran beamed as he watched his experience and soul power soar. This was no hell, it was clearly paradise. Wang Hao and Lin Wanner huddled in a corner, witnessing the slaughter unfold before them, and then glanced at the man who laughed maniacally amidst the carnage. Suddenly, they felt that compared to these monsters, Xiao Ran was the true demon lord. Chapter 56, Leaving the Dead Zone, A New Journey. The explosions subsided after a full 5 minutes, leaving the once crowded subway platform transformed into a morass of blood and flesh. The air was thick with the acrid stench of blood and decay, enough to suffocate any normal person. Yet Xiao Ran inhaled deeply, savoring what he perceived as a rare delicacy. Delightful. This wave not only filled his coffers, but also propelled his level directly to 15. Congratulations, host has reached level 15. Earned 5 free attribute points and 1 skill point. New skill unlocked. Summon Ghost Assassin, capable of summoning invisible units, adept in reconnaissance and assassination. The mention of a ghost assassin sparked a glimmer of excitement in Xiao Ran's eyes. This was precisely the reconnaissance method he currently lacked. Although Qin Yin could scout as well, being a living person, she was bound by the limitations of her corporeal form and could not achieve true invisibility. Summoning the ghost assassin, Xiao Ran immediately expended 200 points of soul power. A distortion rippled through the air, and 2 translucent figures, resembling wisps of smoke, gradually materialized. They lacked physical forms, floating in midair, wielding 2 semi-transparent daggers. Go, scout ahead, Xiao Ran commanded. In an instant, the 2 ghost assassins vanished into thin air, as if they had never existed. What formidable stealth! As a rogue, Qin Yin could truly appreciate the terrifying nature of such an ability. If these 2 entities sought her demise, she would likely have no chance to react. Clean up the battlefield. Xiao Ran did not waste the corpses of the rats scattered on the ground. Though each provided only a meager amount of soul power, their sheer numbers were advantageous. Soul Forge activate. With a sweeping motion of his hand, countless gray streams of energy rose from the corpses, coalescing in his palm to ultimately form numerous grayish-white low-level soul crystals. These soul crystals could be utilized to nourish skeleton soldiers, enhancing their quality. Let us proceed. After collecting the spoils, Xiao Ran led his team onto the railway tracks, venturing deeper into the tunnel. The tunnel was enveloped in darkness, illuminated only by the ghostly flames held by the skeletal mage. Wang Hao trudged along the wooden sleepers, burdened by heavy supplies. Each step a struggle as his worn-out shoes caused excruciating pain in his soles. Ouch! He stumbled and fell heavily onto the tracks, scraping his knee and drawing blood. I can't go on. I truly cannot move. Wang Hao cried out in despair, just kill me. It would be better than enduring this suffering. The oppressive environment, devoid of light and fraught with the threat of death, coupled with his extreme physical exhaustion, finally shattered his last psychological defenses. The team came to a halt. Xiao Ran turned and slowly approached Wang Hao. Do you wish to die? His voice betrayed no hint of emotion. Yes, I want to die. I am human, not livestock. Wang Hao shouted hysterically. Xiao Ran nodded slightly. Then I shall grant you your wish. He snapped his fingers. A skeletal warrior approached, raising its bone dagger to Wang Hao's throat. The chilling blade pressed against his skin, and the bone-chilling cold abruptly silenced his cries. In that moment, as death loomed, he realized he was far from the brave figure he had imagined. Please, don't kill me. Wang Hao trembled violently, tears and snot streaming down his face. I can still walk. I can still carry things. Then get up. Xiao Ran's gaze remained cold. Remember, this is your last chance. If you dare to utter another word of complaint, this blade will indeed strike. Wang Hao scrambled to his feet, no longer daring to voice his exhaustion, shouldering his pack and limping forward. Lin Wanner watched in fear, too terrified to breathe, silently supporting Wang Hao as they leaned on each other like 2 lost souls. The team continued onward. After approximately an hour, the scouting ghost assassins suddenly relayed a warning. 500 meters ahead, high-energy reaction detected. Suspected elite-level creature. Xiao Ran halted, raising his hand to signal the team to stop. What is it? Qin Yin tightened her grip on her dagger, her anxiety palpable. There's a large creature ahead. Xiao Ran narrowed his eyes, connecting his consciousness to the vision of the ghost assassins. Through their eyes, he beheld a massive mutated spider occupying a maintenance station at the tunnel's end. This spider was pitch black, adorned with a twisted human face pattern on its back, and its 8 long legs pierced the walls like steel spears. Beneath it hung a multitude of white cocoons, each encasing a desiccated corpse, some human, others zombified. Human-faced demon spider. Level 18 elite monster, Xiao Ran announced, identifying the creature. This beast is no trivial foe. Its silk is highly adhesive and venomous, and it possesses remarkable speed, making it a true tyrant in the confines of this tunnel. Should we take a detour? Qin Yin inquired. There is no way around. This is a necessary passage. Xiao Ran shook his head, his gaze suddenly falling on Wang Hao and Lin Wanner. A cruel plan began to take shape in his mind. Wang Hao, Lin Wanner. Xiao Ran beckoned them over. The two approached, trembling. A master, trained soldiers for 1,000 days, only to use them in a moment. Xiao Ran pointed ahead. There's a large spider. It would be inconvenient for me to charge directly. You two will need to lure it out. What? Their faces turned ashen. To lure out a level 18 elite monster? Was there any difference from sending them to their doom? I refuse. I refuse. Lin Wanner screamed, retreating in terror. We'll die? We really will. Refuse? Xiao Ran's eyes hardened, and the soul contract activated instantaneously. The two clutched their heads, screaming in agony. Go, or your brains will splatter right now. Choose. His voice was like a summons from the depths of hell. Under the torment, Wang Hao finally broke. I'll go. Please, just stop torturing me. Compared to the agony of having his soul torn asunder, being devoured by the spider seemed less terrifying. Very well. Xiao Ran retracted the contract's punishment, patting Wang Hao on the shoulder. Do not worry, as long as you run fast enough and draw it into my ambush. I will save you. This is also an opportunity for you to prove yourselves. Prove ourselves? Wang Hao internally scoffed. They were clearly being used as bait, as human shields. Yet they had no choice. The two shared a glance, their eyes filled with despair. Let us go? Wang Hao grasped Lin Wanner's hand, resolutely stepping into the depths of darkness. Chapter 57. Encountering the elite, human shields. In the dim tunnel, every step taken by Wang Hao and Lin Wanner was fraught with trepidation. Ahead, they faintly heard the sound of rustling. It was the human-faced demon spider moving across its web. I'm scared. Lin Wanner clutched Wang Hao's arm tightly, her nails digging into his flesh. I'm scared too, Wang Hao admitted, his teeth chattering. Yet, they had no choice. Failing to lure it out would mean Xiao Ran, that demon, would truly kill them. The two finally reached the edge of the maintenance station. Bathed in the feeble light, they beheld the terrifying beast looming overhead. Its grotesque human face seemed to be grinning at them. Lin Wanner could no longer contain herself, letting out a piercing scream. That sound shattered the eerie silence entirely. The 8 multifaceted eyes of the human-faced demon spider ignited with a crimson glow, unleashing a piercing screech as its long legs launched it forward like a bolt of black lightning. Run! Wang Hao bellowed, seizing Lin Wanner and fleeing. In moments of extreme fear, humans often unleash incredible potential. Their speed now exceeded that of their usual pace by more than double. Hiss! The human-faced demon spider pursued relentlessly from behind, moving effortlessly across walls and ceilings with astonishing velocity. Thud! A white silk strand shot forth, grazing Wang Hao's scalp and sticking to the adjacent wall. The hardened concrete was corroded, leaving behind a deep pit. Help! Master, help! Wei let it hear. As Wang Hao sprinted desperately, his voice strained from shouting. The horrifying visage of the face spider loomed ever closer, its razor-sharp pincers raised, poised to pierce the two tender prey. At that critical moment, Bone Tyrant, charge! Commanded Xiao Ran, who had long been lying in wait at the corner. With a thunderous roar, the Bone Tyrant, akin to a moving mountain, surged forth, positioning itself directly behind Wang Hao and Lin Wanner. Clang! The face spider's pincers struck fiercely against the Bone Tyrant's bone shield, producing a resounding clash of metal. Sparks flew. The immense force caused the Bone Tyrant to stagger back a step, yet it firmly absorbed the blow. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Hao and Lin Wanner rolled and crawled behind Xiao Ran, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath as if they had narrowly escaped the gates of hell. Well done, Xiao Ran remarked coolly, his gaze fixed on the face spider. Now that you are here, you shan't escape. With a derisive roar, the Bone Tyrant unleashed another furious growl, forcibly drawing the face spider's ire. Infuriated, the face spider abandoned its pursuit of Wang Hao, turning its wrath to the formidable foe before it. However, the Bone Tyrant's defense was nothing short of monstrous, reinforced by its passive ability, unyielding as a mountain, rendering the face spider's relentless attacks futile against its defenses. Now's the time. Qin Yin, flank the rear. Skeleton mages, concentrate your fire. Xiao Ran commanded with calm precision. Qin Yin swiftly darted. utilizing the vision granted by the phantom assassin, encircled behind the face spider. Backstab. Furious assault. Her daggers became mere blurs as they rained down upon the vulnerable abdomen of the face spider. Simultaneously, 12 fireballs soared through the air, striking the face spider's head with pinpoint accuracy. Boom. The face spider emitted a wretched shriek, attempting to pivot and retaliate against Qin Yan, but found itself firmly ensnared by the bone tyrant. This exemplified the quintessential strategy of the tank damage controller triangle, with a tank, output, and control. This level 18 elite creature was systematically ground down by Xiao Ran's team, never even unleashing its rage. With a final anguished cry, the massive form of the face spider collapsed in a heap. Defeated level 18 elite creature, face spider, gained 2,500 experience points. Loot acquired, venomous spider silk sac, rare material, face spider's compound eyes, alchemy material. Xiao Ran approached, kicking the spider's corpse aside, and expertly began harvesting materials. A fine find, he mused, holding the still throbbing venom sac, which could be used to poison weapons or create toxic traps. After processing the carcass, Xiao Ran turned to Wang Hao and Lin Wanner, who lay sprawled on the ground. Though they appeared disheveled, their eyes gleamed with a hint of relief. Yes, relief. They realized that as long as they obeyed and followed Xiao Ran's directives, despite the peril, he would indeed come to their aid. This peculiar sensation of being needed instilled within them a twisted sense of security. Get up, Xiao Ran instructed, tossing them 2 bottles of water. Rest for 10 minutes. Then we continue our journey. Wang Hao accepted the water, instinctively uttering, "Thank you, master." He was taken aback by his own words. Xiao Ran smirked slightly. Stockholm Syndrome, perhaps? Excellent. This was precisely the response he sought. Once a slave begins to express gratitude for their master's mercy, they become irrevocably bound to them. Chapter 58. Utilization of Worthlessness. Wang Hao's value. Having traversed the most perilous section of the tunnel, the team finally arrived at the concealed underground armory at dawn. This was an abandoned civil defense project, its entrance remarkably discreet. Without the memories of his past life, Xiao Ran would have never discovered it. Skeleton warriors breached the door. The rusted iron gate crumbled under the forceful dismantling of the skeleton warriors. As the flashlight's beam illuminated the interior, everyone's breath quickened. Guns. Boxes upon boxes of firearms. Although most were outdated rifles and machine guns, they were meticulously maintained, gleaming with oil. In the corner lay dozens of boxes of ammunition, along with a crate of grenades and several RPG rocket launchers. "We're going to strike it rich," Qin Yan murmured. As a lone wolf, she understood the paramount importance of firepower. With these resources, they could face even a small horde of zombies head-on. "Move," Xiao Ran commanded succinctly. This time, Wang Hao and Lin Wanner required no urging. They eagerly rushed to begin transporting the supplies. They understood that the more powerful their equipment, the safer their team would be, thereby enhancing their chances of survival. At that moment, Xiao Ran suddenly noticed a military radio flickering with red light at the farthest recess of the armory. He approached and discovered the radio was operational, receiving a looping transmission. "This is the 3rd security base of the Eastern War Zone. We have established a survivor camp in the Longhu Villa district. Welcome." The mention of Longhu Villa district caused Xiao Ran's brow to furrow. His original objective had been the Longhu Villa district, drawn by its advantageous terrain and the abundance of mansions suitable as strongholds. He had not anticipated that it had already been occupied by the military or some other faction. 3rd security base? Xiao Ran scoffed. In his past life, he had indeed heard of a so-called security base in Jiang City, but it was far from a sanctuary. It was a haven controlled by a group of powerful awakened individuals and thugs, masquerading under the guise of official authority. They exploited survivors, forcing men into labor and women into servitude. The so-called welcome for survivors was simply a deceitful lure to ensnare the unsuspecting. "It seems our new home is inhabited by some unwelcome guests," Xiao Ran mused, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "Master, shall we still proceed?" Qin Yan inquired, aware that any faction present would likely have formidable defenses. "Of course, why not?" Xiao Ran replied with a smirk. "Perfect. I need manpower to repair the base. Since they have already rounded up the pigs for me, I might as well take over, saving myself the hassle." He preferred to seize a ready-made nest rather than construct one from scratch. "Wang Hao," Xiao Ran suddenly called out. "Yes." Wang Hao hurriedly set down the ammunition box and rushed over. "Weren't you once adept at building relationships and forming cliques?" Xiao Ran scrutinized him. "I have a task for you. Once we reach the Longhu Villa district, I want you to infiltrate." "Infiltrate?" Wang Hao was taken aback. "Precisely." Xiao Ran pointed to the radio. "There is a so-called security base. I need you to pose as a survivor seeking refuge, bringing Lin Wanner with you. With your silver tongue and her beauty, it shouldn't be difficult to blend in with the junior leaders, correct?" Wang Hao's expression changed, glancing at Lin Wanner. whose face paled. She understood all too well what it meant to leverage one's looks in this harsh world. Don't misunderstand. I'm not asking you to sell yourselves. Xiao stated coolly. I need you to act as insiders. Gather intelligence on their troop deployments, fire points, and the leader's capabilities. When I launch my attack, you'll coordinate from within. Wang Hao hesitated. This was a mission of infiltration. If discovered, the consequences would be dire. What's the matter? Are you afraid? Xiao narrowed his eyes. Or do you prefer to feed the zombies right now? I dare. I dare. Wang Hao declared defiantly. Wang Hao trembled all over and promptly agreed, exclaiming, At your command, my master, I would brave mountains of blades and seas of fire. Excellent, Xiao said, patting his face. Remember, no tricks. Your lives rest in my hands. Should you dare to betray me or fail in your duties, never. Absolutely not. Wang Hao shook his head vigorously, like a bobblehead. Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Even the inept have their uses. Although Wang Hao was not adept at combat, his skill in flattery and opportunism would allow him to thrive in the chaotic survivor camp. Gather your belongings. We depart, Xiao commanded with a wave of his hand. Destination, Longhu Villa District. Let us claim our new home. Chapter 59, Arrival at the Villa, Unseeing Dogs. The first rays of morning sunlight pierced the dense clouds, illuminating Longhu Mountain on the western outskirts of Jiangqing. After a night of arduous travel, Xiao and his companions finally emerged from the subway tunnel, arriving at the periphery of the Longhu Villa District. The air here was palpably fresher than in the city, surrounded by lush greenery. Were it not for the zombies wandering in the woods, one might mistake it for a holiday retreat. Nestled halfway up the mountain were rows of luxurious villas, elegantly arranged. Most strikingly, the entire villa area was encircled by barbed wire and abandoned vehicles, forming a rudimentary defense line. A watchtower had been erected at the entrance, equipped with a machine gun. Clearly, the radio had not lied. A base indeed existed here. Qin Yan crouched in the grass, observing with binoculars. The guards were quite formidable, 8 of them, all armed. Wang Hao, Lin Wan it's your turn, Xiao said indifferently. By this time, Wang Hao and Lin Wan had been deliberately disguised by Xiao. Their clothes were tattered, their faces smeared with dirt and blood, resembling a pair of refugees who had narrowly escaped a horde of corpses. Remember, your personas are as ordinary survivors who fled the city. You are a down-and-out small business owner, and she is your secretary, Xiao instructed. Once inside, find a way to get close to the higher-ups. Understood, master. Wang Hao took a deep breath, adjusting his expression to one of terror, exhaustion, and a hint of servility. Such acting talent would be a shame to waste on not pursuing an Oscar. The two leaned on each other, stumbling toward the base's entrance. Stop! What are you doing? Before they could get close, the guard in the watchtower shouted, the dark barrel of his gun trained on them. Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Wang Hao raised his hands, crying out, We are survivors. We heard the broadcast. We've come to seek refuge at the base. Survivors? The guard scrutinized them, his gaze lingering on Lin Wan's alluring curves, even though they were filthy, and a glint of lewdness flickered in his eyes. Open the gate. Let them in for inspection. The gate creaked open, and several scruffy armed men emerged. Men, search over there. Ladies, come with me for a thorough inspection to see if you've been bitten by zombies. A burly little leader reached for Lin Wan's wrist. Startled, Lin Wan screamed and hid behind Wang Hao. Oh, quite shy are we? The little leader sneered, kicking Wang Hao in the stomach. Get out of the way. Don't obstruct me from doing my business. Wang Hao fell to the ground but dared not resist, humbly laughing. Big brother, please, she's just timid. Timid? A little practice in bed would make her bold. The little leader laughed heartily, and the surrounding guards joined in the raucous mockery. In that critical moment, a whoosh echoed through the air. The little leader's hand reaching for Lin Wan suddenly froze. In the next instant, a thin line of blood appeared at his wrist. Puffed. Blood gushed forth as his hand fell clean off. Ah, my hand. My hand. The little leader screamed like a slaughtered pig, rolling on the ground while clutching his severed wrist. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The surrounding guards instantly fell into chaos, wildly firing their weapons, yet they could see no enemies. It's the phantom assassin. From the distant woods, Xiao slowly rose, brushing off the grass from his clothes. Originally, he had intended for them to play a part and quietly infiltrate. However, since this pack of unseeing dogs dared to encroach upon his property, a flicker of fury crossed Xiao's eyes. Lin Wan, though a slave, was still his slave. No one else could touch her. Then there's no need for pretense. All troops, attack. Crush them. With his command, the bone tyrant let out a thunderous roar, charging forth with over 100 undead soldiers, resembling a white torrent of death, rushing towards the Villa District's gates. Chapter 60, Ruthless Suppression. Those who follow me thrive. What is that? Skeletons. So many skeletons. The guards at the entrance were struck with terror at the sight of the oncoming undead army. While they often bullied survivors, they had never witnessed such a spectacle. Open fire. Quickly, open fire. The machine guns roared to life, bullets raining down upon the horde. Clang, clang, clang. Bullets struck the charging bone tyrant, sparking showers of fire, yet they failed to penetrate its skeletal armor. The bone tyrant, unperturbed by the gunfire, barreled forward like an out-of-control dump truck, crashing into the barbed wire and gate. Boom. The seemingly sturdy defenses crumbled, as if made of paper upon impact. Several guards, caught off guard, were trampled into a bloody pulp. Kill. Xiao ran, accompanied by Qin Yin and Su Mu Shui, strolled leisurely behind. The skeletal warriors brandished their bone blades, plunging into the crowd, unleashing a one-sided massacre. The skeletal mages in the rear unleashed fireballs and ice spikes, accurately targeting the strong points in the watchtower. In less than 5 minutes, the guards at the entrance were completely annihilated. Wang Hao Linwan lead the way, Xiao Ran said coldly, stepping over a corpse. At this moment, Wang Hao and Lin Wan were utterly stunned. Initially, they had worried whether Xiao Ran could contend with this base, but it was now evident this was a complete dimensional strike. Yes, this way, master. Wang Hao scrambled to his feet, nodding and bowing as he led the way, his obsequious demeanor even more pronounced than before. The sounds of gunfire and explosions reverberated throughout the villa district. Soon, a group burst forth from the most luxurious villa atop the hill. At the forefront was a young man clad in a flamboyant floral shirt, his hair dyed yellow, wielding a long blade crackling with lightning. Who dares to cause a ruckus in my territory? The yellow-haired leader bellowed. He was Zhao Tai, the leader of this base, a privileged second generation who had awakened lightning abilities. Behind him followed dozens of ability users and hundreds of fully armed subordinates. Kid, who are you? Do you know who I am? My father is Zhao Tai of the Zhao group. Zhao Tai glared at Xiao Ran, instinctively seeking to leverage his family background. Annoying. Xiao Ran could not be bothered to listen to his ramblings. Bone Tyrant, silence him. Roar. The Bone Tyrant leaped, covering several dozen meters in a single bound. Descending from the sky as its warhammer, imbued with immense force, struck down upon Zhao Tai. Zhao Tai's expression changed dramatically as he hastily raised his lightning blade to block. Boom. With a deafening crash, Zhao Tai was smashed into the ground. His legs instantly fractured, blood spewing from his mouth. One strike. With a single strike, the once dominant leader of the base was rendered powerless. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Zhao Tai's subordinates stared in awe at the colossal skeletal figure, reminiscent of a demonic entity, and then cast their gaze upon the young man standing nonchalantly behind it. His expression devoid of emotion, their weapons trembling in their grasp. Who among you dares to challenge this? Xiao Ran surveyed the crowd, his voice low yet resonant, piercing through the stillness. No one dared to utter a word. If even the leader could be dispatched in an instant, would they march forth to their demise? Excellent. Xiao Ran nodded in satisfaction. He stepped forward, placing his foot upon Zhao Tai's head. From this moment on, this place shall bear the surname Xiao. Those who align with me shall prosper, while those who oppose me shall perish. Do any of you have objections? None. We have no objections. Hailing the boss Xiao. A voice broke the silence, and soon, hundreds fell to their knees in unison. Wang Hao observed this scene, his heart brimming with emotion. This is the essence of power. No need for cunning schemes or alliances. Strength alone commands reverence. As Xiao Ran gazed upon the prostrate crowd and the opulent villa that now belonged to him, a genuine smile graced his lips. The base was established and manpower was secured. The next step was to transform this place into a true fortress of the undead, ready to confront the impending tide of apocalyptic horrors. Chapter 61. A Lesson in Terror, the Death of the Lightning Abilities User. On the lawn before the villa, the air was thick with the acrid stench of charred flesh and the metallic scent of blood. Hundreds of survivors knelt on the ground, their heads bowed, bodies trembling like leaves in the wind. They had just witnessed the once mighty Zhao Tai being crushed into the earth by the colossal skeletal monstrosity. Cough, cough, splutter. Zhao Tai was not yet entirely vanquished. As a wielder of lightning abilities, his vitality was far more resilient than that of an ordinary person. His lower half was reduced to a puddle of flesh, yet his upper body still convulsed, blood mixed with internal organs spilling forth from his mouth. You can't kill me. Zhao Tai glared at Xiao Ran, his eyes filled with malice and fear. My father is the chairman of the Zhao group in the capital. If you kill me, he will not let you go. Xiao Ran looked down upon this dying insect with an expression as cold as the Siberian winds. The capital? Xiao Ran chuckled softly, as if he had heard an amusing jest. This is the apocalypse. Communication has been severed. Even if your father were a celestial being, he could not save you now. He lifted his foot, the black military boot pressing down on Zhao Tai's still handsome face. Just a little pressure. Ah! Zhao Tai emitted a piercing scream, feeling his cheekbone begin to shatter. Moreover, it seems you have misunderstood one thing. Xiao Ran crouched down, his voice icy. I spared your life not to indulge your familial connections. For what then? Zhao Tai quivered, inquiring. For your soul. Xiao Ran extended his right hand. A swirling vortex of shadowy black energy forming within his palm. Soul Devour. No. What is this? No. Zhao Tai suddenly felt an immense force pulling at the very essence of his being, as if his consciousness were being forcibly stripped from his body. The agony was 1,000-fold more intense than any physical torment. A faint blue silhouette emerged, revealing Zhao Tai's soul, the very essence of his lightning abilities. Writhing in torment as it was gradually drawn into Xiao Ran's grasp. Zzz. With the final crackle of energy, Zhao Tai's body fell completely still. His eyes wide open in a perpetual stare of death. Ding. Successfully devoured the soul of a first-tier lightning abilities user. Gained 500 soul power. Minor increase in affinity for lightning elements. Xiao Ran rose, savoring the faint tingle within him, nodding in satisfaction. Although he had not directly obtained lightning skills, an increase in elemental affinity was still beneficial. His resistance to lightning attacks would be bolstered in the future. Is he truly dead? The few subordinates of Zhao Tai at the forefront were so frightened that they wet themselves. The once godlike Zhao Tai had been dispatched like a mere chicken? His very soul extracted? This newcomer is nothing short of a demon. Xiao Ran turned, his gaze sweeping over the trembling sycophants. You lot, are you Zhao Tai's lackeys? They froze, desperately bowing their heads. Ah Xiao, spare us. We were coerced. We are willing to submit. We are willing to be your dogs. Too late. Xiao Ran coolly uttered 2 words. The Bone Tyrant. Roar. The long-suppressed Bone Tyrant stepped forward, its massive skeletal foot crashing down. Thud. Thud. After a few muffled thuds, silence reigned. Xiao Ran had no use for these treacherous, once mighty miscreants. What he required was absolute obedience, or slaves like Wang Hao whose spines had been irrevocably broken. Wang Hao. Xiao Ran called out. Present, master. Wang Hao scurried forward, a sycophantic grin plastered across his face, his back bent at a 90-degree angle. Gazing at the puddles of flesh on the ground, he felt not fear, but a perverse thrill. Those who once bullied him and Lin Wanner were now reduced to mere muck. And he, Wang Hao, though a slave, was a slave to Xiao Ran. A minister's son among the common folk, do you understand? This is entrusted to you. Xiao Ran pointed to the kneeling survivors, instructing him to sort them into different groups. Those with skills or trades should be retained for further use. The strong and robust should be assigned to labor. As for those who would only squander resources, Xiao Ran paused, his gaze indifferent, cast them out to feed the zombies. Wang Hao's heart jolted, but he quickly replied, yes. Rest assured, master. I will execute this beautifully. This was his first real task of authority bestowed by his master, the foundation upon which he would establish himself in this new base. He must demonstrate his worth. Even if it meant being a ruthless overseer. Xiao Ran paid no further heed to the trivial matters behind him, and, accompanied by Qin Yin and Su Mix, strode directly toward the most luxurious villa atop the hill. It was the Palace of the Victors. Chapter 62. A vulture in the nest, exquisite red wine with steak. Pushing open the heavy redwood door of the villa, a wave of opulence washed over him. Genuine leather sofas, crystal chandeliers, Persian carpets. Although dimmed by the power outage of the apocalypse, the grandeur could not be concealed. Zhao Tai truly knew how to indulge. Xiao Ran casually picked up a bottle of red wine from the foyer cabinet, examining the label. Romani Conti. A fine vintage. Master, I shall check the generator. Sumyigs, you said thoughtfully. Having been a rich heiress, she was quite familiar with the villa's layout. Before long, the lights flickered and brightly illuminated the interior. The central air conditioning roared to life, gradually dispersing the autumn chill. Xiao Ran shed his dust-covered coat, tossing it onto the sofa, sinking into the soft leather backing. Comfortable. This is the life one ought to lead. In recent days, I have been tirelessly navigating through ruins and tunnels. Despite possessing remarkable physical stamina, the mental fatigue is inescapable. Qin Yin, please tidy up the kitchen and see what provisions we have, instructed Xiao Ran. Understood, Qin Yin replied, turning towards the kitchen. Shortly thereafter, the enticing sizzle of a steak being cooked filled the air, accompanied by an irresistible aroma. To my surprise, Zhao Tai's freezer was stocked to the brim with premium Wagyu beef and a variety of seafood. Half an hour later, the dining table was laden with a sumptuous feast, perfectly medium-rare tomahawk steaks, golden brown prawns, and a fine bottle of wine that had been allowed to breathe. Xiao Ran took his place at the head of the table, flanked by Qin Yin and Su Mu Shui on either side. Please, take a seat and let us dine together, he commanded. As he sliced a piece of beef and brought it to his mouth, The meat was tender and juicy. Isn't this against the rules? Su Mu Shui hesitated, as in her understanding, servants were not permitted at the table. If I invite you to eat, then you shall eat. Xiao Ran replied, taking a sip of his wine. I dislike repeating myself. Thank you, master. The two women cautiously took their seats, their hunger evident. As they gazed upon the luxurious food that would have been deemed extravagant before the apocalypse, their eyes glistened with emotion. Who could have imagined that amidst a world where one might kill for a moldy piece of bread, they could sit here and enjoy steak and wine? All of this was afforded to them by the man before them. Stealing a glance at Xiao Ran, Su Mu Shui noted the striking allure of his cold, chiseled profile under the dim light. Though he was ruthless and unflinching in his brutality, being by his side ensured a meal to savor, warmth to embrace, and the absence of dread over being devoured by a zombie in the dead of night. That was enough. In this wretched world, it constituted the greatest happiness. A series of knocks echoed from the door. Come in, Xiao Ran commanded without turning around. Wang Hao entered, clutching a thick ledger, a sycophantic smile plastered on his face. Yet his gaze betrayed a ruthless ambition. Evidently, his endeavors outside had met with success. Master, I have compiled the statistics, he announced, positioning himself near the table. Careful not to encroach too close, wary that the scent of blood on him might spoil Xiao Ran's appetite. There are currently 342 survivors in the base. Among them, 5 possess abilities, albeit they are primarily enhancement or support types, lacking combat prowess. We have a total of 28 individuals with specialized skills, such as doctors, electricians, and chefs. The rest comprise 120 able-bodied men, 80 young women, and approximately 50 elderly and children. At this point, Wang Hao cautiously glanced at Xiao Ran's expression. As per your orders, the elderly, children, and those disabled have been dismissed. The term dismissed naturally implied they had been cast out beyond the wire fence to fend for themselves. Xiao Ran continued to slice his steak without pausing. Was there any resistance? A few troublemakers attempted to stir unrest, but they were dealt with by Lin Wanner and her newly recruited subordinates, Wang Hao said, puffing out his chest as if seeking praise. Wanner has become quite formidable. A hint of amusement curled at the corners of Xiao Ran's lips. Lin Wanner, once a revered campus goddess, had transformed into a capable enforcer? Indeed, the environment shapes individuals. Well done, Xiao Ran replied, casually tossing a remaining piece of steak onto the carpet. Consider this a reward. Wang Hao's eyes sparkled with delight, without hesitation. He lunged for the steak, devouring it with unrefined eagerness. Thank you for your generosity, master. It's truly delicious, he exclaimed, his mouth smeared with grease. A look of pure bliss on his face. He genuinely felt fortunate. As he organized the survivors outside, witnessing their desperate struggles for a mere bowl of gruel, he understood just how precious his current status was. As long as he clung to Xiao Ran's coattails, even as a dog, he was the noblest of dogs in this apocalyptic world. Once you finish, return to your duties, Xiao Ran instructed, wiping his mouth. Tonight, we shall enhance our defenses. Ensure the able-bodied take turns on night watch. If even a single zombie breaches our perimeter, I will remove your head and use it as a ball. Yes, yes, Wang Hao replied eagerly, cleaning his plate before retreating from the villa. Xiao Ran stood and approached the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, surveying the entirety of the long lake villa area. The night had descended. The area was illuminated by flickering flames as survivors gathered to keep warm. In the distant dark forest, countless pairs of crimson eyes lurked, watching intently. This base had an enviable geographical advantage. Xiao Ran contemplated. Nestled against the mountains and facing Long Lake, it was easily defensible. With enhanced fortifications, it could be transformed into an impregnable fortress. However, before that could happen, he needed to address the lurking threat hidden in the rear mountains. During dinner, his system radar had been persistently alerting him. In the direction of the rear mountain, there was an exceptionally potent wave of wood-based energy, even stronger than that of the man-faced demon spider. It seemed that this night was destined to be one of sleepless vigilance. Chapter 63. Purging the base. Those who comply flourish. Those who resist perish. The following morning, the atmosphere in the Long Lake Villa area felt renewed, or rather, it had become more oppressive yet orderly. Under the stringent management of Wang Hao and Lin Wanner, all survivors were mobilized. The men were organized to reinforce the walls, transport corpses, and clear debris, while the women were tasked with laundry, cooking, and cleaning. No one dared to slack off. In the center of the square stood several wooden stakes, gruesomely displaying the corpses of those who had attempted to resist or shirk their duties. Xiao Ran stood on the balcony, observing the bustling crowd below while holding a cup of steaming coffee. Master, you are awake, Lin Wanner said, approaching with a basin of hot water. Today, she had donned a fresh outfit. Though not branded, it fit impeccably, accentuating her exquisite figure. The haughty demeanor she once held had dissipated, replaced by a sense of submission and humility. Xiao Ran placed his coffee cup on the railing and extended his arms. Lin Wanner promptly understood. Wringing out a warm towel and gently wiping his face and hands, her movements meticulous to avoid causing him discomfort. I heard you killed someone yesterday? Xiao Ran suddenly inquired. Lin Wanner flinched slightly, but then lowered her gaze. There was a woman who, relying on her past as Zhao Tai's mistress, bullied me. When she refused to work and insulted me, and then what? Xiao Ran pressed. I slashed her face with a knife and pushed her into the zombie pit. Lin Wanner spoke softly, yet her words were chilling. Xiao Ran turned to face her, taking in the visage that had once radiated innocence, now marred by a hint of malice. He grasped her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. How does it feel? Lin Wanner looked into Xiao Ran's profound eyes, biting her lip. A flicker of confusion crossed her face before it transformed into determination. It felt exhilarating. Watching her plead for mercy, hearing her scream in the jaws of the zombies, it was thrilling. I once thought such actions were cruel. But now I see them as the rules of this world. The weak are devoured by the strong. That is the law. Xiao Ran released her chin, lightly patting her cheek. You are a quick learner. Remember this feeling. In this world, only wolves can feast on meat, while sheep exist solely to be consumed. Yes, master. A flicker of light ignited in Lin Wanner's eyes. She was determined to no longer be a sheep. She aspired to become a wolf, even if it meant being a mere female wolf at her master's feet. Just then, a clamor erupted from downstairs. I refuse to accept this. Why have our supplies been confiscated? Exactly. That gun was found by me. It is my private property. We demand to see Boss Xiao. We demand democracy. We demand human rights. A crowd had gathered around Wang Hao, vociferously protesting. These individuals were all ability users, albeit of the lower tier, possessing enhancements in strength and speed. Yet they held a certain authority among ordinary survivors, accustomed to privileges under Zhao Tai's command. They were incensed at Wang Hao's intent to confiscate their weapons and private supplies for redistribution, thus threatening their fundamental interests. Wang Hao found himself surrounded and shoved, his expression darkening. Although he had Xiao Ran's backing, he felt inherently weak in the face of several ability users, leaving him apprehensive. What is all this noise? A cold voice echoed from above. The crowd looked up to see Xiao Ran standing on the balcony of the second floor, glaring down at them with a frosty demeanor. The raucous ability users felt their bravado wane upon seeing him. However, one burly, bald man mustered the courage to shout, Boss Xiao, we respect your strength. But you can't be so tyrannical. We are ability users too, part of the base's fighting force. You let that sycophant confiscate our weapons and our private supplies. This is unjust. Yes, unjust. The others echoed in agreement. Unjust? A sardonic smile curled at the corners of Xiao Ran's mouth. In my territory, do you dare speak of justice? He snapped his fingers lightly. Whoosh, whoosh. Two nearly invisible figures materialized behind the bald man. Ghostly assassins. The man felt a chill at his neck, and before he could register any pain, his head rolled away. Blood spraying up to 3 feet high. His headless corpse swayed twice before crashing to the ground. The crowd fell into a stunned silence. The remaining troublemakers, pale with fear, collapsed to their knees. Have I granted you too much leniency? Xiao Ran's voice was low but struck each heart like a hammer. In this base, my voice is the only one that matters. What I say is law. It is justice. Want to discuss human rights? Go negotiate with the zombies instead. Who else thinks this is unfair? Xiao Ran scanned the crowd. No one dared to respond. All heads bowed, wishing they could bury themselves in the earth. This was ruthless. A single disagreement led to murder, and not just any murder, but the slaughter of valuable ability users. This absolute reign of violence shattered any lingering hopes they harbored. Wang Hao, Xiao Ran called. Here. Wang Hao, gazing at the corpse on the ground, felt a thrill, but primarily excitement, surged within him. His master was formidable. Disable the abilities of these troublemakers and throw them into the labor squad, Xiao Ran stated calmly. Since they do not wish to be fighters, let them carry bricks. Yes. Wang Hao quickly signaled Lin Wanner to lead the others in subduing the stunned ability users, delivering a barrage of punches and kicks. Their cries of anguish echoed throughout the square. Xiao Ran turned and retreated into the house. The cleansing was complete. Now, this base truly belonged to the Xiao family. Next, it was time to attend to business. He opened the system panel. Following the battle last night, combined with the ability user he had just eliminated, his soul power had accumulated to a considerable amount. It was time for a significant enhancement. Chapter 64, Midnight Inventory, System Mall Sweep. In the stillness of the night, Xiao Ran sat alone in his study, a blue holographic screen only visible to him hovering before him. Host, Xiao Ran. Profession, Necromancer, Unique Hidden. Level, LV16, 35001800. Soul Power, 8600 points. Current summons, Bone Tyrant, 1, Skeleton Warrior, 20, Skeleton Mage, 12. Ghostly Assassin, 2. Ordinary Skeleton Soldier, 80. 8,600 points of soul power. Xiao Ran lightly tapped his fingers on the desk. This was a fortune. Attacking Zhao Tai's base, while it lacked the density of a zombie horde, was compensated by the high quality of the enemies. Zhao Tai, a pinnacle first-tier soul, contributed 500 points, along with his armed subordinates, and the various creatures he had previously dispatched in the tunnels, all of which had culminated in an overnight windfall. First, enhance core combat power. Xiao Ran focused on the Bone Tyrant. This formidable being was now his ultimate trump card, capable of both withstanding and dealing damage. However, against increasingly powerful foes, its bronze-tier quality was becoming inadequate. When facing the man-faced demon spider yesterday, although it held its ground, the bone shield had developed cracks. System, enhance the Bone Tyrant. Beep. Detected that the host possesses the special material, the Earth-type magic core of the burrowing demon worm, which can be used as a reinforcement material. Consuming 2,000 soul power points, the Earth-type magic core can evolve the Bone Tyrant into the Bone Golem, silver tier. Do you wish to proceed with the evolution? Evolve. Xiao Ran decided without hesitation. Suddenly, the Bone Tyrant standing guard in the courtyard was enveloped in a swirl of earthy yellow light. It emitted a deep roar as its body began to expand dramatically. Its height, originally 3 meters, surged to 4. Its bones thickened and were covered with a robust layer of rocky armor, resembling a moving fortress. The bone shield and warhammer in its hands also increased in size, radiating a heavy glow of earth elements. Beep. Evolution successful. Bone Golem, silver tier, LV16. Significantly enhanced defense. Gains new skills Earthquake Tread, causes Earth-type shock damage and slows surrounding enemies. And Rock Armor, passively increases physical damage resistance by 50. Excellent. A gleam sparkled in Xiao Ran's eyes. This was akin to upgrading a tank into a heavy fortress. With this creature, he could bulldoze through even small zombie hordes. With 6,600 points remaining, Xiao Ran turned his gaze to the skill panel. Although ghostly assassins were effective, their numbers were too few, only 2. While they were decent for reconnaissance, they struggled in group battles. System, expand the summoning limit for ghostly assassins to 5. Beep. Consuming 1,500 soul power points. The summoning limit for ghostly assassins has been increased to 5. Xiao Ran immediately summoned 3 additional ghostly assassins. 5 invisible assassins would undoubtedly become a nightmare for enemies on the battlefield. Remaining points, 5,100. Xiao Ran pondered, shifting his focus to the special items section of the system mall. He was in search of an item capable of countering plant-based monsters. The mutated willow tree on the back mountain had exerted a strong pressure on him. Ordinary physical attacks were minimally effective against plants, and while fire attacks were potent, they might not suffice against higher-level opponents. Soon, his gaze landed on a particular item. Hellfire Seed. Single-use consumable summons hellfire from the abyss, inflicting continuous burning damage in the target area, extinguishable only by extraordinary means. It grants a 200 damage bonus against plant and undead entities. Exchange price, 3,000 soul power. Quite expensive. Xiao Ran felt a pang of regret. With 3,000 points, he could summon 300 skeleton soldiers. However, this item is a strategic weapon, capable of saving lives in critical moments. Exchange. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Ran made the purchase. In his hand, he now held a dark red crystal emitting a sulfurous scent, scorching to the touch. With this, that willow tree would serve as the finest kindling. A cold smile crossed Xiao Ran's lips as he stowed the Hellfire Seed into his spatial ring. With the remaining 2,100 points of soul power, he refrained from frivolous spending and instead redeemed them entirely for skeleton archers. This was the ranged physical output he currently lacked. Although the skeleton mages dealt high damage, they were hindered by cooldowns and mana costs. In contrast, while the archers had lower single-shot damage, they compensated with rapid fire rate and required no mana, provided there were bone arrows available. Summon skeleton archers. In the courtyard, 40 skeletons armed with bone longbows rose slowly. Thus, Xiao Ran's undead army began to take shape. Frontline tanks, bone giants. Melee damage dealers, skeleton warriors. Ranged magic, skeleton mages. Ranged physical, skeleton archers. Stealth reconnaissance, ghost assassins. Cannon fodder, ordinary skeletons. This was a complete army. Everything was in place, merely awaiting the right moment. Xiao Ran stood, gazing out at the darkened back mountains. The unsettling aura grew increasingly potent. Since you refuse to remain quiet, come dawn, I shall uproot you entirely. Chapter 65. The eerie back mountains, devouring blood and flesh of the demonic willow. In the latter half of the night, the entire base lay in slumber, interrupted only by the occasional footfalls of the patrol team. Near a section of the perimeter wall adjacent to the back mountains, 2 survivors on night watch huddled in a corner, indulging in cigarettes. This was a perk provided by Wang Hao, low-quality roll-your-own cigarettes, yet a rare luxury in the apocalypse. What do you think of Boss Xiao? One emaciated man whispered. He is quite formidable. Those skeletons heed his command. Less prying, the older man replied, taking a drag. As long as we know he'll keep us fed and safe from zombies, that's all that matters. Whether he is human or ghost is none of our concern. True, the emaciated man nodded, about to discard his cigarette, but suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from the woods beyond the wall. It resembled something dragging along the ground. What is that noise? The emaciated man asked, raising his iron rod cautiously. Probably just a rat or a wild cat, the older man dismissed, shining his flashlight outward. The beam pierced through the barbed wire, illuminating the pitch-black forest. Nothing was visible, only the rustle of leaves swayed by the wind. See, you're just scaring yourself. The older man scoffed. However, at that very moment, a thick, dark green vine, as wide as a wrist, suddenly erupted from the ground. It slithered like a poisonous snake, swiftly ensnaring the older man's ankle. Ah, he exclaimed, but before he could react, a tremendous force yanked him violently to the ground and dragged him rapidly into the woods. Help! No! More vines surged forth, sealing his mouth shut and wrapping him tightly like a zongzi. A ghost. The emaciated man, terrified, turned to flee, shouting, enemy attack. There's a monster. Help! Yet he had barely taken 2 steps when, thud, a sharp branch pierced through his chest. Blood flowed down the branch, swiftly absorbed by the sinister appendage. With wide eyes, the emaciated man convulsed a few times before rapidly desiccating into a lifeless husk. The alarm rang throughout the base. What is happening? Xiao Ran rushed out of the villa, still clad in his nightwear, yet his expression was sharp and alert. Qin Yin and Su Mu Shui followed closely behind. Master, to the back mountains. 2 patrol members have been killed. Wang Hao gasped as he rushed to report. His face pale, and the victims' fates horrifyingly gruesome, as if their blood had been completely drained. Drained of blood? Xiao Ran's brow furrowed. They've indeed made their move. He strode toward the perimeter wall, where he saw the unfortunate souls' bodies already dragged outside the barbed wire, suspended from a tree. Strangely, their corpses were not hanging from ordinary branches, but ensnared by tendrils resembling willow branches. Originally green, those tendrils had transformed into a striking crimson after feasting on blood. Deep within the woods, a gargantuan willow tree loomed, towering as high as 10 stories, its canopy obscuring the sky. Each of its branches resembled bloodthirsty tentacles. On the trunk, a distorted human face seemed to materialize, grinning greedily at the base. A second-tier lord creature. Xiao Ran uttered the words slowly, his expression grave. Bloodthirsty willow. This entity was infamous in his previous life. Not only could it grow indefinitely by consuming blood, but it could also control the corpses it drained, transforming them into treants. If not eradicated swiftly, once it matured to the 3rd tier, the entire Longhu Villa area would become its feeding ground. A low growl reverberated through the forest. The corpses hanging from the tree suddenly opened their eyes, green and devoid of life. They broke free from the tendrils, staggering towards the base. Behind them, more treant puppets crawled forth from the earth, numbering in the hundreds. Prepare for battle, Xiao Ran commanded, summoning his bone staff in an instant. Everyone, fall back to the inner perimeter. Undead Army, advance. Chapter 66. Lord Creature, 2nd tier, bloodthirsty willow. Are those zombies? Qinyan questioned, gripping her dagger as she beheld the swaying monstrosities approaching. Though their bodies were human corpses, their skin was covered in a bark-like layer, and their limbs were reinforced with vines, rendering them seemingly impervious. These are puppets of the bloodthirsty willow, Xiao Ran explained rapidly. Do not allow them to scratch you. Their claws harbor parasitic seeds that will drain your blood if they penetrate your body. Hearing this, the surrounding survivors recoiled in fear. Parasitic seeds? That is revolting. Skeleton archers. Fire. Xiao Ran commanded. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 40 bone arrows whistled through the air, accurately targeting the treant puppets at the forefront. Thud, thud, thud. The arrows struck the treants, producing dull thuds. Most of the arrows were deflected by the thick bark, only a few piercing their eyes or joints. Such high defense? Xiao Ran frowned. The defining characteristic of plant-based monsters is their tenacious vitality and thick, resilient skin. Ordinary physical attacks are significantly less effective against them. Bone Colossus, Earth Tremor. At this moment, the gargantuan Bone Colossus has charged to the forefront. It raised its massive right foot high and brought it down with tremendous force upon the ground. Boom. A shockwave of earthy hues radiated outward from its center. The ground quaked violently, instantaneously cracking open numerous fissures. The approaching treant puppets were thrown into disarray, some even suffering broken limbs. Roar. The Bone Colossus swung its enormous warhammer, dispatching foes like whack-a-mole. Crash. A treant's head was smashed flat, green ichor splattering everywhere. Yet, this display did not deter the horde of monsters. Rather, it incited the mutated bloodthirsty willow lurking in the rear. Hiss! The colossal willow emitted a sharp, piercing shriek. Countless crimson tendrils suddenly surged forth, raining down upon the bone colossus like a hailstorm of arrows. Clang, clang, clang. The tendrils lashed against the bone colossus's rocky armor, creating showers of sparks. Although they could not pierce its defenses, the sheer force of the onslaught forced the bone colossus to stagger backward. More alarmingly, the tendrils began to wrap around its limbs, attempting to ensnare it. Trying to bind me? Xiao Ran sneered coldly. Skeleton mage, fireball. Concentrate on those tendrils. Plants have an innate fear of fire. 12 fireballs howled toward the ensnaring tendrils. Boom, boom, boom. Flames erupted, and the tendrils ignited in an instant. Hiss! The bloodthirsty willow recoiled in pain, hurriedly retracting its tendrils and severing the singed segments. It seemed to realize that this skeletal adversary was not to be trifled with. Consequently, it altered its tactics, commanding the treant puppets to cease their mindless charge and instead encircle from the flanks, attempting to bypass the undead line and assault the vulnerable human survivors behind. Attempting to raid our base? Xiao Ran discerned its intentions at once. Qinyan, lead the ghost assassins to the left flank. Sun Yixu, take Lin Wanner and the guard team to the right flank. Xiao Ran commanded calmly. Ensure no monster breaches the villa district. Understood. Qin Yan's figure flickered as she led 5 invisible ghost assassins toward the left woods, where dozens of treants were stealthily advancing. Kill! Qin Yan's voice rang out, and the blade of Gale, in her hand, traced a blue arc. A treant's neck was cleaved open, but instead of blood, only green ichor flowed forth. Simultaneously, the 5 ghost assassins struck, each a harbinger of death, claiming an enemy life with every blow. Within mere minutes, the left flank's ambush team had been decimated by more than half. However, the situation on the right flank was less than promising. Although Sun Yixu was also a psychic, water-based, her attack power was relatively weak, primarily focusing on control. Lin Wanner and the guards possessed firearms. Yet bullets proved ineffective against the treants. As several treants were on the verge of breaking through their defenses, damn it, Sun Yixu gritted her teeth, conjuring a whip of water to strike a treant's face, only momentarily hindering its advance. At that moment, a shadow descended from the sky. It was Xiao Ran. Rather than remaining behind to direct, he charged forward himself. With a wave of his staff, he invoked Corpse Explosion. Boom. The foremost treant suddenly detonated. Green toxic mist enveloped 4 or 5 of its companions in an instant. The sound of fierce corrosion echoed as the treants fell to the ground, their bodies visibly dissolving into putrid sludge. Everyone fall back. Xiao Ran stood before the others, his silhouette as steadfast as a mountain. He gazed at the enormous magical tree in the distance, still thrashing its tendrils, a glimmer of madness flickering in his eyes. To capture the thief, one must first seize the king. I shall not allow anyone a peaceful night until I turn you to ash. He retrieved a dark red crystal, the Hellfire Seed, from his spatial ring. Bone Colossus, clear the path for me. I shall charge in. Chapter 67. The entire army attacks. The overwhelming might of the Undead Legion. Master, it's far too perilous. Qinyan, having just dealt with the left flank's enemies, gasped in alarm as she saw Xiao Ran prepare to plunge into the depths of the woods. That was the bloodthirsty willow's domain. Countless roots and branches lay in wait like a web for unsuspecting prey. Fortune favors the bold. Xiao Ran did not look back, his voice resolute. As long as this tree exists, our base shall know no peace. Moreover, its core is mine to claim. The second-tier Lord-level wood core was a rare treasure, capable of significantly enhancing soul power and possibly unlocking new evolutionary paths for the Undead Legion. Follow me. With a wave of his hand, the bone colossus let out a roar and charged to the forefront, bearing its colossal bone shield. It was akin to a bulldozer, smashing through trees and thorns alike. Xiao Ran followed closely, flanked by 20 skeletal warriors as his guard. The skeletal mage and archers provided suppressive fire from the sides. This undead strike force was like a sharp blade, thrusting deep into the territory of the bloodthirsty willow. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The bloodthirsty willow sensed the immense threat and spiraled into madness. The ground trembled violently as countless roots, as thick as barrels, burst forth from the earth, coiling like gigantic serpents to constrict their prey. Simultaneously, a hail of tendrils transformed into blood-red spears, raining down relentlessly. Earth tremor. The bone colossus unleashed its skill once more, shaking off the surrounding roots. However, the sheer number of roots was overwhelming, and soon a thick root ensnared its left leg, binding it tightly. Crack! The rocky armor of the bone colossus was marked with fissures. Skeletal warriors, attack! Xiao Ran commanded coolly. 20 skeletal warriors swung their bone blades, fiercely hacking at the root. Green ichor splattering everywhere. Just then, several tendrils broke through the line, hurtling towards Xiao Ran's face with lightning speed. Watch out! Lin Wanner, from a distance, gasped in horror. Yet Xiao Ran remained unfazed. Immortal Pact activated passively. Just as the tendrils were about to strike him, one ordinary skeleton soldier nearby suddenly shattered, taking the blow in his stead. Damage transfer. As long as the summoned creatures do not perish, Xiao Ran remains immortal. You think to kill me? Naive. Xiao Ran scoffed, pointing his staff. Ghost assassins, sever its trunk. Although the ghost assassins' attacks felt like mere tickles to such a colossal entity, they served to distract. The 5 ghost assassins materialized around the bloodthirsty willow's trunk, their daggers striking with relentless fury. The bloodthirsty willow was forced to allocate some of its tendrils to fend off these pesky nuisances. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Ran dashed to within 50 meters of the bloodthirsty willow. This distance was sufficient. The Hellfire Seed, in his hand, was now searing hot, almost too intense to hold. Let us see how you fare against this, behemoth. Xiao Ran abruptly hurled the dark red crystal in his hand into the air. The crystal traced a parabolic arc before landing precisely upon the enormous roots of the bloodthirsty willow. Explode, Xiao Ran commanded in a low voice. Boom! A pillar of black-red flames erupted skyward. This was no ordinary fire. It was the hellfire emanating from the abyss. It required no oxygen and feared no water. Once it touched anything, it would burn with frenzied intensity, reducing its target to ashes. A piercing shriek erupted from the bloodthirsty willow, unlike any sound heard before. The noise was sharp and jarring, capable of piercing through one's eardrum. The black-red flames rapidly spread along its trunk, rendering the once impenetrable bark as fragile as paper in the face of the inferno. The green sap evaporated, creating a sizzling sound. The entire tree transformed into a colossal torch, illuminating half the night sky. The survivors in the Villa district watched this spectacular scene in awe. Was that once mighty monster truly extinguished like a candle? But it was not over yet. Xiao Ran remained vigilant. A cornered beast fights with desperation, and the most terrifying retaliation occurs just before death. Indeed, the engulfed bloodthirsty willow had gone completely mad. It ceased to defend itself, and instead lashed out wildly with all its fiery branches. A tempest of flames ensued. Retreat! All troops, fall back! Xiao Ran bellowed, swiftly leading the undead legion to safety. Yet, several skeletal warriors were caught by the flaming branches, instantly reduced to splinters. Even the bone giant was struck multiple times, its rocky armor shattered, rendering it quite disheveled. But Xiao Ran felt no sorrow. What was the loss of a few skeletons if it meant vanquishing this colossal foe? The flames blazed ever brighter, and the struggles of the bloodthirsty willow grew feebler. Finally, after burning for a full 10 minutes, the massive trunk emitted a resounding crack before collapsing with a thunderous crash. Sparks flew like fireflies in the night. A lord of an era had fallen. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the second-tier lord creature, the mutated bloodthirsty willow. Earn substantial experience points, 12,000. Congratulations, host, for leveling up to LV 17. Congratulations, host, for leveling up to LV 18. Leveling up twice in one go. This was the exhilaration of defeating a foe beyond 1's level. Xiao Ran gazed at the smoldering remnants, a victorious smile gracing his lips. Let us collect the spoils. Chapter 68. Unveiling Legendary Gear, Second Tier, Wood Element Crystal Core. The inferno raged for over half an hour before the towering, mutated bloodthirsty willow was completely reduced to ashes. The air was thick with the scent of charred wood and a faint, peculiar fragrance of greenery. Standing before the still-smoking ruins, Xiao Ran felt the crunch of thick ash beneath his military boots. The skeletal warriors, though singed, remained loyally encircled around him, ever watchful for lurking dangers. It is over. Xiao Ran exhaled a breath of relief, his gaze fixed intently on the center of the ruins. There, amidst the ashes, a pulsating green glow flickered, as if breathing. It was the spoils of war. Xiao Ran approached, disregarding the lingering heat, and bent to retrieve the radiant orb. It was a fist-sized green crystal, translucent and radiant, with what appeared to be a flowing emerald liquid inside. Holding it, he felt an overwhelming vitality, even alleviating some of the fatigue left from the battle. Ding! High-level energy item detected. Item name: Heart of the Mutated Wood Spirit, Second Tier, Lord-level material. Attributes: Wood Element, Life Element. Effect 1. Direct consumption significantly enhances the host's mental power, increases affinity for wood elements, and has a chance to awaken wood-related skills. Effect 2. As a reinforcement material, it can evolve skeletal mages into toxic corpse witches, dual poison element, or transform bone giants into forest guardians. Effect 3. As a core material, it unlocks the construction rights for the Undead Botanical Garden, base level LV2 required. Xiao Ran studied the system panel, mentally calculating his options. This was indeed a prized possession. In his previous life, such high-tier crystal cores could fetch an entire truckload of weaponry or 10 exquisite beauties on the black market. Direct consumption felt like a waste. Rubbing his chin, he pondered, my mental power is currently sufficient, and wood skills are somewhat superfluous for a necromancer like me, unless they are strong control skills. The prospect of opening an undead botanical garden sounded appealing, allowing him to cultivate magical plants for defense, but that required a higher base level, which he did not possess yet. Thus, only one option remained. Xiao Ran turned to the group behind him, consisting of skeletal mages who, despite their decent attack power, were too fragile and lacked control abilities. System, I wish to evolve the skeletal mages. Ding. Please confirm the consumption of the heart of the mutated wood spirit and 3000 soul power to conduct a mass evolution of the existing 12 skeletal mages. Confirm. With Xiao Ran's command, the green crystal in his hand instantaneously shattered, transforming into 12 streams of green light that precisely penetrated the eye sockets of the 12 skeletal mages. Crack, crack, crack. The skeletal mages emitted an unsettling sound as their bones rubbed together. Dark green patterns began to sprout upon their once pale bones, resembling some eerie vine totem. Their bone staffs also transformed, sprouting a budding carnivorous flower at the top, exuding a purple toxin. Minutes later, the evolution was complete. Congratulations, host. Skeletal mages have successfully evolved. Name, Toxic Corpse Witch, Elite Level. Level, LV17. Skill 1, Corrosive Toxic Ball. Launches a ball of highly corrosive venom, causing continuous damage and reducing armor. Skill 2, Thorn Entanglement. Summons undead vines from beneath the ground to ensnare enemies for 25 seconds, causing bleeding effects. Skill 3, Corpse Poison Mist. Passive. Enemies within a 5-meter radius are continuously poisoned. Wonderful. Xiao Ran snapped his fingers. With the addition of the skill, Thorn Entanglement, his undead legion finally possessed a reliable control ability. In future encounters with such gigantic monsters, they could simply bind them like a dumpling and unleash devastation. What a delight that would be. Master, are you all right? At that moment, Qin Yan and Su Mu Shui rushed over with the others. They gazed at the ash-laden ground and the unscathed figure standing in the center, their eyes brimming with admiration. Especially the survivors, who looked at Xiao Ran as if he were a deity. If he could vanquish such a terrifying tree demon, what could possibly stand against him? Do I look unwell? Xiao Ran casually toyed with a small shard of the crystal core that remained from the evolution, lightly stating, clean up the battlefield and gather the unburned tree trunks. This is mutated wood, sturdier than steel, perfect for reinforcing the walls. Yes. Wang Hao immediately sprang into action, invigorated, shouting at the dazed survivors, what are you all standing around for? Did you not hear the master's orders? Get to work. Anyone who dares to slack off will find themselves hanging from a tree as jerky. Xiao Ran observed Wang Hao's imposing demeanor with a bemused smile. This young man is increasingly awakening to the role of a servant. However, this is rather agreeable. He stowed away his staff and turned to head towards the villa. After a night of battle, drenched in sweat, all he desired was to indulge in a long, relaxing bath, savoring the privileges of a victor. Chapter 69, Exquisite Indulgence. The service of Sumiexu. Upon returning to the mountaintop villa, the warmth inside was a stark contrast to the chilly, damp air outside. Xiao Ran shed his dust-laden coat, casually tossing it onto the leather sofa. Sumiexu, he called out. Yes, master, she responded promptly, having followed closely behind. Upon hearing his summons, she stepped forward. Her hands clasped modestly before her abdomen, bowing slightly, her posture demure. Prepare the bath. I wish to wash, Xiao Ran instructed, unbuttoning his shirt to reveal a well-defined chest. Although he was a mage by profession, the enhancements from the system had elevated his physical capabilities to several times that of an ordinary person, his muscles sculpted and taut, brimming with vitality. Sumiexu stole a glance, her cheeks tinged with crimson, her heartbeat quickening involuntarily. Yes, I shall do so at once, she replied, hurrying into the bathroom. Before long, the expansive massage tub was filled with steaming water, and Sumiexu had thoughtfully added a few drops of essential oil sourced from Zhao Tai's room, infusing the air with the soothing scent of lavender. Xiao Ran stepped into the bathroom, his bare body entering the tub. As the warm water enveloped him, he let out a contented sigh. This is the taste of power. In a world of despair, where ordinary people fought desperately for a sip of clean water, he luxuriated in an oil-infused bath. This profound sense of disparity was precisely the treatment befitting a protagonist in a tale of triumph. Would you like me to assist you with your back, master? Sumiexu inquired, lingering by the edge of the tub, a warm towel in hand. Her voice soft and tentative, laced with a hint of anticipation. She was a clever woman. She understood that within this space, while Xiao Ran was the undisputed ruler, positions beneath him were fiercely contested. Qin Yan, a combat specialist, could aid Xiao Ran in battle, securing her status. Meanwhile, she was merely a support-type ability user with limited combat prowess. If she wished to remain irreplaceable, she must ensure Xiao Ran's comfort in daily life. Furthermore, Lin Wanner, once the belle of the school, had grown increasingly ruthless in her ascent. A sense of urgency gripped Sumyixu, leaning against the tub's edge. Xiao Ran opened his eyes slightly, observing the once lofty heiress before him. Dressed in a delicate silk nightgown, the steam from the bathroom clung to her, accentuating her graceful curves. "Come in," he commanded succinctly. Sumyixu shivered, yet did not hesitate. She removed her shoes and carefully stepped into the tub, kneeling behind Xiao Ran. Her warm hands held the towel, gently caressing his broad back. Her touch was just right, her fingertips occasionally brushing against his skin, sending electric shivers through him. "Have you ever done this for anyone else?" Xiao Ran asked, eyes closed. "No," Sumyixu stammered, shaking her head vigorously. "At home, I had a maid. I've never even washed a bowl. This is my first time." "Is that so?" Xiao Ran chuckled lightly, seizing her wrist and pulling her closer. With a splash of water, Sumyixu found herself tumbling into his embrace. Their eyes met, and he gazed at her delicate yet startled visage, his fingers lightly tracing her cheek, his eyes gleaming with playful mockery. "Since it's your first time, you must learn well. I do not entertain uselessness in my presence." "I will learn." Sumyixu bit her lip, her gaze dreamy. "As long as the master is pleased, I am willing to learn anything." She felt the potent aura of masculinity radiating from Xiao Ran, a scent of strength. In this apocalyptic world, aligning oneself with the powerful was an instinct for women. Moreover, this strong man was not only pleasing to the eye, but had also saved her life. Xiao Ran observed her submissive demeanor, his desire for conquest deeply satisfied. Yet, he refrained from rushing into anything. As a top-tier hunter, he relished the journey. "From now on, the management of this villa will be entrusted to you," he declared, leaning back against the tub's edge. "Take care of Lin Wanner. I do not wish to witness any melodramatic conflicts within my harem." "Yes, rest assured, master." Sumyixu's heart leaped with joy. This meant Xiao Ran had granted her the authority of a housekeeper, though merely overseeing domestic affairs. It was a position far superior to that of ordinary survivors. And Xiao Ran's tone suddenly turned icy. "Tomorrow morning, have Wang Hao summon all ability users to the square. I shall redistribute tasks. After being coddled for so long, it is time they tasted blood." A shiver ran through Sumyixu, and she nodded swiftly. "Understood." As she continued to massage Xiao Ran's shoulders, she reminded herself inwardly, "Do not become complacent. This man's gentleness is merely a facade. Beneath it lies an absolute coldness and rationality. As long as she held value, she could thrive. Should that value diminish, her fate might not differ much from the zombies outside." That night, the villa's lights remained aglow until late. Meanwhile, in the darkness outside, a new storm was brewing. Chapter 70. Base Reorganization, Constructing the Necropolis. As the first rays of morning sunlight streamed into the bedroom, Xiao Ran had already awakened. His biological clock kept him perpetually vigilant. Even within the seeming safety of this fortress, the bed beside him was empty. Sumyixu had risen early to prepare breakfast. Xiao Ran got out of bed and approached the floor-to-ceiling window, drawing back the curtains. Below, the square was alive with bustling activity. "Hurry up. Haven't you eaten? Move that stone over there. You stop dawdling. If we don't finish the wall today, no one will have dinner." Wang Hao, wielding a whip, stood high, bellowing commands. His complete immersion in the role of the chief steward was almost comical. Below him, over 100 young men toiled, bare-chested, laboriously transporting stones and timber. After last night's battle, these survivors had ingrained a profound respect for Xiao Ran. If they dared to rebel, they would likely be reduced to mere fragments. After finishing his morning routine, Xiao Ran descended to the dining area. Breakfast was bountiful, freshly baked bread, fried eggs, and a steaming cup of milk. Although these were all processed convenience foods, they represented the pinnacle of luxury in the apocalypse. "Good morning, master," Qin Yan greeted, seated at the table, polishing her dagger. Her gaze as sharp as ever. "Good morning," Xiao Ran replied, taking a sip of milk. "How was the patrol last night?" "Aside from a few wandering zombies, nothing unusual," Qin Yan reported. "However, while clearing the periphery, we discovered some tire tracks." "Tire tracks?" Xiao Ran paused momentarily. "Yes, judging by the tread pattern. They appear to be from a military off-road vehicle or a heavily modified truck," Qin Yan explained, her expression serious. "Moreover, they were left recently, likely within the past few days." Xiao Ran narrowed his eyes. "Military off-road vehicles. It seemed the third safe base mentioned on the radio was not merely a figment of their imagination. Their influence had already reached this place. Do not concern yourself with them, Xiao Ran scoffed. As long as they do not provoke me, I have no intention of engaging with them. However, should they dare to extend their claws into my plate. He did not finish his sentence. Yet the silver dining knife in his hand plunged decisively into the wooden table with a resounding thud. After breakfast, Xiao Ran made his way to the square. The survivors who were laboring there immediately halted their tasks upon his arrival, standing rigidly, scarcely daring to breathe. Master, Wang Hao jogged over, his face alight with a broad smile. Why have you come down personally? The dust here is quite thick. You mustn't soil your shoes. How is the construction of the base progressing? Xiao Ran disregarded his flattery and posed a direct question. Report, Master. According to your blueprints, the outer wall has been elevated to 3 meters, and we have incorporated the mutated willow branches we retrieved yesterday, making it exceedingly sturdy. Even strength-type zombies would struggle to breach it. Wang Hao pointed proudly at the distant, ominous wall. Xiao Ran nodded in acknowledgement. Though Wang Hao's character was lacking, his efficiency in executing tasks was commendable. Such individuals are inherently suited to supervisory roles. Not enough, Xiao Ran shook his head. Wang Hao was taken aback. A wall alone is insufficient. Xiao Ran strode to the center of the square and forcefully struck his staff against the ground. Necromancer, bone giant. With a thunderous boom, the earth trembled as a colossal figure, standing 4 meters tall, materialized before them. Its rocky armor, restored overnight, appeared as robust as ever. And due to Xiao Ran's consumption of the wood spirit's heart, some dark green moss had begun to flourish within the crevices of its rocky exterior, imparting an ancient and weighty aura. The survivors gasped in astonishment, retreating in unison. Go, Xiao Ran commanded, gesturing towards the sides of the gate. The bone giant marched forward with heavy steps, squatting at the entrance like 2 imposing sentinels, transforming into statues of white bone. This is true defense, Xiao Ran remarked coolly. With these 2 behemoths guarding the gate, unless one were to bombard it with a tank, no one shall gain entry. Moreover, Xiao Ran turned to the trembling abilities users. These individuals were the support type or weaker abilities users mentioned by Wang Hao yesterday. Some had enhanced vision, others enhanced hearing, and one possessed the peculiar ability to accelerate plant growth. You, step forward, Xiao Ran pointed at the plant type abilities user. A bespectacled young student, quaking with fear, stepped forward. Stammering, Boss Xiao, your abilities allow you to accelerate plant growth? Xiao Ran inquired. Why yes, but I can only hasten the growth of ordinary grass. I lack any combat capabilities. The student replied, nearly in tears, fearing Xiao Ran might deem him useless and feed him to the zombies. Who said you were useless? Xiao Ran retrieved a handful of seeds from his spatial ring. These are the blood-sucking vine seeds that dropped from the bloodthirsty willow yesterday. Plant these beneath the wall and utilize your powers to nurture them, he commanded. I wish for this wall to transform into a wall of death. The student was taken aback, accepting the seeds and feeling the terrifying essence within them, swallowing hard. Yes, I will complete the task. Xiao Ran nodded in satisfaction. Utilizing resources to their fullest potential. In my base, even the most seemingly useless abilities can find their rightful place. At that moment, Lin Wanner, who was stationed atop the watchtower, suddenly called out, Master, there's a situation. A group of people is approaching from the foot of the mountain. Approximately 20 of them. Xiao Ran raised an eyebrow. So soon? Someone has come knocking? Are they zombies? Or survivors? Perhaps spies from the third base? Let us go see. Xiao Ran turned towards the gate, a predatory smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Just in time, my skeletons are hungry. Chapter 71. The survivors appear, moral coercion? Accompanied by Wang Hao and several skeletal warriors, Xiao Ran ascended the watchtower. Through the telescope, he could clearly discern a group of individuals struggling up the winding road at the mountain's base, supporting one another as they climbed. They appeared disheveled, their clothes tattered, smeared with dirt and blood, a mix of both genders, most of whom were quite young, resembling students. Leading them was a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, who, though exhausted, clutched a golf club as a makeshift cane, striving to maintain some semblance of dignity. Students from Jiangxing University? Qin Yin remarked from the side, judging by their uniforms. It seems so. Jiangxing University is located just a few kilometers from the Longhu Villa district, making it relatively close. It appears the fire last night lured them here. Xiao Ran concluded, lowering the telescope. The flames from burning the bloodthirsty willow had soared into the sky, serving as a beacon in the dark apocalypse, visible for miles around. These survivors must have assumed a military or large rescue team was present, hence their desperate rush towards this location. Master, shall we let them in? Wang Hao asked. They appear to be a bunch of impoverished students, lacking any resources, merely wasting our provisions. Xiao Ran cast him a glance. Were you not once a destitute student? Wang Hao scratched his head awkwardly. That's different. I am now the master's loyal dog, a position of nobility. Xiao Ran ignored his banter, stating flatly, let them in. Our base is in need of labor. Moreover, his gaze lingered on the leading middle-aged man, who, despite his refined appearance, bore a shrewd and calculating glint in his eyes. Such individuals, Xiao Ran had encountered frequently in his past life. The so-called intellectuals, in the early days of the apocalypse, often fancied themselves superior, wielding morality and rules to impose upon others. What I relish most is teaching such individuals a lesson in humility. Minutes later, the group of survivors finally reached the entrance of the villa district, gaping at the towering walls and the two skeletal giants at the gate, who, despite their stillness, radiated an aura of terror. Everyone stood dumbfounded. What are those monsters? Are they statues? They appear to be made of bone. How frightening. Is this place truly safe? The students whispered among themselves, their faces etched with fear. Do not be afraid, the middle-aged man urged, adjusting his glasses and speaking in a loud, reassuring tone. The very fact that someone has established a base here indicates the presence of formidable armed forces. We are law-abiding citizens and esteemed students of a prestigious university. They will surely provide us refuge. With that, he straightened his collar and squared his shoulders, stepping forward to rap on the iron gate. Is anyone there? We are survivors from Jiangxing University. I am Director Chun Qiudong, requesting asylum. The gate creaked open slowly. However, the figures that emerged were not the soldiers or police they had envisioned, but rather a young man in a floral shirt, exuding a rather unrefined demeanor, Wang Hao. Behind him followed 2 rows of skeletal warriors wielding bone knives, their eye sockets aglow with eerie fire. Ah, a ghost. Several timid girls screamed upon seeing the moving skeletons, nearly fainting. Even Chun Qiudong's face turned pale as he staggered back, raising his golf club defensively. Are you human or a ghost? Ghost my foot. Wang Hao spat, disdainfully eyeing them. What are you shouting about? Haven't you ever seen the world? This is our boss's summoned creature. Understand? Summoned creature? Chun Qiudong was momentarily taken aback, before the realization dawned on him. An abilities user? This is a base for abilities users? A flicker of delight crossed his features. Since you are human, that simplifies matters. He quickly adopted what he believed to be an appropriate and authoritative demeanor. Young man, since we are fellow human beings, this should be straightforward. I am Director Chun from Jiangxing University, and these are my students. We have journeyed here through peril, weary and famished. Please take me to your leader. We are in dire need of food, water, and clean shelter. The tone was not one of desperation, but rather resembled that of an inspecting authority. Wang Hao couldn't help but chuckle at the audacity of this old man. Had his brain been kicked by a donkey? You presume to be in charge? Wang Hao scrutinized him from head to toe. What does it matter to me? If you wish to enter, fine. The men shall surrender their weapons and proceed to labor over there. The women will go over there to wash and cook. Do you expect to consume our provisions without effort? Dream on. What? Chun Qiudong's eyes widened as if he had heard the most outrageous statement. You want us to move bricks? To wash and cook? Do you have any idea who we are? These students are the future pillars of our nation. I am an esteemed intellectual. How dare you treat us in such a manner? His agitation grew, and he pointed an accusatory finger at Wang Hao. You are taking advantage of our plight. This is a crime against humanity. I demand to see your leader. I must reason with him. Reason with him? At that moment, a cold voice echoed from above. The crowd looked up to see Xiao Ran standing on the balcony of the villa's 2nd floor, holding a cup of steaming coffee, gazing down upon this motley crew like they were mere jesters. His expression was as frigid as a winter-esque night, devoid of warmth, as if he were surveying a gathering of the deceased. In this world, strength is the only truth. You wish to engage in reason? Do you believe you are worthy? Chapter 72. Since you are a teacher, then go move bricks. Xiao Ran's words fell like a bucket of ice water, instantly quelling Chun Qiudong's bravado. Yet, he quickly squared his shoulders, unable to fathom that in this crumbling society, anyone would dare to act lawlessly to such an extent. Esteemed leader. Chun Qiudong raised his chin defiantly, addressing Xiao Ran on the balcony. I recognize your capabilities, but with great power comes great responsibility. You possess abundant resources and formidable strength. You ought to protect the weak and rebuild civilization, not engage in tyranny and enslave your fellow beings. The students behind him echoed his sentiments. Yes. We merely seek a place to hide. We haven't eaten in days. Could you spare us some food? They pleaded. We are all human beings. Why must we make things difficult for one another? Xiao Ren listened to their words, finding them amusing. In his previous life, he had held similar beliefs. And what was the outcome? These so-called compatriots had pushed him into a horde of zombies, merely to gain a few seconds of escape. Wang Hao. Xiao Ran took a sip of his coffee, his tone unruffled. Yes, inform them of the rules here. Wang Hao grinned wickedly, drawing a handgun from his waist. disengaging the safety and pointing it skyward. Bang! The gunshot sent the students into a frenzy of panic, ducking for cover and screaming. Chun Qiudong trembled, nearly wetting himself. Silence! Wang Hao bellowed fiercely. Listen well. This is the territory of Boss Xiao. It is not your school. Here, there are no teachers or students. Only the useful and the useless. If you wish to enter, you must comply with the following. First, surrender all weapons and supplies. Second, obey orders unconditionally. Whatever you are told to do, you will do. Third, we do not feed idlers. If you wish to eat, you must work. Anyone who cannot comply should leave now. There are plenty of zombies waiting to feast outside. Wang Hao's words were blunt and to the point. The students exchanged glances, their pride and misplaced hopes dissipating, replaced by a palpable desire for survival and fear. I am willing to work. A young man was the first to raise his hand. I have strength. Just give me something to eat. I am willing to. I can wash clothes. A girl cried out. Before long, the majority of the students capitulated. In the face of death, how much is dignity worth? Only Chun Qiudong remained rooted to the spot, his face ashen. He felt utterly humiliated. You are trampling on human rights. Chun Qiudong persisted stubbornly. I will not submit. I possess knowledge. I understand management. I can help you plan the base. But I absolutely refuse to move bricks. He believed his worth lay in intellect, not in labor. Xiao Ran regarded this obstinate individual, setting down his coffee cup. In the next instant, his figure vanished from the balcony. When he reappeared, he stood directly before Chun Qiudong. Instant step, a weakened version of the ghost assassin skill. Relying on rapid movement, Chun Qiudong felt a blur before his eyes, and then a cold hand seized his throat, lifting him effortlessly off the ground. Cough. Let go. Chun Qiudong gasped, his feet dangling as he struggled, his face turning a deep shade of crimson. Xiao Ran looked at him, his gaze indifferent. You possess knowledge? You understand management? Then tell me, do you know how to kill zombies? Do you know how to survive 3 days without food? Do you know how to carve a piece of wood into a deadly spear? With each question, his grip tightened further. The knowledge you speak of may have been useful in peaceful times. But here, Xiao Ran sneered, lightly patting Chun Qiudong's face with his free hand. You are worth less than a piece of toilet paper. Since you are so resolute, I shall grant you your wish. With a swift motion, Xiao Ran tossed him aside. Bang! Chun Qiudong was hurled like a rag doll, crashing heavily to the ground, rolling several times until he landed at the feet of 2 towering skeletal giants. The giants lowered their heads, their hollow eye sockets flickering with an eerie light, seemingly contemplating whether to crush this insignificant insect. Ah, please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Chun Qiudong, gazing at the massive bony foot, finally broke down. All notions of dignity and decorum were cast aside. He knelt on the ground, desperately bowing his head, tears and snot streaming down his face. I was wrong. Boss Xiao, I was wrong. I am willing to work. I am willing to move bricks. Please, I beg you, do not kill me. I want to live. Xiao Ran observed this man, who only moments ago had espoused lofty ideals, now groveling like a dog. And a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. This is humanity. Wang Hao. Yes. Take him away. Since he is a teacher, let him serve as an example. Xiao Ran turned and ascended the stairs, leaving behind a light-hearted remark. Double his workload. If he cannot move 1,000 bricks, he shall not eat. Understood. Wang Hao replied enthusiastically, striding over and delivering a swift kick to Chun Qiudong's rear. Did you hear that, old man? What are you still standing there for? Go move bricks. Chun Qiudong scrambled toward the construction site, not daring to utter another word. The other students watched this scene in stunned silence. They finally understood that the first lesson in this school of society was obedience. Chapter 73. Killing the chicken to scare the monkey. This is my rule. After dealing with this group of oblivious students, order was restored to the base, and efficiency markedly improved. Although the students were somewhat spoiled, their youth allowed for rapid recovery of strength. Under the looming threat of death, each of them worked harder than ever, particularly Chun Qiudong, who gritted his teeth and moved bricks, even as his hands became raw and bloody, not daring to utter a single complaint. Xiao Ran stood on the second floor, watching this scene with satisfaction. This is the law of the apocalypse. There is no need for persuasion or education. With absolute violence and sustenance, humanity can revert to its most primal state of obedience. Master, among this group of students, there are a few promising individuals. Qin Yin appeared silently behind Xiao Ran, reporting in a hushed tone. Oh, Xiao Ran raised an eyebrow. There are 2 athletic students, possessing commendable physical prowess and audacity, who boldly charged to the forefront during the recent encounter with the zombies. Additionally, there is a female student from the medical school, although she is yet to graduate. She possesses knowledge of basic bandaging and first aid. The medical student is to be retained and assigned to the logistics team. Xiao Ran decisively issued orders. arming the two athletes with knives and directing them to accompany the skeletal soldiers in clearing the periphery. If they manage to survive for 3 days, they shall be granted permanent status. Understood. Qin Yin nodded in acknowledgement. By the way, what about Qin Qudong? Xiao Ran inquired casually. Qin Yin smirked with a hint of derision. He is still hauling bricks. Earlier, Wang Hao deliberately provoked him, deducting half a steamed bun. And he didn't dare utter a word, merely smiling apologetically. Such individuals are in dire need of discipline, Xiao Ran snorted coldly. Just then, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding. The number of survivors at the base has exceeded 500. Ding. Initial fortifications of the base have been completed, walls, watchtowers, guards. Congratulations, host. You have achieved the hidden achievement of Junior Lord. Reward, 2,000 soul power. Reward, unlock new building blueprint. Necromancer S Canopy. Necromancer S Canopy. Special building consumes soul power to construct a dark barrier enveloping the base. Effect 1, concealment. From the outside, the base will be shrouded in mist, making it difficult to scout. Effect 2, suppression. Non-undead creatures entering the canopy's range will experience a 10 decrease in all attributes. Effect 3, nourishment. Undead creatures within the canopy will have their life recovery speed increased by 50. Xiao Ran's eyes gleamed with excitement. This is indeed a valuable asset. Although the current defenses of the base are commendable, they are too conspicuous. When the lights are turned on at night, they can be seen from several kilometers away. With the Necromancer S Canopy, the base can be concealed, allowing for discreet accumulation of wealth. Moreover, the attribute suppression effect of a 10 decrease is nothing short of a divine skill for home turf advantage. System, construct the Necromancer S Canopy. Ding. Constructing the Necromancer S Canopy requires 5,000 soul power and 1 shadow stone, or a high-level dark element magic core. Xiao Ran's smile froze on his face. While he indeed possessed the requisite 5,000 soul power, the remnants from before, combined with the recent reward, sufficed. What on earth is this shadow stone? He rummaged through his spatial ring, but found nothing resembling it. It seems he must engage in combat once more, Xiao Ran sighed. Nevertheless, although the canopy cannot be constructed for now, the 2,000 soul power is a tangible boon. Xiao Ran opened his attribute panel. He had now reached level 18, just a step away from the pivotal level 20 for job advancement. First, he would utilize this 2,000 soul power to bolster his strength. His gaze shifted towards the skeleton archers. Currently, their ranged firepower was somewhat lacking. System, expend 2,000 soul power to upgrade 20 skeleton archers to bone hunters. Ding. Upgrade successful. Before him, the 20 skeleton archers transformed, their bones elongated and refined, taking on a grayish-white hue more suited for stealth. Their bone bows morphed into composite bows, significantly enhancing both range and penetration. Bone Hunter, elite level, possesses the skills Armor-Piercing Arrow, ignores 30 defense, and Rapid Shot, instantly fires 3 arrows. Excellent. Xiao Ran clenched his fists, feeling his strength increase further. Just then, a commotion erupted downstairs. Not good. Someone has died. Someone collapsed. Xiao Ran frowned and stepped onto the balcony. Below, Qin Qudong lay on the ground, frothing at the mouth and convulsing, while surrounding students dared not approach. What happened? Xiao Ran inquired. Wang Hao rushed over for a glance and shouted back, Master, this old fellow seems to have overexerted himself and, coupled with dehydration, has suffered from heat stroke. Heat stroke? Xiao Ran glanced up at the blazing sun. Indeed, though it was autumn, the sun had been quite relentless these past few days. Master, shall we save him? Su Mixiu quietly asked from the side. The medical student had claimed she could treat him. Xiao Ran paused for 2 seconds. To save him? That would waste precious medicine. To not save him? Although this old fellow is bothersome, he is still a laborer, and if he were to die, it might incite a sense of despair among the other survivors, adversely affecting their work efficiency. Let the medical student take a look. Administer some saline, Xiao Ran stated indifferently. Ensure he doesn't die. If he dies, I'll have to go through the trouble of resurrecting him as a skeleton, and a skeleton cannot carry bricks. Understood. Upon hearing Xiao Ran's words, the surrounding survivors felt a wave of relief, though their leader appeared cold and unfeeling. At least he did not regard them as mere expendables. As long as they were willing to labor, they could still survive. This subtle psychological shift was precisely what Xiao Ran sought. A balance of grace and authority is the key to governance. Chapter 74, A Night of Tenderness. The system's hidden functions. As night descended, the Dragon Lake Villa area returned to tranquility after a day of chaos. Only the skeletal warriors stood at intervals along the perimeter walls, brandishing torches, their eerie blue soul flames flickering in the night breeze, lending an air of both strangeness and safety. In the master bedroom of the villa, Xiao Ran had just finished bathing and was reclining against the headboard. Perusing the map of Jiang City he had found in Zhao Tai's study, he was searching for the location of the third safe base. Based on the signal strength from the radio and the direction indicated by Qin Yan's discovered tire tracks, that base should be located to the east of Jiang City, approximately 20 kilometers away within an industrial park. It had formerly served as a military camp and was indeed suitable for establishing a base. Xiao Ran traced his finger along the map. If they truly possessed heavy weaponry, a direct confrontation could prove troublesome. At that moment, the door creaked open gently. Xiao entered, carrying a plate of sliced fruits. This evening, she donned a black lace nightgown, the kind that hinted at allure, clearly chosen with care. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, exuding the fragrance of freshly washed skin. "Master, please have some fruit." Xiao approached the bedside, spearing a piece of apple with a fork and offering it to Xiao Ran. As he opened his mouth to eat, his gaze lingered on her. "Aren't you on night watch tonight?" Xiao Ran asked. "Qin Yan said she would keep watch tonight, allowing me to accompany you." "Master," Xiao replied, her head bowed. Cheeks flushed. That Qin Yan certainly knows how to arrange things. Xiao Ran closed the map and casually tossed it onto the bedside table. Since she had made her intentions clear, he saw no reason to push her away. He reached out, pulling Xiao into his embrace. Their bodies met. Xiao felt soft and warm, trembling slightly with nervousness, yet her arms tightly encircled Xiao Ran's neck as if clinging to a lifeline. "Are you afraid?" Xiao Ran asked, gently cupping her chin. "And no, I'm not afraid," Xiao stammered. "I am yours, master. You can do whatever you desire." Xiao Ran chuckled softly. He rolled over, pinning Xiao beneath him. Afterward, Xiao curled up in Xiao Ran's embrace like a little kitten, having exhausted herself to sleep. Yet, Xiao Ran found himself wide awake. In the throes of exhilarating excitement, he had discovered a hidden function of the system. Ding. Detected that the counterpart is a water elemental ability user. Host gains water element resistance 1. What? Xiao Ran stared at the notification, nearly leaping off the bed. Is this even possible? A dual cultivation system? Though the increase was modest, merely a resistance of 1, the gains were nonetheless tangible. After all, these mosquito legs are still flesh. Moreover, this is a permanently enhanced passive attribute. It appears I shall need to exert myself more in the future. Xiao Ran cast a glance at the slumbering Xiao in his arms, his expression turning somewhat peculiar. This was not merely indulgence. Rather, it was a form of cultivation. This rationale is simply invincible. Xiao Ran felt elated. He resumed examining the system panel to assess today's gains. Soul power, 3,200 points. The previous expenditure was for enhancement. This amount was regained from the skeleton soldiers grinding monsters today. Summoned creatures, 185. Base defense level, LV1, still too low. A trip to the city is imperative tomorrow. Xiao Ran resolved to seek out that shadow stone to establish the Necromancer's canopy. Additionally, his gaze turned eastward. Time to confront the dogs of the third base. Just then, an alert from his phantom assassin rang out. Something was amiss. Xiao Ran's demeanor shifted instantly. He extricated himself from his tranquil haven, donned a robe, and teleported directly to the balcony. Through the pitch-black night, several beams of blinding headlights pierced the darkness, racing toward the gates of the villa district like swords. They were 3 modified military Hummers. Heavy machine guns were mounted atop their roofs, and the vehicles bore a striking emblem of a red skull, crossed by 2 rifles beneath it. Have they finally arrived? Standing in the night breeze, Xiao Ran smirked coldly. Third safety base. I hope the gifts you bring will meet my expectations. Chapter 75. Uninvited guests, the dogs of the third base. The roar of the modified Hummer engines echoed harshly in the stillness of the night, akin to the growl of a beast, sending tremors of anxiety through the hearts of those who heard it. The 3 vehicles screeched to a halt at the entrance, kicking up a cloud of dust. The doors swung open, and a dozen fully armed men leapt out. Clad in matching camouflage uniforms, they wielded standard-issue Type 95 rifles, with some even shouldering rocket launchers. Their equipment far surpassed that of Zhao Tai's ragtag band. Is this the so-called Longhu base? The leader, a bald giant with a menacing scar stretching from his eye to his mouth, held a cigar between his teeth. He gazed at the 2 towering skeletal colossus statues before him, his eyes flickering with surprise, but more so with avarice. Quite intriguing. The scar-faced man exhaled a puff of smoke, clearly impressed by the existence of such extraordinary constructs. It appears the master of this place is quite a formidable character. Captain, shall we charge in? One of the underlings inquired, eyeing the sturdy gate. Charge. Nonsense. The scar-faced man slapped the underling on the forehead. Do you not understand the concept of courtesy before aggression? We are a regular army, self-proclaimed, and we must adhere to protocol. With that, he stepped forward and shouted at the sentinels behind the gate. Listen up. We are the special operations team from the 3rd safety base of the Eastern Theater. I am Captain Liches. We have received orders from above to take control of this location. Have your leader come out to greet us immediately. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. His voice resonated loudly, imbued with authority, clearly indicating he was a power-type, anomalous being. Inside, Wang Hao stood ready with a squad of skeletal warriors. Upon hearing this declaration, he felt a twinge of anxiety in his legs. Regular army? That title is quite intimidating. Though he was currently aligned with Xiao Ran, he inherently harbored a natural fear of the official forces. What? Lost your voice? Liches, noticing the silence from within, impatiently raised his gun and fired a burst into the sky. Rat-a-tat-tat. The crisp gunfire shattered the stalemate. What are you shouting about? It's the dead of night. Are you calling for souls? Wang Hao forced himself to respond, unwilling to appear weak. This was private territory. No matter what kind of base you claim to be, scram. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ungracious. Oh, you've got quite the attitude? Liches laughed, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Private territory? Under heaven. All lands belong to the sovereign. We are in the apocalypse. My gun is the law. Blow this door open. With a wave of his hand, the underling carrying the rocket launcher immediately knelt and aimed at the iron gate. Whoosh. A rocket screamed forth, trailing fire. Get down. Wang Hao shouted in terror, throwing himself to the ground. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted. The seemingly sturdy iron gate was blasted open, a massive hole forming, swaying precariously. Charge in. Kill all the men. Spare the women. Liches cackled wickedly as he led his men forward. However, just as they stepped through the threshold, the two previously motionless skeletal colossus statues suddenly sprang to life. Roar. The left skeletal colossus surged to its feet, its massive rocky hands sweeping down like a fly's water. What the hell? The two underlings at the front barely had time to react. Smack. Two dull thuds echoed. The two fully armed soldiers were instantly reduced to a bloody pulp, unable to even let out a scream. Blood and entrails splattered all over Liches. Are they alive? Liches' pupils dilated in horror as he stumbled back several paces, dropping his cigar. These are no mere statues. They are clearly monsters. Defend. Quickly defend. Liches bellowed, a golden glow enveloping him as he activated Golden Bell Shield, a defensive type ability. Yet before he could stabilize himself, the right skeletal colossus also moved. It wielded a massive stone pillar, the very column from the recently blasted gate, and swept it across the area. Bang, bang, bang. The remaining underlings were sent flying like bowling pins, crashing against the walls, bones shattering. In a mere moment, half of this well-equipped special operations team was decimated. Who gave you the audacity to blow up my door? A cold voice, as if emerging from the depths of hell, resonated in their ears. Liches' gaze shot up in terror. He beheld a young man in a black robe standing atop the shoulder of the colossal skeletal figure, holding a bone staff. His eyes filled with mockery, as if observing a troop of monkeys. You are the leader here? Liches gritted his teeth, feigning composure. I am from the third base. I know, Xiao Ran interrupted. He raised his hand, and a sphere of black energy coalesced at the tip of his staff. I return your words. Kill all the men. Spare the equipment. Chapter 76. Since you've come, none shall depart. With Xiao Ran's command, the true slaughter commenced. Attack. The phantom assassins, long concealed in the shadows, instantly revealed themselves. Thud, thud. Two soldiers armed with heavy machine guns barely had time to pull the triggers before bloodlines appeared on their necks, silently collapsing. Meanwhile, countless ghostly blue flames ignited along the walls. Those were the bone hunters. Whoosh. A torrent of bone arrows rained down. These enhanced bone arrows possessed tremendous penetrating power, easily piercing through the soldiers' bulletproof vests. Ah, my leg. Help. So many skeletons. Cries of horror erupted in succession. The once mighty special operations team was instantaneously reduced to a sieve. Liches, witnessing his comrades fall one after another, felt as though his heart would shatter. He could hardly fathom that this seemingly inconspicuous private base wielded such formidable firepower. This was no mere survivor camp. It was a veritable den of the undead. Damn it. I'll fight you to the bitter end. Liches bellowed, his body awash in radiant golden light. As a second-tier early-stage defensive ability user, his Golden Bell Shield could withstand ordinary bullets and explosions. Like a rampaging bull, he charged through the rain of arrows towards the skeletal giant where Xiao Ran stood. Capture the leader first. If I eliminate this summoner, the skeletons will fall into chaos. Die. Liches leaped high, a military dagger appearing in his hand, aimed straight at Xiao Ran's heart. Yet, Xiao Ran remained unmoved atop the giant's shoulder, not even raising an eyelid. Just as the dagger was about to pierce him, clang. A heavy bone shield materialized before Xiao Ran, raised by the skeletal giant's arm. The dagger struck the shield, sparks flying, yet left not a single mark. What? Liches gasped in disbelief. Too weak. Xiao Ran shook his head. Skeletal giant, crush him. Roar. The skeletal giant swung its other massive hand with a force akin to spiking a volleyball, striking Lei Hu with tremendous force. Boom. The golden light surrounding Lei Hu shattered instantaneously. He was sent hurtling through the air like a cannonball, crashing heavily into a Humvee. The vehicle's roof collapsed under the impact, glass shattering everywhere. Lei Hu found himself trapped within the mangled wreckage, blood spilling from his mouth, ribs likely broken beyond count. Devoid of even the strength to rise, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. The remaining soldiers, witnessing their captain dispatched as if swatting a fly, utterly lost their will to fight. Please don't kill me. I surrender. We were merely following orders. They discarded their weapons and knelt, trembling in fear. Xiao Ran leapt down from the skeletal giant and approached Lei Hu as nonchalantly as if taking a stroll. At that moment, Lei Hu, bloodied and filled with dread, stammered. Who exactly are you? Are you human or monster? Xiao Ran did not respond. He placed a foot upon Lei Hu's chest, applying slight pressure. Crack. Another rib snapped. Lei Hu cried out in agony. Now, I'll ask, and you shall answer, Xiao Ran stated, gazing down at him with a frigid tone. Answer correctly, and I shall grant you a swift end. Fail to do so, and I will have my skeletons peel your flesh away piece by piece. Lei Hu trembled, his mental defenses crumbling as he beheld the green-eyed skeletons surrounding him. I'll say anything. Where's the third base? There's an underground air raid shelter at the Huitai Industrial Park in the eastern suburbs. How many people are there? How many ability users? There are over 3,000 survivors and around 500 armed personnel, with approximately 20 ability users. Who is the leader? What is their ability? The leader is called Tyrant. I don't know his real name, but he is a third tier ability user. His power is the control of metal. Extremely formidable. He modified these vehicles himself. Third tier? Metal control? Xiao Ran's gaze sharpened. Indeed, this was a formidable adversary. Achieving third-tier status at the onset of the apocalypse marked him as a rarity. Moreover, the ability to control metal in a city rife with abandoned cars and concrete was akin to fighting on home turf. What did he send you here to do? Xiao Ran pressed on. It was because of the radio, we intercepted signals from this area. The leader said the Longhu Villa area is easy to defend and hard to attack, and there are ample supplies. He instructed us to occupy this place and, if possible, capture some women to take back. Lei Hu's voice dwindled. Capture women? Xiao Ran's murderous intent surged instantaneously. Very well. It seems I need not seek him out. His demise is imminent. Xiao Ran released his foot. You can die now. Wait. You promised me a swift death. Lei Hu shouted in terror. I did make such a promise, Xiao Ran turned, but I never said my pets would agree. No sooner had he spoken than several venomous corpse witches approached, their staves unleashing a cloud of green toxic mist that enveloped Lei Hu in an instant. His piercing screams echoed through the night sky. Under the corrosive effects of the venom, Lei Hu's skin began to rot, his muscles dissolve, until he was reduced to a puddle of blood, leaving only a stark white skeleton behind. Xiao Ran did not even glance back. He walked over to the Humvees, running his hand along the vehicle's surface. Ding! Detecting recyclable metal materials. Since we're here, let us keep the vehicles as well. Wang Hao. Here. Wang Hao emerged from a corner, gazing at Xiao Ran with unabashed admiration. Clean up these bodies and discard them in the back mountain to nourish the trees. Though the trees have burned, they can still nourish the newly planted blood-sucking vines. Repair these vehicles. They will become our battle chariots. Yes, Master is mighty. That night, the survivors of Longhu Villa once again bore witness to Xiao Ran's terror. Xiao Ran's gaze, however, had already shifted towards the eastern horizon. The third base? Tyrant. They were his next prey to devour. Chapter 77. Interrogating for intelligence. New prey emerges. After dealing with Lei Hu and his cohorts, dawn was approaching. Xiao Ran did not seek rest. He descended into the basement, which had once served as Zhao Tai's wine cellar, now transformed into a makeshift interrogation chamber and laboratory. Among the surrendered soldiers, Xiao Ran had deliberately spared one, an engineer responsible for communications and vehicle maintenance. At that moment, this engineer was bound to a chair, trembling in fear at the grim surroundings and the shadowy figure of Xiao Ran. What is your name? Xiao Ran inquired, sitting opposite him, idly toying with the military dagger he had retrieved from Lei Hu. Li Ming, the engineer stammered. Li Ming, very well. Xiao Ran plunged the dagger into the table. Write down everything you know about the third base, along with detailed intelligence on that tyrant, including the layout of the base, firepower points, and patrol routes. If you provide a thorough account, I want to kill you. In fact, I might even allow you to join my base and provide you with food. Li Ming's eyes brightened. Really? I never lie, Xiao Ran replied coolly. Of course, if you dare to play tricks, he gestured towards a skeleton warrior standing nearby, which obligingly opened its mouth with a crack. All right right away. Li Ming, terrified, seized a pen and began to fervently sketch on the paper. Half an hour later, a detailed layout of the base lay before Xiao Ran. He scrutinized it carefully. I must admit, the defenses of this third base are indeed far superior to Zhao Tai's ragtag operation. There are electric fences and trenches around the perimeter, with several bunkers within. Moreover, it seems that Tyrant has scavenged from nearby armories. The firepower is formidable. A third-tier metal ability user Xiao Ran's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table. If he can control all the bullets and firearms, then my skeleton archers and Wang Hao's gun team would be rendered half ineffective. The best way to deal with a metal ability user is to engage in close combat or bombard them with spells. It appears I need to expand my mage team. Xiao Ran began to formulate his plans. At that moment, Li Ming cautiously spoke up. Boss Xiao, there's something I believe I should inform you. Go on. It seems that the tyrant is recently conspiring something significant. Li Ming lowered his voice. He has been gathering a substantial number of mutated zombie cores, claiming it's for some sort of god-making project. Moreover, just yesterday, he apparently captured a particularly unique mutated zombie and has locked it away in the laboratory, not permitting anyone to take a look. A unique mutated zombie? Xiao Ran raised an eyebrow. Indeed, I secretly heard that the creature's cries resemble not those of a beast, but rather the wailing of an infant. As Li Ming spoke, he shivered, finding the sound particularly chilling. Infant cries? A name flashed through Xiao Ran's mind. Ghost Infant. That is a psychic-type mutated zombie. If left unchecked, it could grow to be 100 times more terrifying than the bloodthirsty willow. It has the ability to create illusions and manipulate humans into turning against one another. This tyrant is playing with fire, Xiao Ran scoffed. However, this also presents an opportunity. If we can seize that ghost infant before the tyrant does. Xiao Ran's eyes ignited with fervor. A psychic core would be an exquisite enhancement for his soul power. Moreover, it might allow his Undead Devour to evolve once more. Excellent. This information is immensely valuable. Xiao Ran rose, patting Li Ming on the shoulder. Wang Hao, take him to grab a bite. He will be responsible for repairing the vehicles from now on. Yes. Li Ming was filled with gratitude as he was led away. Xiao Ran remained alone in the basement, gazing at the map on the wall. His military dagger suddenly stabbing down at the location of Huitai Industrial Park. Tyrant, your cores, and that ghost infant. I shall claim them both. Chapter 78. Preparations for departure. Crafting the bone battle carriage. The air in the basement was somewhat oppressive, mingled with the scent of machine oil and a faint trace of blood. Xiao Ran toyed with the recently drawn defense diagram, his gaze obscured in the dim light. With Li Ming gone, the basement was left with only him and a few silent skeletal warriors. A tyrant at the third tier of metal-based abilities, Xiao Ran mused. A smirk curling at the corner of his lips. How intriguing. Such powers would be coveted by all major factions in my previous life, even in the later stages. Unfortunately for you, you have encountered me. He stood up, stretching lazily, the sound of cracking bones echoing around him. Since he had resolved to take action, he could not engage in a battle unprepared. Although he viewed his enemy with strategic disdain, Xiao Ran had never underestimated any opponent tactically, especially not that so-called ghost infant. The psychic-type mutated zombie, it was an unpredictable variable. Xiao Ran exited the basement and made his way to the small square outside the villa. The dawn was breaking, the eastern horizon tinged with a faint blush of light. In the square, Wang Hao was leading a few people, milling around the 3 captured Hummer vehicles. Though these vehicles had suffered considerable damage, particularly the one with a crushed roof, rendering it almost indistinguishable from scrap metal, the chassis and engine remained intact. For survivors in this apocalypse, this was the pinnacle of transportation. Master. Upon seeing Xiao Ran emerge, Wang Hao rushed over. A wrench in hand and grease smudged across his face. Why didn't you sleep in a bit longer? We can handle this minor task. Xiao Ran glanced at the vehicles. How are the repairs coming along? Reporting to you, Master. Wang Hao stood straight, puffing out his chest. These vehicles have solid foundations. They are military-grade modifications. That kid Li Ming does have some skills. I noticed that after some tinkering, the engine was able to start. The bodywork, however, is a bit tricky. We certainly can't do any panel beating. Xiao Ran approached the damaged Hummer, tapping the hood. No need for panel beating. With a thought, a skeletal giant lumbered over. System. I wish to perform necromantic enchantment. Xiao Ran silently intoned. Beep. Detected vehicle modification for Hummer. Do you wish to consume 500 soul power and the skeletal reinforcement skill to perform necromantic transformation on the vehicle? Confirm. At Xiao Ran's command, the skeletal giant suddenly disintegrated, transforming into countless white bones that, as if animated, surged toward the damaged Hummer. Holy cow! Wang Hao jumped back, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. The surrounding survivors paused in their work, mouths agape at the astonishing spectacle. Rather than merely covering the vehicle, the bones seeped into the metal seams like liquid. The previously collapsed roof was forcibly propped up by sturdy ribs, forming a more robust skeletal frame. At the front, a massive skull horn emerged, its eye sockets flickering with ghostly blue soul fire. In mere minutes, a battered Hummer had transformed into a fearsome bone battle carriage. The vehicle exuded a grim, ashen hue, its tires adorned with bone spurs, and atop it sat a heavy machine gun turret constructed from vertebrae. The entire carriage radiated an oppressive aura of death. Beep. Modification successful. Item name: Netherworld Battle Carriage, Beginner. Attribute 1. Bone armor, significantly enhances physical defense. Capable of automatically repairing minor damages. Attribute 2. Undead Charge. The skull horn at the front can inflict massive impact damage on targets ahead and instill a fear effect. Attribute 3. Ghostly Sprint. Consumes soul power to temporarily increase vehicle speed by 50 and ignores terrain obstacles. Is this still a vehicle? Wang Hao gulped, reaching out to touch the cold bones of the carriage, feeling as if he were caressing the skin of some ferocious beast. This is utterly magnificent. Xiao Ran nodded in satisfaction. This was indeed a fitting chariot for a necromancer. Driving this into the third base would terrify those people merely by its imposing presence. Modify the other two as well. With a casual wave, 2 more colossal skeletal warriors stepped forward. Although this endeavor consumed soul power, it was a worthy investment for the impending battle. After arranging the vehicles, Xiao Ran turned back toward the villa. As he entered the living room, an enticing aroma wafted toward him. Su Mingxiu, donned in an apron, emerged from the kitchen carrying a plate of freshly cooked bacon. Upon seeing Xiao Ran, her face lit up with a sweet smile, reminiscent of a devoted wife awaiting her husband's return. Master, you're back. She placed the plate on the dining table. Quickly walking over to help Xiao Ran shed his dew-soaked outer garment. Breakfast is ready, your favorite, medium-cooked bacon, along with hot milk. Xiao Ran gazed at her delicate features and the alluring curves that peeked from beneath her apron, feeling the tension within him dissipate. He wrapped an arm around her waist, drawing her into an embrace, and leaned down to inhale the scent near her neck. What is that fragrance? Su Mingxiu's face flushed, a hint of panic in her voice. Is it the smell of cooking oil? I'll go wash up immediately. No. Xiao Ran chuckled softly, blowing gently into her ear. It's the fragrance of domesticity. Su Mingxiu melted against him, her heart filled with a sweetness akin to honey. She knew that her position in Xiao Ran's heart had solidified even further. Hurry and eat. It will get cold soon, Su Mingxiu urged gently. I heard you're heading out today? Yes, to take care of some matters, Xiao Ran replied, taking his seat at the dining table, picking up his knife and fork. Going to eliminate a few people and, while I'm at it, acquire some items. He spoke so casually, as if he were merely going to the supermarket to buy groceries. Su Mingxiu paused momentarily in her actions, but quickly regained her composure. While pouring milk for Xiao Ran, she murmured softly, let me help you pack your luggage. Sister Qin Yan mentioned she would stay behind. Wang Hao is accompanying you, correct? Yes, Xiao Ran replied, slicing a piece of bacon and placing it in his mouth. I trust you and Qin Yan to manage things at home. If anyone dares to stir trouble while I am away, I understand, Su Mingxiu replied, her gaze resolute. Though her combat prowess was not formidable, having been by Xiao Ran's side for so long had taught her a certain fierceness. I will make sure Lin Wanner is dealt with. Clever. Xiao Ran acknowledged with an appreciative glance. After finishing breakfast, he ascended to the second-floor bedroom. The bed was neatly arranged with his combat attire and gleaming military boots. Su Mingxiu knelt beside the bed, meticulously checking the supplies in the backpack: water, compressed biscuits, a first aid kit, and several bottles of fine liquor collected by Mr. Zhao. Counting the items, she muttered, Master, do take care on the journey. While you are formidable, after all, blades and bullets are indiscriminate. She looked up, her eyes filled with concern and affection. Xiao Ran approached and gently ruffled her hair, reassuring her, do not worry. The world has yet to see anyone capable of ending my life. I believe in you, Master. Su Mingxiu nuzzled affectionately against his palm. The feeling of being wholly relied upon was indeed gratifying. All right, let us not make this a tearful farewell, Xiao Ran said, picking up his backpack and turning toward the exit. I'll be back tonight, and I'll bring you a gift. What kind of gift? Su Mingxiu's eyes brightened. You will find out then, Xiao Ran replied with a mysterious smile. There should be plenty of good things in the warehouse at Base 3. Since I'm going to procure supplies, I must bring back some tokens for the women at home. As he reached the door, Xiao Ran paused and glanced back. Su Mingxiu stood there, watching him depart. He turned and strode down the stairs. Meanwhile, in the square, 3 formidable Wraith war chariots were ready for departure. Wang Hao, accompanied by 20 meticulously chosen brothers, stood armed beside the vehicles. They were clad in camouflage uniforms and bulletproof vests salvaged from Thunder Tiger and his crew, wielding 95-type rifles, giving them the semblance of a proper military unit. Behind them stood 50 skeletal warriors, armed with bone bows and daggers. Master, The convoy is ready. We can depart at any moment. Wang Hao shouted, his voice brimming with excitement. Xiao Ran took his place in the passenger seat of the first vehicle, opening the door and settling in. Let us go, he uttered succinctly. Understood. Departing. Target, East Suburban Industrial Park. With Wang Hao's command, the 3 Wraith War chariots roared to life, akin to 3 awakened beasts, stirring up clouds of dust as they surged forth from the Longhue Villa area. A storm of blood and chaos was about to unfold. Chapter 79. Charging towards the east suburbs. Even the zombies dare to block the way. The convoy traversed the highway leading to the east suburbs. The autumn wind carried a chill, rustling the fallen leaves along the roadside. The once broad asphalt road had transformed into a desolate sight, littered with abandoned vehicles, some crumpled in collisions, others sprawled across the lanes with shattered glass glinting ominously. The dark red stains of dried blood had turned into brownish-black patches, bearing witness to the tragedies that had unfolded here. The engine of the Wraith War chariot, imbued with the power of the undead, emitted a deep and resonant growl as its massive blast-proof tires crushed the debris of shattered glass and severed limbs, producing a sound that sent shivers down one's spine. Wang Hao gripped the steering wheel, exhilaration evident on his face. Master, this vehicle is incredible, he exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration as he drove. The power, the suspension, it's as if it was tailor-made for the apocalypse. Just now, I plowed through that obstruction without feeling a single bump. Xiao Ran leaned back in the plush passenger seat, closing his eyes to relax. Focus on driving, he replied coolly. Yes, yes. Wang Hao quickly suppressed his grin, though the gleam in his eyes could not be hidden. Since aligning himself with Xiao Ran, his life had grown increasingly prosperous. Once bullied in school, he now wielded a gun, drove a luxury vehicle, and had a cadre of subordinates calling him Brother Hao. His life had reached its zenith. His loyalty to Xiao Ran was beyond measure. After traveling approximately 5 kilometers, the scenery began to turn desolate. They were now on the outskirts of the city, with buildings becoming scarce, replaced by vast expanses of derelict factories and warehouses. The number of zombies on the road had visibly increased. A group of wandering zombies, lured by the roar of the engines, staggered forth from the underbrush, blocking the path. There were around 40 to 50 of them, clad in tattered work uniforms. Some missing limbs, others dragging intestines along the ground, exuding a nauseating stench. Upon seeing the convoy, they emitted excited howls, clawing and lunging towards the vehicles. Brother Hao, there are zombies ahead. What should we do? Should we stop to clear them? A nervous voice crackled over the radio from the rear vehicle. Wang Hao glanced at Xiao Ran, who remained unperturbed, his eyes still closed. Just one word. Charge, Xiao Ran replied coldly. Understood. Wang Hao grinned, a glimmer of bloodlust flashing in his eyes. He slammed the accelerator to the floor. Roaring, the Wraith War chariot surged forward, its speed catapulting. The massive skull-shaped ram gleamed ominously in the sunlight. Get out of my way, Wang Hao bellowed, steering the heavy steel beast directly into the throng of zombies. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of heavy impacts echoed as the fragile forms of the zombies crumpled before the Wraith War chariot, as if made of paper. The skull ram easily tore through their bodies, sending them flying and crushing them beneath the wheels. Black, viscous blood splattered, and severed limbs flew through the air. The windshield was soon coated with a thick layer of gore, the wipers flailing frantically, producing a sputtering sound. Ha! What a thrill! Wang Hao laughed heartily. The exhilaration of obliterating everything in his path was immensely cathartic. The 2 vehicles following suit mimicked his actions, charging forward. This unfortunate horde of zombies failed to serve as any obstacle, becoming mere mush beneath the wheels. Xiao Ran continued to keep his eyes shut, seemingly indifferent to the carnage outside. To him, this was merely a prelude, hardly worth noting. The convoy pressed onward. After another half hour, a vast industrial complex came into view. Towering smokestacks, sprawling factories, and a perimeter reinforced with barbed wire formed a formidable sight. Master, we have arrived. Wang Hao slowed the vehicle, approaching the Huitai Industrial Park. Xiao Ran slowly opened his eyes. Through the blood-streaked windshield, he beheld the so-called Base 3. Indeed, it was a stronghold that would be difficult to breach. The industrial park had but one main gate, barricaded with sandbags and discarded containers, forming a rudimentary defense. Several armed sentinels stood atop the containers, vigilantly observing their approach. As the 3 oddly shaped vehicles drew near, the sentinels visibly panicked. Halt! Who goes there? One shouted, raising a megaphone. This is a military-restricted zone. If you advance any further, we will open fire. Although the shout was loud, a distinct tremor betrayed the speaker's unease. Anyone who laid eyes upon the skeletal vehicle would undoubtedly feel a chill creeping up their spine. Wang Hao turned to Xiao Ran, inquiring, Master, what shall we do? Should we charge straight in? Xiao Ran shook his head. Hold on. Let's pause for a moment. He opened the car door and stepped out. The black military boots struck the dust-laden concrete with a muted thud. Xiao Ran adjusted his collar and gazed into the distance at the sentry. Inform the tyrant. His voice, though low, resonated through the stillness around him. His creditor had arrived. The sentry paused, evidently perplexed by the statement. What creditor? Are you out of your mind? He barked. Get lost, or I'll shoot you. With that, he raised his rifle and fired a shot at the ground beneath Xiao Ran's feet. Bang! Dust erupted from the impact. Xiao Ran looked down at the bullet hole and smiled. Very well. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. I was initially inclined to offer you a chance to surrender. Since you have chosen death, let it be so. At the sound of his snap, the doors of the 3 spectral war chariots behind him swung open. 50 skeletal hunters leapt forth like phantoms. Their movements synchronized as they swiftly formed in attack formation behind Xiao Ran. With bone bows drawn taut, the azure flames of soul fire blazed fiercely within their eye sockets. Release. Xiao Ran gestured lightly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The air filled with the sound of piercing arrows. Dozens of pale bone arrows, like invitations from the Grim Reaper, sliced through the air, accurately targeting the sentries. The sentry who had been shouting moments ago barely had time to react before a bone arrow pierced his throat. The tremendous inertia propelled his body backward, pinning him against a nearby container. The other sentries fared no better, tumbling down as they were struck. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The industrial park was instantly engulfed in the blaring alarm. Wang Hao. Xiao Ran returned to the vehicle. His tone as nonchalant as if he were placing an order at a restaurant. Break the door down. Yes. Wang Hao could no longer contain his excitement. He shifted gears and pressed the accelerator to the floor. Brothers, charge with me. Let us take them down. The spectral war chariots roared back to life, surging forward with an indomitable momentum towards the formidable iron gates. In that moment, the nightmare of Base 3 had descended. Chapter 80, The Forces at the Gates. Reaching the entrance. With a thunderous roar, the seemingly indestructible iron gates of the Huitai Industrial Park crumbled under the savage assault of the spectral war chariots. Like a fragile biscuit shattering and collapsing into a twisted heap, the adjacent concrete pillars were uprooted, dust swirling in the air. Charge in. Wang Hao's face flushed with exhilaration as he drove the war chariot over the fallen gates, plunging into the heart of the compound. The 2 vehicles behind him followed suit, the skeletal machine gun turrets atop them unleashing torrents of fire. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The relentless bullets rained down like a storm. The guards, who had just rushed out in response to the alarm, were caught off guard, unable to lift their heads under the sudden onslaught. My hand. What kind of monstrous vehicle is this? The bullets can't penetrate. The guards were horrified to discover that their rifle bullets merely sparked against the vehicle's surface or ricocheted off its bone armor, inflicting no tangible damage. In contrast, the machine guns atop the chariot harvested their lives with deadly precision. Don't panic. Use the rocket launcher. Blow them to bits. A man resembling a small commander screamed from behind a sandbag. 2 soldiers armed with rocket launchers scrambled from their cover, aiming at the leading spectral war chariot. Whoosh. 2 rockets streaked through the air, trailing flames. Watch out, Haoge. A voice crackled over the intercom. Wang Hao's heart raced as he swerved the steering wheel. But the distance was too short to evade. Just as disaster loomed, Xiao Ran, seated in the passenger seat, let out a cold snort. With a subtle movement of his fingers, a veil of darkness unfurled around the vehicle. Undead shield. Boom. Boom. The 2 rockets collided violently with the shield, erupting into massive fireballs. As the smoke cleared, the spectral war chariot emerged unscathed. The dark shield, though dimmed, still held firm. What? How is that possible? The small commander's eyes widened in disbelief. Even rockets can't break through? What kind of nonsense is this? It's an ability user. There's a powerful ability user in that vehicle. Someone shouted in despair. Through the car window, Xiao Ran surveyed the panicked guards with icy indifference. Stop the vehicle. With a screech, the war chariot halted in the center of the square. Xiao Ran stepped out. By now, over 100 people had encircled him. Although they had been caught off guard, this was their territory, and they held the advantage in numbers. Moreover, these individuals appeared well trained, quickly taking cover behind nearby structures to form a perimeter. Do not move. Raise your hands. Move again, and I'll shoot. Dozens of dark muzzles were aimed at Xiao Ran. He surveyed the scene, and rather than displaying any fear, a hint of derision crept onto his face. Quite the crowd. He dusted off his clothes. Unfortunately, they're merely a bunch of small fry. You're quite arrogant, kid. A burly, bald man stepped forward from the throng. He stood bare-chested, muscles rippling like granite, wielding a massive fire axe. To dare invade our base 3, I say you're tired of living. Which faction do you belong to? State your name. The bald man bellowed. Xiao Ran regarded him coolly. I'm here to collect a debt. A debt? What debt? The bald man was momentarily taken aback. Lei Hu owes me his life, and you tyrants owe me what's mine, Xiao Ran replied calmly. Upon hearing the name Lei Hu, the bald man's expression shifted. Lei Hu was the second in command here, having led a team on a mission yesterday, and he had yet to return. So, he had fallen into this person's hands? So you are the one who killed Lei Hu. The bald man's anger twisted into a mocking grin. Very well. Since you've come to us, don't even think about leaving. Brothers, attack. Turn him into minced meat. At his command, the surrounding guards stirred once more. Outnumbered, are we? Xiao Ran shook his head, letting out a sigh. He had intended to conserve his strength. He raised the white bone staff in his hand and slammed it into the ground. Arise, my legion. Undead summon. Sea of skeletons. Although his current level was insufficient to summon a true sea, conjuring 100 or so was well within his capabilities. Suddenly, the ground beneath Xiao Ran cracked open, and countless pale hands emerged from the earth. Crack, crack. One skeletal warrior after another clawed its way to the surface. Some wielded bone daggers, while others brandished rusty iron swords. Their equipment may have been rudimentary, but the aura of death that emanated from them suffocated all present. In the blink of an eye, the once desolate square became populated with over 100 skeletal figures. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Xiao Ran waved his staff once more. Toxic Lich, come forth and breathe. 12 wretched figures, clad in tattered black robes and wielding toxic flower staffs, materialized out of thin air, hovering ominously behind Xiao Ran. The noxious green mist emanating from their forms distorted the very air around them. The previously menacing guards were rendered utterly speechless, as the tide of battle had swiftly turned against them. Faced with the dense throng of skeletons and the formidable liches, many felt their legs tremble with fear. What manner of monstrosity is this? He is a summoner, a necromancer. Panic spread through the crowd like a plague. The bald, burly man turned pale, his grip on the axe quivering. Though he too possessed extraordinary strength, the overwhelming horde of monsters instilled a deep uncertainty within him. Attack! Xiao Ran did not afford them a moment to contemplate their fate. As his cold command resonated, the skeletal army surged forth. A silent roar erupted from the skeletal warriors, crashing into the crowd like a relentless tide. Ah! Help! Open fire! Quickly fire! The cacophony of gunfire, screams, and the shattering of bones intertwined in an instant. This was a massacre. Ordinary bullets merely fractured a few bones, but could not impede their relentless advance. While the bone blades wielded by the skeletons effortlessly cleaved through human flesh. The toxic liches were even more terrifying. Positioned at the rear, they waved their staffs, unleashing corrosive green projectiles into the throng. The moment the venom touched skin, agonizing cries echoed as flesh blistered and emitted plumes of white smoke. Hold the line. Stand firm. The bald man swung his axe, shattering 2 skeletons, yet he was soon engulfed by a greater number of their kind. Xiao Ran stood by the war chariot, coldly observing the chaos unfold. His gaze pierced through the tumultuous battlefield, fixing upon the tallest office building deep within the industrial complex. There, a formidable presence began to rise. So, you have finally chosen to reveal yourself? Xiao Ran squinted. Suddenly, the third-floor window of the office building shattered, and countless shards of glass hung eerily in the air, not falling to the ground. Immediately, the surrounding metal sheeting, rebar, and even scattered firearms trembled, drawn magnetically towards the window. A man in a black trench coat emerged, stepping onto a massive metal plate, surrounded by a whirlwind of metallic debris, akin to a colossal steel dragon in flight. Who dares to wreak havoc in my domain? His voice was deep and magnetic, exuding an air of lofty authority. The tyrant had arrived. Chapter 81. The tyrant appears, commanding metal with arrogance. Suspended in midair, the tyrant surveyed the battlefield from above. He appeared to be in his 30s, with a close-cropped haircut and rugged features, his eyes sharp as blades. Most striking were his hands, which glimmered with a metallic sheen, as if forged from steel. With his arrival, the tide of the battle shifted dramatically. The guards, who had been relentlessly pressed by Xiao Ran's skeletal legion, were suddenly invigorated at the sight of their leader. The leader has appeared. Long live the tyrant. That kid is doomed. Our leader is invincible. The tyrant's cold gaze swept across the battlefield, taking in the carnage and the rampaging skeletons, igniting a blaze of fury within his eyes. A bunch of worthless fools, he muttered, then fixed his gaze on Xiao Ran. Despite the distance of several meters, Xiao Ran could still feel the palpable pressure emanating from him. A Tier 3 ability user, certainly a notch above the previous Thunder Tiger. It is you who killed Thunder Tiger and still dares to invade my base. The tyrant's voice was low but resonated clearly throughout the chaos. Amplified by the metallic debris, Xiao Ran looked up at him, unflinching, a hint of disdain playing on his lips. Why fly so high? Are you afraid of death? He remarked nonchalantly. The tyrant paused, then erupted in laughter. Ha ha, how amusing. It has been long since anyone dared to speak to me in such a manner. He extended a finger, pointing at Xiao Ran. You, boy, I see you possess abilities of your own, quite unique indeed. To summon such a multitude of undead creatures shows considerable skill. If you kneel and acknowledge your wrongs, swearing fealty to me, I might consider sparing your life and allowing you to serve as my lieutenant. His tone dripped with condescension, as though offering Xiao Ran the privilege of servitude was a grand honor. Xiao Ran regarded him as one would a fool. Me pledge allegiance to you? Have you taken leave of your senses, or is the rust in your brain obstructing your judgment? Seeking death. The tyrant's expression darkened, the murderous intent igniting within him. Since you refuse my gracious offer, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. He suddenly swung his hand, magnetic piercing. In an instant, the floating metallic shards, rebar, and iron rods around him shifted direction, their tips aimed squarely at Xiao Ran. Go. The sound of whistling metal filled the air as a torrential downpour of metallic projectiles descended, each one capable of transforming a tank into a sieve. Master, be careful. Wang Hao exclaimed in horror, raising his shield in a desperate attempt to intervene, but it was too late. Xiao Ran remained rooted in place, unmoving. He merely lifted his staff with a gentle grace. Wall of bones. With a thunderous rumble, the ground shook violently. 3 walls of bone, each half a meter thick, erupted from the earth, standing resolutely before Xiao Ran. These walls, woven from numerous robust bones, shimmered with a dark magical luster. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of dense metal colliding echoed, sparks flying. The seemingly terrifying metal storm crashed against the bone walls. Bone fragments flew as the first wall crumbled under the assault, followed swiftly by the second. Yet, upon colliding with the third wall, the kinetic force of the metallic onslaught finally waned. Countless twisted and deformed steel rods fell to the ground, forming a small mound. Meanwhile, Xiao Ran remained unscathed behind the bone walls, his hair untouched. Is this your strength? Xiao Ran emerged from behind the walls, brushing off the dust from his shoulders. Hardly impressive, is it? The tyrant's pupils constricted sharply. You stopped it? How is that possible? This attack can annihilate even mutated behemoths. This seemingly frail young man had effortlessly thwarted his assault. You possess some skill. The tyrant's expression grew grave. It seems I have underestimated you. Taking a deep breath, he raised both hands sharply. Rise. Suddenly, several abandoned cars amidst the ruins trembled violently before slowly ascending into the air. Under the tyrant's control, these vehicles hovered like massive iron hammers, hurtling towards Xiao Ran with ferocious intent. Let us see how many times you can withstand this. A multi-ton automobile, accompanied by the howling winds, plummeted downward. Should it strike true, it would undoubtedly be reduced to mere pulp. Xiao Ran let out a cold chuckle. Competing in strength? The skeletal giants would be his playmates. With a thunderous roar, the 2 skeletal giants, who had been steadfastly stationed nearby, sprang into action. They strode forth, surging toward the descending vehicle. One of the giants extended its colossal rocky hand, intercepting the automobile midair. The sound of metal deforming echoed through the air. Astonishingly, the vehicle was caught with sheer force. The other giant was even more ferocious. It swung a hefty club, the previously disassembled doorpost, with the ferocity of a baseball player, striking another automobile with a resounding crack. The vehicle was sent hurtling away, crashing towards the tyrant. What? The tyrant gasped in disbelief, hastily maneuvering the metal panels to evade. The car narrowly brushed past him, crashing into a nearby office building with a thunderous crash. Cold sweat broke out on the tyrant's brow. What manner of behemoths are these? Such strength? Damn it! The tyrant seethed with rage. He had not anticipated suffering a setback so quickly. You force my hand. The tyrant bellowed, pressing his palms together. Metal storm, annihilate. All metallic objects in the vicinity, including the weapons wielded by the guards, and even some metal components from Wang Hao's spectral battle vehicles, began to tremble uncontrollably. My gun. My vehicle. Wang Hao and his companions were horrified to find their firearms attempting to fly from their hands. This is the terrifying prowess of a metal elementalist. In a modern city, where metal abounds, they are akin to gods. Attempting to control my belongings? A glint of coldness flashed in Xiao Ran's eyes. While ordinary metals would indeed fall under his command, the spectral battle vehicles had been enchanted by the system. Be still. Xiao Ran forcefully channeled his mental energy into the battle vehicle. Instantly, the trembling spectral vehicle became tranquil, a ghostly green glow illuminating its bone armor, effectively suppressing the metallic agitation. The tyrant felt as if he had struck an iron wall. No matter how hard he exerted himself, the vehicles remained utterly immobile. Impossible. The tyrant was thrown into utter panic. His abilities had failed. Have you had your fun? Xiao Ran's voice suddenly rang in his ears. The tyrant whipped around to find an enormous skeletal hand looming behind him. It was the grip of bone. Come down. Xiao Ran grasped at the air. The massive skeletal hand closed in an instant, snatching the tyrant as one would catch a fly, yanking him down from the air with great force. Thud! The tyrant crashed heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The once towering and imperious god now lay at Xiao Ran's feet like a defeated dog. The arena fell into a profound silence. Everyone stood in stunned disbelief. This was their leader? This was the invincible tyrant? Before this young man, he seemed so pathetically fragile. Xiao Ran approached the tyrant, looking down upon him with a cold, indifferent gaze. Your powers hold no sway over me. Now tell me, where's the cursed infant? Chapter 82. Your powers hold no sway over me. The tyrant lay on the ground, coughing violently, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Though he had endured the fall cushioned by his metallic armor, it had jostled his insides violently. Nevertheless, as a Tier 3 powerhouse, his vitality was tenacious. Coughing, he managed to stammer, "How do you know about the cursed infant?" The tyrant raised his head, his eyes filled with shock and dread. The cursed infant was his greatest secret, his trump card for dominating the entirety of Jiang City. Aside from a few trusted confidants, no one else was privy to this knowledge. How could this outsider possibly know? I ask, you answer. Xiao Ran provided no explanation, merely lifting his foot and placing it upon the tyrant's hand. Crack! The sound of bones splintering echoed. Ah! The tyrant let out a wretched scream, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. I have it in the basement lab, the tyrant stammered, his gaze flickering. Lead the way. Xiao Ran withdrew his foot. The tyrant struggled to rise, resentment flashing in his eyes. Lead the way? Very well. Since you wish for death, I shall oblige. That cursed infant is a creature even I cannot control. If I can lure you there, perhaps I can harness its power to turn the tables. Follow me, the tyrant said, clutching his chest as he staggered towards the office building. Xiao Ran followed closely behind, appearing relaxed while his mental focus was intensely heightened. He was fully aware of the tyrant's intentions. However, he was unconcerned. In the face of absolute power, any scheming was but a farce. Moreover, he was eager to witness just how formidable the legendary cursed infant truly was. Wang Hao, secure the entrance. Anyone who dares to move shall be met with lethal force. Xiao Ran commanded without looking back. Yes, rest assured, master. Wang Hao immediately took charge of the situation. The remaining guards, already terrified, dropped their weapons and cowered on the ground, too fearful to resist. Entering the office building, chaos reigned within. The vehicle previously hurled in by the giant was still lodged in the wall. The tyrant led Xiao Ran through the lobby to a concealed elevator. He input the password, and the elevator door slid open. The two descended. As the elevator descended, the temperature in the air noticeably dropped, a chilling draft seeping into their bones. Ding! The elevator halted at the third underground level. Upon the door's opening, a potent stench of formaldehyde mixed with decay assaulted them. This was a vast underground laboratory. Originally intended as a research center for the industrial park, now repurposed by the tyrant as a holding area for zombies. Along the corridor, iron cages lined the walls, each housing various mutated zombies. Some had 2 heads, while others oozed pus. Upon seeing newcomers, they emitted low, guttural growls, slamming against the iron bars. Xiao Ran walked past, his expression impassive. These lowly creatures were not even worthy to serve as his summoning materials. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, a heavy blast door stood before them, marked with a yellow warning sign bearing a large skull. It's in there. The tyrant pointed to the door, his voice trembling. You go in. Xiao Ran cast a glance at him, a cold smile curling at his lips. Afraid to enter? Suddenly, he seized the tyrant by his collar. Since it's your pet, naturally the master must accompany it. With that, he disregarded the tyrant's struggles, dragging him to the door and kicking it open. No, please. I want to go in. The tyrant screamed in terror, desperately trying to retreat. But he was powerless against Xiao Ran's grip. The two stumbled into the room. The chamber was vast and empty, save for a massive bulletproof glass container at the center. The container was filled with a pale green liquid, within which floated an infant resembling a 2 to 3-year-old. Its body bore an eerie bluish-purple hue, its skin wrinkled like dried orange peel. Its disproportionately large head accounted for nearly half of its body. The pair of eyes, devoid of any sclera, were entirely shrouded in an inky blackness, fixated intently upon the two intruders. The most terrifying aspect was its mouth, which split grotesquely from ear to ear, revealing a mouthful of serrated teeth akin to those of a shark. Ding! High-level mutated life form detected. Name: Ghost Infant, Psychic Type Mutated Zombie. Level: Peak Tier 3, on the verge of breaking through to Tier 4. Abilities: Psychic Whale, Hallucination Induction, Brainwave Control. Danger Level: Extremely high. Xiao Ran gazed at the Ghost Infant, a flicker of avarice flashing in his eyes. A Peak Tier 3. Such a treasure. Should he manage to consume it, his psychic power would undoubtedly surge, perhaps even allowing him to directly break through to the second transformation. At that moment, the ghost infant within the container suddenly stirred. It slowly opened its mouth. No sound emerged, yet a piercing, shrill wail resonated simultaneously within the minds of Xiao Ran and Tyrant. Wah! The cry was not the crystalline wail of a human baby, but rather infused with malice and despair, akin to nails scraping across a chalkboard, reminiscent of countless vengeful spirits wailing in agony. Tyrant immediately clasped his ears, writhing in pain upon the ground. Stop crying. Stop crying. It hurts so much. My head feels like it's going to explode. Blood streamed from his nostrils and ears. As a metal-type ability user, while his physical body was formidable, his mental defenses were rather average. The psychic assault from the ghost infant bypassed his physical defenses entirely, delivering a devastating blow to his brain. Xiao Ran felt a sharp prick in his mind, his brow furrowing slightly. Yet that was the extent of it. As a necromancer, his psychic strength far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, and with the system's enhancement, this minor mental attack was merely a nuisance. Is that all you've got? Xiao Ran released Tyrant and stepped toward the glass container. The ghost infant seemed to sense the power of this human, the black mist in its eyes roiling as its wails grew even more harrowing. Wah wah wah. Visible ripples appeared in the air. Tyrant had completely unraveled, frantically banging his head against the ground, incoherently muttering, "Mommy, I was wrong, don't eat me." He was evidently trapped in a hallucination. Xiao Ran approached the container, locking eyes with the ghost infant through the glass. Such an ugly little thing. He raised his hand, his skeletal staff tapping against the glass. However, it should taste quite good. Soul shackles of necromancy. Several black chains shot forth from the tip of his staff, piercing through the bulletproof glass and coiling around the ghost infant's body like tentacles. The ghost infant struggled in terror, emitting furious growls. It attempted to shatter the chains with its psychic power, only to discover that these chains emanated an aura of fear. It was the suppression of a higher-tier undead. Come out. Xiao Ran yanked forcefully. Crash. The bulletproof glass shattered instantly, green liquid spilling across the ground. The ghost infant was violently dragged out by the chains, crashing onto the floor. Its diminutive form writhed, attempting to rise and flee. However, Xiao Ran had already placed his foot firmly upon its head. Flee. You think you can escape after entering my menu? The ghostly flames in Xiao Ran's eyes flickered. System, activate the Undead Devouring. Ding. Target confirmed. Ghost infant, devouring initiated. A vortex of darkness formed in the palm of Xiao Ran's hand, swiftly enveloping the ghost infant beneath his feet. Eek! The ghost infant emitted one final, desperate shriek, before its body began to rapidly wither, disintegrating into pure energy that flowed ceaselessly into Xiao Ran's being. Chapter 83. The ghost infant breaks free. The terrifying psychic wail. Just as Xiao Ran believed the situation was secured and prepared to indulge in a feast, an unexpected twist occurred. The ghost infant, which had already been shrouded in the black vortex and was gradually disintegrating, abruptly ceased its struggles. Its pitch-black eyes erupted with two orbs of blood-red light. Hee hee. A sinister laughter echoed unexpectedly in Xiao Ran's mind. It was not a cry but a laugh, one that was far more spine-chilling than the wails. Not good. Alarm bells rang in Xiao Ran's mind. This little creature was burning its life core, preparing to self-destruct its psychic sea. The self-detonation of a peak Tier 3 psychic zombie held enough power to turn the brains of all living beings within several hundred meters into pulp. Want to perish together? In your dreams. Xiao Ran reacted with lightning speed, instantly amplifying the devouring force. Yet the ghost infant was even quicker. Wah! A visible wave of crimson sound erupted violently from the ghost infant's center. This was no longer a simple sound, but a substantial psychic shockwave. Tyrant, who was closest, was currently sprawled on the ground drooling. Swept by this shockwave, he could not even emit a scream before his head exploded like a watermelon. Red and white splattered everywhere. A once great hero, a Tier 3 powerhouse, had thus met an untimely demise, becoming a sacrificial offering to the ghost infant's final counterattack. In the eye of the storm, Xiao Ran bore the brunt. Buzz. Xiao Ran felt darkness envelop him, as if his brain had been struck by a heavy hammer. The surrounding scenery shifted instantly. No longer was he in the dim and damp basement, but rather in a sea of blood-red flames. Countless distorted faces emerged from the inferno, lunging toward him. There were former teammates who had betrayed him, enemies he had slain, and then Xiao Ran, save me. A familiar voice rang out. Xiao Ran turned sharply. There stood Su Mu Shui, drenched in blood, being pinned to the ground and torn apart by several zombies. She reached out desperately, attempting to grasp Xiao Ran's pant leg. Master, why won't you save me? The resentment reflected in her eyes was so palpable it sent shivers down one's spine. Were it a common person, witnessing such a scene would likely lead to a complete mental breakdown. consumed by endless guilt and fear, ultimately succumbing to insanity. But who was Xiao Ran? He was a man who had died once. He was a vengeful spirit who had clawed his way back from the depths of hell. His heart had long since hardened to stone. Observing the wailing Su Mu Shui before him, Xiao Ran's gaze remained devoid of emotion, not even a flicker of his brow. A lowly trick, he stated coldly. If it were the real Su Mu Shui, she would implore me to flee rather than accuse me of not saving her. Furthermore, Xiao Ran raised his hand, conjuring a black bone sword. In this world, no one could instill guilt within me. Flash. Without hesitation, he swung the sword toward the apparition of Su Mu Shui. Thud. The illusion shattered. The surrounding sea of flames, the faces, the vengeful spirits, all dissipated under the weight of that strike. Consciousness returned to reality. Xiao Ran abruptly opened his eyes, two beams of ghostly blue light shooting forth, as palpable as substance. At that moment, the ghost infant beneath his feet stared wide-eyed, incredulous at the sight of him. It could not fathom why this human had not succumbed to the illusion. How could he remain conscious amidst its psychic storm? This was its final strike, fueled by the burning of its life. Had you had your fun? Xiao Ran wiped a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth, a minor consequence of the recent psychic shock. He gazed down at the weakened ghost infant beneath his feet. Its form diminished significantly, and a cruel smile crept across his face. Since you failed to eliminate me, it is now my turn. Xiao Ran no longer held back. He summoned all the soul power within him and infused it into the devouring vortex in his hands. System. Maximum power absorption. Drain it dry. Ding. Detecting host's mental power surge. Absorption efficiency increased by 200. Boom. The once black vortex instantaneously transformed into a profound shade of purple-black, generating an overwhelming force of suction. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The ghost infant emitted its final wail. This time, it had no room left to resist. Its body, rich with vast mental energy, swiftly disintegrated into streams of green light, frantically entering Xiao Ran's body. Ecstasy. What sheer delight. Xiao Ran felt as if he had taken a sip of ice-cold soda on a sweltering summer day. A surge of refreshing energy exploding through to the crown of his head. The pain that had lingered in his brain from the earlier impact was instantly mended, and everything became clearer, sharper. His mental power skyrocketed. LV-18, LV-19. The bottleneck that had plagued him for so long shattered under the onslaught of this immense energy. Like a fragile sheet of paper pierced with ease. Boom. A muffled sound erupted from within Xiao Ran. A powerful aura burst forth from him, causing the surrounding shards of glass to rattle violently. Ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully absorbed the peak tier mutated creature, ghost infant. Ding. Host level increased to LV-20. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the second transition task. Profession advancement successful. Transitioned from Necromancer to Undead Sovereign. Acquired new skill, Undead Cataclysm, prototype of the ultimate skill. Can summon an undead canopy to envelop the battlefield, doubling the attributes of all undead creatures and allowing for the continuous resurrection of low-tier undead. Acquired passive skill, Mental Immunity, Intermediate, granting immunity to all mental attacks below Tier 3. Xiao Ran clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him. He was now at least twice as strong as before. If he encountered a tyrant of that caliber again, he wouldn't even need to summon minions. A mere mental assault could render the opponent a fool. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Xiao Ran glanced at his feet. The ghost infant had completely vanished, leaving not a trace behind. Only a pitch-black crystal core lay quietly on the ground. That was the core of the ghost infant, the most refined part. What he had consumed before was merely its flesh and blood energy. This crystal core was the true treasure. I shall keep it for Su Mu Shui. Xiao Ran bent down to pick up the crystal core and stored it in his spatial ring. Su Mu Shui was a water element adept, with comparatively weaker mental power. This crystal core could perfectly complement her deficiencies, and it might even awaken a supportive mental skill within her. After handling his spoils, Xiao Ran turned his gaze toward the headless corpse beside him. The tyrant. This once mighty overlord had met his end in such a pitiful manner. Nevertheless, his corpse should not go to waste. Bone revival. Xiao Ran casually cast a skill. The tyrant's bones began to stir, and soon, a skeleton clad in a black trench coat stood upright. Though it lacked a head, it still emanated a faint metallic sheen. Mutated metal skeleton, elite level. Retains some of its former metallic abilities. Body is hard as iron, capable of controlling a small amount of metal. Not bad, it will suffice as a bodyguard. Xiao Ran patted its shoulder, signaling it to follow. Let us proceed to reclaim our new territory. He strode out of the laboratory with his newly acquired subordinate. By now, the battle above should have concluded as well. Chapter 84, System Absorption, Mental Power Source. Upon returning to the surface, the sky outside had brightened significantly. Sunlight poured over the ravaged industrial park, illuminating the ground littered with corpses and shell casings. The battle had come to an end. With the loss of their leader and most of their elite forces, the remaining guards quickly surrendered. They were now being escorted by skeletal warriors. Huddled in a corner of the square, their heads bowed, eyes filled with dread. Wang Hao was busy tidying the battlefield when he spotted Xiao Ran emerging and immediately approached him. "Master, are you unharmed?" Wang Hao scrutinized Xiao Ran, noticing that not only was he unscathed, but he also appeared even more unfathomable than before. If the previous Xiao Ran had resembled a drawn sword, sharp and dazzling, the current Xiao Ran resembled a bottomless, frigid pool, deceptively calm, yet intimidating to behold. Merely standing there, the aura he emitted made Wang Hao's heart race. "I'm fine." Xiao Ran replied nonchalantly, "The tyrant is dead." Upon hearing this, the captives crouching on the ground stirred in a frenzy. "The tyrant is dead? Is it true? It's over. We are completely finished. This man is ruthless. He even killed the tyrant." Wang Hao's face lit up with excitement. "Wonderful. Master is magnificent. What shall we do with these people? Shall we kill them all?" He made a gesture across his throat. The captives trembled in fear, some even crying out, "Don't kill me. I surrender. I am willing to work." Xiao Ran swept his gaze over them. There were still around 200 armed personnel, in addition to over 1,000 ordinary survivors hiding in the dormitory area. Killing them all would be a waste. The base was currently in dire need of personnel, especially trained soldiers and skilled workers. "Bring that bald man over here." Xiao Ran pointed at the burly man who had wielded an axe earlier. The bald man, now injured with his arm bandaged, was dragged over by two skeletons. "Kneel." Wang Hao kicked him in the knee. The bald man fell to his knees, but still managed to retain a semblance of defiance. Gritting his teeth as he looked at Xiao Ran, "Whether you kill or dissect me, it is entirely up to you. If I flinch even once, I am no hero." "Oh, quite the backbone," Xiao Ran chuckled. He crouched down, regarding the bald man. "What is your name?" "Zhao Taizu." "A fine name, quite rustic." Xiao Ran nodded. "I see you are a power-type adept, early stage tier 2. Your strength is passable. Now, I present you with two choices." Xiao Ran held up two fingers. "First, death. I will have your flesh stripped to feed dogs, and your bones made into a skeleton soldier. Second, submit to me. You will become the security captain here, responsible for managing these captives and safeguarding this base on my behalf." Zhao Taizu was taken aback. He had thought he was doomed, never expecting Xiao Ran would want to recruit him. "Are you not afraid I will betray you?" Zhao Taizu asked, his eyes wide. "Betray?" Xiao Ran stood up and gestured behind him. The headless metal skeleton approached, standing behind Xiao Ran, exuding a suffocating metallic aura. "That is the tyrant." Zhao Taizu recognized the trench coat and the familiar metallic resonance instantly. His face turned pale with terror. The tyrant is dead and has been made into a skeletal puppet? At that moment, his fear of Xiao Ran peaked. Such a method is more terrifying than that of a devil. Betray someone like him? Only if one wished for death. "I am willing to submit." Zhao Taizu bowed deeply, declaring that his life henceforth belonged to Big Brother Xiao. There would be no second thoughts. "Excellent." Xiao Ran nodded in satisfaction. Having subdued Zhao Taizu, the remaining tasks became considerably simpler. "Wang Hao, I entrust this to you and Zhao Taizu. Please account for all supplies, particularly weapons, provisions, and fuel." "Understood." Without lingering in the square, Xiao Ran turned towards the tyrant's warehouse. According to Li Ming's intelligence, the tyrant possessed a penchant for collecting, hoarding valuable items within his private storage. Upon reaching the entrance of the warehouse, Xiao Ran deftly unlocked the fingerprint scanner using the metallic hand of the skeleton. The grand doors slowly creaked open. Upon glimpsing the contents within, even Xiao Ran, well versed in the extraordinary, found himself momentarily breathless. Goodness gracious! Was this tyrant akin to a hoarding hamster? The vast warehouse, spanning several hundred square meters, was brimming with a plethora of supplies. Boxes of pristine military rations piled high like miniature mountains. Barrels of gasoline and diesel. A whole wall adorned with firearms and ammunition, alongside 2 mortars and several crates of shells. However, what captivated Xiao Ran's attention the most was a shelf nestled in the corner, laden with a dozen boxes. Approaching, he opened one, revealing a crystalline blue core. Second-tier water system core. He opened another. Second-tier fire system core. A total of 20 second-tier cores, and 3 third-tier ones. This was undoubtedly a fortune. With these cores, Xiao Ran could entirely revamp his undead legion, even elevating the combat prowess of Qin Yin and Su Miexu. A windfall indeed. Without hesitation, he swept all the cores into his spatial ring. Just then, the system's prompt chimed once more. Ding! A significant surge of high-tier energy detected. Soul furnace functionality activated. The host may deposit excess cores or souls into the furnace to synthesize higher-tier items or craft exclusive undead equipment. The soul furnace? Xiao Ran's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This was a splendid feature. Those low-tier cores or inconsequential skills could finally be recycled for utility. It appeared that upon returning, he would delve into some scientific research. Xiao Ran's spirits soared. This expedition not only resolved a pressing concern, elevated his level, but also yielded a substantial windfall. Truly, a resounding victory. Master. At that moment, Wang Hao rushed in, panting, wearing an exceedingly lewd grin. What's the matter? Why such a disgusting smile? Xiao Ran cast him a sidelong glance. Haha, Master, we discovered some delightful treasures in the basement out back. Wang Hao rubbed his hands together, revealing that the tyrant had hidden a few exquisite women, intending to keep them for his own enjoyment. One of them, it seems, is a little star. Would you like to inspect the goods? Xiao Ran raised an eyebrow. A little star? Lead the way. Chapter 85, The Fall of the Tyrant. Seizing control of the third base. Following Wang Hao to the opposite side of the basement, they entered a lavishly decorated space, adorned with thick carpets and exquisite paintings, reminiscent of a presidential suite in a five-star hotel. This starkly contrasted with the grim laboratory outside. The tyrant indeed knew how to indulge himself. Wang Hao cursed under his breath as he kicked open a door. Everyone out. Our boss has arrived. Inside the room, several young women clad in scant attire huddled in a corner of the sofa, trembling in fear. Upon seeing Xiao Ran enter, their eyes were filled with terror. Having just endured the tyrant's reign, they understood all too well that in this apocalyptic world, men were the sovereigns, and beautiful women merely subordinates and playthings. Now that the tyrant was dead, with a new master in place, they could only wonder what fate awaited them. Xiao Ran surveyed the scene. 5 women in total, each possessing remarkable beauty and curvaceous figures. Among them, one stood out distinctly, donned in a flowing white silk nightgown, her long hair cascading down, skin radiating a luminous whiteness. Despite the tear streaks on her face, her cold, noble aura remained unmistakable. Xiao Ran felt a flicker of familiarity. What is your name? He inquired, pointing at the woman. The woman trembled slightly, lifting her gaze, her voice hoarse. Lu Lian. Lu Lian? Xiao Ran's memory sparked. Was she not the recently celebrated national goddess? Known for her ethereal presence in several historical dramas? Who would have thought she ended up here, becoming the tyrant's trophy? You were a star? Xiao Ran asked. I used to be, Lu Lian replied with a bitter smile. Now I'm merely a survivor. She was astute, not putting on airs of celebrity. In the apocalypse, being a star sometimes served not as a shield, but as a death sentence. Xiao Ran nodded, satisfied with her perceptiveness. Since she was a survivor, she would adhere to the rules of survival. Xiao Ran turned and sat on the sofa, crossing his legs. What skills do you possess? Lu Lian blinked in surprise. I can act, sing, and dance. But what use is that in the apocalypse? Noticing the coldness in Xiao Ran's eyes, she felt a surge of panic. She knew that if she failed to demonstrate her worth, her fate could be dire. I can sing, perhaps to entertain you, Lu Lian ventured hesitantly. I also know how to massage. In the past few days, she had been forced to learn some servitude skills to appease the tyrant and survive. Singing? Massaging? Xiao Ran shook his head. I already have Su Miexu for that. I have no need for your services. Lu Lian's complexion paled instantly. No need. Did that imply she would be cast out to feed the zombies? Yet, Xiao Ran's tone shifted. I noticed your mental fortitude seems superior to the average person. Just moments ago, under the spiritual assault of the ghostly infant, an ordinary person would have long succumbed to unconsciousness. Yet these women, though frightened, remained alert. Particularly Lu Lian. Her gaze still retained clarity. Have you awakened an ability? Xiao Ran inquired. And no, I don't think so, Lu Lian replied, bewildered. I can sometimes sense the emotions of others. For instance, I can feel that you harbor no intent to kill right now. Xiao Ran's brows arched. Perceiving emotions? This is a nascent form of a mental ability. It seems Lu Lian possesses potential. With proper training, she could become a valuable intelligence operative or a lie detector. Excellent. Xiao Ran rose. From this day forth, you shall accompany me. There is no need for servitude or singing. I will guide you in developing your abilities. Truly? Lu Lian could scarcely believe her ears. No need to sell your body, yet you can grow stronger? Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Lu Lian exclaimed, overwhelmed, as tears streamed down her cheeks. The other women, witnessing her reaction, quickly knelt, pleading for sanctuary. Boss, we are also willing to work. I can cook. I'm a nurse. Xiao Ran waved his hand dismissively. Wang Hao, take these individuals back. The nurse will be integrated into the medical team, and the others will be assigned to Su Miexu. As for Lu Lian, he glanced at the former national goddess. You will ride in my vehicle. Very well. Having resolved these matters, Xiao Ran proceeded to the control center of the industrial park. Zhao Taizu had already cleared the area. Boss, the base's broadcasting system is still operational. Zhao Taizu reported, the tyrant frequently used this system to lure survivors here. and then select the superhumans and laborers, and the rest will be fed to the zombies? Xiao Ran interjected. Zhao Taizu lowered his head, unable to meet Xiao Ran's gaze. He had also been involved in such matters, albeit under duress. I will not concern myself with past events. From this day forth, the rules have changed. As Xiao Ran approached the microphone and switched it on, a crackling sound reverberated throughout the industrial park, echoing for several kilometers. I am Xiao Ran. Henceforth, this place shall be known as the Longhu Sub-Base. All survivors, heed my words. We shall not harbor idlers, yet we shall never perpetrate indiscriminate slaughter. As long as you are willing to work and eliminate zombies, you shall have food to eat, water to drink, and a secure dwelling. If you possess extraordinary abilities or a useful skill, even if it be repairing vehicles or cultivating land, you shall receive preferential treatment. However, should anyone dare to betray or sabotage us, Xiao Ran's voice turned cold as ice. The consequences shall be akin to that of a tyrant. The broadcast reverberated across the desolate ruins. The survivors, hiding in various corners, felt a spark of hope ignited within them upon hearing this commanding proclamation. The era of the tyrant had come to an end. A new epoch was about to begin. After arranging everything, Xiao Ran decided to leave Zhao Taizu and 50 skeleton warriors to guard this place. Here, there existed a complete production line and power generation equipment, which could serve as his logistical factory in the future. Zhao Taizu, here, watch over this home for me. If I return and find it in disarray, rest assured, boss, unless I perish, no one shall dare disturb a single blade of grass here. Zhao Taizu pounded his chest in assurance. Xiao Ran nodded, trusting that Zhao Taizu would not betray him, for he had just left a soul mark on him. The moment Xiao Ran willed it, Zhao Taizu would meet a demise of soul-destroying proportions. Let us depart back home. With a grand wave of his hand, Xiao Ran signaled the convoy to resume its journey. This time, not only did 3 phantom battle vehicles lead the way, but a long line of trucks followed behind, laden with supplies and survivors. A grand procession, returning triumphantly. Chapter 86, A Triumphant Return, bursting with premium supplies. The atmosphere on the return journey was considerably lighter than on the way there. The convoy resembled a great dragon, winding along the road. At its core were 10 heavy trucks brimming with food, fuel, weapons, and precision machinery dismantled from the industrial park. These items were more precious than gold in the apocalypse. Xiao Ran, seated in the lead phantom battle vehicle, felt a surge of contentment. Lu Rian sat in the back seat, somewhat reserved. She discreetly observed the young man ahead, filled with curiosity and awe. This was the very individual who single-handedly vanquished the terrifying tyrant and took control of the entire base. Just how formidable was he? Have you had enough? Xiao Ran suddenly spoke, causing Lu Rian to startle, her face turning crimson. I am sorry, boss. No need to call me boss. Refer to me as master. Wang Hao interjected from the side, establishing the rule. Master, Lu Rian murmured softly, her voice gentle and imbued with the grace of a Jiangnan woman. Xiao Ran glanced at her through the rearview mirror, but remained silent. He did not mind such little pleasantries. The convoy sped along, encountering sporadic zombies along the way, which were effortlessly dispatched by the machine gunners and skeleton archers atop the vehicles. As dusk fell, the convoy finally returned to the Longhu Villa district. In the distance, the towering walls and Lin Wanner standing atop the watchtower came into view. They're back. The master has returned. Lin Wanner's excited voice echoed through the loudspeaker across the base. The gates slowly opened, revealing Qin Yan and Su Myugxiu leading a large group to welcome them. Upon seeing the long convoy and the towering heaps of supplies, the crowd erupted in exhilaration. Heavens! So much food. Is that a generator? And machinery? The master is incredible. Did he empty an entire supermarket? Cheers resounded, deafening in their intensity. Tears glistened in the eyes of the survivors. In this desolate world, supplies equated to life. With such an abundance, they need not worry about the winter. They could even live better than before the apocalypse. Xiao Ran disembarked from the vehicle. Su Myugxiu was the first to rush forward, disregarding the gazes of the crowd, and threw herself into Xiao Ran's embrace. Master, you've finally returned. I missed you so much. She clung tightly to Xiao Ran, as though fearing he might vanish. Xiao Ran chuckled, patting her back. All right now. There are so many people watching. I merely went to procure supplies, not to court death. Qin Yan approached as well, though less exuberant than Su Myugxiu. Her joy was unmistakable. You've worked hard, she said softly. Xiao Ran nodded and began inventorying the supplies. Tonight, we feast and celebrate. Oh, long live the master. The crowd erupted in another wave of cheers. That evening, the villa district was ablaze with light. The generators roared to life, restoring a sense of modern civilization to the place. A bonfire crackled in the square, the aroma of roasted meat wafting through the air. Seated at the head of the table, Xiao Ran surveyed the lively scene below, a glass of red wine in hand. This was the domain he had forged. Though still small, it would undoubtedly become the most fortified bastion in the apocalypse, and perhaps even a sanctuary for the new humanity. Master, who are these individuals? Su Yu approached with a platter, her gaze falling upon Lu Ruyan, who stood not far behind Xiao Ran. A woman's intuition is keen. She immediately recognized Lu Ruyan's exceptional presence. Such an aura could not be concealed, even beneath plain camouflage attire. That is Lu Ruyan, my new acquisition, Xiao Ran replied casually. She will be under your care from now on. Lu Ruyan? The famous star? Su Yu gasped, covering her mouth in surprise. She had not anticipated that a person of such stature would be brought back by the master. However, hearing the words under your care, the flicker of unease within Su Yu dissipated instantly. This signified that she remained the chief steward of this place, the primary consort, self-proclaimed. Fear not, master. I shall take good care of her, Su Yu said, flashing a sweet smile, emphasizing the words take care with intent. Xiao Ran chuckled, choosing not to puncture her little scheme. Harmony within the harem is also a form of skill. By the way, here has something for you. With a flick of his wrist, a black, ghostly infant crystal nucleus appeared in his palm. Su Yu felt the immense energy contained within the crystal, her breath quickening. A Tier 3 psychic crystal nucleus. Xiao Ran placed the nucleus in her hand. Consume it. Though it may be somewhat painful, it will significantly enhance your mental strength. You will be able to assist me even more in the future. Su Yu clutched the icy crystal nucleus, her eyes glistening with tears. Such a precious item. And the master had so effortlessly bestowed it upon her. Thank you, master. She leaned in and planted a heavy kiss on Xiao Ran's cheek. All right, off you go. Xiao Ran playfully patted her rear. Watching Su Yu joyfully scamper off to absorb the crystal nucleus, Xiao Ran turned his gaze to the night sky. The materials for the Necromancer's veil had yet to be gathered. Despite the abundance of supplies, the Shadow Stone remained a conundrum. However, with the soul furnace, perhaps he could attempt a synthesis? Xiao Ran pondered to himself. At that moment, Qin Yin approached, her expression tinged with gravity. Master, there is something to report. Speak. He replied. While we were organizing supplies earlier, we discovered a coordinate in a classified document belonging to the tyrant. Qin Yin lowered her voice. The coordinate points to the First People's Hospital in the city center. The document is marked with Corpse King's Nest. Corpse King? Xiao Ran's gaze sharpened. To be designated as a Corpse King implies at least a 4th or even 5th-tier existence. Moreover, it is situated in a densely populated area like a hospital. Quite intriguing. Xiao Ran swirled the red wine in his glass, a glint of bloodthirst flashing in his eyes. It seems we now have a destination for our next venture. Chapter 87. Celebration Banquet. Su Yu's Reward. The celebration banquet continued late into the night. Survivors drank beer, feasted on barbecued meats, and sang off-key songs. As if transported back to a peaceful era, Xiao Ran did not indulge in their revelry for too long and returned to the villa early. In the master bedroom, the lights were dimmed, enveloping the space in an intimate atmosphere. Su Yu had fully absorbed the ghost infant crystal core. At this moment, she sat cross-legged on the bed, emanating a faint, ethereal blue aura. The delicate charm she once possessed now bore an added layer of mystery and depth. Sensing Xiao Ran's entrance, she slowly opened her eyes, which had become even clearer, as if able to see into the depths of one's soul. Master, Su Yu softly called, her voice laced with surprise. I feel significantly stronger now. Moreover, I've awakened a new skill. Oh, what skill? Xiao Ran inquired with keen interest as he approached her. Mental link, Su Yu explained. I can establish a mental connection with designated targets, allowing us to communicate regardless of distance, perceive each other's emotions, and even share a portion of mental burdens. Xiao Ran's eyes lit up. This is a divine auxiliary skill. With this, commanding battles will become far more convenient, eliminating the need for shouting or walkie-talkies. Furthermore, the ability to share mental burdens is an invaluable asset for someone like him, who frequently controls numerous undead. Indeed, the crystal core was not wasted, Xiao Ran commended. Su Yu blushed, lowering her head shyly. It is all due to your nurturing, master. Rising to her feet, the aura surrounding her faded. At that moment, she was clad in a sheer lace nightgown, her body slick with perspiration from absorbing the crystal core, clinging tightly to her form and accentuating her perfect S-curve. Master, you must be tired. Su Yu approached him, extending her delicate fingers to gently unfasten his buttons. Let me serve you well tonight. Her voice was sweet and coaxing, imbued with a hint of allure. Xiao Ran gazed at her enticing demeanor, a fire igniting within him. Yet he did not rush into action. He sat on the edge of the bed, observing Su Yu. Has Lu Ruyan been arranged? He casually inquired. Yes, she is in the guest room. Su Yu replied while assisting him in shedding his garments. I've also provided her with a set of clothes and toiletries. That woman is quite sensible. She didn't dare wander off. At this juncture, Su Mingxiu paused, lifting her gaze to Xiao Ran, her eyes glimmering with mischief. Master, if you are interested in her, I can call her over. Shall we indulge together? Xiao Ran was momentarily taken aback. This girl possesses quite the perceptive mind. No need, he replied, pinching her nose playfully. Tonight, I only wish to savor you. Su Mingxiu's heart leaped with joy, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. Then Master should take his time to enjoy. She pushed Xiao Ran back, entangling herself with him like a mischievous sprite. Here, 1,000 words are omitted. Afterward, Su Mingxiu lay languidly on Xiao Ran's chest like a contented cat, her fingers tracing circles on his pectorals. Master, shall we venture out tomorrow? No. Xiao Ran caressed her long hair. We shall take a day of rest tomorrow. We need to sort through our gains and upgrade the base's defenses. Having just emerged victorious from a significant battle, it is essential to balance tension with relaxation. Additionally, he required time to study the Soul Furnace and the Corpse King's nest that Xin Yan had mentioned. Wonderful. Su Mingxiu exclaimed joyfully. Then I shall prepare a grand feast for you tomorrow. The warehouse is stocked with an abundance of fine ingredients. I am quite dazzled. Very well, Xiao Ran smiled. Such warm moments are extraordinarily precious in this apocalypse. At that instant, a notification sound from the system resonated in Xiao Ran's mind. Ding. Sufficient resources detected at the host's base. Personnel are returning, and reputation points have reached a critical threshold. Triggering special mission, the domain of the undead. Mission description. As the sovereign of the undead, you require a true realm of death. Please establish the undead canopy within 3 days and elevate the base level to LV2. Mission reward. Unlock special unit Death Knight. Acquire artifact fragment X1. Death Knight. Xiao Ran abruptly sat upright, his eyes gleaming with intensity. That is the most formidable cavalry on the battlefield. A powerful unit that excels in both offense and defense, complete with an aura. If the skeletal warriors are merely cannon fodder, then the Death Knights are the true aces. Clearly, rest is not an option. A fervent smile graced Xiao Ran's lips. Tomorrow, we shall commence. Su Mingxiu, startled by his sudden movement, sleepily asked, Master, what is the matter? Xiao Ran leaned down to kiss her softly. Nothing. I merely thought of a way for us to grow even stronger. Outside the window, the night was deepening. Yet in Xiao Ran's eyes, this darkened apocalypse appeared as a land brimming with opportunities and treasures. His empire of the undead was just beginning. Chapter 88. Activating the furnace, I shall forge the god's tone. The night had grown late, yet the atmosphere in Xiao Ran's bedroom was more fervent than the moonlight outside. After their passionate encounter, Su Mingxiu lay atop Xiao Ran's sturdy chest like a docile kitten, her eyes blissfully closed. Having just absorbed the ghost infant crystal core, the surge of spiritual energy coursing through her gave her an alluring charm, radiating both youthful innocence and a hint of mature femininity. Master, Su Mingxiu murmured, her fingers lightly tracing circles on Xiao Ran's chest. I feel as though I can see so far now, and I can even hear your heartbeat. She closed her eyes, a blissful smile gracing her face. Thump, 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 such a powerful heartbeat. It brings me such comfort. This is the marvelous function of the mental link. It serves not merely as a communication tool, but as an emotional bridge, allowing Su Mingxiu to intuitively sense Xiao Ran's strength and steadiness. Xiao Ran, brushing his fingers through her silky hair, felt a wave of contentment. Su Mingxiu's growth was a tremendous boon to him. Having an ally who could provide spiritual support and act as a remote radar was invaluable. At that moment, the cold notification sound of the system interrupted their serene intimacy. Ding. Triggering special mission, the domain of the undead. Mission description. As the sovereign of the undead, you require a true realm of death. Please establish the undead canopy within 3 days and elevate the base level to LV2. Mission reward. Unlock special unit Death Knight. Acquire artifact fragment X1. Death Knight. Xiao Ran's breath hitched, his gaze sharpening instantly. That is the true ace unit within the Undead Legion, an invincible force of iron hooves on the battlefield. If skeletal warriors are mere consumables, then Death Knights are strategic weapons of decisive significance. And the fragments of artifacts. These treasures are indeed rare and elusive. It seems there is no time for respite. A smile, barely contained, crept upon Xiao Ran's lips, his eyes gleaming with fervor. This sudden shift in demeanor startled Su Mingxiu, cradled in his arms. Master, what is it? Have I displeased you in some way? She asked. Her gaze filled with unease as she looked up, fearing she had offended him. Xiao Ran lowered his gaze and planted a heavy kiss on her smooth forehead, laughing heartily. No, you have done splendidly. So much so that I yearn to conquer this world and present it to you as a gift. He leaped from the bed, hastily donning his attire. A surge of power surged within him, urging him forward without a moment's delay. It's not yet dawn. Where are you headed, Master? Sumu Shui promptly rose, eager to assist him with his clothing. I'm off to conduct some research, Xiao Ran replied while fastening his buttons. To establish the necromantic canopy, a special material known as shadowstone is required. Unfortunately, our warehouse lacks it. We must fabricate it ourselves. Fabricate it ourselves? Sumu Shui's beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity. In her mind, her master was capable of anything, and now he could even conjure materials from myth. Xiao Ran offered no further explanation, merely smiled enigmatically. Just wait and see the spectacle. He strode swiftly from the bedroom to the basement of the villa. This space had been transformed into his exclusive laboratory, filled with an array of precision instruments salvaged from the industrial park. But at its core was the system interface he alone could perceive, the soul furnace. System. Activate the soul furnace. A phantasmal interface of a furnace, ablaze with ethereal blue flames, materialized before him. To synthesize shadowstone, substantial amounts of shadow energy and foundational materials were required. Contemplating this, Xiao Ran rummaged through his spatial ring, extracting a plethora of items. Pale crystalline cores excavated from ordinary zombies, pelts stripped from mutated beasts, and even a few useless, damaged weapons. These scraps may finally prove useful, he muttered to himself. He cast all these items into the soul furnace's intake. Ding! A total of 137 low-level materials have been deposited. An estimated 350 points of soul energy can be converted. Confirm transformation? No. Opt for synthesis, Xiao Ran commanded, targeting the synthesis of shadowstone. Ding! Insufficient materials for synthesizing shadowstone. Missing core catalyst, high concentration shadow element. Synthesis failure rate, 999. Proceed? As expected, it wouldn't suffice, Xiao Ran frowned. Where to find high concentration shadow elements? His mind immediately recalled the ghostly infant crystal core recently absorbed by Sumu Shui. That was undoubtedly a premier shadow material. But he could hardly extract it from her body again. Xiao Ran still retained some semblance of humanity. What else is there? His gaze inadvertently fell upon the corner of the laboratory, where a headless skeleton clad in a black trench coat stood silently. The mutated metal skeleton, reformed from the tyrant's remains. This being had been a metal-based supernatural entity in life, but was transformed by necromantic spells after death. Its bones saturated with the essence of death and shadow. Particularly, its metallic hands, altered by supernatural powers, embodied a perfect amalgamation of death energy and metallic elements. Was this not a ready-made catalyst? A cruel smile crept across Xiao Ran's face. Tyrant, O tyrant, you opposed me in life. In death, you shall find no peace. He beckoned to the headless skeleton. The metallic skeleton approached with heavy steps, kneeling before Xiao Ran in absolute submission. Xiao Ran extended his hand, grasping its glistening metallic left hand. Contribute your final value. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as he exerted force. Crack! The sharp sound resonated harshly in the silent basement. One of the metallic skeleton's fingers was brutally wrenched off by Xiao Ran. Chapter 89, Terrifying Synthesis. The Emergence of Shadowstone. Crack! At the moment the metallic finger snapped, the kneeling headless skeleton trembled violently. The soul fire in its eye sockets flickering wildly, as if emitting a silent wail. Though it had lost its sentience, as Xiao Ran's creation, it shared a direct soul link with him. This unheralded pain from its creator instilled a primal fear and anguish within it. Be still. Xiao Ran cast a cold glance at it, exerting a slight mental pressure. The headless skeleton immediately quieted, its soul fire stabilizing, as though the earlier tremors were mere illusions. Xiao Ran examined the severed metallic finger bone in his hand, nodding in satisfaction. The finger bone gleamed a dark golden hue, adorned with intricate necromantic runes. Tendrils of black mist swirling around its surface, exuding an unsettling aura of death and a chilling metallic texture. A perfect catalyst. Without hesitation, Xiao Ran cast this metallic finger bone, along with the previous heap of scrap materials, back into the soul furnace. System, initiate synthesis once more. Target, Shadowstone. Ding. Core catalyst of the fallen metal bone detected. Materials sufficient. Synthesis simulation warning. Energy conflict severe. Synthesis process highly unstable. 50 chance of furnace overload. Proceed? 50%? That's practically the same as success. Without a second thought, Xiao Ran confirmed. Continue. With his command, the ethereal furnace erupted in blinding light. Boom. A terrifying energy storm swept through the small basement. The once ethereal blue soul fire morphed into a profound purple-black, with countless twisted runes swirling frantically along the furnace's interior. The discarded materials were instantaneously decomposed into primal energy particles. Meanwhile, the metallic finger bone floated at the center of the furnace like a black sun, voraciously devouring surrounding energy, while simultaneously releasing an even purer, darker power. Xiao Ran felt his soul energy being rapidly siphoned away. 100, 200, 500. Within mere seconds, nearly half of his soul energy had been drained, and the rate was accelerating. Damn, this is draining resources too fast. Xiao Ran's complexion paled, feeling lightheaded. This soul furnace was a bottomless pit. Just then, he heard Su Mu Shue's anxious voice echoing in his mind. Master, what's wrong? Your spirit seems so weak. Is something amiss? It was the mental link. Su Mu Shue sensed Xiao Ran's condition immediately, her genuine worry flowing through the mental connection. I'm fine. Just conducting a small experiment. It's a bit taxing, Xiao Ran replied silently, a warmth flooding his heart. Don't lie to me. Your mental energy is draining like a burst dam. Su Mu Shue was nearly in tears. What can I do? How can I help you, master? Help me? A thought sparked in Xiao Ran's mind. Indeed, Su Mu Shue was now his mental power battery. Don't panic. Listen to me, Xiao Ran commanded swiftly. Clear your thoughts and actively transmit your mental energy to me through the link. Remember, do not resist. Understood. Su Mu Shue responded without hesitation. In the next moment, a refreshing and pure stream of spiritual energy flowed like a gentle brook through the intangible mental link, continuously pouring into the nearly parched sea of Xiao Ran's spirit. The sensation was exhilarating. Xiao Ran felt as though he had emerged from a long drought into a refreshing rain, his mental fatigue dissipating entirely, and his pallid complexion regained its rosy hue. With Su Mu Shue as his support, he suddenly felt emboldened. Come on, keep drawing. Let us see how much you can extract. He bellowed at the soul furnace. As if responding to his provocation, the energy tempest within the furnace intensified wildly. The violet-black flames surged skyward, threatening to engulf the entire basement. In the center of the furnace, the metallic finger bone had completely melted, intertwining, merging, and compressing with all the surrounding energy particles. Finally, just as Xiao Ran's soul power was about to run dry, the light within the furnace suddenly contracted inward. All the rampant energy vanished in an instant. Everything fell into tranquility. Ding. Synthesis successful. A stone, the size of a fist, entirely black as ink and as smooth as a mirror, quietly hovered at the center of the furnace. It emitted no light, yet resembled a black hole, seemingly capable of absorbing all surrounding illumination. Merely gazing upon it instilled a sensation of one's very soul being drawn away. Item name, Shadow Stone, high quality. Attributes, contains pure shadow energy, usable for constructing undead structures, forging undead equipment, and enhancing undead creatures. Note, a stone that incited a bloodbath. It worked. Xiao Ran exclaimed with uncontainable delight. He beckoned with his hand, and the shadow stone flew into his grasp. It felt icy to the touch, yet harbored explosive power within. Although it was but a small fragment, it was already sufficient to serve as the core node for the undead canopy. All that remained was to gather enough ordinary crystal cores to complete the task. Where could he procure such an abundance of crystal cores? Xiao Ran pondered, his gaze drifting to the enormous map of Jiang City hanging on the wall. His finger traced various regions until it finally rested on a vivid red mark at the city center, the First People's Hospital, nest of the Corpse King. There was no more suitable mining site than that. A glimmer of excitement shone in Xiao Ran's eyes, akin to a hunter spotting his prey. Your treasure trove, Corpse King, is mine. He stowed the shadow stone away and strode purposefully out of the basement. It was time to rally the troops and prepare for a significant operation. Chapter 90. Target Hospital. All personnel prepare for battle. The morning sunlight streamed through the windows, bathing the villa's spacious dining room in a warm glow. Just as Xiao Ran emerged from the basement, he was met with an enticing aroma of meat. The dining table was already laden with a sumptuous breakfast, sizzling steaks, golden scrambled eggs, and steaming milk. Su Mu Shue, clad in an apron, beamed with relief upon seeing Xiao Ran. Her delicate face bore a hint of pallor, evidently fatigued from the earlier transfer of spiritual energy. Master, are you all right? Come have breakfast. I specially prepared a medium steak for you to replenish your strength, she said, hurrying over to naturally pull out a chair for him. You've worked hard, Xiao Ran replied as he sat down, warmed by the concern evident in Su Mu Shue's eyes. He picked up his knife and fork, cutting off a piece of steak and offering it to her. You've expended considerable energy as well. Eat first. Su Mu Shue paused momentarily, but a sweet warmth flooded her heart as she obediently opened her mouth to eat the piece of steak, her eyes narrowing in happiness. Master, are we really going to that hospital today? She asked, taking small bites with a hint of worry in her voice. Through their mental link, she had gleaned the general outline of Xiao Ran's plan. Indeed, we're going to stock up, Xiao Ran replied, swiftly finishing his meal. His tone as casual as if he were discussing a trip to the supermarket. Time was of the essence, and the task was significant. After breakfast, Xiao Ran wasted no time and headed directly to the villa's war room. Qin Yin, Wang Hao, Lin Wanner, and the specially summoned Lu Yin were already waiting there. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense, with the electronic screen on the wall displaying a satellite map of the First People's Hospital. The red circled area resembling the mouth of a monstrous beast poised to devour its prey. This is the situation. Xiao Ran leaned back in his chair, surveying the assembled group. Within 3 days, I require a substantial quantity of zombie crystal cores to complete the upgrade of our base. And throughout Jiang City, there is no place more affluent than the First People's Hospital. Master, could this be too perilous? Wang Hao was the first to voice his concern. Though he was combative, he was not foolish. After all, that was the lair of the Corpse King. Even the tyrant dared not provoke it lightly. With our limited manpower, charging in would be tantamount to courting death. Qin Yin nodded in agreement, pointing at the map as she analyzed, according to the documents left by the tyrant. That Corpse King is at least a 4th-tier entity, possessing intelligence and commanding a vast legion of zombies. We know almost nothing about it. A reckless attack would have a low chance of success. Lin Wanner remained silent, merely polishing her sniper rifle, her eyes brimming with battle intent. For her, as long as it was Xiao Ran's command, she would brave any peril. Xiao Ran's gaze finally settled on Lu Yin. The former star, now clad in ill-fitting camouflage, stood somewhat awkwardly in the corner. Sensing Xiao Ran's attention, she nervously clenched her fists. Lu Yin, Xiao Ran called out. Why yes, master. Lu Yin responded hastily. Do not be anxious. Xiao Ran's tone softened slightly. Your abilities are now to be put to use. Looking at this map, concentrate your mind and tell me what you sense from it. Lu Yin took a deep breath, striving to calm herself. She closed her eyes, her long eyelashes quivering slightly. The entire conference room fell silent, with Wang Hao and Qin Yin watching her with curiosity. They had heard of her unique abilities, but had never witnessed them firsthand. After approximately half a minute, Lu Yin's complexion began to pale, fine beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide, her body swaying as she grasped the nearby table for support, her voice trembling as she spoke. The aura of death is overwhelmingly potent. Like a vast black ocean within that main building, where numerous black suns burn, searing, savage, filled with a desire for destruction. Her description evidently pertained to the Corpse King. And what else? Xiao Ran pressed. At the edge of that black ocean, Lu Yin's hand trembled as she pointed to a region on the map behind the hospital, where the aura was significantly weaker, like a dried-up riverbed. It's chaotic, with many feeble light points wandering there. And there's south another place, very cold and empty. As if a block of ice lies beside that small river. The area she indicated was precisely the hospital's medicine warehouse and morgue. Xiao Ran's eyes sparkled with excitement. Well done, he praised generously. Lu Yin's ability was nothing short of a human radar in the apocalypse. Not only could she sense the intensity of danger, but she could also discern the energy attributes of different areas. It seems our plan requires modification. Xiao Ran stood up, approaching the map and circling the area of the medicine warehouse with a red marker. We will not enter the main building, nor will we provoke the Corpse King. Our target is here. We will clear out the wandering zombies on the periphery and empty this medicine warehouse. Meanwhile, let us explore the chilling location that has instilled a sense of dread in Lu Yin, to uncover what treasures may lie hidden within. Upon hearing that there would be no need to forcefully invade the lair of the Corpse King, both Wang Hao and Qin Yin breathed a sigh of relief. The feasibility of this plan had significantly increased. All personnel, prepare. With a grand gesture, Xiao Ran issued the final directive. The phantom war chariots were to mobilize, and the skeletal legion was fully assembled. Wang Hao, you shall oversee the transport of supplies. Lin Wanner, accompany me. Understood. The group responded in unison. Master, please exercise caution. Came the voice of Su Miexu in Xiao Ran's mind, filled with profound concern. I will remain at the base, supporting you through our mental link. I am your most steadfast ally. A warmth spread through Xiao Ran's heart as he silently reassured her, rest easy. Stepping out of the conference room, he arrived at the plaza outside the villa. 3 menacing phantom war chariots stood ready for departure. Yet beside them lay a smaller, mysterious vehicle draped in black cloth. Xiao Ran approached the enigmatic machine and swiftly pulled off the covering. Chapter 91. The Ghostly Shadow, a new model reconnaissance vehicle. In the instant the black cloth was torn away, an oddly shaped vehicle, imbued with the aesthetics of death, revealed itself to the onlookers. What in the world is this vehicle? It's absolutely magnificent. Wang Hao exclaimed, his eyes nearly bulging in astonishment. This vehicle was based on the chassis of a sports car, yet its entire body was enveloped in a jet black, bone-like armor. The sleek lines of the vehicle exuded an aggressive demeanor, resembling a leopard lying in wait within the shadows. Its tires bore no bone spikes. Instead, they were adorned with eerie, silent runes. The front of the car lacked fearsome horns, presenting only a small yet luminous skull emblem. The entire vehicle lacked the wild, dominating aura of the phantom war chariots, instead radiating an uncanny, chilling essence akin to that of a specter. "I have named it the Shadow," Xiao declared, caressing the cold bone armor with a satisfied expression. This was the reconnaissance vehicle he had specially crafted for this mission, utilizing half a shadow stone and the equipment forging capabilities of the soul furnace. Item name: Ghostly Shadow, excellent grade. Property 1, Undead Silence, operates with almost no sound, significantly reducing the likelihood of detection. Property 2, Shadow Camouflage, consumes soul power to meld with the surrounding environment, entering a brief state of stealth. Property 3, Phantom Engine, fueled by soul power, it possesses immense explosive power, with instantaneous acceleration capabilities far surpassing conventional vehicles. This vehicle was born for stealth and assassination. Lin Wanner, get in. Xiao opened the door and took his seat in the driver's position. Yes. Lin Wanner unhesitatingly occupied the passenger seat, cradling her beloved sniper rifle, her eyes alight with excitement. To embark on a stealth mission with her master was a tremendous honor for her. Wang Hao, lead the main convoy, following us at a distance of 5 kilometers. Do not approach the hospital without my command, Xiao instructed via the intercom. Received. Rest assured, master. With Xiao command, the Black Shadow was the first to spring into motion. Its engine emitted no roar. Only the skull emblem at the front glowed with an eerie light before it swiftly vanished into the shadows of the city like a bolt of black lightning. The 3 phantom war chariots followed shortly, rumbling with a deep growl, carrying the skeletal army and transport personnel, advancing with great momentum. The journey from Longhu Villa District to the First People's Hospital in the city center was no short trek. As they drew nearer to the city center, the roads grew increasingly dilapidated. Once bustling commercial streets now lay in ruins, with shattered walls and remnants of grandeur. The glass facades of towering skyscrapers were shattered, exposing gaping, darkened windows that resembled eyes gazing into the abyss of the apocalypse. Abandoned vehicles were piled high on the roads, and even overturned military armored vehicles and tanks bore witness to a fierce battle, their surfaces marred with enormous claw marks and signs of corrosion. The air was thick with the stench of decay, occasionally interrupted by mutated vines writhing like twisted tendrils as they emerged from the cracks in the buildings. The entire city was steeped in a terrifying silence. The Shadow maneuvered skillfully through the ruins, emitting almost no sound. Master, to the left up ahead, on the clock tower. There's something, Lin Wanner, who had been observing the surroundings through her scope, suddenly whispered. Xiao followed her gesture and saw dark figures swiftly moving atop the ancient cathedral's clock tower in the distance. Their forms resembled humans, yet their movements were spider-like in their agility, enabling them to scale vertical walls with alarming speed. These are stalkers. Xiao expression grew serious. This type of mutated zombie had only begun to proliferate in the mid-stages of the last world. They were exceedingly fast, adept at ambush and pack hunting, making them one of the most troublesome predators in the urban wasteland. To encounter them now was unexpected. It seemed the mutation process in this world was proceeding more rapidly than he had anticipated. It appears they have detected us. Lin Wanner's voice trembled slightly. The dark figures atop the clock tower suddenly halted, all turning to face their direction. Though they were still quite distant, Xiao could sense several cold, greedy gazes locking onto them. A piercing shriek erupted from the clock tower, akin to a signal for attack. Almost immediately, shadows emerged from the surrounding buildings. 10, 20, 50. In the blink of an eye, they were surrounded by hundreds of stalkers. These monsters crouched on all fours, their bodies hunched like predatory beasts, emitting low growls from their throats, drool dripping from their sharp teeth, and corroding the ground beneath them. Hold on tight. Xiao face bore not a hint of tension, but rather a cold smile. He abruptly twisted the steering wheel and slammed the accelerator to the floor. Virum. The ghostly engine unleashed a powerful surge, and the Shadow transformed into a blur of black, not retreating, but rather charging directly into the densest cluster of the encircling horde. Just as they were about to collide with the mass of corpses, Xiao pressed a button on the console. Shadow Camouflage, activate. Whoosh. The Shadow's body suddenly warped and then vanished into thin air. The stalkers, poised to pounce, instantly lost their target, bewildered as they halted in their tracks. One stalker, positioned precisely where the Shadow had disappeared, failed to comprehend what had transpired before feeling a sudden lightness, only to be launched away by an overwhelming force. Bang! The stalker soared through the air in a parabolic arc, crashing heavily into the phantom war chariot that had just rounded the corner behind the main convoy, splattering into a gruesome mess. Enemy attack. Wang Hao's voice shouted through the intercom. A skirmish erupted instantaneously. Chapter 92. Urban Hunters, the Stalkers Strike. Bang! The stalker that had been flung like a rag doll smashed against the windshield of the phantom war chariot driven by Wang Hao, instantly shattering it, covering the entire window with blackened blood and shredded flesh. What the hell? Wang Hao exclaimed in shock, instinctively slamming on the brakes. Screech. The massive steel beast skidded across the ground, leaving long trails of brake marks. Enemy attack. All personnel, remain alert. Wang Hao reacted swiftly, seizing the intercom to shout. Without needing further prompting, everyone in the convoy had already entered a state of battle readiness. The stealthy assailants, having lost sight of their original target, swiftly redirected their aggression towards the raucous convoy of the Dark Phantom. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Like bolts of black lightning, the figures descended from the edifices surrounding them, their claws scraping against the walls with a piercing sound, zeroing in on the armed personnel within the convoy and the unprotected transport trucks. Open fire. Turn these grotesque creatures into Swiss cheese. Wang Hao bellowed, and the skeletal machine gun turret atop the vehicle roared to life. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. Fiery tongues of flame erupted, weaving a dense net of gunfire. Yet, the agility of these stealthy attackers was unparalleled. They danced along the vertical walls, most bullets finding their mark in empty air, with only a few unfortunate souls struck, plummeting from great heights with sorrowful cries. One stealthy figure seized an opportunity, launching itself from the fifth-floor window of a nearby building, its target being Wang Hao's cockpit. Its glinting claws appeared poised to rend the seemingly impenetrable bulletproof glass. Come at me. Wang Hao's eyes sparkled with a hint of madness rather than fear. Instead of evading, he violently yanked the steering wheel, flooring the accelerator. Boom. The massive body of the Dark Phantom swung violently, akin to wielding a colossal iron hammer, sending the airborne assailant crashing away. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from the creature, its form contorting mid-air before it collided with a nearby structure, demolishing half a wall, and fell silent. Ha! Delightful. Who's next? Wang Hao laughed exuberantly, adrenaline surging through him. Such raw, unyielding combat was the essence of a man's romance. The morale of the others in the convoy soared upon witnessing this spectacle, each one eager to emulate him. They took refuge in the sturdy defenses of the Dark Phantom, forming a circular bastion around the transport trucks, engaging in fierce combat with the relentless assailants. Meanwhile, in the shadows beyond the fray, the Dark Spectre paused. Xiao Ran and Lin Wanner observed the battlefield with cold detachment. These brutes have certainly made progress, Xiao Ran remarked, nodding in satisfaction at Wang Hao's orderly defense. Master, there's a leader among the stealthy ones. Lin Wanner's voice came from behind the scope, pointing out a larger figure atop the opposite department store, which had refrained from attacking, directing its kin instead. Can you lock onto it? Affirmative. At a distance of 700 meters, wind speed at 3. I am confident of a single-shot solution, Lin Wanner responded coolly and confidently. Excellent. Xiao Ran did not immediately command her to fire, but instead established a mental connection with Su Miexu. Miexu, can you hear me? I'm here, master. I've been waiting. How is the situation on your end? Su Miexu's anxious voice resonated. Encountering a minor complication, Xiao Ran replied succinctly, now? Please relay my voice simultaneously to Wang Hao and Lin Wanner. Understood. In the next moment, Xiao Ran's steady voice echoed simultaneously in the minds of Wang Hao and Lin Wanner. Wang Hao, look at you drifting now, are we? Hee master. You've been watching, haven't you? Wang Hao replied, grinning with pride as he wielded the machine gun. The thrill of being observed by his master invigorated him. Don't get cocky, follow my lead. Xiao Ran's tone turned serious. Have the skeletal archers execute 3 rounds of fire, covering the southeastern open area, forcing them towards me. Yes. Lin Wanner, prepare to take action. Wait for them to enter the trap. I will signal you. Understood. With Xiao Ran's command, the tactics shifted in an instant. 50 skeletal archers aboard the Dark Phantom simultaneously drew their bone bows, the whistling of arrows filling the air as a deluge of bone projectiles rained down, accurately striking the densest cluster of the stealthy assailants, clearing a significant area in an instant. The stealthy attackers let out furious roars, compelled to alter their assault direction, surging towards the shadowy corner where Xiao Ran and Lin Wanner lurked. Their leader, evidently sensing the shift, emitted a sharp screech, seemingly commanding a retreat. Now, Xiao Ran's voice rang in Lin Wanner's mind. Boom. A dull gunshot echoed. 700 meters away, the head of the stealthy leader exploded like a ripe watermelon. Viscous red-black brain matter splattered everywhere. The loss of their leader plunged the remaining stealthy assailants into chaos, their advance faltering. Wang Hao, lead the charge. Harvest. Yes, brothers. Follow me and counterattack. Kill. The tide of battle turned instantaneously. With the pesky flies dealt with, the convoy resumed its advance. Half an hour later, a massive white structure emerged on the horizon. First People's Hospital, we've arrived. just as the vehicle came to a halt, before anyone could catch their breath. Lu Rian and Wang Hao's vehicle let out a piercing scream, clutching her head and curling up in her seat in agony. Master, her voice, transmitted through the spiritual mark Xiao Ran had left on her, conveyed her terror. Such a powerful consciousness has detected us. It is furious. No sooner had she spoken than an invisible, bone-chilling pressure surged forth from the main building of the hospital like a tsunami. Chapter 93, Wrath of the Corpse King. Arrival of the mental storm. The mental pressure descended swiftly and violently, akin to an invisible hammer striking every individual's mind. Ugh. Within the convoy, the ordinary armed personnel without abilities bore the brunt, clutching their heads and moaning in agony, their gazes instantly becoming vacant, as if witnessing some unspeakably horrific illusion. Some began to babble incoherently, while others even raised their weapons, attempting to aim at their own temples. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Several transport truck engines sputtered irregularly before all simultaneously stalled, the headlights flickering erratically. This pure mental force even interfered with the precise electronic devices. Steady yourselves, Wang Hao roared. Though he too felt as if needles were piercing his skull, yet as a second-tier ability user, his mental resistance far exceeded that of ordinary individuals, allowing him to maintain a semblance of clarity. Beside him, Lu Rian was in the direst condition, blood seeping from her orifices, her body convulsing violently. Yet she gritted her teeth, refusing to succumb entirely. Her faint but resilient mental energy served as a shaky dam, alleviating a significant portion of the pressure for everyone in the command vehicle. Humph, trying to intimidate us? Inside the Dark Phantom, Xiao Ran's expression remained unchanged. As that mental storm swept in, his mental immunity, intermediate, passive skill activated instantaneously, forming an invisible barrier in his mind that effortlessly repelled the shockwave capable of rendering ordinary individuals into imbeciles. To him, this so-called Wrath of the Corpse King was little more than a stronger gust of wind passing through, causing his hair to dishevel but inflicting no substantial harm. Master, are you all right? Lin Wanner, though pale, retained her sharp gaze. I'm fine. Not only was Xiao Ran unscathed, but he even had the leisure to extend his mental energy outward, creating a larger shield that encompassed the entire Dark Phantom, completely isolating Lin Wanner from the mental pressure. Meanwhile, far away at the Dragon Lake Villa base, Sum Yixu felt the terrifying energy fluctuations from the front line through the mind link. Master. Her voice was filled with urgency, tinged with a hint of tears. What an overwhelming pressure. Are you all right? No need to worry. It's merely a small matter. Xiao Ran's voice remained as composed as ever, as if he were discussing something trivial. It's the perfect opportunity to test our new technique. He sensed that while the mental storm was formidable, it was quite diffuse, evidently a long-range attack initiated by the Corpse King from several kilometers away. It was arrogant to think that mere intimidation could deter them. Yixu, lend me your strength. Xiao Ran silently commanded within his mind. Of course. Without hesitation, Sum Yixu channeled her recently surged mental power through the mind link, offering it unreservedly. If Xiao Ran's mental energy was a profound ocean, then Sum Yixu's power resembled a crystal-clear stream. As the stream merged into the ocean, it instantaneously stirred towering waves. Back you go? A glint ignited in Xiao Ran's eyes. As a mental force, denser and colder than that of the Corpse King, brimming with the essence of pure death, surged forth like a sword unsheathed, countering the source of the mental storm at the hospital's main building with ferocity. Boom. An inaudible explosion reverberated at the mental level, several kilometers away. Atop the hospital's main building, in a luxurious room transformed into a throne hall, a young man clad in a white coat, whose strikingly handsome features bore an almost otherworldly quality, languidly reclined upon a throne constructed from countless pale bones. Suddenly, a flicker of astonishment crossed his handsome visage, his body jolting as he instinctively pressed his hand to his forehead. For the first time, his crimson eyes revealed a glimmer of surprise. Just moments ago, he had felt an extraordinarily sharp mental force pierce through his mental storm, striking back directly at his core. Although it hadn't harmed him, the sensation of provocation was deeply unsettling. An intriguing insect, the Corpse King licked his lips, a cruel smile flickering in his scarlet eyes. How dare you defy this king? Very well, it has been far too long since I stretched my limbs. I shall use you as an appetizer. Meanwhile, outside the hospital, with Xiao Ran's counterattack, the mental oppression enveloping the convoy dissipated in an instant. The soldiers ensnared in hallucinations began to awaken, gasping for breath, their faces etched with fear. What just happened? I think I saw my mother waving at me. I saw hell. So many evil spirits were pulling me. Wang Hao was also shaken, recalling how he had nearly lost control and ordered a full retreat. Master is incredible. He gazed at the distant black specter, his eyes filled with fervent admiration. From such a distance, a single move had shattered the Corpse King's intimidation. What terrifying power this was. Quit dawdling. Xiao Ran's voice broke through the intercom, interrupting their astonishment. I've sent it back. There won't be any mental attacks for a while. Wang Hao, proceed as planned. I require crystal cores, a substantial quantity. Yes. Wang Hao's spirit lifted as he began to issue commands. All skeletons, disembark. Target, the medicine warehouse. Exterminate every living being within. Roar. Hundreds of skeletal warriors and 12 venomous corpse sorcerers surged forth from the ghostly war chariot like a tide, imbued with an overwhelming aura of death, charging towards the medicine warehouse indicated by Lu Rian. However, they had not advanced far when the ground ahead began to tremble violently, as if some colossal entity were about to emerge from the earth. At the entrance of an underground parking lot adjacent to the medicine warehouse, the cement floor suddenly heaved upwards, cracking, before a massive creature, constructed from countless pieces of flesh and blood, forcefully burst through. Chapter 94, The Stitched Behemoth. A terrifying flesh puppet. Roar. Accompanied by a roar composed of countless voices, filled with anguish and resentment. The monstrous entity crawled slowly from the ruins of the underground parking lot. Even Wang Hao, accustomed to gruesome scenes, felt his stomach churn upon comprehending its full form. It was nothing short of a moving hell of flesh. Its size was comparable to a 3-story building, its entire body grotesquely stitched, twisted, and fused from hundreds of human and zombie corpses in an exceedingly brutal manner. Countless faces twisted in agony were embedded within its writhing flesh, silently wailing. Hundreds of mangled arms protruded from various parts of its body, flailing wildly like crazed roots. Its lower half was forcibly fused from several crushed cars and cement blocks. Acting as a mobile chassis, atop its enormous, amorphous head, a mouth composed of dozens of mouths opened and closed incessantly, spilling forth a cascade of putrid drool. Name, Stitched Behemoth, Elite Level Mutant. Level, Peak of Tier 3. Abilities, Flesh Regeneration, Acidic Spit, Brutal Charge. Remarks, one of the Corpse King's prized toys, a mobile corpse recycling station. What on earth is this abomination? Wang Hao stared at the indescribable monstrosity before him, feeling his sanity plummeting. Just the sight of it was enough to haunt an ordinary person for a lifetime. The Stitched Behemoth evidently noticed Xiao Ran's undead army, and its massive mouth, formed from countless orifices, emitted an excited howl. To it, these skeletons exuding the aura of death were nothing short of the most delectable dessert. It advanced on legs composed of automobile wreckage, producing a cacophony of creaking metal as it charged towards the skeletal army. Archers, fire. The skeletal archers at the forefront halted immediately, drawing their bone bows as a rain of arrows rained down upon the Stitched Behemoth. Clang, clang. However, those bone arrows, capable of piercing steel, merely elicited small splashes of blood upon striking the thick flesh of the Stitched Behemoth, failing to penetrate its surface, only to be expelled by the writhing flesh as the wounds healed almost instantaneously. Physical attacks were nearly ineffective. Roar. The Stitched Behemoth, incensed by the trivial assault, swung a gigantic arm formed from a dozen corpses intertwined with a streetlight pole, smashing into the formation of the skeletal army like a battering ram. Boom. The ground trembled violently, dust swirling. With a single strike, over 20 skeletal warriors were reduced to a flurry of bone shards. Damn, that's fierce. Wang Hao's eyelids twitched. The monster's strength and defense were utterly grotesque, akin to a heavy tank. All skeletons, disperse. Xiao Ran's calm voice resonated through the mind link, echoing in the soul flames of every undead unit. Venomous corpse sorcerers, concentrate your fire on its head. Use corrosive poison balls. Upon receiving the command, the 12 venomous corpse sorcerers floated into the air, their staffs glowing with a green luminescence. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Basketball-sized green poison balls, emitting thick white smoke, arced through the air, accurately striking the Stitched Behemoth's colossal head. Sizzle. The corrosive venom exploded upon the giant's head, and this time, it finally had an effect. The grotesque head of the Stitched Behemoth rapidly decayed, emitting plumes of foul-smelling smoke that revealed its stark white bones and twisted nerves beneath. A piercing roar erupted from the creature, thrashing its head violently in an attempt to expel the wretched green liquid. Wang Hao. Xiaoran's voice rang out once more, commanding. Use your war chariot to strike its legs. Bring it down. Understood. Watch me. Wang Hao had long felt the urge to engage. With a mighty shout, he slammed his foot down on the accelerator. Brothers, charge. The 3 spectral war chariots surged forth like 3 unleashed beasts, producing a thunderous roar as the skeletal rams at their fronts glowed with a blood-red light. They formed a triangular formation and crashed into the behemoth's legs, which were composed of twisted metal scraps. Bang, bang, bang. 3 resounding thuds echoed in succession. The behemoth's seemingly sturdy lower body twisted and contorted under the relentless assault of the spectral war chariots, losing its balance. With a thunderous crash, its massive form toppled like a felled skyscraper, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. Well done, Xiao praised, yet he knew this was far from over. Such a formidable creature could not be so easily vanquished. Now, a glint of cold determination flashed in Xiao's eyes as he sharply ordered Lin Wanner, hold on tight. He abruptly engaged the stealth mode of the Phantom, causing the entire vehicle to vanish into thin air, like a true specter silently weaving through the chaotic battlefield. Racing towards the fallen behemoth's vulnerable back. Through careful observation, he had pinpointed the creature's core. The Phantom halted just under 10 meters from the behemoth's rear. Xiao flung open the car door, brandishing his skeletal staff, appearing like a wraith behind the monstrous entity. He raised the staff, aiming at the most concentrated and pulsating energy within the creature, his eyes glinting with frigid intent. It is over, you wretched thing. Chapter 95, A Fatal Strike. Ignite its core. The massive form of the stitched behemoth thrashed on the ground, countless arms flailing in a desperate bid to rise once more. Its gaping maw, composed of dozens of mouths, faced the spectral war chariots, emitting a furious roar, clearly perceiving Wang Hao and his companions as its primary foes, blissfully unaware of the grim reaper that had silently approached from behind. Here, Xiao's gaze was sharp as a blade, his mental focus heightened, penetrating the behemoth's thick flesh with the precision of a sophisticated scanner, accurately locking onto a heart deep within, pulsating violently and radiating an ominous red light. This was not a true heart, but rather an energy core forged from the fusion of hundreds of zombie crystals, bound together by some malevolent force. It was the source of this creature's power and its most perilous weakness. Direct physical attacks would be futile. The layers of flesh and bone were thicker than a tank's armor. A more cunning approach was necessary. A cruel smile curled at the corners of Xiao's mouth. He raised his skeletal staff high, as two swirling orbs of ghostly blue flame began to whirl and compress within the skull's eye sockets at the staff's tip. A pure and terrifying energy of death coalescing at the very end. Necromantic inversion curse. This was no mere corpse explosion technique. This was a higher-level single-target spell he had unlocked after ascending to Necromancer. It would not trigger a violent external explosion, but instead inject destructive death energy directly into the target, igniting its energy core from within, resulting in a true annihilation. In my name, grant you the peace of obliteration. Xiao's voice rang cold and authoritative, akin to the judgment of death itself. He thrust the staff forward with urgency. Swish! A thread-thin black beam shot forth from the tip of the staff, vanishing silently into the behemoth's colossal form. There was no explosion, no sound. Not even the faintest ripple of energy. It was as if nothing had transpired. Wang Hao, who was drawing fire with machine guns and war chariots, momentarily paused, perplexed at Xiao's gesture towards the beast. What is he doing? Just tickling it? He mused. However, the next moment, he was engulfed in embarrassment at his folly. The thrashing behemoth suddenly froze, its cacophony of roars abruptly ceasing. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, under the astonished gazes of all. A sinister dark red glow began to emanate from deep within the behemoth's massive body. The light intensified, blindingly bright, as if it harbored a sun on the verge of exploding. The tormented faces embedded in its flesh contorted from agony to sheer terror. No, a faint, soul-wrenching wail echoed from within the creature. Then, a soft pop, reminiscent of a bubble bursting. In the astonished eyes of all, the monstrous beast, comparable to a building, began to silently disintegrate from the location of its heart. It was neither an explosion nor disintegration, but rather a transformation into the smallest particles, dissipating into the air from the core outward. The vanishing black point rapidly expanded, resembling an ever-widening sphere, erasing flesh, bone, and metal in its wake. Within mere seconds, the once mighty stitched behemoth had vanished without a trace, leaving behind not a drop of blood or a single bone. All that remained was a cacophony, like the sound of a torrential downpour. From the site of the behemoth's obliteration, hundreds of sparkling zombie crystals cascaded from the air, blanketing the ground. Most were first-tier grayish-white crystals, but among them were dozens of second-tier colored crystals, and even 3 radiant third-tier crystals. Under the sun's rays, the carpet of crystals shimmered with a dazzling brilliance. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Wang Hao gaped, his walkie-talkie clattering to the ground. The others in the convoy stood frozen, as if spellbound, their expressions blank in disbelief. Instantaneously annihilated? The terrifying creature that had barely been toppled by the spectral war chariots had been effortlessly erased by their master with a mere gesture? This exceeded their comprehension. This was not combat. This was a miracle. What are you still standing there for? Xiaoran's voice shattered the silence. Clear the battlefield. Collect the crystals. Not a single one must be left behind. Why yes. Wang Hao snapped back to reality, tumbling out of the vehicle, his face flushed with fervor. He shouted, "Get moving. Gather the crystals. Quickly. These are our master's spoils." Everyone surged forward like diligent worker bees, eagerly collecting the scattered crystals. Just then, a cold voice, laced with a hint of amusement and bearing the weight of a sovereign, resonated unexpectedly in everyone's minds. It was no longer the previous chaotic mental assault, but a clear, metallic-toned language. Intriguingly, these minuscule creatures can effortlessly obliterate my toys. You have successfully captured my attention. Now step forward, and allow me to witness the surprise that you truly are. As the words fell, in the distance, the main building of the hospital, shrouded in shadows, revealed a heavy glass door that had remained shut for an indeterminate time, emitting a disconcerting creak as it slowly opened. A bottomless passage, resembling the entrance to hell, materialized before the onlookers. Chapter 96. The Invitation of the Corpse King into the Tiger's Den. The invitation from the Corpse King extinguished the joyful exuberance of the crowd like a bucket of icy water. The slowly opening door, an abyssal maw, exuded a suffocating malevolence. "Master, this is a trap," Wang Hao exclaimed, clutching a pile of freshly gathered crystal cores, his complexion paling as he moved beside Mei. "That creature clearly intends to lure us into a complete ambush. Should we not withdraw? Today's harvest has already been substantial." He voiced the sentiments of all present. What an absurdity! Storming the lair of a fourth-tier corpse king? That is akin to willingly thrusting one's head into the jaws of a tiger. Even the typically combative Lin Wanner tightened her grip on her sniper rifle, her gaze fixated on the ominous door, silent and pensive. Though unafraid of death, she was not eager for futile sacrifice. However, Xiao Ran's response was entirely unexpected. Rather than exhibiting any fear, he scrutinized the opening door with keen interest, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Withdraw?" He chuckled lightly, shaking his head. "They have already laid out a banquet and extended a warm invitation. If we simply depart, would that not be exceedingly disrespectful?" Wang Hao was nearly in tears. "My dear master, this is no banquet. It is evidently a trap." "A trap?" Xiao Ran glanced at him. "That depends on who attends the feast. If Lu Bang goes, it is a perilous endeavor. But what if it is the illustrious Xiang Yu himself?" Wang Hao was taken aback. Despite his limited education, he grasped Xiao Ran's implication. Before absolute power, all schemes and plots are but jokes. What confidence and dominance the master possesses, equating himself to the unparalleled overlord of the world. In that instant, Wang Hao's fear was supplanted by a fervent admiration. Indeed, with a master capable of creating even deities, what was there left to fear? "Then shall we charge in with the Netherworld war chariot and confront him?" Wang Hao's fervor reignited. "Fool," Xiao Ran chided, "who said we must storm in? I am attending a banquet, not demolishing a building." He certainly would not be foolish enough to lead a large force directly into the fray. A fourth-tier intelligent corpse king could have laid countless traps in its domain. Yet, retreating was not his style either. This corpse king represented a vast treasure trove, not merely the immense soul energy and high-tier undead materials it embodied, but also the fact that it occupied the most resource-rich area in the heart of the city. To establish true dominance in Jiangqing, this corpse king must perish. Today presents a prime opportunity for probing. "Wang Hao, pay heed," Xiao Ran commanded. "You will immediately lead the main convoy and all spoils 5 kilometers back, establishing a temporary defensive line on the elevated ring road. Under no circumstances are you to approach the hospital without my command." Master, what of you? You won't go alone, will you?" Wang Hao protested anxiously. "Who said I would go alone?" Xiao Ran replied, glancing at Lin Wanner in the passenger seat. "Wanner, you will accompany me. I require your keen eyesight." "Yes, master." Lin Wanner straightened, her gaze resolute. "And you, Lu Rian?" Xiao Ran communicated via mental link to Lu Rian in the command vehicle. "You will retreat with Wang Hao and the others, but maintain the spiritual connection. From now on, you shall be my eyes and ears, relaying all your perceptions to me in real time." "Yes, master. I will strive to do my best." Lu Rian's voice trembled. Yet there was newfound determination. She understood that this was her opportunity to prove her worth. "Master, it is too perilous," Su Mixu's concerned voice echoed in Xiao Ran's mind. A confident smile graced his lips as he softly reassured her, "Do not worry. I merely intend to greet this king and see if there are any mementos worth taking from his palace. Prepare an extra dish for dinner while I am gone." This powerful confidence, conveyed through their mental link, swiftly assuaged Su Mixu's unease. With everything arranged, Xiao Ran hesitated no longer. "Let us depart," he instructed Lin Wanner, then resumed his position at the helm of the Phantom. The sleek black vehicle reactivated its stealth mode, rippling through the air as it silently melded into the surrounding shadows. Under the tense yet admiring gaze of Wang Hao and the others, the nearly invisible silhouette advanced unhesitatingly toward the ominous, abyssal door that stood ajar before it. A meeting between two kings was about to unfold. Chapter 97. The Celestial Canopy of the Undead, the Final Materials. The phantom glided into the hospital's entrance like a drop of ink merging with the night. The world beyond the door starkly contrasted with the anticipated rivers of blood and mountains of corpses. The central courtyard of the hospital was unsettlingly pristine. Not a trace of blood marred the ground, nor was there a single fallen leaf. The lawn was meticulously manicured, and though the fountain basin held no water, it was devoid of any debris. The entire courtyard was eerily silent, as though time had come to a standstill. Yet, this extreme cleanliness and quietude proved far more chilling than a sea of corpses. This indicated that the Corpse King exercised an absolute, almost obsessive control over this territory. The zombies under its command had ceased to act as instinctual beasts. They were now a disciplined army. "Master, it feels so oppressive here," Lin Wanner admitted, her hands slightly sweating around her sniper rifle. "Indeed, this king has quite the flair for showmanship," Xiao Ran observed with keen interest as he drove, steering the vehicle around the courtyard instead of heading directly toward the menacing main building. "Lu Rian, have you made any discoveries?" he inquired through their mental link. "Master." That cold sensation grows ever clearer. Lu Rian's voice resonated from afar. "It is not in the main building. It is in the low, independent structure to your left rear. It feels frigid, as if devoid of life, embodying pure death." "Left rear?" Xiao Ran turned to look. There lay the hospital's morgue. "Let us investigate." The phantom silently altered its course, heading toward the ominous low building. The morgue's door stood ajar, revealing an impenetrable darkness within. Xiao Ran and Lin Wanner exited the vehicle, and without turning on the lights, the Corpse Master's dark vision allowed him to navigate effortlessly. A bone-chilling cold enveloped them, not merely a drop in temperature, but a deathly silence that could freeze one's very soul. Inside the morgue, rows of refrigeration units stood neatly aligned, yet most lay vacant. Xiao Ran's gaze was soon drawn to a central object within the room. There, in the very heart of the morgue, loomed a massive, irregularly shaped black crystal. Towering over him, it was entirely obsidian, with an exceptionally smooth surface, as if composed of the purest jet. It did not emit light, yet the surrounding illumination warped and was eerily absorbed as it approached. A stream of pure, frigid death energy emanated from the crystal, continuously drawn in by the distant main building. In that moment, Xiao Ran's breathing grew rapid. Ding! Detected an exceptionally high-quality special material, natural heart of shadow. Description: formed over decades in a realm of extreme darkness and death, this natural crystalline entity absorbs energies of demise and resentment. Its energy purity far surpasses that of artificially synthesized shadow stones. Usage: it serves as a perfect core for the Necromancer's canopy, significantly reducing construction time and enhancing the canopy's final strength. Having traversed countless paths in search of this, the acquisition was effortless. Xiao Ran was ecstatic. He had merely intended to scout the area, yet he stumbled upon such a rare treasure. This natural heart of shadow was tailor-made for his mission. With it, he could erect the Necromancer's canopy in less than a day. It appeared that this Lich King had turned this location into its energy reservoir and refrigerator, daily absorbing the death energy radiating from the crystal for its cultivation. "All of this is mine." Greed flickered in Xiao Ran's eyes as he reached out without hesitation towards the massive black crystal. Just as his fingertips were about to make contact with the crystal, whoosh, 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 a dozen white figures suddenly descended silently from the shadows of the ceiling, surrounding Xiao Ran and Lin Wanner like specters. They were a cadre of zombies adorned in tattered doctors' and nurses' white coats. However, they were entirely different from the ordinary zombies outside. Their forms were agile, their gazes cold and filled with intelligence, wielding bone blades honed from their own finger bones, sharp as surgical instruments. Lich King's elite guards. Level, Tier 3. These were the Lich King's personal guards. Yet, these sentinels did not immediately launch an attack. They merely stood silently, forming a perfect encirclement, their lifeless eyes fixed intently on Xiao Ran. In the courtyard, the pulsating sound akin to a massive heart suddenly ceased. The Lich King's cold, mocking voice resonated once more in Xiao Ran's mind. "You have discovered my little battery. How surprising, insect. Now, I present you with a choice. Surrender it, kneel before me, and become my most humble servant, and I shall grant you eternal life. Or seize it and face my full wrath." Faced with this ultimatum, Xiao Ran's expression showed no sign of change. He glanced at the Lich King's vigilant guards surrounding him, then at the enormous heart of shadow before him, and suddenly laughed. He slowly raised his hand, not to relinquish it, but to firmly slap the black crystal. "I choose the third option." His voice was soft, Yet it resonated clearly in the Lich King's mind through their mental link. I will take your battery and then twist off your head. With a low command, the towering crystal vanished amidst a ripple of spatial distortion, directly absorbed into his system space. Chapter 98. Your guards are worthless. I choose the third option. Xiao Ran's voice was soft, yet it struck like a ruthless slap, resonating harshly in the Lich King's mind, far removed in the main building. I will take your battery and then twist off your head. The moment his words fell, his hand, which had slapped the natural heart of shadow, clenched tightly. Receive. A faint hum resonated as the massive black crystal, towering over a person, vanished under the watchful gaze of several pale eyes, directly absorbed into his system space. Ding. Task item. Core of the Necromancer's canopy acquired. Quality. Perfect. Task completion for the Necromancer's domain. 50. It's done. A surge of joy filled Xiao Ran's heart. This adventure was already a tremendous profit with this single acquisition. Yet, his action undoubtedly ignited the powder keg. Kill him. The Lich King's cold. Furious thought pierced the minds of each guard like a sharp icicle. Whoosh. The nearest nurse guard sprang into action, its form blurred, and the bone blade in its grasp traced a pale arc, silently aimed at Xiao Ran's neck. Swift. Too swift. The speed of these Tier 3 guards nearly surpassed the sound barrier, rendering ordinary individuals unable to perceive even their afterimages. Master, be careful. Lin Wanner's pupils dilated, instinctively raising her gun to shoot. However, a warm and powerful hand gently pressed against her weapon. Do not move. Xiao Ran did not turn his head. His voice calm as if discussing a trivial matter. Just watch. Do not let these trash soil your hands. Trash? Lin Wanner was taken aback. Each of these beings radiated a lethal aura, their power comparable to the Tier 3 elite zombie leader from before, yet in her master's eyes, they were mere refuse. In the moment of her astonishment, the razor-sharp bone blade was less than a centimeter from Xiao Ran's neck. The fine white smoke generated by the high-speed friction against the air was even visible on the blade. Yet, Xiao Ran remained utterly still. He merely lifted his eyelids, his cold gaze sweeping over the dozen Lich King's guards encircling him, a sneer of extreme disdain curling his lips. This level of speed is worthy of being called guards? He slowly raised his left hand, not to block, nor to retaliate. He simply snapped his fingers lightly. Snap. The crisp sound reverberated in the silence of the morgue. With that snap, an invisible force, heavy as a mountain, descended abruptly, centered around Xiao Ran. Necromancer ruler skill, gravity graveyard. Buzz. Everything seemed to be pressed into slow motion. The nurse guard, poised to sever his throat, froze in a grotesque expression, its body becoming leaden. Its movements rendered painfully slow and stiff. The other guards, who had intended to pounce, were as if trapped in a mire, each maintaining their forward momentum but utterly immobilized. Their soul flames flickered wildly in their eye sockets, filled with terror and confusion. They could not comprehend why their bodies had suddenly become heavier than steel. Did you see that, Wanna? Xiao Ran's voice carried a teasing, instructive tone. True power is not about whose blade is faster, but about setting the rules. In my domain, even the flow of air must heed my command. As he spoke, he leisurely walked up to the suspended nurse guard. He extended 2 fingers, effortlessly pinching the razor-sharp bone blade as one might grasp a fly's wing. Crack. A crisp sound echoed. The weapon, forged from the finger bones of a Tier 3 elite zombie, was effortlessly snapped in his grasp. Too brittle. Xiao Ran shook his head and casually discarded the broken blade onto the ground. Then, under the terrified gaze of the guardian, he raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to its face. Bang! There was no splatter of flesh and blood. The guardian's head, along with its entire body, crumbled like a sand sculpture struck by tremendous force, disintegrating into a whirlwind of bone dust and debris in an instant. One strike, instant annihilation. You. The furious and agitated roar of the corpse king reverberated in Xiao Ran's mind. How annoying. Xiao Ran, indifferent, took a step forward towards the next target. Bang. Another slap. And yet another guardian was reduced to ashes. Bang. 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 He moved with the grace of a sovereign strolling through his own garden, each motion exuding elegance. With every raised hand, a guardian met its demise. Those elite third-tier guardians, cultivated with immense effort and pride by the corpse king, were reduced to mere dust before him. Utterly insignificant, Lin Wanner stood frozen in place, utterly dumbfounded, her mouth slightly agape, her beautiful eyes filled with shock and bewilderment. Is this the true power of my master? With a mere gesture, he crushes dozens of third-tier elites. This is no longer mere strength. This is divinity, a living embodiment of death walking among us. An unprecedented emotion, one of worship, surged within her, nearly overwhelming her reason. Stop. You must stop. The corpse king's voice trembled with a hint of desperation. These guardians were the result of countless high-tier crystal cores and efforts, each one invaluable, the cornerstone of its dominion. Yet now, they were being swatted down like flies, one after another by Xiao Ran. Its heart bled. "Oh, are you feeling pain?" Xiao Ran paused, glancing back at the remaining 3 guardians. A cruel smile gracing his face as he projected his thoughts. "This is merely the beginning. I have set my sights on your toys. I have set my sights on your territory. As for you, your head shall be mine." With those words, he unleashed his full power, his figure flickering, leaving behind 3 afterimages. Bang, bang, bang. The last 3 guardians simultaneously turned to ash. The entire morgue returned to an eerie silence, as if those deadly assassins had never existed. Xiao Ran dusted off his hands, which bore no trace of dust, and turned to Lin Wanner, offering her a gentle smile. "Let us proceed to the main building and see what surprises this king has prepared for us." Just then, boom. The entire hospital began to tremble violently. The metal door to the morgue, forcefully breached by Xiao Ran, slammed shut with a resounding clang, accompanied by the sound of metal twisting and warping from the outside. "You have angered me." The Corpse King's voice no longer held any mockery or arrogance, replaced by a chilling, bone-deep killing intent akin to the Siberian cold. "Insect, you shall pay dearly for your arrogance. You will perish here in endless agony, becoming the most wretched heap of flesh beneath my feet." Accompanied by this venomous curse, a whistling sound suddenly emanated from the ventilation shaft above the morgue. A colorless, odorless gas, yet fraught with lethal danger, began to surge violently into the sealed room. Chapter 99. The Corpse King's Trap, the Deadly Gas Chamber. The whistling from the ventilation grew louder, as if connected to a massive blower. A bizarre, sweet-smelling, invisible gas was rushing into the welded morgue from all directions. "Master, this gas." Lin Wanner's nostrils flared. She was a top-tier sniper, extremely sensitive to changes in her environment. The moment she inhaled the first breath, she sensed something was amiss. A slight dizziness washed over her, and her limbs began to weaken, as if her strength was being siphoned away rapidly. "It's nerve gas." Lin Wanner's face turned pale instantly. It was military-grade VX gas. Just a few milligrams could be lethal. At this concentration, we 1T last 30 seconds. She immediately held her breath, but it was too late. The gas seeped in through her skin, continuously corroding her body. Her vision began to blur, and she swayed, barely able to remain upright. "It's over." A wave of despair surged within Lin Wanner. She did not fear dying in battle or being shot in the head by a powerful enemy, but she never anticipated dying in such a suffocating manner within a sealed gas chamber. Clever tactic. However, beside her, Xiao Ran remained unfazed. He inhaled the deadly gas deeply, even displaying a hint of enjoyment, commenting, "Utilizing modern architectural facilities to create a killing field is certainly more intelligent than those who only know how to use claws and teeth." The passive ability, mental immunity, rendered him impervious to the hallucinatory and mental assault effects of the gas. Furthermore, the Necromancer physique made him completely immune to this lethal toxin targeting life. For him, this so-called VX nerve gas was no different from breathing fresh air. "Master, you." Lin Wanner gazed at Xiao Ran, who appeared completely unaffected, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. "This is military-grade gas. Even a third-tier enhanced ability user would not last a minute at this concentration. What kind of existence is he?" Just as her thoughts spiraled into chaos, a warm hand suddenly wrapped around her soft waist, gently drawing her into a solid and warm embrace. "Do not fear." Xiao Ran's deep, magnetic voice resonated in her ear. Immediately, Lin Wanner felt a cold yet pure energy emanating from Xiao Ran, forming a thin, nearly invisible black shield that enveloped both of them. The moment the shield formed, the dizziness and weakness dissipated entirely. The lethal gas from the outside was perfectly isolated by this thin barrier. "What is this?" Lin Wanner leaned against Xiao Ran's chest, feeling the strong and steady heartbeat, inhaling his unique, reassuring scent, and her delicate face flushed bright red. From her cheeks all the way to her ears, her heart raced wildly, even more so than when facing the Corpse King's guardians. She could feel her master's hand still resting on her waist, the heat radiating through her thin combat suit, making her feel a bit weak all over. Just a little technique to isolate internal and external energy exchange. Xiao Ran remained oblivious to the subtle change in the beauty in his arms, or rather, he noticed it but paid no mind. He gazed at the toxic gas outside, which had thickened to form a pale yellow mist, his eyes glinting with amusement. "You think you can suffocate me with gas? This Corpse King has a rather limited imagination." Xiao Ran mused to himself. This gas must have been siphoned from a chemical storage within the hospital. The Corpse King had transformed the entire building into a massive gas chamber by controlling the power and ventilation systems. A commendable idea, but unfortunately, It was directed at the wrong target. Master, what shall we do now? Lin Wanner's voice was as delicate as a whisper, striving to maintain her composure. Yet the sensation of leaning against her master was overwhelmingly disconcerting. She scarcely dared to raise her gaze to meet Xiao Ran's face. What should we do? Xiao Ran chuckled, replying, of course, it is a matter of reciprocity. His eyes flickered with a hint of mischief as he gazed at the vent on the ceiling. You sent me a gift through the ventilation duct, so I shall return the favor through the same means. Meanwhile, at the base in Longhue Villa, Sumyig's sat anxiously in the command room, her hands tightly clasped together. On the screen, 2 green dots representing Xiao Ran and Lin Wanner remained motionless in a red zone marked as dangerous. Master, how are you? Please respond, she implored silently. But on the other end of the mental link, there was only silence. Earlier, during the battle, Xiao Ran had temporarily muted her communication to avoid distraction. The agonizing uncertainty of waiting weighed heavily on Su Mixu's heart. Just then, Xiao Ran's voice finally resonated within her mind. Mixu, I'm here. Master, Su Mixu cried, tears of joy welling in her eyes. You're safe. Thank goodness. You scared me to death. Nothing to worry about. Just a minor inconvenience that has been resolved. Xiao Ran's tone remained relaxed. Now, I need your assistance with a small task. Anything you say, as long as I can manage it. Su Mixu immediately straightened her back. Please help me locate the central air conditioning control room of this hospital, as well as the main exhaust vent. Although Su Mixu did not fully grasp Xiao Ran's intentions, she promptly began operating the computer before her. She was not merely a psychic aide. She was the entire team's information hub. Before long, a schematic of the hospital's internal duct system appeared on the screen. Found it, Master. The central air conditioning control room is on the second basement level of the main building. The main exhaust vent is on the rooftop terrace. Excellent. In the morgue, a sinister smile crept across Xiao Ran's lips as he released his hold on Lin Wanner, causing her to feel an inexplicable pang of disappointment. He extended a hand, palm facing one of the vents that was spewing toxic gas. A powerful, invisible mental force surged through the ducts, flowing upstream. You enjoy playing with ducks, don't you? Then allow me to join in the fun. His mental energy, like an unseen hand, forcefully invaded the intricate ventilation system of the entire building, abruptly sealing all valves leading to the morgue. Then, before the Corpse King could react, he suddenly opened all the valves leading to the upper floors of the main building, particularly the one to the luxurious room where the Corpse King resided. Let it flow back. Xiao Ran's eyes glinted coldly as he commanded. In an instant, the airflow within the entire ventilation system reversed. The lethal gas that had been flowing towards the morgue, under Xiao Ran's control, seemed to find a new outlet, changing direction and racing back towards every corner of the main building, especially the rooftop terrace and the throne hall where the Corpse King awaited. A small token of my gratitude. I hope you enjoy it. Xiao Ran clapped his hands as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. In the throne hall of the top floor, transformed from the most opulent presidential suite, the Corpse King, looking like a fallen angel, lounged on its throne made of countless human bones. Its crimson eyes gleamed with a cruel delight, as it seemed to perceive the wretched sight of that damned insect struggling in agony amidst the gas, begging for mercy. Foolish insect. This is the fate of provoking a king. It extended a pale, slender finger to lift a goblet filled with a vividly red liquid from the stone table beside it. Swirling it gently, the liquid was the freshest blood, rich with the energy of supernatural beings, its favorite drink. However, just as it was about to savor this pre-dinner drink, its movements suddenly froze. Its keen nose, more sensitive than a hound's, detected a familiar, cloying scent. This scent, was it not the VX nerve gas it had just injected into the morgue? How could it be here? Before it could comprehend, a visible pale yellow mist erupted from the central air conditioning vent above, flooding the entire hall like a burst dam. The Corpse King, caught off guard, inhaled deeply. Even with its formidable fourth-tier physique, the overwhelming concentration of the gas caused it to cough violently, its handsome, otherworldly face turning a ghastly shade of purple. How is this possible? It sprang up from the throne, disbelief and fury swirling in its eyes. How could the control of the ventilation system have shifted? That insect was clearly locked away in a sealed room. How did it manage this? A profound sense of humiliation washed over it, realizing that it, a ruler of a region, had been outmaneuvered by an insect using its own trap. Its enraged roar shattered the glass throughout the hall, resonating with the force of a tangible wave. The death energy within it erupted, forming a shield to block the gas. Yet, the entire main building had succumbed to chaos. The ordinary zombies and mutated beings it had stationed on various floors collapsed in droves under the indiscriminate onslaught of the toxic gas, convulsing and frothing at the mouth until silence ensued. While the loss of these lowly pawns did not concern it, the feeling of its own territory being compromised was a blow to its dignity unlike any other. Insect, you shall pay. It uttered each word through gritted teeth, killing intent surging in its crimson gaze. In the morgue, with a thunderous crash, the welded metal door shattered under Xiao Ran's kick. He and Lin Wanner emerged from the swirling smoke. Master, you sent the gas back? Lin Wanner followed closely behind Xiao Ran, her beautiful eyes wide with shock as she beheld the zombies in the corridor, contorted and twitching. This uncanny display of power was beyond anything she had ever witnessed. It was merely a trivial prank, Xiao Ran shrugged, as if he had performed a negligible feat. He understood that this gas would not inflict substantial harm on the fourth-tier corpse king, but it would certainly be a nuisance, serving to dampen its spirits. It seems it has decided to get serious. Xiao Ran lifted his gaze towards the top floor of the main building, sensing a new, more violent and chilling mental energy rapidly coalescing there. This time, it was not the previous wide-ranging pressure, but rather a concentrated, needle-like force aimed precisely at them. Wanner, guard your mind, Xiao Ran shouted. As soon as the words left his lips, Lin Wanner's expression suddenly turned dazed. The scene before her began to warp and transform. The eerie hospital corridor vanished, replaced by the warm embrace of the home nestled deep within her memories. The dining table overflowed with steaming dishes, her father chuckling as he perused the newspaper, while her mother busied herself in the kitchen, humming her favorite lullaby. Wanner, why are you dawdling? Come eat. Her mother turned, bestowing upon her a gentle smile. Lin Wanner's eyes instantly glistened with tears. Ever since the apocalypse descended, and her parents met a tragic end at the hands of the undead, she had only witnessed this scene countless times in her dreams. Overwhelmed with an uncontrollable urge, she yearned to step forward toward that warm haven. But just as she was about to take that fateful step, a flicker of clarity pierced through her mind. Her parents were gone. She had witnessed their gruesome demise, torn apart by zombies. Everything before her was a mere illusion. Lin Wanner's body trembled violently as she struggled to break free, yet the longing for familial love emanating from the depths of her soul ensnared her like countless hands, pulling her into that warm yet fatal abyss. Pain, conflict, and struggle nearly tore her will asunder. Humph, a trifling technique. Xiao Ran scoffed with disdain. Such a feeble illusionary assault could hardly stir a ripple within him. However, he refrained from forcibly shattering Lin Wanner's delusion. Knowing well that the demons of the heart could be momentarily dispelled by external forces, yet never eradicated. The optimal approach was to allow her to emerge on her own. Through the mind link, he issued a command to Su Miexu, who was far away at the base. Miexu, do you remember your favorite song? Huh, master? Su Miexu was momentarily perplexed. Sing it to Wanner. Xiao Ran's voice broke no argument. With all your spirit, let your melody reach her. Understood. Su Miexu ceased her hesitation. Closing her eyes, she cleared her mind of all distractions, summoning the familiar melody in her thoughts. In the next moment, a hauntingly ethereal and pure voice, devoid of any impurities, flowed like the clearest spring water through the invisible mental connection, quietly cascading into Lin Wanner's chaotic and dark mental realm. The long night will soon end, yet the starlight shall not fade. Upon the ruins, await the dawn. There were no lyrics, merely a gentle hum. Yet within that melody lay Su Miexu's most untainted hopes for the future and her blessings for her companions. It bathed Lin Wanner's heart, shrouded in darkness and despair, with the warmth of sunlight. The illusory, comforting home began to dissolve and shatter under the purity of the song. Like ice and snow kissed by the sun. Father, mother. Tears streamed down Lin Wanner's face, but her eyes gradually regained clarity. She gazed at the figures of her smiling parents, dissolving into glimmers of light amidst the song, and finally, with a sense of relief, waved her hand. Farewell. The illusion shattered with a resounding crash. Lin Wanner snapped back to reality, gasping for breath, her back drenched in cold sweat. Raising her head, she met Xiao Ran's deep, tranquil gaze. How do you feel? Lin Wanner's cheeks flushed crimson with embarrassment. I'm so sorry, master. It's all right. Xiao Ran reached out, gently patting her head as one would soothe a frightened kitten. You have done remarkably well to emerge on your own. This simple gesture, coupled with a mundane compliment, flooded Lin Wanner's heart with immense warmth. She looked at the man before her, and in that moment, the seed of admiration within her blossomed, growing wildly. Just then, a chime echoed from nearby. The elevator in the main building's hall emitted a crisp sound. A door, leading to the VIP ward, slowly opened. A figure clad in an immaculate white coat, wearing a mask and surgical cap, stepped out with an elegant and composed stride. The hospital's PA system crackled to life, broadcasting the cold yet slightly triumphant voice of the zombie king. Game time is over. Now, allow me to introduce my most perfect creation, my most outstanding masterpiece, the surgeon. Chapter 101. The final creation, the surgeon emerges. The figure known as the surgeon stood silently at the elevator's threshold. Harsh white light cascaded from above, casting a long, distorted shadow at his feet. He wore a medical mask and surgical cap, revealing only his eyes. What kind of eyes were they? They held no anger, no madness, nor any emotion inherent to living beings. Only absolute calmness and an indifferent gaze, as though he viewed not two living souls, but rather two corpses lying on an operating table, awaiting dissection. He slowly raised his hands. His hands were exquisite, fingers long and knuckle-defined, resembling those of a master pianist. Yet at that moment, they shimmered with a chilling, heart-stopping light. His 10 fingers melded seamlessly with 10 gleaming, razor-thin surgical blades, as if they had naturally grown from the tips of his bones, a part of his very being. Lin Warner gasped sharply. From this surgeon emanated a lethal threat, far more terrifying than the combined might of the previous dozen guards. It was a pure, deadly sharpness, existing solely for the purpose of slaughter. Master, this fellow is formidable. She instinctively took a step back, aiming her sniper rifle directly at the figure. Peak Tier 3. Speed Specialization. Xiao Ran's expression turned slightly grave. He sensed that the energy fluctuations within this surgeon were alarmingly close to Tier 4. More terrifying still was the stability of its aura, which felt less like that of an undead being, and more akin to a precision killing machine programmed with a specific directive. Name: Surgeon, Lord Level Creation. Level: Peak Tier 3. Abilities: Supersonic Movement, Surgical Blade Sharpness, Weakness Insight. Remarks: A terrifying killer formed from the fusion of a top-tier surgeon and a speed-type superhuman, the Zombie King's most prized creation. Its blades can precisely slice through the gaps between atoms. Interesting. A smile crept onto Xiao Ran's lips. This visit to the hospital was indeed filled with surprises. First, the heart of natural shadows, and now, another exquisite collectible. This Zombie King was nothing short of a mobile treasure trove. Worm, you are quite fortunate. The Zombie King's voice echoed through the broadcast system, reverberating in the vast hall with an air of condescension. My doctor rarely takes action personally. The last one he dealt with was the first war general under the tyrant. In the end, that general was meticulously dissected into 1,342 pieces, each piece weighing precisely the same. Now, I am curious, how many pieces can your body be divided into? The voice of the Corpse King was suffused with a morbid excitement and a cruel anticipation. In his eyes, the battle had already concluded. No third-tier being could hope to survive even a single round against his most exquisite creation, or so he believed. Xiao Ran let out a soft chuckle, unperturbed by fear. Instead, he took a step forward, scrutinizing the surgeon with a keen interest, as if admiring a piece of art. The design was commendable, but it had chosen the wrong master. His provocative remark incited the Corpse King's fury. Kill him. The Corpse King's roar reverberated through the broadcast, issuing the ultimate command. Whoosh. Almost instantaneously after the command was given, the surgeon sprang into action. Its form vanished from sight in an instant. Not merely a high-speed movement, but a complete disappearance from the visual realm. It was speed personified. Lin Warner's pupils constricted sharply. Her pride in her dynamic vision proved inadequate to capture the trajectory of her opponent. She could only sense a chilling intent to kill that had suddenly manifested behind her master. Master! She gasped in alarm. Yet, it was too late. A silver glint, like lightning cleaving the night sky, silently appeared at Xiao Ran's nape. The scalpel was aimed directly at the most vulnerable cervical nerve of humanity. One strike, certain death. However, just as the scalpel was about to breach Xiao Ran's skin, a crisp metallic clang abruptly echoed. It was as if Xiao Ran had eyes on the back of his head. Without turning, he casually swept his bone staff backward, the end of the staff impeccably intercepting the lethal strike. Sparks flashed in midair. The surgeon's figure materialized behind Xiao Ran, and for the first time, a subtle ripple of surprise flickered in its cold eyes. Clearly, it had not anticipated its assured killing blow would be so effortlessly deflected. Too slow. Xiao Ran's voice echoed softly. He suddenly pivoted, his bone staff transforming into a fleeting shadow, advancing rather than retreating, and thrusting vehemently toward the surgeon's chest. The speed of this strike exceeded even that of the surgeon's previous ambush by a significant margin. The surgeon's gaze sharpened, arms crossing defensively before its chest. Clang, clang, clang. A series of rapid metallic clashes erupted, akin to rain beating against banana leaves. In less than a second, Xiao Ran's staff collided with the surgeon's 10 scalpels over 100 times. The center of their confrontation ignited with blinding flames from the super high-speed impacts. Bang! With a muffled thud, both figures were propelled backward. Xiao Ran retreated 3 steps, regaining his footing with poise, while the surgeon stumbled back a dozen steps before barely stabilizing itself. Its hands, now fused with scalpels, trembled slightly. Clearly, in this raw contest of power and speed, It had fallen to the disadvantage. Impossible. The Corpse King's incredulous scream echoed through the broadcast. Its most perfect creation was being suppressed in the very aspects of speed and skill it prided itself upon. What manner of monstrosity was that insect? In the distance, Lin Wanner stood utterly entranced. The recent exchange of blinding speed had left her only with a blurred image of a white shadow colliding with a silver flash, followed by a cascade of sparks. She could not discern the actions of either combatant. Was this the true velocity of her master? Xiao Ran shook his somewhat numbed wrist, a more exhilarated smile gracing his face. Delightful. Exhilarating. Since ascending to the rank of Undead Sovereign, he had never encountered an opponent who could engage him so thoroughly in terms of speed. The warm-up was over. Xiao Ran gazed at the surgeon opposite him, his eyes glimmering with the intensity of a hunter spotting prime prey. Now, I shall get serious. No sooner had he spoken than his figure blurred, launching an attack. This time, his speed was doubled compared to before. He transformed into a streak of black lightning, instantly closing the distance to the surgeon. A flicker of genuine horror appeared in the surgeon's eyes. It attempted to retreat, but found that the opponent's speed had surpassed its reaction threshold entirely. Instinctively, it raised its 10 scalpels in defense. However, Xiao Ran's target was not its body. In the moment before collision, Xiao Ran executed a peculiar pivot, as if a wraith, appearing at the surgeon's side. Then, a hand, swift as lightning, pressed down upon its crown. The surgeon's pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. It sought to evade, but its body felt as if it were ensnared by an invisible force, utterly immobilized. This was the bloodline suppression from a higher existence. A commendable specimen. I find it quite appealing. Xiao Ran's voice, cold and laden with possessiveness, whispered in its ear. You belong to me now. A hand descended heavily upon the surgeon's crown. Simultaneously, the broadcast erupted with the Corpse King's desperate scream. No, stop. If you dare to touch it, I shall ensure you suffer eternal damnation. Chapter 102. Your masterpiece now belongs to me. The Corpse King's shriek was steeped in unprecedented terror and fury. The surgeon was its most perfect and cherished creation, the pinnacle of its artistry, and, in many ways, a symbol of its authority as a king. It could not abide the thought of its masterpiece being sullied. However, its threats held no weight against Xiao Ran, akin to the lamentations of a vanquished dog, pale and powerless. Enough of your noise. Xiao Ran's gaze remained unperturbed, as the palm pressing against the surgeon's head erupted with an overwhelming torrent of death energy, dark as ink. Undead sovereign skill, soul enslavement. This was no mere mental control. It was an absolute, irreversible dominion stemming from the very essence of the soul. Through the supreme authority of the undead sovereign, he forcibly altered the soul imprint of the low-tier undead, claiming it at its root. Buzz. The surgeon's body convulsed violently as its frigid, indifferent eyes became filled with an endless array of twisted black runes. Its form trembled with intensity, as if enduring unimaginable agony. The imprint of its former master deep within its soul was being brutally erased and overwritten by the power of the new king. Ah! A sound not quite human, filled with pain and resentment, escaped the surgeon's lips. Yet, the one suffering more acutely was the Corpse King, far above in its throne. Uft! The Corpse King spat forth a mouthful of black blood, its body swaying precariously as if it would topple from its skeletal throne. Its once handsome visage turned as pale as a sheet. My connection, severed. It could feel the closest bond, akin to an umbilical cord, with the surgeon being violently torn apart by an overwhelmingly dominant force. That sensation was akin to having a piece of its very soul wrenched away. Excruciating pain. Unprecedented agony. No, no, my artwork. The Corpse King murmured in a disheartened tone, a flicker of fear emerging for the first time in its crimson eyes. It found itself utterly bewildered. What manner of power was this? How could it be that, despite being fellow sovereigns of the undead, the strength of the other's soul could so ruthlessly dominate its own? How could it directly overshadow its soul's imprint? This was utterly illogical. This transcended mere hierarchical suppression. It was an overwhelming obliteration of life's very essence. It was akin to a true dragon confronting a loach. No matter how robust the loach, it could never withstand the bloodline pressure exuded by the true dragon. Within the Grand Hall, the surgeon's struggles lasted but a mere 3 seconds. As Xiao Ran withdrew his hand from atop its head, the dark runes in its eyes faded entirely, restoring its previous coldness and indifference. Yet, upon closer inspection, one would discern a newfound thread of absolute, soul-deep submission to Xiao Ran buried within that indifference. Slowly, it knelt before Xiao Ran, lowering its once proud head that had only ever bowed to the Corpse King. 10 sharp scalpels were neatly gathered, their tips turned inward, forming a stance that signified disarmament and submission. Then, a chilling, emotionless voice, reminiscent of metal scraping against metal, emanated from beneath its mask. My master. Those 3 words pierced the Corpse King's heart like the sharpest of daggers, reverberating through the hospital's intercom with a force that left the air still. Silence. A deathly silence enveloped the space. The Corpse King's roars and threats were abruptly silenced. The entire hospital succumbed to an eerie quietude. In the distance, Lin Wanner stood utterly stunned, her mouth agape as she beheld the miraculous scene before her, her mind a blank slate. Subjugated, the terrifying assassin, so powerful that even she couldn't discern its movements, had knelt in submission after a mere pat from its master. This was a revelation that surpassed the shock of outright slaying it by 1,000-fold. This was no mere slap to the face. It was akin to pressing the Corpse King's visage into the ground, rubbing it with a shoe sole, and then spitting upon it. A heart-wrenching blow, utterly devastating. Rise. Xiao Ran regarded the kneeling surgeon with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. With such a formidable third-tier peak enforcer, an assassin specialized in speed, his forthcoming endeavors would undoubtedly be far more convenient. From this day forth, you shall be known as Zero. Xiao Ran casually bestowed upon it a codename. Yes, master. The surgeon, now dubbed Zero, rose and silently retreated behind Xiao Ran, resembling a most loyal shadowy guardian. Xiao Ran turned, his gaze traversing the vast hall toward the VIP elevator leading to the upper levels, a cold smirk gracing his lips. He did not utilize a mental link. Instead, he directly addressed the intercom system, his voice resonating clearly throughout the hospital. Hey, esteemed king above. I have savored your appetizer. It was quite palatable. Now, I am prepared to ascend and relish the main course. Clean your neck and await me upon your throne. His words reverberated throughout every corner of the hospital, igniting fervor in the hearts of Wang Hao and the others, filling them with pride. They also reached the ears of the Corpse King, contorting its pale visage in a grotesque display of rage and humiliation. You seek death. The Corpse King's voice rasped like a demon's roar from the depths of hell. Crack. Xiao Ran, disinterested in further discourse, stepped forward, leading Lin Wanner and his new servant Zero directly toward the VIP elevator. Lin Wanner followed closely, her eyes shimmering as she observed her master's imposing silhouette. The earlier scene had utterly transformed her worldview. So, this was how battle could unfold. So, this was the nature of true power. Her master had ascended to a height she would need a lifetime to aspire to. An unprecedented sense of safety and belonging enveloped her tightly. To follow such a master was her greatest fortune in life. Ding! The elevator doors opened before them. Xiao Ran, accompanied by both individuals, stepped inside with composure. He pressed the button for the penthouse level. Wanner. As the elevator ascended slowly, Xiao Ran suddenly spoke. Present. She responded, standing at attention like a soldier awaiting inspection. When we encounter that individual, it may be somewhat repulsive. Xiao Ran cautioned, considering the situation. Prepare yourself mentally. Understood. Though Lin Wanner did not entirely grasp her master's intent, she nodded vigorously. Zero. Xiao Ran then regarded his shadowy companion. Master, be ready to greet your former master. A cruel smile curled at the corners of Xiao Ran's mouth. The elevator doors gradually parted, unleashing a wave of strange aromas, a heady mix of blood, decay, and decadence that assaulted their senses.